All I have in this world is my thoughts and my word, and I don't break them for no reason. You understand?
I'm prized here by my fellow man and woman.
I never fucked anybody over in my life. Didn't have it coming. You got that?
They're all convicted based on the facts of the matter and the truth.
You want to go out with me? You say it. You don't? Then you make a move.
You don't tell me who's standing for foundational values and principles and sacrificing at times to secure our inherent natural rights to leave. You leave and go somewhere where you suck up to people who run your life with statute, policy, and code and dictate to you. You get the fuck out. I'm a real American. One of these days, these slaves are going to wake up and realize United States Corporation and all these corporations are just glorified mafiosi. That's how mafiosi works. There's a hidden hand. There's folks at the top, and they use all the underlings who want a position of power to be seen and heard or want the benefits and privileges of being in the organization to front run and front man their behind the scenes operations. The majority of your political science majors are convicted by God as felonious and are somewhat predatory because they seek positions of false power to be looked at and seen and heard, don't actually provide any redeemable service or solution while they're getting paid profiteering. They're all working with lobbyists and corporations. They're all taking money behind the scenes. They're all supporting wars around the world. These slaves still can't figure out the whole reason of making a democratic political system is to convince the people that who they voted for is in office making decisions while the same people who ran your life from the beginning of time do it behind their puppets. We don't have to lie to ourselves and ignore the corruption, the oppression, repression, depression. As a matter of fact, by facing it, we can move beyond it. The architects of political science and New World Order understand your brain chemistry, conscious and awareness, and thoughts, emotions, actions. They know how to mind and heart control you. But we're not going to talk about that. We're going to act like that doesn't exist because it's not convenient for our culting. See, right below the surface is of I love you, and the love bombing and the using is, Paul, you're a grifter, you're not credible, but somehow you are. When I have over and over again experiences that inspire others to change what they're doing to get results that's actually moving the mainstream narrative. Literally, I and hundreds of others on the ground, including quote-unquote state nationals and others, are moving certain ideas forward by being the example, and we're pushing the narratives into the mainstream based on what we're doing on the ground, month by month, year by year.
Who put this thing together? Me! That's who! Who do I trust? Me!
I love how at the end Gorilla Gems' video, it's like the metaphor is I'm Tony Montana just sitting in the hot tub, just high off my own product, just crying out to all the other folks around me. Then there's no one there, right? All right, let's go. Proper instruction motivates people. Another Gorilla Gem, just because I like the song, and then we'll get into it. We got King back there, and I'm going to hit, hopefully, faithfully, I'm going to hit a bunch of stuff I've had up there for a while. This segment is going to be the mind of a crazy sovereign citizen, and the reason, again, I titled it that is because my intention is to try to clear out some of this stuff, go through it, comment on it, do the response reaction, and yeah, go from there. So right, proper instruction.
They turn birth right into paperwork, stamped your spirit with a barcode, but laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, then sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze and trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Just a system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. Then no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla.
All right, I'm going to bring Kane in just because we're going to roll with it. I wasn't expecting him, but that's okay because we can kind of do whatever we want here. And, you know, does it ever really matter when it comes to like thumbnails and pictures and titles? And it's always the same 3 to 5, you know, archetypal dynamics, I guess. And, you know, we extend off of that. So at some point, though, I would like to get to some clips I got up there. We got some right to travel stuff. Yeah, go ahead, Kane. You got something? Questions, comments, concerns? You were apparently inspired by me yesterday, my yelling and screaming and ranting and raving.
All of that.
All that?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so did you have something specifically that you wanted to talk about and go over, or did you just want to kind of hang out?
I'm just going to hang out for a little bit.
Okay, we could do that.
I want to see some of that right to travel.
Right. All right. Well, I'll make a special consideration for you as far as the hanging out goes, because typically I don't promote that, only because it gets crazy, you know, in past history. But we're gonna have faith and presume that's not the case moving forward. But it tends to be that, right? You start to let folks up and hang out, and then it gets to be a, what do we call it in the business? A fuck show, is the technical term in show business. So, all right, well, let's get to it. It's the mind of a crazy sovereign citizen, which is essentially a way for me to just go through all the stuff I have sitting up there. I got about 50 tabs open. You're only going to get stuff that isn't a violation of TOS, obviously. So all you folks with a dirty mind, you're going to have to go to the after show, I guess, the after party, which doesn't exist. So I guess you're out of luck. As of now, we may come in with that one day, the raw and uncut membership only behind the scenes action. So we went over this the other day. They won't like this. They'll say I don't understand legality. I will again tell them I don't care because I'm big on common sense. What makes sense to me is all that matters. You can put a bunch of statutes, policies, codes, and procedures in front of me. If I can't understand it, it doesn't mean jack shit. Maybe you guys are just a lot more intelligent than I am. I'll settle for that. I've had a lot of challenges in my life, and I can only suppose it's because I'm a very stupid man, very foolish man. Everybody plays the fool sometimes, and me more often than not. Okay, so but that's not a crime, right? Being a fool, being stupid, being an idiot is not a crime because you don't have a guilty mind and it doesn't cause a victim, right? So I'm always going to go with what I can understand, regardless of how embarrassing that is around all the fraternal order folks and the legal societies who look down on me. Because Paulie Boy doesn't wear a suit when he goes to court. He doesn't dress up like a pretty girl and play games. He doesn't bring a bunch of processes, programs, and procedures because he doesn't have to. Because you guys are under law, universal law, and you're under judicial canon. And one of your judicial canon states, if I remember correctly, that when you are made aware of the fact that a wrongdoing is taking place based on a claim somewhere, somehow, I don't care how the claim is brought before the court, you have a duty and an obligation to hear that matter. Okay. So my next layer of this is going to be, as I start to heal up and feel better, I'm going to have to start questioning courts as to why they're requiring filing fees in order to have a redress of government when that's supposed to be a right. See, that's a problem. Unless you guys want to admit on record, these are all commercial courts and administrative endeavors, in which case they're not lawful courts of what you call United States of America, that I'll call America, that I can understand and accept. In which case we got a bigger problem. We got a corporate takeover afoot on this land where most people who think the policy enforcement are actually law enforcement, which they're not. Law enforcement is sheriffs and peacekeepers, keyword peacekeepers. Then we're going to have to do some cleaning house because, again, we have private prisons established. We know that's a fact. And we have private courts that are joining those private prisons. And they're holding administrative private tribunals as corporate endeavors to generate revenue without ever a victim being created. Therefore, there's never a crime present. And this has all been ruled on at Supreme Court. And I don't give a fuck what inauthentic corporate beta male wants to argue with me about it. I don't need it to be ruled on at Supreme Court to sit back and look at it and understand the spirit of the law and the spirit of the men and women who created this idea, this experiment we call America, where we are largely self-governing under God with God-given rights. And we have a limited, if any, interference at all from anything we call governance, especially a motherfucking corporation. Because a corporation is not government. And when your government's been replaced by corporations, you're deep in fascism. And I don't care what ism you call it, because it all leads back to collectivism. And that's the antithesis of conservatism and republicanism as a spirit. Okay, that's why there's the spirit of the law, the letter of the law. That's why we do metaphysical jurisdiction here and physical jurisdiction. The devil may have control of this world with its lies, but the truth, life, and way still prevails. See? Because it is that which is unchanging. It is that which is eternal. The only truth about the life and way revolving the dark side is that from the beginning of time, seemingly till the end of time, there's certain people here who want to control who and what we are and what we do. And we either cuck up to them and bend over and pay them to do that service, non-service, or we stand our ground and remind ourselves and each other that we're made in the image of the Most High spiritually. That doesn't mean there's a physical alien Jesus somewhere that looks just like us. Made in the image of the Most High because we are non-being before we ever become beingness. We are a spirit before we are ever flesh. And that's what God is an experience. It's non-physical. You can't hold it in your hand like you can a fucking code book. Okay? Just like when one of the administrators of Colorado court told me, he mocked me and laughed at me, Paul, I don't know how your God is going to sit on panel with me and these other folks here who are going to decide whether you're guilty or not. I said, sir, right behind you, it says, in God we trust. Did you break the trust? Or are you moving in some kind of other God or as some other kind of God here? And it doesn't matter what you all convict me as. What matters is the truth of what is. See, you don't get to change that which is for that which you want it to be. Or say that it is. See, and then we're back to the word jurisdiction because it literally means to speak the law. So these wannabe pimps will sit around all day, every day and just speak some shit out, write some shit down. And hey, if you accept it and repeat it, well, bam, that's your law. Doesn't fly with me. Okay. So let's go to the marriage contract here. Just like every other contract here, your license, your registrations, your insurance, your plates, all of it. It's the same process and procedure, and it all brings the state into your affairs. It all gives the state an interest in your property and everything that extends off of you. Now, at one point, that had been okay, you know, when everything was on the up and up, supposedly. Well, yeah, we love bringing the state in on our property and affairs because you know why? If some low-life thug comes to take my car and go run off with it, I can call the state of and their agents who are supposed to be peacekeepers and upholders of the law, and they can go get back my fucking stolen property and bring it back to me because they got the numbers, the make, the model, what it looks like, and who's supposed to be driving it. Great idea in concept. The only problem is now I've been on this earth 36 years and not one time has the thug, even living in the ghetto, stolen my car. But, the policy enforcement has stolen my car and my property over half a dozen times now. Oddly enough, because I won't sign up with them to take their service. Do you see how this works, folks? The deeper you get into fascism, the more the servants and the service becomes controllers and the control mechanism, as we all know. And that's why we're at a renaissance period here. That's why everybody's starting to rouse themselves and wake up and get inspired again, that maybe, just maybe, they don't want to be a fucking dyed-in-the-wool slave all of their life. Because it's just not a good look, if nothing else, right? It's probably not good to raise, you know, to be raised in and raise your children in an environment where they're supremely disempowered and devalued, have no choice and no voice, and have to listen to the Epstein Island vacationing class, the Island Boys. I'm an island boy. Sorry, I lapse into song every once in a while here. Probably not a good look to raise your children in an environment where the island boys you pay run your life with thousands of policies and code while they're exempt from all that because they're not dumb enough to believe in the idea of authority and governance. They just want you to be dumb and weak enough to believe in it while they engage in it, of course. It's called pimping and hoeing. The whole world is pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it. Imagine that. So you bring the state into all your affairs. Would have been a good idea if they do what they're supposed to do, which they don't, because you can't put faith in earthly man and woman for whom there is no salvation, and you can't be saved if you don't have grace, and you can't have grace if you don't know God, and you can't know God if you don't know self. Did everybody get that chain of title there? Universal ancient wisdom, by the way. It'll be the same yesterday, today, as it is tomorrow, just like the Christ of being in Scripture spoke. That's why we have so many confused parties out here, involved in even more confusion and deception, because they never took 1,000 hours out to sit with themselves. How could they? They were too busy chasing $1 and a dream. Somebody else's currency, the blind leading the blind. Can't see the forest for the trees and the power and the value for what it really is. I get it. Two spouses in the state. They are contracting parties who enter into agreement voluntarily with legal capacity and through mutual consent. The state issues a marriage license, solemnizes the ceremony, and records the marriage. It also enforces the terms of the contract and provides benefits. There it is. Or imposes obligations. There it is. Under state and federal law. Okay? So every time that Artie and the others want to tell me, oh, their mama acts like a hoe, but she ain't a hoe, and that's the bit I do because they say, well, United States Corporation isn't a corporation, it just acts like one. Okay, well, in my world, Artie, I'm a pretty simple man. What you act like is what you are. How about that? Right? So when you bring the state in, the state is a corporation. It has to be because it has presidents, vice presidents, and treasurers. Those are corporate positions. This shouldn't be that hard. Imagine how ridiculous this is that I have to mock myself that I'm a crazy sovereign citizen because the average person is so duped out and deceived and foolish that they can't just look at something and see it for what it is on the face of it. By the way, that's another maxim in law. Essentially, the maxim is, it is what it seems to be. And of course, there's always a caveat, unless rebutted or given more information. Kind of like when you show up to court and you don't know what a free man is and you don't know right from wrong, you don't know what your rights are, and you get treated like a slave. Well, from the administrator's point of view, one of the maxims in law is it is what it seems to be until shown different. So you show up like a slave, you get treated like one. Makes sense to me. Any questions? All right, we're rolling along here. The public, courts interpret and enforce the contract, while agencies, I'm pretty sure that's more corporate language, tax, Social Security, apply its provisions, right? And when we go over here, because we just keep this hanging around for all the people who like to deny reality, we go over here real quick, and we notice that right there on the Social Security number, on the Social Security card is a number, and right there it says account number. So I know I'm a crazy sovereign citizen. The United States defines itself and its code as a corporation. And therefore, all of this is service provision, and therefore you need an account, and there's your number for your account. And then right there on the card, like a credit card, it reads account number. But that doesn't exist. That's not a thing. That doesn't matter. Just pay no attention to the little slave midget behind the curtain, right? If we go back to Wizard of Oz, because it's all allegorical, right? If I only had a brain, you know how many people who come here like the straw man without a brain? If I only had a heart, you know how many folks come here with no fucking heart? They couldn't care less. You know, the cowardly lion, right? If he only had some courage. This is starting to come into view what we're talking about here. So we go down the golden road. And of course, in this analogy, I'm of course Dorothy the princess with my pretty red shoes. Just so we can be LGBTQ inclusive here. Why not? We're here, we're queer, get used to it, people. So we go on the journey of the yellow brick road. We're off to see the wizard because the majority of slaves don't have a mind, don't have a heart, and don't have courage. You know, and along the way, you have some trials and tests and challenges, tribulations. You have a good force from the east. You have a wicked force from the west. And at some point, we arrive at the wizard's palace. And of course, it is an institution. And we think we're going to get a brain, mind, heart, and courage. And all we get is smoke and mirrors and digital screens proclaiming that they are the great and powerful Wizard of Oz. And of course, the animal with its supreme instincts and intuition runs up to the curtain, pulls the curtain back, and we find out it's a grotesque little midget who's power hungry and pretty much valueless in any other venue without all of its tricks of the trade. Okay, so it's revealing to you the dynamics of power and value and deception and illusion and the awareness of self and actualization and realization versus the lack thereof, and going on a lifelong journey chasing gold and silver and physical wealth, only to find out maybe at some point, if you're lucky, when the dog goes up to grab the curtain. See, it's all symbology. You don't go up to grab the curtain, the dog does. Because even the dog has more instinct and intuition than you, is what the creators of these movies are trying to reveal to you, much like I do in my own way. Less savory way here, right? More direct. It's then revealed all in one moment that this lifelong quest for riches and to be in the world and of it and to get a mind, heart, brain, and courage from the system doesn't actually work, because the system doesn't have what you're looking for them to give away. How could they? They've never actually been actualized or realized in this life. They've never been honorable in good faith. They're institutionalized and graduated. Right. So we'll circle back here. I'll finish up this idea just because I wanted to touch on it, because it leads to the bigger idea of all of these forms of paperwork are just various forms of contracts and accounts. And you can go ahead, like, share, subscribe, and all that. Obviously heavily shadow banned today and just lately in general. Especially if I don't try to work the algorithm and the titles. And again, this is just more evidence of tests and challenges that we're going to have to face. And by we, I mean me. And if you folks want to, contact YouTube and Google, they have live support. Take up their time, energy, attention, and report to them your results. Because again, this is not... there is a fine line between my paranoia, or my insecurity, versus the actuality of it. But I've seen enough testimony to know what it is. And I've seen enough results at times when they're not playing games to know what it's supposed to look and feel like, right? So it's nothing new. We've been dealing with this for over 5 years. This started with me on my Facebook before I ever even started doing YouTube. Yeah, it's just another example of how we're going to have to sue these people, because instead of them upholding their duties and obligations, which is to disseminate the information, right, and to give equal considerations under the law, what they want to do is misuse and abuse their official position and try to stack the deck so that everybody just instinctively and intuitively goes to watch a bunch of lowlives fuck a bunch of whores and bring about a bunch of children who aren't going to be taken care of while they all drink lean and sip Henny and go to hell together, right? And let's be clear, it's not hard for them to do that. I don't ever want to take away the responsibility and accountability. It's not hard for them to do that because, let's be real, the majority of folks don't want truth, life, and way. They don't want to live free, and they don't want to have to practice being brave in order to get free. Like it says, free and brave, liberty and justice for all, right? So not as interesting and entertaining for most folks. But still, either way, there should be more folks in here at this time. So I'm just going to have to sue these folks at some point. Just another thing added onto the pile that I've been putting off. Mostly, no, I won't say mostly. Partially because of my health and partially because just most things in life, I really don't have the energy and ambition and motivation to continue dealing with a bunch of corrupt retards and their nonsensical endeavors that interestingly enough, most people buy into and believe in, right? But I need to, that's a me thing, right? That's a me problem. Core elements of the contract: capacity. Both parties must be of legal age and mentally competent to consent, right? The legal society decided that at a certain age, you become of legal age, what they call age of reason. They determine that now. This is the point. All their policies and procedures, they've determined the whole reality for all of you. And you're going to sit there and you're going to follow it and repeat it. And the worst part is, I can't get folks who say that they're about God and doing rights and freedoms and the law to just stop all this crap. And let's say they want to do this because, again, part-time, I've filed cases at federal court. They kick them out because they say they're not stylized correctly. So they'll say, well, Paulie doesn't win at court. He loses on the offensive side. On the defensive side, I'm batting 1,000. On the offensive side, they won't take my case and hear the matter, proving my point. I shouldn't have to go learn civil procedure when I'm not a Roman civili, when I'm not a citizen of any city or state or any country. As far as my understanding goes, I'm under God with God-given rights. I want nothing to do with any of you guys' statism and false patriotic nationalism backed by false religionism. I don't fit in with anybody. That's another reason I'm not going to write that story that I will never. The probabilities are against me that I will ever have a mass audience because I don't fit into any box. And when you pursue truth and being free from all boxes, you piss everybody off, and most people don't relate with you. It's only a paltry few, P-A-U-L, it's a paltry few who are in alignment with that walk, whether we want to accept that or not. So, right, more as we go on, I'll be filing cases at these courts to get these people on record and to bring these wrongs before them. And listen, every time I lose, I still win, because if anything, I'm getting you all on record that we no longer have liberty and justice for all. And that's when God brings in what you all keep summoning. See? And we don't have liberty and justice for all if I got to go learn how to talk like you and dress like you and walk like you for you to hear a simple fucking claim that somebody interfered with my rights, which is an invaluable infraction. I can't come up with a number to compensate for you throwing away everything good and great here, low lives. But I'm the asshole, right? I'm the idiot because I won't go learn and make $1 million. I probably am. I'm the idiot because I won't go learn it and make $1 million off their wrongdoing, because somewhere in my heart I'm saying, no, Paulie boy, that's still wrong. I shouldn't have to go do all that and whoop them with their own bullshitting game to have liberty and justice for all. You're aware of a wrongdoing. Your judicial canon says so. You should be hearing the matter. If you won't, you just fuck 3/4 of this population out of that liberty and justice for all, because they're never going to go learn legal process, nor should they have to. Sick of these fucking people. And you know what? It doesn't matter how much I complain on here. The only way they're going to respect it and even perk up even slightly is when you get in their face and put it in front of them and you're willing to fucking die for it. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's the only way they're ever going to fucking listen. You just stop fucking complying on the defensive side and you just keep getting dismissals. And on the other side, you just keep filing cases and telling them, I'm not stylizing my documents like your Roman fucking cult. You will hear this matter of a wrongdoing. If you don't, the karma's on your head. And I don't even give a fuck if your shitty society doesn't uphold their obligations and sanction you for your wrongdoing. God's going to deal with all of you. That's what you need to get through your head and heart historically. Playing your fucking power games here. Telling me I'm egotistical. If I was egotistical, I use my 130 IQ to learn all their garbage and whip them with their own game like that. That's not the point here. Me beating them at their own game and being better at them than what they do with no training isn't the game and the point here. Again, the point is bravery, freedom, liberty, and justice for all. And if I have to pay a filing fee to have a case heard, and I got to learn your fucking legalese language or any of your processes and procedure to say, that man right there, John Jones, acting as an agent, interfere with my God-given rights, and you need to fucking have a conversation with him and tell him he's wrong, and try to figure out how you're going to compensate me now with your shitty debt notes backed by nothing that's all going away soon. Tell me how you're going to compensate me with that for what you've done that you can't take back. Beyond laughable, these people, legal gurus. You know how many people get gunned down in the fucking street every day? Ain't coming back. Families got to sit there with them, and you want to tell me about compensation? We're way past that point, folks. We need a radical reformation here and people to turn from their wicked ways in repentance and get under the fucking law, or this whole damn culture and society's going down the drain, and everybody fucking knows it. Everybody can feel it. Not enough Pfizer and alcohol and tobacco and all the rest of it on the planet to numb out the feeling that everybody's starting to feel. Your thoughts on that, Rocky? It's good to see you. You're very animated back there. I see that you're...
I got a new hat.
Right. Is it Massa? Is that the movement I started? Oh, MATA. What's that? Make America Christian again. Right. Okay, I guess I'll bite. Rocky obviously baiting me. And
This is my old shirt.
Right. Okay, so this person writes, I'm perfect. It's everybody else ruining my life. That's absolutely not my story. That's not the spirit behind what I'm saying. It's quite the opposite. I'm coming from a place...
Owen Benjamin gave me this shirt.
I'm really not interested in Owen Benjamin or any one of these mouthpieces because as far as I'm concerned, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, most of them don't do anything when it comes to non-compliance and actually standing for anything. So I'm kind of done with... Okay, that's cool. Lives off grid, check. Again, this isn't my idea. This is the idea, and we have to get in alignment with it as far as I can see, or we're fucked. That's all this is. That's all this spirit is. This is not the spirit of Paulie Boy's got all the answers. He's the best. This is the spirit of God coming through Paulie Boy. Paulie Boy feels like he's infallible and insecure, as he should be, because Paulie Boy's been his own worst enemy most of his life. That's the spirit I'm coming from. I'm reflecting that spirit back to the public, and I believe that story is true for the public just like it's true for me. They've been their own worst fucking enemy their whole life, and it's time to knuckle up to that. It's time to gut up to that and be real with ourselves and each other. Okay? That's part of the walk in addiction and codependency back to resolution. It is admitting to ourselves and each other we fucked ourselves and each other more than anybody ever could have.
Addiction.
Your thoughts on that, Rocky? Owen Benjamin, right? You were talking about Owen Benjamin. So I'm kind of done with all these folks. I'm kind of done with the James Freeman,
I was
right?
living off grid like 10 years before he even thought about living off grid.
It's not a competition. The point is, if you're
complying, it's not a competition.
The point is that if we're complying and we're paying them, then remember when I went on James Freeman and High Impact Flicks and he sat back and said, we shouldn't listen, just like the Castro. We shouldn't listen to Paulie Boy. He's going to get people hurt and put in jail. When the cops tell you what to do, just pay them and comply, right?
No.
I can't. Yeah. You want me to play the video? I know. They can't imagine their heroes would actually talk like this in public in front of everyone. Yeah.
I get off all the times.
Right. So like I got kind of a big problem with these people who don't have as big of a problem with themselves and the shit they've been doing and saying, because it's absolutely wrong and it's traitorous. And these are modern day feds and redcoats. And I don't care how many, because they come into my algorithm. I can't get rid of them. I see people can't get to me, but we can't get rid of them. And that's a little bit suspect. Right. Because I see James streaming last night on Facebook with wigs on playing games with cops.
Who are those people? Who are these people you're talking about?
I'm not aware, sir, completely. I just know that myself and many other folks have witnessed a campaign of people being unsubscribed, not being given notifications, channels.
You're being stalked.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that I can't ignore and deny my experience, which is a bunch of people who come to me regularly and go, why am I not being notified or shown that you're live? Why are you not in the search history? And then I'm on Facebook clicking not interested to people, and every day they're in my feed, even when I'm clicking not interested. Right. And it's odd because it's always the same people pushing that we should all follow the state, vote for masters, or clown on the cops, but never actually live free and brave. Right. And it's all one big joke and game. And then when I come on their platforms to talk rights and freedom, they say, well, don't listen to him. He's going to get everybody hurt. We just need to pay him and comply. And I start wondering, am I amongst a bunch of agents here and just didn't know it? Or it's hard to believe, you know, even for the most paranoid amongst us, right? I know I'm a paranoid, schizophrenic conspiracy theorist. Even I could never believe that coming into these venues, these people would be so cowardly and half-witted, you know, or just outright corrupt.
Corrupt. They're everywhere.
Right, because the bottom line is they just want to stay safe and they just want cash. They just want to stay safe and they just want cash. That's the same spirit of their state that runs them, that they complain about. Just wants to keep everybody safe.
Child protective services, they get.
Right. This is why I say when you go to these platforms, you're feeding the beast, whether you know it or not, because these people are just like the government that you complain about. They want to keep everybody controlled. They don't want people to be wild and free and dangerous. They want them to be safe and collectivized and just going along to get along and paying them to continue to kick the can down the road, right? These are not activists. Yeah. These are not free and brave people. These are agents.
Go ahead, Rocky. Not paying taxes is a form of non-violent protest.
Well, did you notice now this week that Marjorie Taylor Greene and all the Republicans mainstream are now calling for a tax, what do they call it? Protest. I wonder why. You know why? Because the folks they've been censoring and shadow banning in the back channels of YouTube have been working with people for the last 5 years to interact with the IRS and other corporations, and they go dark at a certain point and we never hear back from them. So now... while you censor and shadow ban us, Rocky, please just talk when I'm not talking. I know I talk a lot. I'm very obese and obnoxious. I get that.
I heard about that.
Yeah, you're going to hear more about it because we're actually the QAnon white hats doing the work on the ground while your supposed folks who take credit for what we're doing are trying to co-opt the movement.
You're a white hat like me. Sorry.
Don't go through life sorry. Just go through life, right? So this is the game. This is the game, right? As more and more they're going to they're going to keep coming with their psyops and deceptions and endless wars on the people and around the world, and they're going to keep trying to co-opt movements that are grassroots, organic, and authentic, ground up. And they're going to try to convince you that if you go with them, it's going with God. We know what them and they are, okay? And we know those and them who are like them. Those are the ones, again, who get pushed in the algorithm, get given all the benefits and privileges and the favors. And when I show up in their area, they say, shut him up, don't listen to him. Even though they all say, Paul, why are you being mad at these people? You're all on the same side. That's what I love from the average, naive, gullible, cowardly public slave. They think we're all on the same side. We're not. The evidence is right there. Go back and watch the interviews and interactions with me and all these people. Highlight the moments in those videos where you see these people stopping the whole audience to refocus and reminding them not to listen to me and do what I do. Don't Civilly disobey is the term that folks have used for the longest time. I've just, taken that term colloquially. It means don't peacefully disobey and then go to court, put yourselves on record. Just hire the attorneys, just pay the tax, just follow the code, just get all the registrations, fight him at appeals court when you never get there, right? And DeCastro keeps losing at court. He can't win on either side. He keeps selling trifolds while telling people not to do what I do. This is the reality of it, folks. Most of your spokespeople, like the rapper I was playing earlier today when I do my music sessions, most of your spokespeople are double agents. It's the reality I've had shown to me coming into this, whether they even are official or not, whether they know it or not. They're cosmic double agents because if they're not signed on and being paid to do this, they don't need to be because they're so cowardly in their heart. They will support being like the system they complain about to avoid having to be free and brave. And they will take their audience with them on that ride. Just buy our products, just subscribe, just give us attention, get us money for being monetized and running YouTube ads in Google, selling a bunch of shitty products because they all got nutrient lines. They all got dried food lines. They all got fucking, they sell everything but the kitchen sink in every one of these places, right? So you know what it's really about. And again, who do you blame? Who do you blame in a culture and a society where the majority of folks on the ground who are watching, liking, clicking, contributing, supporting, sharing, restreaming, all gravitate towards these type of clowns? This is why I say you're never going to get your rights and freedoms until you unlearn all the things you think you know, because even when it comes to the rights and freedom community, you guys are all attracted to the false light, like moths to the flame. You don't even know the real thing when you lay eyes on it. You don't know the fake thing when you lay eyes on it. That's a lack of discernment, and that's what got us here. That's what got you voting and paying the island boys to run your life with thousands of codes. What makes you think if you didn't change your discernment that you could spot a con man in a different venue when you couldn't spot him day one? And again, I'll be clear. I had a suspicion going into an interaction with a lot of these folks that that's what it was, but I tried to err on the side of good faith and honorability. And the closer I get to these people and the more I watch them and I witness them, the more it becomes clear to me. They don't want to be a part of the animating contest to liberty. They don't want to be part of the sacrifice and what it actually takes to be part of the glory of God and to be deemed as a hero here. They want all the glory and the heroics without doing what's true and what's right, without the sacrifice. Another maxim in law. Your credibility is based on your sacrifice. That's a maxim in law. So when me and DeCastro and Freeman show up at court, guess who's going to be deemed more credible by the administration there based on their maxims in law? Me, because I don't hire an attorney. I don't pay. I go to the box. There's no one to call. We're going to court or I'm going to jail or to a box below ground. That's what sacrifice looks and feels and sounds like. You think I like it? You think it's easy for me? No. But God put that calling on my heart and my spirit as far as purpose and meaning, power and value goes, and redemption. Okay? How you folks can't spot that energy a mile away at this point is beyond me. But again, everything is as it should be. They look with their eyes and don't see, with the ears listen and don't hear, with the heart not get the sense of it. And that's why every one of your gurus have grifted all of you, and you spent millions of dollars on them. And when they show up to court, they're beaten before they ever start. And I win without fighting, because it's not about winning. It's about maintaining your position in honorability and good faith. Your credibility is a portion based on your sacrifice. I haven't seen any one of these content creating clowns willfully sacrifice yet. Their pride, their ego, their bullshit businesses, their cards, their shitty products and services that don't work, their ideologies that are based in half-truths. This is why you go back to the beginning of time and all the warriors were folks of consciousness and awareness and enlightenment, all the good ones at least, who actually lived long enough to tell the tales. They had to be students of consciousness and awareness and discernment and enlightenment to tell the truth from the false within themselves and outside of themselves. This is how you get yourself and everybody else killed. This is how you throw away a whole culture, a whole civilization, society, and think that you're helping or acting like you're helping. Making an enemy out of the cops. That's another thing these folks do. They not only won't stand for what's true and what's right and sacrifice to do the thing to get the result, they want to play victim all day, every day. Look at what the cops do. Yeah, the cops are going to do what they're going to do here to get you to do what you're supposed to do. If you won't do what you're supposed to do, then just expect it to get worse. Again, everything happens for a reason. This is based on cause and effect. What you put out is what you get back, as above, so below. The day you all get courageous and honorable and good faith is the day that your servants are going to show up to serve. Until then, they're going to reflect exactly who and what you are. Corrupt, selfish, greedy, animalistic slaves and wannabe slave masters, house slaves. People get the government they deserve, and your auditors and your gurus and legal counsel is all proof of it. You know how fucking embarrassing it is when I get arrested and the cops are want to project onto me that I'm like the Castro and these other scum. They go, "Oh, you're one of them, huh? You're one of these auditors, huh?" I go, "Do I look and sound like I'm one of them? Did I buck up to you and challenge your masculinity and challenge you to a fight? When you put me in cuffs, did I start whining and crying and bitch up? Did I do anything the rest of these motherfuckers do?" And say, no, so don't put me in that group. This is something I live. This is at the core of my beingness. This is what God put in me for my purpose and meaning. I don't have anything else. How dare you? I got to explain the difference to them between a man who's trying to walk a path of honor and good faith between some fucking actor who wants some notoriety and some kind of convenient grift online. Doesn't want to be and do what's necessary to get the fucking result. Then they start to understand. The cops in the court start to understand. Oh, okay, we see the difference. Yeah, we know the difference. When we see a man practicing being honorable in good faith, because no man could be completely honorable in good faith all the time. We see someone attempting to try that, to walk that, to practice that in courage, to attempt to uphold what you see as the law of this land and willing to sacrifice for that. That's how you get them to respect you. That's how you get them to serve you. That's how you get them to recognize you and your God-given rights at court. Till you become that and be that and live that, and trust me, we'll all know it when that day comes. You ain't going to get none of that. You're wanton and needy, but you're not what you need to be in order to reflect that and generate that outcome. Can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. I'm your best friend here and now I'm your worst enemy here, because I'm going to tell you the truth you don't want to face, the truth that you need to face yourself and what you're doing and not doing. That's what the court's all about as well. You want to get down to it spiritually. You got something, Rocky? You're in the back there. You got a lot of hand motions going. A lot going on back there.
I'm trying to kill a fly.
Right.
I got my fly gun.
All right, I'm going to let you go, right?
I don't want to break TOS.
Right. All right, thank you for being here.
All right.
I don't know what to say. I don't know. He said Rocky has done what many have tried to do that they couldn't do, which is leave me almost speechless. Is he drunk? I don't know. I'm not going to presume and assume. I'm not going to project. I'm really not interested. We're on the magic sleigh bus, folks. It's down and back. I'm here to do my loop, for better or for worse. You know, wherever we wind up is where we wind up. At some point, we got to go back to the yard. It's usually a similar, if not the same loop, just like any bus route here on the Magic Sleigh Bus. Yeah, I can't. If you're gonna, I need hands and feet in the vehicle at all times. There's no food and drink on the Magic Sleigh Bus. So again, Magic Sleigh Bus not for most United States citizens or just people in general. They got hands up. They want to do hands up, baby hands up, like back in the 90s. They want to throw stuff out the windows, littering. I'm focused on the road here, people. I got to get us to our destination and back. I can't have all this extra hoopla going on. You know? I'm here trying to like cut my heart open and bleed onto the canvas that is the metaversal experience.
and I got him in the background. I'm like, I'm looking off to the side or to the bottom, and I just see him like chasing flies around the room with toy guns and shit, and I don't know what to do. I start thinking that, see, that's when it gets dark. Gets really dark. I start going, yeah, we really need a great reset like today. Should I call Klaus? Should I get on the phone with them? Should I get on the phone with Uncle Bill to like release the next pandemic from a hot air balloon while he's laughing and giggling? And that's the thing. I don't want to go there. I want to be inspired, empowered, co-creative, in alignment. I want to be roaring like the Lion of Judah, or at least Aaron Gauchi. For those of you who know, you know. A lot of inside baseball here at times. Right, let's get back. And Kane, if you got anything, questions, comments, concerns, ideas here, just get in where you fit in. I'll throw the link down there, 602-730-0122. Call in. 1013 WSLV, your home for all things slavery, genocide related. That covers legal, lawful, psychology, sociology, anthropology, eschatology, theology, and much, much more. Okay, but you got to get involved. You got to get up, you got to get out, and you got to get something. Another song from the 90s, I believe. Okay. Another song from the 90s. This is what you want, this is what you get. What's that, Kane?
This is right on track and right on time.
Right, okay. All right, so Rocky's on bug assault duty. That's good. Somebody's got to do it. 100% you start having bad thoughts when you start being very honorable. I don't know what that means. As I live with my people in the dust and the mud, I don't know what that means. Imagine having all the money in the world, but have it stolen and constantly put into a pyramid scheme. I don't know how that applies. This person is an interesting person. All right, call in. The only reason I'm here is because God wanted me to be here, and if I'm here and God told me to be here, then that means something you're saying is true. Okay. That's always like on the table, right? You guys have to determine, like we all do, you know, what is in alignment with you, and therefore what is in alignment with truth, because we could be in alignment and be in alignment into deception. So hopefully, faithfully, that is the case. But, you know, we all want to believe that and think that until we get the scorecard, right? At some point, until we get the report card. So I can tell you what it seems to be, what it feels like, how I experience it. I can't tell you what it is completely, because everyone before me has, and at times they've been wrong. So by virtue of having the revelation of the nature of that dynamic, I can't proclaim myself to know absolutely or to be correct, right? I'm just, in a way, I guess, channeling a spirit and combining that with information that we call language. And I don't think that's anything new or specific to me. I think that, again, this is one of two sides of a dualistic holographic reflective dynamic, what we call light and dark. And I think they're both necessary and complementary in a way. So yeah, this isn't as much about defeating evil as it's recognizing what evil's purpose is, and then realizing that we have a choice, and then making the proper choice in order to not experience what we say we don't like to experience. If that makes sense. You're now scrolling, so if you want, you can call in or do this, because I'm going to have to remove you. I don't want paragraphs and paragraphs from the same person at once. That's why you call in. And you're also now, like, you're off and running on projections, saying things like I hate the Bible and all the rest of this. That's not a thing. I don't hate anything when you get right down to it. Part of this broadcast is an aspect of me that's easily frustrated, that I blow up 1,000% to be inspired to fill dead air. So it's more of a modality and an aspect of self than it is the whole of me. And just because I get into a mode and say certain things doesn't mean that's the whole of my perspective or my beingness. So, and I've never made the statement that I hate the Bible. I express contempt toward people who point to the Bible rather than the godly experience that the Bible describes. I think that it is outright ignorance and arrogance And I wouldn't mind it so much if they didn't come into my world or my experience and try to tell me what it is without being able to explain it, and then try to demean and devalue my explanation without being able to rebut it. That proves to me that they're cowardly and corrupt. See, it's always the same game when we do courting here. I don't care what ism you follow. We're going to establish your credibility. Where's your sacrifice? If you don't have any, give me your understanding and your reasoning and your rationale. If you can't, then it's irrational. And if you're willing to disregard common sense and rationality, logic, morals, and ethics, good faith and honorability to keep your ideology, then you are a tyrant. You are a corrupt, reprobate, infidel, bad-faced slave. And that's not a judgment I make. That's a conviction that you create based on who and what you are, what you say and do and don't say and do. You do that, and that's called God's courting. What you would call karma, right? It's one aspect of it. God has a court. You could argue that's the idea. So yeah, if people come before me with certain ideas about God and the Bible, and I question that, and they can't make sense out of their beliefs, then I have to conclude they don't know. And if they claim to know without knowing based on beliefs that are unfounded, then they are a liability themselves and everybody else in the equation. And again, you have to be supremely arrogant to run around town and tell everybody what they should believe when you can't even explain why the fuck you believe it and why it's relevant to everyone else. I can do that. So I'm very wary of people who can't do that. That's like your first red flag clue. Just like with legalities, I'm very wary of attorneys and prosecutors and court personnel who can't explain to me the philosophy behind law and legality. If you can, it means you don't know. If you don't know, it means you can't practice. If you can't practice, it means you can't be. So why the fuck am I talking to you about it? This isn't that difficult. But again, this goes back to that bizarre bullshit that they feed you growing up, that those who don't do teach. That's nonsense. I wouldn't want somebody who's never played football coaching me on how to be the best at football. Who you are going to find coaching at football is a bunch of old fat motherfuckers who one day in their prime were rocking everybody at football. That's what makes the most sense to me. Why the fuck would I listen to the idea of God and a godly experience from someone who can't tell me they've ever had one and what it looks and feels like and what the qualities of it are? I don't believe you, nor should I, because you're a fraud and you're involved in a fraudulent endeavor you call religion. It's simply a security blanket to make you feel better. And it's foolish because we have access to the knowledge of something that is greater than us, that is also connected to us, that created everything we're involved in here, and a law that we must follow if we want success and prosperity. The actual reality is more miraculous and fascinating than you guys' fairy tale story. Why would I go with that? Because you didn't have the experience of the all that is the all, the holographic and reflective? Not likely. See, the power and the value flows one way. It doesn't flow like the stream. It doesn't flow back up the other way. That's called a backed up septic system. What that is. You guys are full of shit. That's supposed to flow down and seep into the ground and get filtered out and be reconverted, right? So the septic system flows one way, just like the river of truth, so to speak. Once you point to the Bible for your chain of title for where you get your godly experience, I know that you're deceived. Doesn't make any sense. Things follow a certain order in this life based on the primacy, the rarity, the value, the import. The most prima facie, rare, valuable, important experience would be one where you've had a revelation of what truth, life, and way is. Why would someone who's had a revelation of truth, life, and way and living in God's free will spirit with the conscience God gave them go to a book if they've had that experience? It's an inferior experience. We're back to Father God analogy, right? Father God could show you himself and itself directly, then you could reflect him and be him. If Father God has to pull out a book to show you who and what he is, he's probably not Father God. The same goes down the line in the chain of title. If a godly man has to pull out a book to teach you and talk to you about God, he probably hasn't had a godly experience. He's had a religious experience. They are not the same. See, all the people who crucified Jesus in his day, you say all the same shit you say to me that you just said to him. And you all crucified him, and now you claim he's your prophet. You're the same people in those days as you are in these days. You'd have crucified Jesus in his day because you were having a religious experience while he was having a spiritual experience. They are not the same. Without order, there is no law. You're just scrolling in my chat. You know nothing about order. A person who points to the Bible, that's a projection. If you point to the Bible, that's not order, that's control, that's doctrine. You're indoctrinated. True order comes through the self, with the self, based in conscience. You know nothing about true order. All you know about is false order, and you try to project your false order onto me as if the true order isn't a superior modality. You are the fool and the slave in this interaction. You will not project that onto me. Thank you for playing. Once again, thank you for revealing. Thank you for mirroring and reflecting the holographic beingness that we talk about here and reflect here. You are a fool and you are unlearned about the ways of enlightenment. I'm asking you and others to call in or click the link. You don't want to actually engage. If you did, you would follow that format. Talk about not understanding anything about order. You're scrolling my chat as we speak like a desperate dunce, projecting that I know nothing about order. This couldn't get any more ironic and rich. So, sir, since you're so enlightened and co-creative and you know so much about order, follow the orderly premise here. Call in or click the link. Tell me all about who and what I am. There we go. There we go. They finally figured it out. Yes, 216, I believe.
Yeah, you got my number now, dog.
Is that you in chat, Lord of Grief person?
No. That guy's kind of a tard. I know.
Yeah.
This is Brown's boy.
Brown's boy. Okay. Hopefully I'm not in the files, am I? You didn't come to expose me or reveal that I'm deep in the.
No. But you got my phone number now, apparently.
I don't know. You're giggling. What are you? You're telling me something indirectly. What am I supposed to send you dirty pictures, or why are you? You're like a school. You're giggling like a schoolgirl.
I don't know. I guess it's just caller ID, you know. But you got my phone number is the point. It's the actual.
I got that 3 times now. We know that now we have your. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that or where that goes, but okay, I'll know where to reach you if I ever need you.
Yeah, exactly right.
Questions, comments, concerns, or are you just a good tidings call?
I would, nothing in particular. I've never called in like this. And so I know that you got your show going on. And so I thought I'd just kind of call in, hang out a little bit, and, not mess anything up, I guess.
All right. Well, I'll accept that. I guess hang out and we'll take it wherever we take it. But I'm gonna get you off the phone line because it's.
Oh, it's only one at a time.
Yeah. I'm taking a call. Questions, comments, concerns, whatever it is, disagreements. Get me right, and then we move along.
Okay. Yeah. If I think of anything, I'll call back in then.
All right.
See you.
Thank you, sir. Brown's boy, author of the famous Brownstein files. Many content creators were found to be in the files doing all types of unspeakable activities and deeds. But okay, so this person's still scrolling my chat. Now I got to remove you. It's unfortunate. I give you guys every possible chance. You don't want that. See, that's a tactic. When you won't conform to what I lay out, that allows you the greatest opportunity to get your perspective across. It means you don't really want to get your perspective across. You want to try to game the system and play with me from the chat box, which is not an option for me. And I ask you, please don't scroll my chat, and then you do it more, right? That's proof. You don't believe in yourself and what you're saying. You don't believe your ideas are going to contend with what I'm going to put forth here or really be impactful. So instead of you putting up to be shut up, you self-sabotage, and then you can make it look like Paulie's censoring free speech. No, I don't want my chat filled up with a bunch of scrollers who don't have the balls and the wherewithal to call in and directly engage me when they're the ones who are going to get me right. They're the enlightened ones, and I'm the deceived person. All right, let's get to some of this here. We've been slacking on. Every time I try to, I can't help myself. I'm a yapper to an infinite degree. This is why most people in my life hated me at one point, because I would sit in the car while my father would drive, and I would just yap about slavery and genocide and all the shit I'm seeing and dealing with, and just hope he would react and respond. And eventually he would throw my stuff out the windows. I'm not kidding. Scream and yell at me, curse at me, and at some point excommunicate me, sequester me from everybody else. I was a pariah, living pariah constantly growing up. Pretty much to everyone around me. Not much has changed. I just found a way to, I guess, market. I found my niche. I should write a book, How to Be a Pariah. How to lose an audience in 28 days, right? How to be a pariah and somehow turn it into a broadcast, non-broadcast. The joys of the internet, huh? All right, so we went over it yesterday. The magatards can't figure out keep your ancient lands and your storied pomp. That means keep all your extras and your bullshit. This is Lady Liberty, by the way, crying out. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, the tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. So at once is Lady Liberty a beacon of light for all the desperate and downtrodden who want a better way through good faith and honorability under God with God-given rights. We don't have that anymore. What we have is papers, please. Got to show them your legalities and your citizenships. Got to show them that you follow thousands of policies and codes. If not, you're deemed to be an illegale. And maybe we got to take you to one of them camps so you can concentrate harder on how to get re-educated. By the way, it's hilarious. My buddy who's a master mechanic, go subscribe to him. He's the Mexican mechanic. It's at the _Mexican_mechanic. He's got a cowboy hat. That's the guy who we're on the land together. We're going to be doing more together as far as more land and other opportunities. But every other day, he's rocking the bumper sticker now, and some lady whose car he's fixing starts chiming up about the Epstein Island and all the rest of it. She says, oh, no, that's not the problem. The problem is the illegals, the illegales, right? And then he has to drop on her. Well, I'm the product of two illegals who came over here. And what I've noticed is that you have a lot of folks who sit around here and want a bunch of benefits and privileges, but also want to comply with slavery and don't want to stand for American values, and then want to demonize people who come here to work hard and actually are inspired by the American way and the idea of rights and freedoms and free and brave and liberty and justice for all, right? You swine, you pig. And that's why I won't do colorism, okay? Because I've never had that in my life. White people say, oh, you're Irish and Italian. We're going to look out for you, this brotherhood of white men. It's all bullshit anyway. But they don't do that, right? It'd be bullshit anyway, but they don't do that. The point is they want to point to people and they run their fat mouth in the presence of people. They don't even know who and what they are, because when you see my buddy, he's got green eyes. He's brown. Like I could tell he's a Mexican, but I'm a cultured person. I'm worldly in that sense. I'm well traveled. You know, I'm very good at spotting people and their cultures and ethnicities. There's a joke in there. I'll leave it alone. But yeah, it's like every other week he's got to like let somebody in on the fact that they want to strut around with their ice hat on and shit on the illegals, but they're the first fat white swine who want to beg my friend to do mechanic work for free and pay him in 3 weeks or not pay him at all. And then half the time he just goes, you know what? I'll just help people because I'm good at what I do and they need help. And they all take advantage of him, right? They don't look out extra. You know, then they got the nerve to run their mouth about the illegales and how that's the worst part of their country. Again, they're in the face of people who come from that, who are fixing all their shit and giving them the best deal possible. And that's their biggest problem and enemy. The same people who pick all the fruit and vegetables they're not eating because they're too busy eating Swanson GMO TV dinners to keep all the prices lower, right? They're not thankful and grateful. They're not appreciative. No, they criminalize and demonize. Why? Because they just don't want to fucking look at themselves and what they've done and not done and what they've created. This is a running theme you're going to see in life. We all do this. This is our problem. We don't want to look at ourselves and see what we've done and not done, how we can do and be better, how we're making excuses and blaming other people for our failings. So, yeah, the problem is not the illegalities. If that's the problem, well, then everybody's a problem, because I showed you the survey where the guy took and found out that the average person commits 3 felonies a day, and that's the title of the book and the survey. You better be careful what you folks cosmically ask for, because you're going to get it. You already got it and don't even know it's in the room with you. So keep speaking their sorcery like they like to do to conjure it in. Oh, the biggest problem on this planet's the illegals. You're an illegal by definition. So you just spoke in a spell that you are the biggest problem on this land, because by definition, technically, you are an illegal. Why? Because the legal society wrote up so many policies and codes. You can't take a shit and wipe your ass without doing something, quote unquote, illegal. You want me to bring up the fucking page that we did the other day? I'm going to bring it up again. Guy went out camping with his family, built a fire to cook on, put rocks all around it with a bucket of water. Wasn't good enough. They showed up, SWAT teamed him, and the whole fucking Facebook group sat there. The whole public sat there and said, good, he should be put in prison. How dare he go out and camp and make fires? That's unsafe. Take his car, his house, take everything. You should see the rabid slave public, demonic in their possession, like the hordes in the Lord of the Rings chasing after Frodo and Sam. How dare you go on a path of actualization and realization as a fucking human being? And the agents just love it. They love to get paid to dominate everybody. And again, who do you blame when the slave public shows up and not only pays them and begs for it, they cheer it on. They say, we want more. Give us Barabbas. Nothing's changed, man. It doesn't matter where you look. You see the same holographic reflective dynamic. And then you start to you start to marvel like John the Revelator at the beast system. Because you just start to wonder, how much are they right that I've gone completely schizophrenic, that everywhere I fucking look, I see the same holographic reflective archetypal dynamics just popping up in my face, cannot be ignored. And you try to tell these people about it, and 85% of them can't even understand what the fuck you're saying. I start to wonder, is this why there's mass extinction events? Because biologically, cosmically, that's what's in order. That's what's necessary. You got to cleanse this whole place of all the detritus. You got to cut the fat, so to speak. The curd's in the way, the wheat and the tare. Doesn't the scripture talk about that? Where's Bible Boy down there? I'm pretty sure there's a line in there about the wheat and the tare. All right, we got your huddled masses. We don't got that anymore because we got legals and illegals. The legal society's a cult, and it runs all of your culture and society. And you're all fucking illegals by definition, so you've all been criminalized and you're all subject to sanctioning. The antithesis of universal law and the law of this land. Samuel Adams, October 14th, 1771. It's a great day. I remember it like it was yesterday, spiritually. We were out there on the plains. The wind was blowing in from the east. We could hear the roar of cannon fire just over the hill. Slaves were chomping at the bit in between, dying for more control and statism. October 14th, 1771, article signed, Candidus. Samuel Adams made a stark statement about the moral standing of people who fail to defend their own liberty. That's called your rights, folks, by the way, and your property. Writing in the Boston Gazette as part of the Sons of Liberty call to resist tyranny, Adams argued that no people ever yet groaned under the heavy yoke of slavery, but when they deserved it. He goes on to say, Adams believed that if the people will not be free and if they lack the virtue to defend their liberty against a presumptuous invader, they deserve no pity and are to be treated with contempt and ignominy, and I agree. And that's why you get the fucking sentiment you get from me here. You don't want to stand for what's true and what's right. You don't deserve any respectability. You don't deserve to be honored and respected. You deserve to be treated with contempt because you are a coward in your heart, and denying it makes you even more of a coward in denial. and you are throwing away everything good and great. And again, I don't care how this whole culture and society's been indoctrinated to be nice, kind, and polite while they put themselves and each other into slavery and genocide. Not an answer. Doesn't wash with me. Makes me have more contempt for you because it's a fucking manipulation mind game. We're nice, kind, and polite, but we're corrupt and reprobate and cowardly. We're complete liabilities, but you're supposed to be okay with that because we're fake, nice, kind, and polite. I don't care. Dishonorable and bad faith is as such for a reason. It doesn't care how you show up. The devil always comes to you with a smile, nice, kind, and polite, to take everything good and great. Tell me all about the love when they don't care. And you know they don't care because they don't do and sacrifice. Again, your credibility is built on your sacrifice. Stop asking me to show up in these places and be nice, kind, and polite with a bunch of bad faith, dishonorable reprobates who don't want to do and be better. They're the antithesis of everything good and great here. You wouldn't even have a fucking internet to talk about it on if it wasn't for people who looked in the face of these people and told them exactly how the fuck it was and then went off to die about it. May as well be living in two completely different worlds. That's the entitlement. You get to show up as a half-ass coward everywhere in your life, and somehow you get treated with honor and respect. Bullshit. And that's the difference. And you know what? Part of it is Irish, Italian, East Coast, New York culture. We don't play that. You show up as yourself and you get respect based on what's respectable. If you don't, then you don't. If you're not, then you don't, right? We don't play nice, kind, and polite. Bring the real shit or don't come at all. And if you show up with some half-ass shit, we're going to make a big fucking joke about it and you're going to get the point. I guess the rest of the world doesn't live that way. No, they fucking lie to themselves and each other and everybody's face, and they go back home and talk shit on everybody when nobody can fucking hear it. Why? Because they're fucking cowards in their heart. And I would rather be anything but that when you get right down to it. Make me the bad guy, devil, asshole, because I'm saying what everybody else is saying behind closed doors in your motherfucking face. Or I'm saying what they should be saying that they're not saying because they won't really look at it and be honest with themselves and each other. Don't care how you feel about it. We're way past that point. This is the difference also in how we all come up. You come up with a bunch of people who lie to you all day, every day, and pad your sensibilities and try to pretend that you're the greatest thing ever when you ain't shit. At some point, the world, the universe, reality is going to level with you and reflect back to you what you really are, what needs to fucking happen next. Go ask the Cash Show and the rest of them. See, when your middle name is Maria and you never knew your daddy, and your mama sits around and tells you every other thing that comes out of your mouth or your ass is the prettiest little thing ever, you start to really believe it. Then you have me, the other side of the dynamic. Remember, I didn't have a mama. We can see the difference when it comes to logic, morals, and ethics versus them feelers. Oh, we can see the difference in extremity. I'm just an extreme example to the other side. I don't know what it's like to grow up in a reality where I get any attention or validation for doing anything other than at an extreme level of superior excellence. And even then, in certain venues, was ignored and overlooked because it didn't matter to the person making the judgment. You want to learn how to do courting? Oh, fuck, that's a great environment for that. Not the best environment for love and care and nurturing, I'll admit that. To produce someone who's going to be great at courting one day and presenting to some extent? Oh, yeah, absolutely. See, you live a whole life of Paulie boy won't suck up and do what we do, so shut up and go away. You start to learn quick what gets everybody's attention and what's validated. You start to learn quick what to say and not say, do and not do to get some attention and validation, or to get people to get triggered over a certain experience they don't want to talk about. We got some chat creatures down there. Let me address the chat creatures. Paul is like me, but the other ear, the other side, the coin that has flipped. I don't know what that means, but I'm open to exploring that idea. I think that the way that I would describe it is we're kindred spirits at our core. We see to some extent or feel the same things. And then I guess we have a different vision about how that's supposed to look and come about, or what the experience is supposed to encompass. But yeah, I got to go with the realist and the most true enough and the purest and the rawest without any extras. Yo, Goonie, played your music last night. People was feeling it. All right, well, you know, technically it's not my music. You know, they're remixes with a Paul enslaved AI creature and Vaughn and some others. But hey, you know, the idea there was you know, because I listened to a lot of this music, and whether it's a demonic spirit or not, I mean, we could speculate. I don't know if there even is I don't even know if there is a qualification on the energy itself, right? I don't think that I think force is force, energy is energy, and then it's how it's channeled. So, you know, when I hear King Von, when I feel that beat and that energy and that bass, and I hear him on there talking about giving his whole life over to something, being willing to kill or die or go to prison for that, that's my wheelhouse as far as the rights and freedom thing, right? So the energy is the same. The spirit is the same. It's just how we channel it. I'm channeling that energy toward saving myself, the land and the people, because that's what comes with saving yourself. I'm not doing that to them and for them. By saving me, we give an opportunity to save them, right? So I have to take this energy and this force and channel it toward that, because if I don't, it's going to get channeled toward that other thing, right? And so that's why I named the album, the mixtape album, From Hell to Heaven, because I'm taking that energy of willing to kill or die or go to prison for what we believe in, and I'm redirecting it from blocks and colors and gangs and drugs and bullshit to rights and freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and you know, being a servant of God, right? And of course, we don't have to kill in that. So we take killing out of the equation, because that's not part of the practice. But you still may have to be willing to die or go to jail for what you believe in, right? So I've said it many times, you know, if these folks in the inner cities, if you want to call it black folks, right, it's color aside, but if black folks in these neighborhoods, in these inner cities, decided tomorrow they were not going to comply and pay, this is over. And that's exactly why these fraternal orders and these certain organizations, and this is all on record, we could do a 2-hour broadcast if you like, where I could trace the origins. They uploaded all these black folks in these neighborhoods with left and right, red and blue, just like Republicans and Democrats. It's the same playbook. They loaded them up with two sides of the same coin to get them to fight each other in perpetuity. So they never look around and realize how they're being institutionalized and enslaved and being sent off to private prisons. So that's the next layer of this, is we're going to have a Renaissance mass awakening and realization from hood to hood, if you want to call it that, by all colors of people realizing you're on a modern day plantation. You're destroying yourselves and each other. You're being dishonorable in bad faith, and you're using your free will for the wrong purposes. Let's redirect it toward this. This is going to save ourselves and each other. This is going to put you on the map with honor and good faith and respectability. This is going to make it so they can't criminalize you any longer. And this is a worthy cause to give your life over, be willing to go to jail for. This is pure reformation, repentance, and redemption. This is spiritual experience. And I'm seeing it take place across many venues, right? This is as Bob Marley called it, a natural mystic flowing through the air, right? This is a movement of an energy sweeping across the globe at this point. the globe. Let's not get into that because I don't know what shape it is, but they'll start arguing with me that it's got to be flat, it's got to be round, and they all can't figure out the middle way is always the way. And the middle way in the flat and the round argument is you don't know what it is. So stop presuming and assuming. Do you ever shut up? No, that makes no sense. I'm throwing you the fuck out of here. Why would I come on and do a live broadcast and not say anything? Although at one point I did do a completely silent broadcast where I looked at the camera and didn't say anything. So if you don't want to listen to me, don't come here. How about that, genius? Oh, that's right. You're another loser, failure, demonic hater who comes on here on alternate accounts to try to stop me from doing what I do that I get inspiration and value from and other people get inspiration and value from. Because really, you're just that pathetic that you don't have your own fucking thing. Why don't you stop wasting time with me and go figure out your own fucking thing, genius? Then you won't have to come here to hate on me. You can love and care about your project and your endeavor and your beingness. Let's go massive right to travel in. I believe this is going to be Brian from High Impact Flicks. Brian from High Impact Flicks, I'll say it again. I have a hard time feeling anyway, beyond a certain point, because of my upbringing, whatever. That's not an excuse and a justification. But I have a very difficult time empathizing. And that goes two ways. I don't empathize with my own bullshit, and I don't therefore empathize with anyone else's. So I treat myself the same way I treat you. To some level or another, right? It's probably a little less because we always give ourselves a little bit of a break. But the similar conditions apply is what I'm saying. And where I'm getting to here is I hope that you guys, I have faith that you guys understand why I am the way that I am and talk the way that I talk, because I have to cut through all the bullshit and the extras. And I have to get you guys to question yourselves and have a revelatory experience where you realize that we could do and be more. And there's no other way that I could facilitate that without smacking you upside the head and reminding you that we're all punk ass cowards and bad faith and dishonorable and corrupt till we make a conscious choice and effort to right that wrong and to redirect that ship. And again, you don't like it oftentimes, but it's not because it's not true. You just don't want it said in public. I don't give a fuck about that. Pride goes before the fall. This force and this experience is going to reveal everybody to everybody. So you just better get fucking used to that. Okay, you don't like what I say in public because it's true about you in private. Change who and what you are in private so I can respect you more in public. That's all that really is. See? This is the difference between real diplomacy and fake diplomacy. I'm not going to do fake diplomacy. So I got to call it out. You guys are content creators. You come here to complain about the police and how bad and wrong they are. You come here to inspire and influence. You're influencers. When are you guys going to stop paying and stop complying? You guys are funding and giving the time, energy, attention to everything you're complaining about spiritually. I don't care what you feel and think about it. So again, you need to be encouraged. The word is encouraged, courage, to do the next right thing and go above and beyond and maybe sacrifice and give up some of your pretty and nice things to uphold the law and exercise rights and freedoms. And you need to be encouraging your audience to do the same. If you're not going to do that and you're not going to encourage your audience to do that, you can quote the founding fucking fathers all day, but you only quote the shit that you like that sound good. You never quote the part where they tell you you're a traitor, where they tell you, quite frankly, if we'd have been back in that day and you folks said and did what you said and did next to me doing what I'm doing, you'd have been fucking tarred and feathered and turned into Big Bird. And by the way, when you get tarred and feathered, you usually wind up dead or severely disfigured. See, you don't understand what we come out of and what the implications are and what it all means. I'm not doing none of that. I'm simply hurting some feelings by pointing out the bitch ass shit you're all doing and saying and not doing and saying. You got off way easy, especially since the majority of your audience doesn't really give a fuck. So you get the freedom to keep fucking up and lying and playing games because most of them don't care. The question is, do you care? Are you going to really lead? Are you going to set the example? Are you going to really be a fucking influencer out here? If not, what are you doing? And what makes you think I'm going to respect you and speak highly of you? I can't. That's the thing. They don't get it. Like daddy, I would love to speak highly of these motherfuckers. I would love to promote them and support them. I'd love to work with them. I can't because what they do and don't do doesn't allow me to. They all want me to ignore certain shortcomings to go along to get along when those shortcomings are going to make and break this whole situation. It can't go like that. I wouldn't be loving and caring the only way I know how if I did that. So I just hope, I have faith that you guys understand this. This is not me hating on you. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I don't want you destroyed. I'm desperately crying out for you and I and all of us to do and be and have better, so we can really lead and influence and inspire and co-create something different here. Talking about what you don't like on the internet doesn't go anywhere. And people are not going to do the next right thing and be inspired to do it till they see you take the fucking leap. This isn't just a fucking job, man. That's the thing. You want to just sit somewhere and yap and get paid and go home? Go just get a fucking job somewhere. You're talking about something that has to be lived for you to fulfill the obligation of God and your countrymen. If not, you get exiled or put to death. Fucking act like it. Paulie boy's not being nice, kind, and polite while we blaspheme and throw away everything good and great that's eventually going to lead to another genocide. If not through concentration camps and Holocaust modalities, through another civil war endeavor. All because you punk cowards want to spend the last 200 years and the next 200 fucking days yapping online like Freeman, putting on wigs and playing games with the cops because you're all a bunch of Masons and failed actors. Turn the fucking camera off and go be a man and stand for something. And then when you get really good at that, then you can turn the camera back on. You can stop acting and really join the game, non-game of life. The same motherfuckers who have the nerve to sit there and tell people it would be one thing if they just did that. It's another thing when they say, don't listen to me and do what I do. Just keep complying and paying while they do all the rest of it. Now we got a serious problem. Now you're a treasonous traitor. Now you're dishonorable and bad faith. Now you bore false witness on your fellow man and you affected my livelihood and my practice here and what I do to some degree. All because you're a lying fucking coward to yourself and your audience. Isn't that fucking dishonorable and bad faith, don't you think? Instead of honoring me and what I do and my courage and my faith, my sacrifice, instead of honoring it or just shutting the fuck up and being neutral about it, trying to demean and devalue it because you're too much of a punk coward to replicate it. How fucking lowly is that? You should be ashamed. And I make it all too easy for him because of the way that I talk and come off to be written up as the bad guy, and their audience doesn't fucking know any better. Let's be real. They never know any better. These are the same people who look at politicians and say, let's vote for him more and give him more money. Of course they would do what they do when it comes to me and these clowns. Haven't met a wicked, inauthentic, corporate, selfish, greedy beta male they didn't want to kiss up to and act like you were a part of some family reunion event. Actors and Masons, as far as the eye can see. Failed actors and Masons, as far as the eye can see. Cowards and corrupt businessmen and profiteers, as far as the eye could see. Not a man amongst them. Ask them what they do for rights and freedoms. Nothing comes back. Thousands of videos yapping from their feelers. I got to sit back here. It's not that I have to. I get to. Let's be clear about that. Ain't no victims here by any means. I get to sit in the back privately and regularly talk with people about how they're going to go to court, not comply, and get results, and somehow get the fucking results. These clowns, you don't even see them or hear from them. You can't even message them. They don't show up anywhere because you're dirty public. They only show up to grift on you and sell you a shitty product, right? You ask them what the fuck we're going to do about rights and freedom at a court. They don't have an answer because they never fucking rose to the occasion. Bunch of limp dicks. That's what we're dealing with here. Impotent limp dicks. We have a cage creature in the back. I'm feeling rather magnanimous today. Oh, not a good start. We're already feeding back. Come on, man. Cage. Really?
It's the air conditioner, my bad.
Speaking of Freeman, Paul, what is your thoughts on him taking over $60K from his... What do you mean taking? What do you mean taking? They're giving it. He's not taking anything. I'd respect Freeman if he showed up with some balls and put a gun in a motherfucker's face. It's wrong behavior. I wouldn't support it, but I'd respect it because he put his life on the line for that. He could do life in prison for that. 20 years. He could have someone pull a gun on him and blow him away. I wouldn't support it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't like it. but I would respect it at least because he's at least putting his balls and his ass on the line for something. He didn't take nothing. His pathetic, weak, cowardly, grifted, deceived audience gave it over to him. Don't you understand? L. Ron Hubbard admitted the secret of power to someone. I forget who it was. Somebody notable talks about regularly that they met the guy.
It is L. Ron Hubbard. Not.
Thank you for being here. L. Ron Hubbard famously admitted the secret to power is very simple. Do you know how dumb the average guy is? Well, half of them are even dumber than that. That's the only difference between me and these people. I got the bright idea to try to tell the public the truth and try to work with them to save themselves. These fucking people said, Paul, you're the biggest moron ever. You just lie to them and grift on them and you entertain them a little bit with nonsense and you go off and count money. You fuck bitches, get money. These inauthentic white males are sitting there telling me Jay-Z's lines indirectly. Paul, why are you out here grinding with these people, trying to give them the truth, trying to work with them to be free and uphold their rights? They're a bunch of lying cowards just like you were. They don't want what's true and what's right. You thought because you thought it was powerful and valuable for you that they were all going to see that and feel that? No. They just want a fake hero, Paulie boy. You didn't learn from your masters yet and all the whole system. They want a fake idol and hero that'll show up with a rap that makes them feel something, put a basket out so you can grift off them, sell them a shitty product and service that doesn't work, and go off and fuck bitches and count money. They really do think I'm the biggest fucking moron ever. I get why, and they might be right. I'm banking on something different here, and you know what? I haven't been disappointed yet because I get to leave all this the same way I come into this, with a clear conscience, knowing that I did what I was formed to do, with a list of 50 to 100 or more people. There's so many I can't keep track of it, who've come here to be inspired to go to court and do the next right thing. You guys haven't done that yet. See, I've already fulfilled the covenant, the obligation, the agreement 1,000 times over. You haven't done it yet. It doesn't matter how much you all get paid and how many numbers you get. You didn't do your job. See, I'm that guy. I'm the guy who, as long as I got minimum wage, paid for my house, and had a little bit extra, and I did the job the right way, and I can feel proud about that and good about that, I can leave and go off at any time. See, that's the difference. I'd rather have clean conscience and clean hands and know that I did what I was formed to do and do the right thing and feel good about myself than know that I showed up like a coward bitch, got a whole bunch of attention and money I didn't deserve, didn't really bring anything to these people they fucking needed, and then had the balls to try to shit on somebody who was really out here doing something. Right? I'd rather be me than be you. I wouldn't care what the fuck else you bestowed on me as far as worldly gestures and pleasures. Doesn't make up for it because I know what it's like. See, I come from the other side of things. I know what it's like to be in a big house with all the trimmings and the extras and HBO Cinemax stars and all the rest, and absolutely can't fucking stand yourself in your life. I've been there. Maybe you guys haven't got there yet. Let me know when you get there. We'll talk about it. I've been there. We live life in reverse. I did the ending first, while you guys did while you guys are doing the first at the end. See? So I already did the whole had all the extras or access to the extras didn't mean shit because I was suicidal and didn't like me and wasn't living a life of purpose and meaning. Turns out all the cliches are true. Okay? So now I'm at a point, long as I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to do and people are getting value and power out of me showing up and I'm not scamming it, I'm not even charging anybody. I get to go off in my life and do what I need to do here and hereafter. Cage, can you please stop texting me and harassing me while I'm rapping and doing my broadcast?
Quote. That's exactly what
I'm not interested in you being my producer and doing a whole bunch of stuff and saying a whole bunch of stuff while I'm doing what I do. It doesn't really require, this is the trick here. I know that it's very sort of paradoxical or counterintuitive at times. Because I put a link down and a number, and then I go, hey, what I'm doing here doesn't require your presence and interaction. I can have it, it can happen, but it has to follow some kind of a timing and an order and formality. And that's a me thing, right? Like, I can't expect anyone to get with my timing when I'm just a fucking rabid animal up here. You know, just mountain goating and looping and whatever else. I make this all clear. I don't expect anyone to be able to do it. Therefore, err on the side of just letting me be. Notice what he's doing. He gets it. This is how I know he gets it and you don't. He's been here a week. He's hanging out. And somehow he sits there. He listens. I've gone to him twice. He doesn't have anything. If he did, he would have spilled it. And in between, he's letting me do my magic slave bus loot.
Fucking hard, isn't it?
What's that now? Oh, he's chiming up now. Let's go to him. What's that now?
I said it's real hard, isn't it?
Which part? Your part? My part? His part?
If you don't have something worthwhile to contribute, don't.
Well, I guess that then leads into this idea of discernment or good taste, because we could argue it's objective or subjective, right? So then you would have to be able to determine what is of value in that moment and what's not. That's very difficult. And again, I'm surprised at times that anybody's finding any value in what I'm saying. Then I go to Cage and others and I go, oh my God, this can't go well. Cage, go ahead, sir. I'm probably being rude. I'm not being nice, kind, and I'm being rude. This is why no one comes here. This is why I don't have Chili DeCastro numbers, because I don't go, hey everyone, hey Playboy, what's going on?
We're the monkey dance.
Yeah, we're the law fam. We're legal law fam.
Come on.
Get to legallaws.com. Buy yourself a hat. Whoop whoop. Yeah, Playboy. Everybody's my friend. I love everybody. Just keep that money coming in. Woo woo. Oh, we woo too. Sometime we woo after we grab product, and then we go, I'll sell you 3 pamphlets that cost me $3 a piece to make. They're $25 each. You buy 3, I'll give you 3. You still 3 to 5 extra money. You didn't think I caught that? I did. But that's okay. We woo that.
It's all right. You are my woo. Get back to work. Woo. Ric Flair. Woo.
Right. Trifold to everyone.
I used to pull up on the road and woo people.
Guys, I got a great deal for you. If you buy 1,000 trifolds, I'll give out 1,000. Yeah, because you charge 5 times the price for each one. To Castro. Right. And that's the thing. The average gullible, naive white slave who he preys upon doesn't know pimp game, ghetto, prison. And he doesn't either. He's not great at it, but he's just really great at it to the average slave, right? To me, I see right through every move these people make.
I'm going to tell you the ink.
I don't know. What?
What do you mean?
I'm just going to, I think I'm just going to start vaporizing cannabis. That usually helps. This is why originally I went on heroin, because it was to try to numb the pain of being surrounded by DeCastros and cages all of my life. You don't like
ink?
What?
I'm gonna sell you the ink thing.
I don't know. Can you break that down? Can you unpack that, please? We're gonna now do a segment.
Okay.
This is a segment called Broadcast, Non-Broadcast. Where we break down various lines and jokes, and we start to try, because I don't know what you're saying. You're saying ink. I'll sell you ink. I don't know how that fits into what I'm saying. I don't know how that's relevant or funny.
Not? Are you oblivious?
Let's break that down. Okay, let's unpack that. Go ahead.
All right, you're saying you're gonna put signs up, do this and that, but a fucking thing. Who sold the ink? Who manufactured the ink to be sold to you?
All right.
There's a chain.
We're gonna do something right now. All right. We're gonna give away.
Hurry up. Give someone away, man. Hurry up.
Right now. I don't have trifolds and bifolds. Okay. But I do have bumper stickers, and I'm not selling them. You cannot buy these. Shut up. Don't laugh at that. That's not funny. If anyone could tell me what the fuck he just said or why it makes any sense or means anything to me or anyone else, I will give bumper stickers right now out. This minute. Okay? Down in the chat. Please help me. You were saying?
I was saying, in order to have that bumper sticker, if you manufactured the ink, how was the ink manufactured? How did it get put onto a sticker? How is this all happening?
I don't know, Cage. I'm guessing some kind of illegal migrant somewhere, black, Mexican, sits around someday digging shit. You asked me and then you cut me off. I'm telling you what I think is happening when it comes. I don't know why this matters, but you asked the question. I think they have black people. I think Elon Musk has black Africans. He's obviously a white African. And they just dig up. Everything seems to come from the ground, like gold, silver, mercury, arsenic, lead. It's all in the ground. So I'm guessing whatever the fuck they make ink out of comes out of the ground, and they have black people who dig it out so they don't have to breathe in the toxic fumes.
No,
and
now
then,
you're not thinking, buddy. Now you're just deferring to some bullshit.
All right. Listen, one thing that's for sure, two things for certain. I know more about everything than you here, especially right now. That? Yeah, I am. All right. Okay, so you don't correct me. When we get back, you've taken us off. Numbers are dropping. That tends to happen. That's another reason I don't like other people speaking here. No, I don't want you buying me viewers either. No, we've been over
that. It's not buying anything. I'll snap my fucking finger. Numbers are up now.
I don't want anything other than an unadulterated broadcast. I've told you this 100 times. It's like you don't want to accept it. I just want to be able to do what I do and be me. I know that's a very difficult thing. I've learned that in this world. I've learned that in this world, that if you just say, I just want to do what I do and be me, that everyone has a problem with it. I don't know what that is, but it's definitely a thing.
That actually makes me fucking proud.
Right.
For people to be themselves.
So can we move on?
Yes, we can. The whole point of me bringing that up is, okay, how was this actually manufactured? Where does the ink come from? Who manufactured the ink? How does it actually stem from the root of what this is happening? You know, like, these are questions that we should be asking ourselves, right?
No, these are questions you should be asking on your non-cast and not here.
But you come hang out over there.
Are we going to keep doing this? Why do we have to keep doing this? You don't think this is creepy and odd? And I don't care if there was 6 people here instead of 68. You don't think this is creepy and odd?
No, I don't think it is. I think
what you come over here
looking into the origins of what we're doing.
When I don't know what to say or where to go with it, I try to make a bit out of it. Then I go, okay, can we get back? You start explaining yourself, and then you start saying, but I come to your area and we have private conversations sometimes. How is any of this relevant? How does this make sense? How does this fit into what I'm doing?
Okay, because I'm looking at how did that ink get put onto that bumper sticker. I'll put the motherfucking bumper sticker everywhere if you want.
Anything else?
That's about it. All right, next, what's on the docket?
Do you think maybe I just do the rest of the broadcast the way I did the first half of it, or the first part of it? Sans cage?
Isn't this great?
Not really. I'm not getting greatness from this. I'm not. No, I would think you'd be able to pick up on that. But again, you haven't really gotten too great at reading me or the room either over the last 3 to 5 years. That concerns me. The fact that you would even ask me if I think this is great right now.
It's on purpose, buddy.
It is on purpose. So you're admitting you know this is not great. So you're trolling me by asking me if it's great when it's obviously not. And now Aaron is lapsing into I feel good because he sees that I'm about to commit homicide or suicide. And that always irks me. Every time Aaron starts typing down there, I feel good, it triggers me. It's supposed to do the opposite, but it doesn't. It triggers. Because I know that he knows that he's aware now that this is where we've come to this point in the broadcast, where you're just ruining whatever's going on. You're not making any sense.
All right, next, Exhibit A.
And you're not leaving either. You still want to hang around and continue to be here while I do whatever I do and then interject and mumble. Weird, man. It's weird. I don't want this love. That's my point. I don't want whatever love this is. How many times do I have to tell this to you and others?
You don't have a choice in this matter.
I'll see you later. It's always the same thing with these people. You can't deny that you don't see it. That was Keith Williams in another form. I'm going to do what he wants me to do. Nice way or the hard way? Easy way or the hard way, right?
Where the fuck do these people come from?
Your guess is as good as mine. I can only imagine some kind of portal from the underworld.
How are they attracted to anything that you say?
Because they feel power and value coming off of me, but they don't know how to integrate with it or how to use it or harness it. So they just wind up stepping all over it or interfering with it. And then they act like it's some kind of triumph of theirs instead of realizing it's another failure. It's beyond fascinating.
Some people don't realize that when words come out of their mouth, they're showing exactly how intelligent they are.
Or lack thereof. Again, it's not even an indictment on Cage's intelligence as far as intellectually. You know, it's, if anything, it might be an emotional intelligence thing where he can't accept or integrate certain boundaries that are sensible and logical. Like he can't determine that for whatever reason, him and I is not a great mix for broadcasting on the air after 5 fucking years. He can't figure that out. I have to tell him that, or he can figure that out, but he gets off on knowing that when he shows up here, he's broadcast kryptonite, and that it makes everyone awkward and uncomfortable, right? It's trauma bonding. It's more dysfunctional trauma bonding.
That's what I think. I think some people just come to you for life advice, but they don't know how to ask you for something that they're seeking.
No, he's too prideful to ever come to me for life advice. It's the opposite with him. He, if anything, would come here to try to compete with me and prove to the audience he knows as much, if not more, than I do, right? That's another one of his gambits, his trips. And it's like, dude, just let me be. Why is that so difficult to let me be? And why do we make these correlations with me going somewhere else to interact with me doing a broadcast here and me not requiring any interference with that and not requesting any, but it being pushed when it's not asked for? Like even right now, Cage is hanging out in my back area. I don't know why you do this. I don't know why you do this. You and other people on here make it impossible for anybody to have any extended relationship with you because you don't know how to conduct yourself in a respectable and honorable fashion. Or performative either. It doesn't even have to be respectable and honorable. Just be performative and have some sense of timing or some instincts and intuition for the medium. Six 1-2.
Yeah. This Paulie?
Yes, sir.
Sweet, man. You're live right now, right?
Yes, I am.
You're awesome, bro. I just wanted to let you know you're not doing all this in earnest, and you do touch people.
Well, I'm aware of that, sir. Thank you.
Keep doing what you're doing, and you're mostly right. I think we're surrounded by idiots. I met a plumber. Well, I had a plumber that worked for me up in Denver, and he actually got to meet you at some sort of outing or picnic. He had mentioned there was only about 40 some odd people at the time. This was like back in 2020. That you guys, there was only that many sovereign citizens in the state of Colorado, and you guys all got together, and he actually got to meet you, which was.
Try to speak up, man.
I'd already been following you for a minute, just based off your original video of you up in Denver, like getting away with no driver's license, all of that shit that makes you sovereign. It was really inspiring, really cool. And I dug how the cop just totally, you flipped the script with him and kind of shed a lot of light on what he was. I know, it was just really inspiring.
Who was that? The second person you just said? You said I flipped the script on who?
The officer that like actually you started engaging with, and he kind of just came to your side and was in total understanding of at least what you were speaking about, and it ended well, which was
surprising to me, because in most situations it just does not end well. But you'd had everything to back up everything you were talking about, and that was the first time I'd ever heard about a separate law, like commercial law, and like traveling over states and how all that was invented, and having to have a license to, you know, travel with commerce. And
I mean, yeah, even if you didn't know anything about it, right? It just, I mean, doesn't it just make sense to you that I don't need to ask?
Oh, it rang true, bro.
Yeah, I don't need to ask my servants for permission to move my property around to carry out the everyday course of affairs. You know, I mean, it's just ridiculous, absurd.
And then I caught another one with you downtown. I think I live in Colorado Springs, so I caught another one with you downtown and open carrying, or someone you were with was open carrying.
Right.
You got into it with them, and that was just you surprised the shit out of me, man. And I love you for your courage, and you are inspiring.
Well, there's nothing else to do at that point. When I'm on America, technically, you can't feed my ego, sir. This isn't about ego. This is about inspiration, right? And we feed our inspiration by righteous action. So nothing you say or don't say is going to change anything about who and what I am and what I do, nor should it. With that said, there's nothing else for us to do when we're technically on America and I have some fucking servant in my face telling me he's got a gun on his hip and I don't have a right to have one too. The only answer to that is now you got to arrest me and put me in jail, which is exactly what happened. You don't understand how this is going to be challenged, right? I said, how's that? I'm going to arrest you and you're going to go to jail. Let's get to it. I don't know what the fuck you think this is. The only alternative is I put this gun in your face. You don't want that. I don't want that. So let's get back to what's true and what's right, you fucking lying coward. How you could have the balls to sit on this land anywhere and tell me while you all have guns on your hip that I don't have a right to have one when you're my servant. It's not happening. And the fact that you all sit around and let this shit happen is beyond me.
Right.
Just like when I walked in that building, they said, you're not going to come into your courthouse that you all pay for because we're some private security at the door. And I walked right through the fucking thing and it rang off. I said, tell me again what I'm going to do and not do. Not because I'm not scared, because I need to practice that level of faith to go past my fear, because I'm done being your fucking slave. I never was one to begin with. My spirit always rejected this garbage. I just had to get my ass to follow. Let's go to that. You're making me remember certain experiences, and I still have this one. You're damn right, it's inspiring, and we need more of it. And I'm going to light a fire under everybody's ass till I see more of it. And that's just how that's going to go. And you can reject it or deny it and go off and sit with yourself. But you know what the fuck I'm saying is true, and you know what needs to happen. No, I don't, sir. I have rights and you have duties and obligations, sir, and you will uphold your duties and obligations today, sir. Okay, so would you like to tell me what your belief is about what I have to do? Would you like to tell me about what you believe that I have to do? And I'd like you to identify yourself too, please. First and last name, since you are a public servant acting in a public capacity, and you do have a duty, obligation, and a responsibility to identify yourself. Right. You're not going to tell me what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. And everybody else needs to get this fucking attitude and this energy going as well. And it's not fucking arrogance and ego. It's exactly what's true and correct. I don't walk around anywhere in my life ordering people around. This is silly. Oh, you're being arrogant and you're being egotistical and narcissistic. No. If I have a woman or whoever dealing with me, I tell them stop doing shit for me, because what you're going to turn me into is more of a big fucking baby than I already am. I don't go around in life trying to get people to work for me. These people need to know their position and their place. And the only way they're going to know that is by you reminding them. And the only way that you're going to know that is by you standing in yours. So they can call it whatever they want. It's great that people get inspired or entertained by it. I'm inspired and entertained by me as well, because that's righteous action. And that's what we need more of. And when I get healed and feeling better more and more, I'm going to be doing more of that. And let's be clear as well. If nothing else, it's because I like the action. Let's make no bones about it. At the core of my beingness, I've always been somebody, again, we're about channeling energy here. I've always been somebody who, for whatever crazy reason, I feel more alive when I'm closest to death or consequence. If I do the analysis on myself, I'm one of those people. They call them thrill seekers, addicts, whatever the fuck you want to characterize it as. I'm one of those people. So I have to watch that too, because if not, I'll wind up like the Castro in some cop's face, acting like I'm an alpha male till I'm sitting at court facing a 180. So I try not to do all that. But when it comes to rights and freedoms and you folks doing service and getting paid for it, I'm going to humble myself before the creative force, and I'm going to ask you to humble yourself before me, because you're here to serve me, not the other way around. And we need it to be that way in order to have a prosperous culture and society here. And you know what the best part about it is? You're never going to get a call from me because I don't need you to do shit for me. That's the beauty of being an actual service under God to man, an actual man practicing honor and good faith, is you're going to have very little to have to do now, because the majority of that is on me, right? You don't have any obligation to keep me safe. You don't have any obligation to protect me from this, that, and the third. It's all on me. All you got to do is stop interfering with my rights.
They don't have any obligation either.
Well, again, they're only going to know that. And I don't know why Brown's boy is down in the chat bringing up certain people. Largely, these people need to not be talked about and named and focused on. They're parasitic. They just want your time, energy, and attention. The more you talk about them, the more you promote them indirectly. You see what I do? I don't go there no more. I don't give them my time. They're blocked on Messenger. They have no access to me. That's what you got to do to a lot of these folks. So again, don't worry about them, all the liars and fake gurus and cheaters and thieves. Figure out how you're going to do and be something honorable and good faith here that you can respect at the end of the day, and all the rest will fall into place. All right? So, yeah, we all know the rest of the story by now. It's self-evident on the face of it. And again, if people from here and other places, not from here, I don't want to do the possession thing. If people who meet here regularly want to go these other places and entertain these fools and prop them up as a power base of audience and support and contribution, feel free and have at it. Maybe you're just better than I am. Maybe you're just more loving and nice than I am. But again, I don't see it that way. I see a lot of these folks as traitorous. I see them as treasonous. I see them as cowardly. They're not honorable and respectable. They try to demean and talk down to me. Or when I go over there, they treat me like I ain't shit. You know, try to tell me how I need to change for them or throw me out of their area. Go fuck yourself. You have some nerve. And again, a lot of these people, I don't want to name them, but for people who've been here a while, some of them had no audience or no viewership until they met me and I started promoting them indirectly. Still, they're unthankful and ungrateful and don't appreciate it. So again, some of these people in life, you can't do nothing with them. There's nowhere to go with them. Not only because they're unthankful, ungrateful, and appreciative, selfish, greedy, and worldly, but because they're lying, grifting scum as well. They want to show up as something they're not and try to convince everybody they're that. Right? So, you know, again, you got to deal with them how you got to deal with them. And then you got to ask yourself why you all keep showing up there, because you got nowhere else better to be and you're addicted and you want a place to be, and you'll sit around anybody doing anything to have your spot and feel some kind of sense of fake community. If you like it, I love it. I've never been into that. I'm the guy who only goes to these places to break up the sense of false community and walk the fuck out. I don't care about having to be well received by a bunch of people I don't respect who aren't about nothing. It just doesn't mean nothing to me, nor should it. See, that nice, kind, polite, humble oftentimes is a great mask for a bunch of cowards. You know? Nice, kind, and polite and humble, oftentimes I've noticed in a lot of venues, is a great mask to seem virtuous, and it's a great excuse for your cowardice. Show me the capacity to be truly courageous and inspiring, and then we could talk about being humble. A lot of folks like to run around these areas, talk about how humble and enlightened they are when they don't have the capacity to be truly creative and inspiring. If they did, they would. So they try to use humbleness and humility as a mask and an excuse. It's not washing with me. And it shouldn't wash with you either.
It's hard for them to get out of line. They're all programmed in most aspects. So,
Paulie, you should just humble yourself and be like us, the unbegun, who never decided to sacrifice and do and be better. No, humbleness is for motherfuckers who decided not to do shit. You shut the fuck up and sit down. You got nothing to talk about and show and teach. For those who've been chosen to do that, you get the fuck out of their way and you give them a platform to do it. That's all that is, but you still can't figure that out, right? Sitting there LARPing at something you're not and trying to demean the thing that you're LARPing about. You kidding me? And these people don't understand why they're supremely unsuccessful, why they remain broke and alone all the time, have very little opportunities, because the universe is just giving you back what you put out.
Very true.
All these people, why don't you people are so nice, kind, and polite, go to these areas and be honest for once and tell these people how little you'd trust them if your life was on the line. Why don't you really get fucking real with yourselves and each other? Go there one day and really look into yourself and be honest. If you were put in certain positions, who you would trust and respect and not trust and respect, who you'd walk with and who you wouldn't. Get really real with yourselves and each other. That's the basis of love. Don't tell me about love when you have no idea what the fuck it is. If you don't have trust, equity, and faith, you ain't got love. Nice, kind, polite, till you got to trust a motherfucker an idea and put your whole life on it, hang your whole hat and life on that, right? Are you going to be down for the ride then? No, you ain't. So don't talk to me about something you have no idea about.
Are you talking to me?
No. That's the thing. I am if I am, but I'm actually not. You have to decide that. Usually when someone around me says that, it usually means I am indirectly, but not specifically. Because what I'm saying applies to all of us some places, sometimes. It's a human condition for a reason.
Understanding.
I don't know. You would have to decide that. But that's like the order of the day, right? That's just par for the course. You go around, everybody hangs out, they sit with each other. It's all go along to get along. It's nice, kind, and polite till some real shit happens. Then we see what everybody was all along, right? Why can't we come in with that as that?
Right. But I'm the same way. Let's not shake the bush or beat it. That's why I love the East Coast. Real people, real truth. You get what it's in your face. It's not, there's nothing, they have nothing to hide, and you get what you get. It's a lot more truth over there for some reason.
Speaking of nothing to hide, sir, because we got to get through our tabs here. Thomas's English Muffins, just last week, I believe, a couple weeks ago. Particularly the blueberry varieties have been pulled from Whole Foods and school cafeterias due to the presence of petroleum-derived dyes and other controversial additives. So they found coal and aluminum and all types of petroleum-based products and poisons in your Thomas's blueberry English muffin. So it's a sad day, and we have to circle back because I never got to the high impact flicks. I did a whole rap about, trying to do mea culpa, I guess, so that Brian and others who witness me and experience me can feel a different way about what I'm doing. Maybe if they can understand why I'm doing it, that's as good as you're going to get with me when it comes to, like, I guess, apologies, because I don't feel like I did wrong. I guess that's as good as you're going to get for an apology when I don't feel like I did wrong, or an attempt to try to relate to you when I feel like you're not relating to the truth or what needs to happen. So I did my best. But yeah, it's a solemn month. It's a solemn week and day, because Thomas, the famous member, chubby, old Thomas from the English Muffins commercial, turns out the whole time Grandpa Thomas is pushing petroleum dyes and products and poisons on us. And Pepperidge Farm too, and all the rest of them. All right, so this is sad and upsetting. I didn't want to believe it, but here we are. Yeah, let's go to that. Let's do the high impact flicks, massive right to travel win, and see if we can get through it.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Is that the reason why you opened my door like that?
Yes. For my safety, I can't see back there.
Okay, but you had to get my permission to do that.
You have your driver's license with you?
No, I do not have a license.
You don't have a driver's license?
I turned it back in. I don't need a license. This is not a commercial vehicle.
In the state of Arizona, you have to have a valid registration to have a vehicle on the roadway. You also have to provide me with identification.
I don't have to, unless I committed a crime.
In the state of Arizona, you do.
Before we get into this Phoenix, Arizona traffic stop where this guy drives away without showing a license, registration, or proof of insurance, I wanted to remind you of the existence of Article 6 of the Constitution. It states, "This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or the laws of any state to the contrary, notwithstanding. This tells us that the U.S. Constitution is to be upheld over any state, county, or city laws that are in opposition to it. It's also known as the Supremacy Clause. In the same article, it goes on to say exactly who it is within our government that's bound by this supreme law. Quote, the senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution. And cops are executive officers. Now, in regard to traveling freely within what is called the United States, I'm only going to give you 3 cases before we start this video. There are a lot more, but we'll just go with 3. Case number 1 is Chicago Motor Coach versus Chicago. Quote, even the legislature has no power to deny a citizen the right, not the privilege, the right to travel upon the highway and transport his property in the ordinary course of his business or pleasure, though this right may be regulated.
See, one of the problems with Brian and the others is they just can't go to the next level and admit to themselves and each other that this whole indoctrination campaign called United States is in fact a corporation, and they've defined it as such. Why can't you? I know you're scared to come out like I did day one and go against the whole fucking world and be marginalized for it because I'm the crazy sovereign citizen. You watch me from afar and you say, don't do what that boy does. That doesn't make it any more real or less real. So again, you need to go to the next level. You need to admit to yourselves and each other. You need to bring your audience in on the fact that you're all involved in corporatism and fascism, and you're voting for presidents, secretaries, and vice presidents of the corporation to write up codes and policies to run your life because you're self-ascribed as a citizen owing allegiance to the United States Corporation, and therefore you have the duties and obligations of upholding the policy. And your unspoken social contract in your society is that of the legal society, written in a whole other language called legalese. You've been taken over and colonized. You've been corporatized. This isn't sovereign citizen mumbo jumbo. We ain't just whistling Dixie. This is the spirit of the dark side of the force and what it does on every land every time. By the way, it shows itself through its colors, its numbers, its patterns, its symbols, its words, its terms. Most of you are symbol illiterate. It's too big for you. This is why you can't, this is why the godless can't get to truth or true enough. Because they can't, in their limited capacity, conceive of a thing that continues to inhabit mankind from the beginning to the end of time and always does the same thing with it. It does not compute with their ego. They so desperately want to believe they're their own individual person living their own life, but history does not reflect that at all. It's quite the opposite. You're going to have to get over your pride and ego. You're going to have to face your truest self. You're going to have to face the fact that you are not who and what you think you are. This place isn't what you think it is. And everything that follows with those implications. Okay? So, United States is not a land or its people. It is a corporation with a contract. In that contract, it outlines congressional citizenry. And by the way, within that corporate contract and all those policies, all the corporate actors aren't even following their own policies anymore. So what the fuck does it even matter? Because again, the spirit behind all of it wants to take you from a land and a people to a corporation and a corporate idea to a system to hell, to soulless. That's the jump. That's how it works. Mechanization, automation, commercialization, dehumanization. Every fucking time. You go back and you study history, what do you find every time? Human beings that came out of caves with sticks and rocks and somehow got to a point where they were developing buildings and cutting them out of granite with lasers. Then one day they tell the story of every civilization that something happens and everyone disappears. It's called Great Reset. Light Age, Dark Age cycle. the land we call the United States. I can't even get them. He's quoting Supreme Court decisions. I can't even get them to go to U.S. code. I've showed it here 1,000 times. And look up United States and it'll tell you that it's a business. Excuse me. Look up United States. It'll tell you it's a corporation. Look up a business entity. It'll tell you it's a citizen. Look up a citizen. It'll tell you it's a business entity. It's no coincidence that every one of these gatekeepers that doesn't want to do the work won't go all the way with the truth because they don't want to accept the spiritual dynamic of what this place is and what's inhabiting them and everybody else that keeps them seeking Mammon and Molech and Baal. All the Babylonians don't want to cop to and face who and what they are and what's inhabiting them. They're so worried about their pride and ego that they're going to look a fool to the rest of the corrupt, foolish, reprobate scum around them. There's your failing. You're more afraid of what other corrupt, reprobate, bad faith, greedy, selfish, money-hungry slaves like you are going to think than the God of creation because you don't even believe in that. That's why you don't believe in yourself, because you don't even know you're a reflection of that.
It requires permission like licensing, mandatory insurance, and vehicle registration. Case number 2 is Thompson versus Smith. The right, not privilege, of the citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property thereon, either by carriage or by automobile, is not a mere privilege which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right which he has under the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Guys, this couldn't be stated more
Now go quote the Now go quote the Supreme Court decision where one of the administrators had to tell you slaves that you can't make a claim based on the Constitution because you're not a party to it. Oops. Constitution is a contract and you're not a party to it. The only place that you're mentioned is in the idea of congressional citizenry. And you all want to fill out your paperwork when you get all your nice little jobs there that they suck you into because you got to eat, right? You got to eat, demonic slave. So come on over here, work for the factory and fill out this paperwork. Sell your soul. Sign on the dot. What'd you sign up as? A withholding agent. What is a withholding agent? An employee of the IRS. You signed a paper claiming you are a withholding agent, which is technically an employee of the IRS, which is another service providing corporation. That's why you have an obligation to report your income. Do you want me to play you the videos of the IRS agent saying if you go to the tax code, there is no code or law requiring an American to pay tax until he signs the paper claiming to be the agent for the principal? The principal corporation is United States. Dumbass. Everywhere you think you get your power and value is the exact place you lose it. That's how you know you're in the hands of the deceiver. Couldn't make it any more obvious. I'm a United States citizen. I'm required to all the things protected by me under Constitution. You mean the part where they describe you as a congressional citizen and then say Congress can dictate everything you do with legislature? You want that? You like that? You think that's great? I think you're a fucking moron. The worst part is in some of my earlier videos, I had to invoke the Constitution because you can't even talk to these slaves unless you talk to them in language they can understand, even though they don't know what the words mean. You say rights and freedom. They go, what? God, what? Faith, honor, trust, what? You say my Constitution, they perk right up, but they don't know what the fuck's in there, how it applies and doesn't apply. Absolutely amazing. And they all run around and go, Constitution, supreme law of the land. No, it's not. Let's go back to today's background because I had to bring in this concept for you slaves to even conceive of it. Metaphysical jurisdiction, physical jurisdiction. You know what that means? Most things in life are paradoxical. If you can't see that and resolve the paradox, you ain't got it. So guess what the supreme law of the land is? Based on, let's see how many folks can infer down there. There's two types of people in the world. Those who can infer based on the information given. See what I did there? So let's take a guess now, because we'll go back 1,500 years before Christ. Tao Te Ching, the way to the way. That's what Jesus talked about, was the way to the way. Okay. So same idea there. What would be the supreme law of the land if physical jurisdiction is beingness and we are spirit beings having a physical experience? What is the supreme law of the land and physicality, folks? What is it? Take a guess. Right. The other aspect of the practice, the experience, and the modality, the metaphysical. That's the thing you can't see and hold in your hand is actually the supreme law of the land. How fucking paradoxically fascinating, God of creation. To fuck everybody's mind and heart up, to put the power and the value where they can't see it and hold it in their hand. See the game? Don't tell me the supreme law of the land is some paper somebody wrote up. You're an idiot. So what if the paper burns up, the supreme law goes with it? No, dumbass. The supreme law is the spirit coming to the revelation of right from wrong, free and brave versus fees and cowardly slaves. She can burn the paper up all day. It doesn't do a damn thing when it comes to the eternal flame that is the human spirit. So once again, let's correct ourselves. Let's start to get it right. Because until we do this, you can't get the rest of the equation right because you don't have the foundation correct. What's the supreme law of the land? Physical jurisdiction, metaphysical jurisdiction. Because in the beginning is the word, and the word is made real. And God put the conscience in you to know the difference between the false from the true and the true from the false. If you would know yourself first and foremost, who and what you are, where you come from, and cultivate that discernment. And oh boy, are you going to have to unlearn so much. And oh boy, are you going to have to check your ego because it's not going to be nice, kind, polite, and pretty. It's not going to be what you thought it was. The contract, the paper, the constitution, the supreme law of the land. No, the spirit of the law. The thing you don't believe in that runs your whole life on the light and the dark side, dummy. That's the supreme law of this world. You Luciferians with your founding daddies want to overwrite the laws of creation. There's your fucking problem. You are the conduit and facilitator. You are not the alpha and omega. You are not the end all be all. Your fucking documents aren't either. Your pledges and swearing isn't either. Who and what you are, what you stand for and don't, what you do, there's where the action is. Again, try to teach a whole generation of slaves that the power and the value isn't in the paper because they wouldn't know it because they never got up off their ass and stopped pushing papers to be the power and the value. Then I wouldn't have to tell you. The paper just communicates the idea, the experience of the power and value. Why don't you go to the resource instead of the effect? Let's continue.
Have a right to travel without approval or restriction, which would be like a license, and that this right is protected under the Constitution. The third case is Kent versus Dulles. The right, not privilege, to travel is part of the liberty of which the citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment. Now, the plate this guy has on his private property as it's rolling down the street in Phoenix is this one. And this is the reason the cop pulls this guy over. Now, with that legal framework as the backdrop, check out this traffic interaction where this guy stands up for his right, not privilege, but right to travel without permission from Big Daddy government.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
Back window roll down?
No, I'm good. I can roll. I can keep it like this.
Is there anything back there?
No.
Are there any people back there? Okay.
I didn't get permission to do that, man.
All right, sir. So, do you have any idea why I pulled you over?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm Officer Goldsmith with Phoenix Police Department.
Okay, but let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why you opened my door like that?
Yes. For my safety, I can't see back there.
Okay, but you had to get my permission to do that.
No, sir.
Do you have a warrant to do that?
No, sir.
Okay.
I did not go into your vehicle. I just looked inside.
Okay, we'll figure we'll settle that later. But
do you have your driver's license with you?
No, I do not have a license.
You don't have a driver's license?
I turned it back in. I don't need a license. This is not a commercial vehicle.
This is not a commercial vehicle?
No, it's not, and I'm not operating in the commercial capacity.
Is it registered in the state of Arizona or anywhere else?
As a matter of fact, I turned that back in as well. I'm gonna have my girlfriend go in my glove compartment.
Perfect.
This is where DeCastro and Freeman need to stop this guy because he's doing what Paul Unslaved does. That was seen over 10 million times on one website. Okay? I don't care if I die tomorrow. That one video is all that God needed me to do and be a part of to show everybody else what the fuck their next move is going to be. That's it. That's it. That's how important I am in this whole thing. Act 1, Scene 1, Paulie, get on the X. Do what you need to do. Time to shine. Speak from the heart. Tell them what you know. The rest is history. That was such a godly moment. Everything came together. They've been saying it's a fake fucking interaction ever since. But they won't talk about the other 2 or 3 times where I did get arrested and get the car taken. Where's DeCastro and Freeman? I know High Impact Flick likes to showcase Freeman and DeCastro. Why don't you showcase him while you're showcasing this video so they can say this guy should stop doing what Paul Unslaved does because he's going to get everybody hurt. No, you did the 180. You embarrassed yourself at court. You had to pay $100,000. This black man, they tell me the black people can't do it either because they're going to slave the black people harder than the white people. More victim consciousness, colorism, garbage. You're a fucking coward. This black man did the next right thing in honor and good faith, and he's going to drive the fuck away with no license, registration, insurance, and plates. While you tell your audience, get in touchdown position and get prepared to get fucked harder. In between telling people how you beat people up on the street all day, every day, and all the rest of this extra shit that don't matter. Never once have you heard me come on here in 5 fucking years and talk about beating motherfuckers up and being a tough guy, because I ain't. At my core, I'm just as big of a bitch as you, DeCastro. Why don't you fucking cop to it? Only through practicing honorability and faith with this courage have I been redeemed in some way and become something worthy of even looking at twice. That's what respect means. Take a second look at. So if you ain't got that, then you ain't that. Because I know me in a different form in the past life, and I know what it's all about. We're waiting. We're here. By the way, I know I get passionate. We're here and we're waiting, DeCastro and Freeman and the rest of you folks, when you want to join the cause. You want to play the videos because it gets you money and numbers, but you don't want to join the cause. So Daddy and the others are here waiting for you to embrace you with loving arms, and we can rib each other about the days where we popped off and you said you were going to Greco-Roman wrestle me and beat me up. And I said, I don't care about that. I'll give you that. You'll beat me 10 ways to Sunday. I don't even deny that. I could get on here and say anything. Yeah, I'm a big bad motherfucker. I wish you would bring me in the ring. I'll beat shit up and down out of you, right? No, I won't. You're a trained wrestler. You will probably toss me around the ring and make me look a right fool. I'm not in that arena. I didn't show up here to beat each other up to try to prove something that proves nothing. We came into this for legal, lawful rights and freedom, to show who and what we are and inspire others to do and be the same, because we all know we need that right now. That's the task. You failed miserably. Don't tell me about beating motherfuckers up and fucking every bitch at the club and all the rest of this extra shit that never meant nothing to me growing up, by the way. That's another reason that I'm, even though I'm narcissistic, arrogant, abusive, Paulie boy over here, what's the truth? I've been with 4 women in 36 years. On all levels. So see, that's how much of a bitch I ain't a man, right? Because I only been with 4 women. These guys are out here fucking left and right. Out here fucking vaccine queens on top of everything, as if you didn't know that, right? Sorry, I got to get rude, crude, and lewd, but it just tells you who and what they are and where they're at. Any man at this point that would do what you all do and lay down with the devil, it just tells me and shows me and everyone else who and what you all are. They have no honor and good faith and respectability for themselves on any level. No courage to just sit with yourself for year or month upon year without any partner to lean on and get lovey-dovey with, right? How about you walk your practice with yourself and God instead of courting with some goofy bitch with 15 vaccines in her? How about that? No, we don't want to talk about that. Paulie's not, there he went again. This is why more people won't subscribe to you, Paulie boy, and listen to you and give you money and everything else. You're just not nice, kind, and polite. You just won't pad our sensibilities and bullshit us. You just won't overlook our obvious reprobate, bad faith shortcomings, our unwillingness to sacrifice, our undisciplined, childish ways. Why? Because I know me. That's where a lot of this, what you call frustration, comes from. Having to know me and be honest with me about it. That my dick wants to mess with every other goofy broad out here because they're somewhat attractive. And then I got to have the talk with me. And again, it doesn't begin and end there. That's just one talk that I got to have with me. And then there's 5 and 10 talks I got to have with me. And because I got to have those talks with me about what I need to do and be, because it's right for me, then I got to have them with you. Because I'm not special and unique. Let's get back. Let's get back, because it's okay. It's okay when it's convenient, when we get all the successes after doing the work, for them to showcase our successes so they can get numbers and clout chase and get money off of it. But we won't talk about all the other shit that comes with that and the necessity to be a part of that, right? Because we're content creators. We're not actually leaders, influencers, and activists.
Get it. No, I'm not rolling any windows down.
He's just talking to me. He doesn't want to roll any windows down.
Now, what I can give you is I'll be more than happy to give you an ID. And why did you pull me over?
You don't have a valid registration, sir.
Okay, and we already established that it's not required that I'm not operating as the commercial vehicle, correct?
In the state of Arizona, you have to have a valid registration to have a vehicle on the roadway. You also have to provide me with identification.
I don't have to, unless I committed a
In the state
crime.
of Arizona, you do. If I pull you over for a traffic infraction, you do have to.
And what's the traffic infraction?
You have no valid registration.
Okay, did I commit a crime?
That's not a crime. It's a civil matter.
Okay, so if I don't commit a crime, I'm not.
We got to stop it there, because we got to now do the research. This idiot just said this isn't a crime. No license, registration, insurance, and plates. What happened to all you who say I'm a sovereign citizen? He just admitted it's not a crime. What is it? A civil infraction. What does that mean? Well, I don't know nothing about the law, and you all do, but you won't define it, so I'll do it for you. Let's look it up together, actually, because they'll say I made it the fuck up. This is how disingenuous these people are. Civil infraction. Okay. No, see, I need okay, I need a civil case action. What would be my keywords here? So it's not bringing up the usual. Okay, this will work for me. United States courts definition, civil process and procedure. Right? Sounds real fucking official. That's official enough for me. I don't give a fuck what you all say. It's meaningless to me anyway. But you say it, so I'm gonna beat you at your own shit. Because you are all so corrupt and reprobate. Every other word out of your mouth is a half truth or something I can use against you, just like you all do to me. Be careful what you say. Anything in this court of unslaved will be used against you, and it's so easy what you think. So. Civil cases, federal civil case involves a legal dispute between two or more parties. Stop right there. Who's the second party in all of these legal interactions? Oh, that's right. There isn't one, because all the documentation is fraudulent. It's contract fraud. But Chile de Castro says, just put your fucking hands in your cheeks in touchdown position and hand them all their documentation. Don't question or resist or stop complying with obvious contract fraud, because how do you have a civil dispute if we can't be civil? Civil means citizen. Citizen means person, until they turn the citizen into a business entity. Oops. So now what they do is they fill out the documentation, all caps letter, Paulie unslaved versus the state of. And who do they have come in? A prosecutor calls himself the people of the state of, but they never have the claimant on the charging instrument show up. That is a prerequisite to do any lawful or honorable court. That is how I get out of court every time. It doesn't matter what I did. They say, Paulie boy's got to be ratting. He had guns and drugs and all. By the way, drugs was mushrooms. I quit all pills and powders over 10, 12 years ago. I don't keep track. Okay. So I did have, a couple of grams of mushrooms. How does Paulie boy have guns and drugs and all these different charges? And He just keeps walking away. He's got to be ratting. No, Paulie boy understands foundational law and common motherfucking sense. And when I get my charging instrument, it's not mine. They hand it to me. It's theirs. And it reads on there, well, the state of Arizona versus Paul R. Laporta in all caps. That name that looks like my name that Valdez said in the stop, that isn't my name that the government gave to me, must not be my body, must not be me, must be my person. Because the other engaging entity on the paperwork is a corporation. And we know that in law, you have to intercourse with the same like and kind. That it's man and man, woman and woman, right? It's human and human, or corporation and corporation. So again, even with all that aside, okay, we don't believe the all caps is a corporation in order to unlawfully convert you into an entity that they can sue legally, because a corporation in a corporate capacity can only sue someone in a corporate capacity. Let's throw all that out. It's foundational law that you have a right to face your accuser. Anyone who went to 8th grade civics knows they were told that. I guarantee someone remembers that out there. What? My right to face my accuser? Absolutely. Who's the accuser if everybody's not a third party impartial witness and everybody's a state actor? That's a conflict of interest. The cop, the prosecutor, the judge, everybody is a state actor. And the claimant, non-claimant is the state. That's a conflict of interest. They don't have a third party impartial witness or claimant. They don't have anybody with firsthand knowledge. The only person with firsthand knowledge is an arresting officer. You can't be the witness and the arresting officer, just like you can't be judge and jury. Okay, hello. And the documentation has a what, not a who, and they're claiming that they want to summons a what, not a who, but let's just say it's a who, because I know they'll never get over that all caps. They'll never accept that it's a corporation. That's why they summons you, because it's black magic lingo. Just like in demonology, you summons an entity to appear. And because you summons the entity to appear with certain codes, that entity is bound by you when it appears. This is all sorcery and demonology. Whether you all want to accept it or not, it's all right in the words. I don't even go down that road, because you can't even get these slaves to understand what should be obvious on the face of it, let alone the hidden world and the underworld. So you can't even get them to understand the overworld and see it for what it is. It's Plato's cave all over again. So, right. There's your first and last move. That's how you win without fighting. Sun Tzu, Art of War, page 1. Throw the rest of the book out. You want to become a war master? Learn how to win without fighting. Learn when your opposition, first of all, know your opposition. Your opposition will cease to be your opposition. That's page 1 as well. Sun Tzu, Art of War. Never interrupt an enemy when he's in the process of undoing himself. Page 1, Art of War. How to win without fighting. How to recognize someone who's beaten before they've started. And then the third one there that now just slipped my mind. Know your enemy will cease to be your enemy. That's the third one. Never interrupt your enemy when they're in the process of making a mistake. All 4 or 5 of those first page of the Art of War apply to this courting scenario. It doesn't even require you to make a move. You just have to recognize the enemy is not your enemy, and their position undoes themselves. The position they've taken has undone them. Just like if I'm on the battlefield and I am fighting on a certain terrain, if I know the enemy's movements and I know the terrain, they may or may not know they're standing on swamp ground, marsh ground, right? They're about to mount an attack. The only problem is they've undone their own footing and foundation unknowingly. So all I do is just stand there and wait for them to come toward me. And this is how they sink their own ship, proverbially, right? Doesn't require resistance at all. Doesn't require fighting at all. Requires the cessation of all of that so that one can look and now see with clarity to understand in order to do and be and generate the result. So you could argue this is in a way a very Taoistic or sort of what they would call an Asian philosophical approach. It could be seen like that. I don't really like to do that, because what is Asian philosophy if you're in Asia? Then it's just philosophy, right? Asian philosophy is only Asian philosophy if you're on the West Coast, so to speak. To everyone else experiencing it, it's just philosophy. It's based in common sensibility. So I'm immune to prosecution. I have qualified immunity, just like they say. The qualification to the immunity is you got to bring forth a man or woman with a valid verified claim. They can never do that, nor is there a victim created or a wrongdoing. Now, with that said, doesn't mean that I just ride around town how fast I ever want to or whatever, but I could show up at court and win every time without fighting. It's not winning. It's just that they can't win because they don't have a player on the field. You're shadow boxing every time you go to court. You just don't know it. You're convicting yourself every time you go to court. You just don't know it. By the way, someone down there asked me something about sovereign citizen movement. Where am I on that? If I saw you down there, I never got to. If you got a question, got questions, comments, concern for me, I'm here for you. I will put you to the front of the line. You can call in or click the link. I'm always open to sharing my perspectives and experiences, not only myself, but others who come here who we've reproduced results with. Again, because I would never ask, unlike your favorite guru, content creator, leader, fake hero, I would never ask somebody, first of all, I never ask anybody to do anything anyway. But I would never encourage somebody to do something that I haven't done or wouldn't do, right? Because I just believe that's true leadership. So I can't tell you what you should do. I can only tell you what I have done, and then you make the decision if you would like to do something similar, and then you have to surrender the outcome that it may not go the same way. That's the whole point of living life, is gambling, right? That's the coming of age story. Going out on a limb, taking a risk, a calculated risk on something that you could sit tight with if it all goes bad. You could always feel like, hey, I know why I did that and I don't regret that. Aaron S. Writes, shout out. Thank you, Mr. Aaron S. And Mr. Bastone writes, love you, bro. And of course, much love for Mr. Bastone. Way up north there. The crazy Canadian, Lou Bastone. All right, I turn every video into a 2-hour event, right? I definitely get everything out of it. So let's get back, because again, I have to stop at various points in these videos to expound upon these certain ideas, to just point out how we can way oversimplify this stuff and get back to simplicity and common sense and throw out the rest of all this crap, because it just doesn't matter. And then that gives you security. When you finally realize what the fuck I just said is true about the you needing to face your accuser and 3 other aspects of court, you literally are scared but don't care, because when you go to court, you're standing on the right side of history and you have the facts on your side. All they can do now is just do their corruption, right? And I get it. Most people are scared of that, and I am too. But it turns out that no, they know the law and they know what it's supposed to be. And really, you can only convict yourself. And you can only be convicted legitimately if you take yourself through a trial where you never exercise your rights. Another maxim in law: a man who does not exercise or invoke his rights ceases to have them. So they're going to go along to get along, just like you're going to go along to get along. If nobody invokes the law, universal law, common law, what your law is, right? Forget about what everything is out there. What do you believe it is? What do you feel in your heart? What did God put in your heart? There's your law. If it doesn't cause loss, injury, harm, or wrong to anyone else, that's as good as gold. Shit, I beg people to come here and just tell me authentically what it is in their heart, what they really believe it is. I think the court is the same way. Whether they want it or not, that's the place for it. What else can you really do, right? If we're really honest with yourself, Ronan, I'm going to bring you in. Just give me 1 second. If we're really honest with ourselves and each other as a man, what the fuck else can you really do other than show up at court, put the truth and the facts and the matter on record, surrender in faith, and let them do whatever they're going to do? No matter how it goes, you can walk out knowing, hey, I didn't play that game. I didn't cop to a bunch of shit. I didn't know what it was. I didn't plead, and plead means beg. I held them accountable to their duties and obligations. I'm the only one in here who was serving this land and these people in America and God and the truth. I did it in or out of a jail cell. What do you think of that? See, I take a different perspective, though. You put me in a box, I gotta cope some way, somehow, and I'm going right to that. Oh, really? You put me in a box to do 6 months while you all got paid 200 grand to do the job you didn't do while I did it for free and had to give up my life to do it? Oh, I'm so way ahead of the game here. You have no idea. See, I don't live for this world and this system. I live for the otherworldly and the karmic system. I know. You know how much fucking value and power and credibility I rack up? They know it too. They say Paulie Boy's not going to internalize this the way most will. He's going to take this energy and inspiration. He's going to build upon it, and he's going to come out exponentially with it. If we put him in that box that usually buries people and breaks them, it's going to remake them. See? The coffin for one man is a cocoon for the next man. I might go in that motherfucker sluggish and come out like a butterfly. They don't want to put me in that box. They know they put Paulie in the box. He's going to get stronger because he's going to get closer to himself and God, and he's going to come out even more unashamed. He's going to come out even more inspired with something to say and put on record. See, took all the power of that box right away from him. Box is only scary for a motherfucker who's scared to face themselves and don't want to go in there and look God and himself in the face and have to come out and do what's true and what's right. Ronan, your thoughts? All right, I'm going to put you in the bag. You got to get it together, bro. Shane, I can't hear you. I don't know what's going on there. Let's finish it out.
With a ID or driver's license.
So a crime is when you injure someone.
No. A crime for the state of Arizona. You got to understand here.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like you're working off of constitutional law, right? I'm working off of state law.
And your job is to uphold what?
The Constitution.
Thank you.
Hey,
I appreciate that.
I'm not here to hassle you, dude.
No, I understand that.
I'm more interested as to why.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like this.
I understand, and I figured that.
Okay.
So now
I'm not here to hassle because if that was the case, if I was here to cause you any kind of grief or hassle, I would just would have taken you out of the car.
And then now you're talking about civil lawsuits when you do that.
No, because is that a passport?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And I'm thinking about giving to you. I'm not sure if I'm gonna give it to you, but just for the record, is your accent on the recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I also have mine.
Actually, I had to let me look down, double check, because it sure is.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put mine right here because it's on and recording as well as my glasses.
Perfect.
All right. On and recording as well as my glasses.
Perfect.
All right. Now, I'm gonna show you some paperwork. It has my name on it. So what I will do as a courtesy to you, I give you I verify who I am.
Perfect.
Right? All right. Now, what I end up doing is here's the proof that I've turned in my license plate. Okay. Back to the DMV because I'm no longer contracted with them because I don't use this as for Uber driver or taxi driver. So I don't operate in a commercial capacity. Okay. Here's another paper. I turned in my driver's license.
Okay.
I gave it back to the DMV. Now that's just for you to look at, but of course I won't go back. But that just shows that I don't use this vehicle for commercial purpose. That's why I have my plate that says for non-commercial use only.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't, when you get a license plate at the DMV, it's required that you get that, or you're under the assumption that you're operating in a commercial capacity.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So if I was an Uber driver, I'm gonna need that.
You would need your
because I'm operating, I'm using, I'm transporting passengers and stuff like that.
Okay.
But for my own private car to go from A to B, I don't need that.
Okay. Which makes sense. Unfortunately, state law says you do. Even if you're not.
What ARS statute is that?
I would have to go look it up. I don't know statute by heart.
Please give it to me.
Okay.
So now he's admitting he's enforcing statute policy, and codes only given the force of law to the consent of the governed. That's a Declaration of Independence. That doesn't mean 40% get to vote, or 60% vote 40% into slavery. That means each and every Man and woman has to consent to be governed by statute, policy, or code. He also admits he doesn't know the statutes, policies, and codes that he's enforcing. How wonderful, how beautiful. While they come here and tell me I'm a sovereign citizen, I don't know the law. And everyone just ignores. I have multiple videos where the cops admit to me, we don't know the law. We don't have to. We just know the instructions we're given. And basically it's you're a slave, do what we say. That's not going to wash. Okay. If you haven't noticed. I don't know why this mutes every time.
ID.
Another horrible
like I said, I'm not here to hassle you.
No, I understand.
I'm not here to hassle you. I'm just letting you know.
I will ask you to show me those laws if you telling me
this
that
one
law.
is 28. I gotta go look it up.
You got, please. I mean, if you gotta look it up.
Yes, it's called Operator Failure 1595 Bravo.
Operator Failure
to provide ID.
Operator.
Yes.
That's what. That's the
You're operating this vehicle.
I am not operating this vehicle.
What are you doing in it?
I am traveling in this vehicle.
Okay.
Operator. If you look up the Arizona revised statutes, operator. If you look up operator says it's a person that operates a motor vehicle on the highway for.
Yeah, it's the federal code, and it gives examples: crane operator, forklift operator. It gives a third one too. Just like when it talks about driver, it gives 3 options: bus driver, tractor trailer driver, taxi cab driver. Those are all positions where people traffic people or goods for profit. That makes it a commercial endeavor. See the game they played on everybody? And then just said, well, it's everyone. Well, you see the D on there when you put your thing in drive, it says D drive, so driver, and then there you go. No. You go to Bouvier's Law Dictionary, it's one employed in conducting a coach on the roadway. You go to federal code, it's one employed conducting a coach or a motor carrier on the roadway. You go to the term traffic, it means to take goods or people for pay, drug trafficking, human trafficking. You go to parking, it's another commercial term. You go to driver, it's another commercial term. You go to operator, it talks about a forklift, a crane, and all other things you use when you're doing construction and engaged in commerce and certain business endeavors. None of this was ever supposed to be used to regulate man and woman in the course of their daily activities. Now they're regulated and taxed and asked to pay to just move around, and they think it's normal. And they tell me I'm the crazy one. Birds born in a cage think flying is an illness.
Okay.
So an operator, like a bus operator, they transport passengers. That's commercial.
It makes sense.
Anything to do with traffic is commercial.
Okay. Well, I'm not a traffic guru, and I'm not here to hassle you.
But I've done my research. That's all I'm saying.
I am gonna tell you that you're probably gonna get pulled over multiple times, and you probably already do.
This is my first time, and it's been when did I turn that in?
Let's see, 1028.
The plate. Is that the driver's license?
1028.
It's been, and I've been to California in this car. Highway patrol in California got behind me, nothing. So you're the first, man. So congratulations.
Okay. Well, so you know, operator failure to provide. I would have to read what operator says. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Oh,
because we have calls to get to, and
okay.
we're quite busy.
Okay.
I'm not here to hassle you and write you tickets and take you out of the car. Just letting you know that from what I operate by, this is not valid. All righty.
Yeah. So your job is to operate traffic. And
yes, when I deem it necessary.
But yes, so yes. Your job is to operate traffic with somebody speeding and stuff like that.
Or no registration.
Expired tax.
Or no tax.
See, but I don't have a state plate.
Yes, you don't.
So that's therefore not contracted, so it's not required.
Okay.
That's why I gave it back. Now, if I had that,
that's not true. He doesn't have a right to interfere with your freedom of movement. You have a responsibility and obligation to take your property from point A to point B in whatever speed you deem necessary and proper in order for you to get there safely. That's called discretion. Don't fucking tell me officers have officer discretion and you do 150 miles an hour through a red light, but a man doesn't have the same discretion. Suck me in public. I'm tired of this inversion of reality. It's called responsibility, accountability, and discretion. The only time that an off-eye seer would have an ability to interfere with a man's rate of travel is if he was a direct threat to the public and he would have to establish that, or if he was engaged in commerce. You don't get to tell me how fast I take my property from point A to point B. If I'm accountable and responsible and I'm not a direct threat to the public, we don't have an actionable interaction. We don't have an ability to lawfully interact. There is no emergency or direct threat. Just saying we think that going faster is proportional to more accidents is dumb. It doesn't make any sense. If that was the case, the Autobahn would be the #1 place for accidents, and there's almost no accidents on the Autobahn, even though people do 250 fucking miles an hour. So let's stop the games. Stop with your indoctrination. You guys are here to do traffic. That means commercial interactions and the clause for safety if there's a direct threat present. They exploited that with COVID. Everybody's a direct threat, so everybody's criminalized, you remember, because everyone felt unsafe, whether it was real or not. So no, you will not tell me if I want to do 90 fucking miles an hour down the street because I've determined that that's what's going to get me there in the proper fashion, then I will do that. And if you have a man or woman who comes forth with a claim, they're going to have to establish how I was a direct threat and how I caused them loss, injury, and harm. If they can't do that, they're wasting my fucking time. Tired of being told what I'm going to do and not do by a bunch of clowns who are afraid to breathe the own air we all live in. Absolutely out of hand and ridiculous on the face of it. And you all just repeat it like it's well, of course you all have the right. Tell us how fast we could take our horse and buggy from point A to point B. According to who, you jerk-offs? Didn't your founding daddies put a gun in someone's face for telling them they were going to pay 3% tax on tea to pay back loans for wars they all did for freedom? Supposedly? No, I'm mixing up the Whiskey Rebellion with the original revolution, I guess. It's always the same loop anyway. If you really want to get down to it, for usually the same reasons. All right, so let's try to get back into a real world where the people who serve us don't have an implicit right to just order us around everywhere because everything feels unsafe and threatening. And that, yeah, if they have officer discretion to do 150 miles an hour in uniform while they're in commerce, keeping everyone safe, running red lights, then a man has fucking discretion. Why? Because the officer, the servant, doesn't have more rights and abilities than the men and women they serve. Right, class. Good job. Not you, Kane. I'm reenacting my special class. Some folks who come here are very special people. And I can talk about that. I was in special ed at one point. Behavioral problems. It wasn't an aptitude thing or comprehension thing. They said I had behavioral problems, if you can imagine. I was doing my version of a broadcast back in kindergarten and middle school in the back of the classroom. It wasn't as well received for some reason. Thoughts on any of that, Kane? Are we doing good here so far? Are we on a roll?
So far, so good.
Okay. Does that make sense? I want to check in with you. Does that make sense that somehow, some way, man and woman doesn't have less rights and abilities than the servants who serve them? They can blow red lights, do 150 miles an hour. They're exempt from license, registration, insurance, speeding. They're exempt from all of it. If you go in the code, it actually says that. The military, the cops, and all them, they're exempt from all of it. It only applies to us. Really? The people who serve us have more rights and abilities than the men and women they serve? How does that work? I thought we have discretion too. That all makes sense, right? You could see how that makes sense.
Very sensible.
Kane says it's very sensible. Let's continue on. I'll accept that.
You don't have any tags. What's up?
Yeah.
But that's why I got rid of it.
Well, this is kind of the same thing as you getting a Sharpie.
No, kind of.
You getting a Sharpie.
Is it the same thing
You
or
getting a
not?
Sharpie.
Is it no kind of?
Yeah, I don't have time to run through the traffic laws here and say, all right, well, you were wrong here, or you were right here, and here. I'm just letting you know, hey, you get another officer that is kind of more of a stickler about traffic, that they could possibly write you tickets and, pull you out of the car for providing me this. And,
See, what you say when you say pull me out of the car?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning what?
So you driving this vehicle, traveling in this vehicle, and providing me this, 281595 Bravo says this is not the proper identification when you're operating a vehicle.
Operating, that's the key word. I'm not and a vehicle in the transportation code That's a transportation code term.
For commercial?
For commercial. I used to be a truck driver, so I know the commercial code pretty good.
Okay.
So
and
I used to have
I'm sure
license.
if you had a commercial driver's license, you probably know more about traffic than I do. I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, I'm the police officer, so I know." Blah blah blah. Yeah. That's not what I'm here to do.
Right.
All right, brother. Well, safe travels. Okay. Just letting you know you can possibly be pulled over again. All righty.
I understand your curiosity, man. Hey, you're a citizen guy.
Hey,
you uphold the Constitution today, man. I appreciate it.
Yep. Have a good one.
All right.
You know what our problem is too? We're so fucking indoctrinated and Stockholmed out. Everyone just wet their pants that the cop didn't like beat him and take him to a dungeon. I can feel it now. I didn't even look. Oh, they're not going to do it here once I say it because they don't want to catch shit from me. Oh, he was such a nice officer. Ooh. Oh, I love him. Oh, I wonder if he's single. Because he didn't take you out of the car, beat you, and take you to dungeon. But it doesn't occur to these same people. He already took a right off of him. He stopped him. Now watch how this works in reality. Let's go to what really happened, not what it felt like because you're so fucking Stockholmed out. He stopped him in his right to travel, took a right off him right away. No emergency present, no direct threat. To use his official position to communicate what could be interpreted as a threat. Hey, I just interfere with your rights to stop you. I'm not going to charge you with anything because I don't believe you did wrong, really, because there's no victim and there's no actual crime. I'm just going to let you know that the people I work with will be stopping you again probably and doing some loss and harm to you, okay? And you all think he's the nicest and greatest guy ever. No, he's not. If he was the nicest and greatest guy ever, he never would have stopped him to begin with. He never would have became a policy enforcing pig to begin with. If you are going to become law enforcement or uphold the law, he'd be going around arresting. He'd be following this guy around town because he has nothing else the fuck to do. Let's be real about it. Other than chase homeless people and drug addicts around the park. He'd be following this fucking guy around, protecting him like the canary in the coal mine, making sure that it doesn't go under. Because if he goes under, your whole thing goes under, right? That's what the nice, kind, polite, honorable, good faith officer would do. Uphold the man's rights. Protect us from terrorists, foreign and domestic. Arrest your fucking comrades who are engaged in unlawful behavior because they call it legality and legalese. Taking rights off everybody and interfering with rights under color of law. Because that's what it's called in federal code. Imagine that. Imagine we actually got to the point where we stop with Little Junior. Little Junior's completely fucked up and retarded, but we want to keep saying everything's fine with Little Junior. It's okay. It's not okay. He's not nice, kind, and polite. He's not a great guy because you didn't beat him and take him to a box. He interfered with his rights under color of law to communicate a threat instead of upholding his rights and arresting his fucking comrades for interfering with rights, enforcing policy and code on men and women instead of upholding the law of this land and our rights. And until you get to that point, I don't want to hear and know nothing about you. You're a bunch of punk ass fucking cowards and you got some nerve cashing a check every week. What used to be you take somebody to the gallows or put them in a fucking box for like 20 years. Now they cash a $200,000 a year paycheck to do it. It's fucking beyond fascinatingly, tragically comedic. In a world of inauthentic corporate beta males. I started to go into my inner world rap. Coming this winter. In a world where the majority are inauthentic corporate beta males, what used to get your fucking head cut off or put in a box for 20 years now gets you $200,000 a year. And you go to the bar and you flex. And all the status Babylonian vaxxed out whores love it. They say you're the greatest guy ever, you know. The Roman cult hasn't changed one bit. All right, let's roll along here. I started hurting about an hour or so back, but I have an unwavering, unquenchable zest and inspiration to present and serve and entertain and really just rant and rave. We're always candid here. Jesse Waters One of the head clowns in the circus going to tell us all about a civil war brewing. You think, Jesse? You think there's a civil war brewing when you're already 200 years into a corporate takeover? And a complete democratic divide away from all godliness, conservatism, and true republicanism? You think, Jesse, when no one has a right to own property or own guns anymore without begging and paying? When we can't ride around on our property anymore without begging and paying? You think there might be a civil war brewing, Jesse? You think there might be a struggle between the eternal human spirit of freedom and the spirit of corporatism and collectivism, Jesse? I wonder what side Jesse's on. Jesse and Jesse's girl. Should we play that one? I wonder if Jesse's girl is vaccinated, by the way. That's what I do. I sit around sometimes and listen to classic rock songs like Jesse's Girl, and I envision being back in the 70s with modern day problems, and I sit there going, that's how I cope. I'm now in the song and the music video. By the way, this is how I was an only child. This is how I got by. At rehab, in jails, in my room when they put me in there without dinner because I did this. I would sit there and imagine me pining away for Jesse's Girl in the song and then like going, wait, I don't even want Jesse's Girl. She's vaccinated. And now I just rewrote a whole, it's not even Jesse's Girl anymore. It's a whole new song. I wrote it. I'll play it for you guys sometime. All right, let's go to Jesse Waters. Hopefully, faithfully, his girl is not vaccinated. We don't want her anyway, most likely. Even if she is kind of hot. She's one of those Babylonian demonic women in a red dress, like in the Matrix.
Civil war brewing, and unemployed Joy fired the first shot. Pow.
This whole
Pow.
vote, no matter who, you're treating us like employees. You're treating us like we are obligated to obey you. You want obedience, not passion. I'm a liberated Democrat. Because liberated Democrats are not obedient to the leadership's supposed to be obedient to the people, not the other way around. Y'all want obedience. You don't want our passion. You want our obedience. You want us to obey you. We should not obey. As voters, we have to stop being obedient and we have to start being powerful.
In a call to arms reminiscent of Santelli that sparked the Tea Party movement, the gates have been thrown wide open. Knives are out, and there will be blood.
I think we're all on the same page that we hate the Democratic Party.
I identify as a Democratic Socialist, but I'm running as a Democrat because the system creates this narrowness. So if you choose to register as a Democrat, you are not pledging allegiance to that party.
This is a hostile takeover. They're coming in, laying everyone off, burning it down, and selling parts for scrap. Meet the lead arsonist, Ashik Sadiq. As Trump would say, a great American name.
Do you like to abolish the Senate?
That's part of our platform, and we don't think that's extreme.
Let that sink in.
Okay, this is what's so great now. You see what they're doing? They're now, this thing, oh my God. The spirit behind this thing is so fucking fascinating how it moves and shifts and changes. It is the shapeshifter. They're now going to bring in on both sides certain dynamics of like what we do and talk about, and they're going to sell it as that to get everyone to reject it and fight it. They're going to sell American values, true American fundamentalism as radical right-wingism or left-wingism, to get both sides to fight it and reject it while they mock you in the middle and go, you all just rejected American values because we called it socialist or called it Republican. Boy, are you stupid. Praise God. Where's my death coach? Praise God. It's another completion event here. They're really gonna, and the stupid fucking slaves are gonna do it like they always do. They're gonna go, what? Private property rights, get our private property rights, stop being considered congressional citizens and property of the Congress, which doesn't even declare war. It's Congress is the only power to declare war. We don't even use it anymore. The president and a bunch of Jews, not even Jews, sorry. Besides, we want to get syndicated here one day. I don't know where that came from. Let's back that up. A bunch of Zionists, is that better? We don't want to insult the Jews. We love these Jewish people. They're good people, okay? It's not them. They're using them. These Zionists are using them. It's not the Jews. It's who's using them. What was I saying? Well, yeah. Timmy the Jew down there. See, this is why you gotta watch that. I turn around, Timmy the Jew is right there. He doesn't appreciate that. I apologize. Yeah, they're gonna go. They're not. This is so great. Watch this. Just watch what they do masterfully. Just watch in awe, and don't watch too long. Stare into the void. You become the void. Trust me, I know. You saw it. You guys witnessed it. Leave me. Save yourselves if you have to. They're now going to upload both sides of the two sides of the same coin with American value talking points and I'm going to say it again, get them both to fight it and reject it so they can bring in the slavery and say you did it and mock you for it. So now they're like, yeah, and they always bring these people out of nowhere, right? Like no one knows who these people are, where they come from, just out of nowhere. Mom Dommy's here and he's a filthy Negro. Well, not really. He's a filthy brown, so we don't know what he is, but he's brown and he's socialist, okay? That's enough. And you know what him and his people want? They want to abolish Congress. Not under my watch. I'm a real fucking American. I love congressional citizenry. I love the Congress being representatives of the people and writing up a bunch of codes where they say that they stand in for us and we have no say, but we pretend we do. And they just rule over us like a bunch of slaves. We fucking like that shit. It gives us like comfort. We feel safe and warm and comfortable. I'm telling you, it's a whole generation of people who never had real mothers and fathers. And they're desperately seeking that in predatory places. It's like the gang members who go to the street to look for a mommy and daddy and they just find predatory gangbusters. Same dynamic again.
Hey, Paul, I'm going to jump off here.
Thank you, Kane. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're doing. I'll finish watching the rest of this tomorrow.
All right. Get some rest.
Thank you.
Kane, everybody. So, yeah, this, it's just you have to respect it. You have to respect the Lucifere and its operators, even if they don't know what they're doing and bringing in. You have to respect the holographic reflectivity and the vastness of this consciousness and the program that it runs. How it just on the fly, it's like this is the prefix to AI. Whatever AI is in the physical world, I'm sure is inhabited by whatever this is, what they call the Luciferian archetype, because it can so on the fly take the information available, work it into its scheme, and get you to fight yourself and everything best for you and think you won while you destroyed yourself. That is fucking masterful. This is why I say the dark forces, Lucifer, the Shaitan, whatever you want to call these things, or these aspects of self that we see show up in the world, because as within, so without, as above, so below. This thing is your greatest teacher and tester, because this thing is a war master like I've never seen before, this consciousness. Just when I think I've seen all of its gambits, it pulls another one out, and I go, oh my God, it's like going to court. Last time I went to court, I go, this bitch is good. She pulled one on me I hadn't seen yet. You go up against enough of these people inhabited by this force and their pimp game, and you get really good at it, seeing how it works. Every test and challenge is actually your becoming, and every lifeline is your undoing. How about that for a phrase? Just off the top of my head. That's the dynamic. It's literally the hall of mirrors, smoke and mirrors, Deception City. Everything you don't want to pick up and touch is what's going to make you. Everything you keep picking up and touching is what's going to undo you. And the only thing that stands in the way is what they tell you and what you feel, right? And that's your whole reality. What they tell you and what you feel.
Abolishing the Senate is their platform. And Democrat senators are endorsing them. And they ran on saving democracy. But nuking Congress is just the appetizer. The main course, the government runs your life.
The basic necessities of life should be run as public goods and not for private profits. And that is really resonating.
So the government's going to give us food, clothing, and shelter. I don't know about you, but I kind of like what I'm wearing. And I know this.
Yeah, could you be any more of a fucking douchebag? And not everybody out there makes millions of dollars to lie all day, every day, by the way. He doesn't know that. But now this smug, smirking asswipe is gonna, and this is why they call me a leftist libtard when they're not calling me a magatard. Because depending on what they're uploaded with is who I am. Yeah, this smug, smirking asswipe is gonna sit there and act like we couldn't actually, I'm not even for what he's saying, but theoretically, it's already here and happening, whether you all want to cop to it or not, and could be done if you didn't spend all the money giving it to like Epstein Island goers. This is how laughable it is. These are the morons who upload the programming for the other morons who come here and then tell me what it is. What are you, some kind of libtard socialist? No, actually, sir, you're already in Marxism and socialism and collectivism. Would you care to like look at the facts? Oh, shut up. It's like, and since we're already in that, by the way, if you didn't give all your tax slave money to do endless wars for your central banker masters, and you didn't give it for entitlement programs for nonsense, like how to like inject a mouse with penis enlargement chemicals so Fauci and Bill Gates can figure out how to get larger genitalia and stop being so wicked. Shit like that. Believe it, it's all out there. How to give rats cocaine and get them to like drink soda. Stupid shit like this. Millions of dollars a year. To do wars on the people, to chase people around the park because they want to get a little bit high or numb themselves out of the slavery and genocide you're doing on them. Imagine that. What are you, just some fucking collectivist libtard socialist? No, we're already in that. Here's how we're already in that. And by the way, it could actually be really prosperous if the people you keep begging to run your life and paying just did what the fuck they signed up to do, oddly enough. I look forward to a world where everyone just accepts, yes, government here is slavery. Yes, you pay for it and support it. Just stop lying about it and pretending it's something, anything other than what it is. Can we just get to that point? I'm not even saying stop complying anymore. Like, let's just get to the point where we fucking stop coping and just be real with ourselves and each other.
My wife loves shopping. A government-run department store.
How many times, but by the way, this person, there's no being nice to some of you people. There's no being real either. How many times do I have to tell this person, don't come here and try to play on my dick? I time you out and now that's not good enough. So now I have to ban you. Because five broadcasts in a row, I asked you not to come here. I don't care if you're a woman or not. I don't care if I'm attracted to you or not. I don't care if I want to have sex with you or not. And we'll do that away from here. I told you if you want to talk to me about any of that, you talk to me about that in private. I also told you don't come to my broadcast and try to play with my dick because I take it as disrespect. You bitches don't get it. When I come here to do what I do, what I'm inspired to do. It doesn't require you, and that burns you up. So you try to weaponize your sexuality, manipulate me. That makes me disrespect you even more. You suck my dick in private. I don't care how much you enjoy it or not or don't or whatever the fuck else in between. Do not bring it to where I do my work and my broadcast. And when I ask you 5 fucking times not to do it and you continue to do it, I think you're playing some other kind of game with me or somebody else, and I don't respect it. I don't appreciate it. So again, doesn't matter what you're even saying about loving my dick and wanting to suck me and all the rest of it. It's about what you do. It doesn't matter to me. See how one has to take precedence over the other? Doesn't matter to me as much as what you're doing, showing me you don't honor and respect me and what I do. And you're going to manipulate me against myself with my own sexuality. That's why I'm bitter and resentful against a lot of women, quite frankly. And that's a me thing, and I got to work through it. And I don't project it onto people. It's not really an issue till you make it an issue. And again, by not listening to my boundaries and wishes and coming here to interrupt what I'm doing, to try to take me out of what I'm doing into those frequencies and energies, I look at that as manipulation and deception and potentially partially demonic. I'm not down on sexuality either. I'm just saying I'm here to do something specific and do it in a certain way. And if I tell you that when I go there, that changes the way I do what I do, then you need to respect that. If you don't respect me and what I do, so I can't have sex with you now, goofy. Because you're the kind of bitch who the more I have sex with you, the more you think you're validated to come play on my dick and manipulate me and interfere with what the fuck I'm doing for my meaning and purpose. And that's not your role here. You're supposed to be a helpmate, not a hindrance. See, they don't get it. They just don't fucking get it. This is Paul's safe place. Please respect it. Absolutely. This guy gets it.
This is my safe space. Please respect it.
This is oddly enough, ironically, the one place in life where you will do what I say and what I want. Because you claim everywhere else in life that I can't get that from my happiness because that makes me egotistical and narcissistic. Fair enough. This is my work. This is my business. This is my ministry. This is my entertainment stage. Whatever this is my enclosure, my cage. When I come here, I will do what the fuck I want and be what I want to mitigate the games you all play in everyday life. And you will not change that modality and that practice. You already try to do it in real life, and I let you get away with it sometimes in some places just to avoid having to be constantly in controversy. It's not going to happen here. So don't waste our time. If it does, and see, this is the irony every time I say this, I'm aware of it. It's not going to happen here, but you're going to continue to try to make it happen here. So it's going to happen here. And I'm going to use it to talk about content and reveal another dynamic and remind myself and others of certain ideas and perspectives. Because it's not just a one-off. These are themes. They repeat. They have meaning and value attached. They confer learning, or they reveal. They reveal a learning process and a different state of beingness. Right, wrong, or indifferent. I won't even presume it to be better or worse. Just where I'm at with it. Another thing that's very difficult to find nowadays is like, you go back in history, Thomas Edison sat around all day figuring out, I believe it was Thomas Edison. I always get these people mixed up. It doesn't matter. The point is the point. Thomas Edison sits around all day figuring out how to make a fucking light bulb to try to light up his world and everyone else's world. And you always, like, no one wonders this, but I wonder, what is Mrs. Edison's role in the life of Thomas Edison? And again, I'm not equating myself to Thomas Edison. Like, what I'm doing here is another light bulb. I'm reinventing the wheel. I'm just saying, in the idea of a man and his purpose, his process, his procedure, his creative inspiration. You know, and I would have to guess that, and maybe it's not. Maybe this is where we write a whole series off of Mrs. Edison being like every other woman in a cliche, stereotypical sense, who wants to make his whole life and what he's doing about her and I guess her sex appeal or her desirability, right? Like, fucking get over yourself. These are the same women who, when they're done with me, will talk about my narcissism and ego. They want to put a broadcast to a stop day after day so they can talk about sucking my dick. And I'm supposed to be, I'm look at me, I'm the man. I'm supposed to be put on by that. I'm turned on by that. Start to really see it for what it is. Try to figure out how to be a part of what I'm doing and make my life and everyone else's life a little bit better, or get into alignment with what the fuck we're creating here. So I'm trying to figure out how to make it all about you and your validation, what the fuck you feel. Imagine that. Imagine a woman who comes forth in that capacity to actually serve, not even me, but the fucking power and the purpose. Instead of try to suck it out of me one way or the other. And let me not pick on the women, because hoes come in all shapes and sizes and flavors. And to be quite frank, I have more male hoes on my ass than I do female hoes. And that makes sense. That's my walk. Sure enough. That's a double kick in the ass. Speaking of which, hands off of me and my broadcast lady, and that's my segue to, here's a video of a cop stopping a woman he claims is texting. The only problem is, after he stops her, she reveals she doesn't have hands. That's a hell of a story back at the dispatch cafeteria. I guess that's I guess that's where you ask her if she was on a hands-free device. All right, let's speed up here.
Upset, but you're a very tolerant person. If I couldn't.
By the way, beautiful view of the chemtrails that don't exist in the background.
Hello, ma'am. Hey, good morning. I'm Deputy Gasala with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Recently being pulled over in the city of Lake Worth today. We're doing an operation for distracted driver, and you drove past me holding the phone with your right hand, manipulating that phone. I mean, I saw you with the phone in your hand.
Obviously not. So you want to just call this a day? Or?
I don't want to call it a day. You had a hand up manipulating.
You just
the
said
phone.
my right hand.
Well, I thought I saw you with your right hand. You
so
had a
you
hand
didn't.
out. The right hand. I saw you manipulate.
So you didn't.
With the right hand, perhaps not, right? But I saw you.
You didn't see me with my right hand.
Okay, so are you saying
that you saw me with my right hand?
I know what I just said. I know what I just said. I'm asking you now. Did you or not have your phone on your hand?
I did not.
You did not have your phone in your hand?
I did not.
Hand to God, you did not have a phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
The other hand to God, you don't have a phone in your hand.
Hand to God.
Cool. You have your driver's license, registration, and insurance with you.
All right. This is where I swear in. Ma'am, will you raise your right stump? Do you swear to tell it? All right, I'll leave it alone. This is why people don't come here. I mean, I am the honorable judge on Slavius. I'm just trying to be honest and honorable. All right, I knew one of you. I even gave you the fucking proviso, and you still did it anyway. I'm not getting into the validity of Edison and the light bulb story. Now we have people in chat who want to tell me Edison didn't really invent the light bulb. You think I didn't do the research and I don't know all these stories? It's not the point. You completely missed the point. I don't like that person right now in this moment for that. I don't like you. Who are you? Race Jared, I think, is who it is. Yeah, I don't like you for that. You had to do it, didn't you? Did you miss the whole point I was making about a man's walk and way and inspiration in this life? And therefore a woman's? And how, you know, according to me, God forbid, right? Did you miss all that? The idea of purpose and meaning and values and elevating that above your own wants and desires and feelers and like needs for like validation because you like got some daddy issue. Did you miss all that? All right, you know what? I'm not even I'll leave him alone.
I think this is the current one. They're all in the same pile, so it's not, I can find you. You need insurance too?
Just to get insurance. Who's Mr. Thomas?
All right, whatever. Let's move along here. We got to the important part. He tried to stop a woman and give her a ticket for using a hand she didn't have. That's, you know me. That's the only reason I played this. Because that's gold. That's cosmic and comedic gold right there. You know, that one of those doesn't come along too often. Unlike the obese black transsexuals who match with me daily on Facebook Match. That's my market, by the way. Anyone's wondering. I'm like, I haven't broken my streak every day for weeks straight since I joined Facebook Match. Every day. At least one obese, or not even obese all the time, but mostly obese black transsexuals. And I can see that. Oddly enough, when you can understand creation and how it works and decode spiritually, things start to make a lot more sense that would have looked like random chaos on the face of it. One of these days we'll break that down completely. Why my actual demographic in dating has to be obese black transsexuals. It's not just the music I listen to, the walk that I'm on. You know, we can like we can share wardrobe and stuff. There's compatibility there. I can lean on them certain times on this walk of rights and freedom when like I'm weak. You know, like normally you have a woman there, she might be kind of weak and feminine, but like obese, black, transsexual, they're like down for the ride. They can help me lift stuff. Like I had to get another solar battery last week. And I'm having pains and issues, right? And there wasn't anyone around. Like obese, black, transsexual, always give you a hand. Heavy items. There's just a bunch of reasons that it makes sense to me. It's kind of the way I am, the way I talk. They always say I'm an albino creature. And like women are like typically very sensitive. Like, Paul, you're not nice. You're not polite. You don't ever buy me shit. Obese, black, transsexual is not like worried about any of that. You know, pretty much as long as you don't like beat them up, call the police on them, they're everything's pretty good. You know, it's very low. I'm saying it's very low maintenance, and I can really be me. That's what I'm saying. I don't know this because I haven't gotten with an obese black transsexual, but I'm starting to imagine, just because it keeps coming up in my life. So now I go, well, I'm not going to reject this. I'm going to try to maybe embrace this, understand how it fits into my reality. Like this might be something the universe this is God's plan, potentially. I feel like the ass baby thing too, like there's a whole lore around this ass baby thing. Like now they're confirming you can have an ass baby, and the whole time people are saying you can't. And I'm a person of like firsts and new things, novelty, you know, like I'd rather have a normal baby, I guess. But if I could actually have an ass baby, that would be something different. Like I'm known for doing stuff different than everybody else. And that's something different. And then also that's marketable, you know, like with the whole censoring, shadow banning thing, I could be like, you know, here's my wife, obese, black, transsexual person, viral. Here's our ass baby to go along with it. Sensational. So yeah, I mean, I could probably just keep going here. I don't like it. You folks aren't going to like it, but we don't choose who the universe brings forth for us to love. That's what I've learned. Like we do, but we don't. It's complicated. Federal case could mean freedom to distill. Suck me in public. We always had a freedom to do whatever we wanted. That didn't create a victim. I'm going to say this over and over again until they put me in the ground, dead of my own obesity that I chose for myself. Because I try as I might, I just keep returning back. I keep circling back over and over again to carbohydrates, pizzas, pastas, ice creams. I haven't learned. Haven't fucking learned. Oh, no matter. You guys don't necessarily care about my dietary issues. Like, you know what, Paul? No offense, but it's one thing to tell us about the obese black transsexual thing. It's another thing to get into your dietary habits. Like, get back to the federal cases, right? I got it.
Has always innovated.
This guy's going to tell us what our life is now. Yeah, perfect.
Out of garages.
This guy's.
As it stands
Hold on, let me go back.
certain innovators.
No, let me go back. This is who runs my life.
America has always has always been a country where we see innovations coming out of garages.
Ask the right question. As it stands tonight, certain innovators will argue they're being undercut.
Brooke is asking what an ass baby is. They're doing science now, and they're saying that it is possible. We didn't think it was possible this whole time, but if you impregnate an ass, that it can. I don't know what happens, honestly. I mean, I like everyone acts like they know, and I don't do that. So I'm just being straightforward. I don't think anyone else knows, and I'm the only one who's going to admit it. I don't know what happens when people ejaculate inside of somebody. There's a whole hidden process that goes on in there that I'm not privy to. They're saying now that they're proving that I'm just talking clinically here. I know people don't like it. It's a family broadcast, but we're kind of late here anyway. We might have to switch over to uncut version. If you ejaculate into a man, what's technically a man, because we know now there's more than two genders. if you ejaculate into what would used to be the ass formerly known as a man's, is probably the best way to put it, like the artist formerly known as, you ejaculate into the ass formerly known as a man's, and there's actually a process in there that takes place for this baby to come back out the rear end and be birthed. So this opens up a whole new world of possibilities as far as mates and futuristic sort of lifestyle circumstances. And this is good. This is what science is kind of about, right? It's like breaking ground, I guess, breaking sphincters, breaking through norms, tests and challenges. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, again, this is what concerns me about you guys. I say ass baby, you say you don't know what it is. I mean, it's right in the term. Like when we do the whole word breakdown, ass baby. Now, come on, you should be able to put that together.
By a federal law putting a lid on them distilling spirits in their own homes. But a legal case on the docket hits close to home in Kentucky, where millions of barrels of bourbon already age in rick houses every year. Wave News reporter Meredith Lee explains how some enthusiasts are fighting for their freedom to make their own drink.
Yeah, one man's fight to make a small batch of spirits in his garage just for himself is now before a federal appeals court. And the outcome could change what Washington is allowed to control in your home.
You don't have to go far in Louisville before you find a bourbon distillery or two. But for those inspired to try their hand at home,
If you distill even an ounce of whiskey or distilled spirit at home, it's actually a federal felony.
that rule doesn't apply.
Right. How is distilling your own liquor that's not poisoned by a big corporation unlawful if it doesn't create a victim? How did the corporation get more rights and abilities than we have? Again. And they tell me we're not in fascism and corporatism. Again. Jimmy Smirnoff took out an LLC and started a warehouse, and he has a right to make liquor. I don't have that right somehow, because one thing we know in corporatism and fascism is corporations and agents have more rights than the men and women they fucking serve. Doesn't make sense to me, but I'm just, you're in the mind of a crazy sovereign citizen right now. It gets dark in here, it gets wild. This is bullshit. They want to scare you just like they do with the rifles. I have half a mind to pull out a fucking federally illegal gun right now on camera and just not give a fuck, because your bullshit codes don't matter. I've been interviewed by DHS personally. They know they're full of shit. They know that I'm right. They know they need what the fuck I'm talking about. They know their endeavor has failed if they don't. Put everyone in jail all day, every day. It's not going to change that fact. This is a federal felony for you to engage in a cultural tradition, by the way. Not only protected under the pursuit of happiness spirit of the law clause in the physical contract, but religious freedom, because here's a clue for all you legal beagles out there. This is why they say Paulie should go put on a suit and argue at court all day and use their word games against them. Well, do you have a religious right and a religious claim to a sacrament? Yep, the Indians do. They can use peyote. That's illegal too, and they can make it and consume it and all the rest of it. Well, so can you redneck white folks. Just learn the law and how it bleeds over into legalism. You got a religious claim for a sacrament. Do you use your alcohol and your whiskey to talk to your God while you handle the snakes and jack off and whatever the fuck else you do? Great, I can't judge it. But that's your claim and you can make it. And nobody can fucking tell you any different legitimately, because they're trafficking and fucking and eating children. Oops, did I say that? I didn't say that. Who said that? That was Paul Enslaved AI. That was Talking Points. That was Bill O'Reilly's Talking Points, which is still him, but he won't take credit for it. I have that too. I have no spine zone talking points. No spine zone creep points. We're here instead of, I can't call it talking points because it's illegal. Everything's illegal. But I can call it creepy points. And I can do the same bit where I make all the points that I want to make as creepy points, but I never get liability for it. Creepy Points thinks that the majority of your politicians are involved in human trafficking or genocide in some form. Creepy points doesn't necessarily reflect the thoughts and beliefs of Paul Enslaved. Right, let's get back to this dweeb. This dweeb who couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with a fistful of dollar bills, as they used to say back east. Let's go back to this dweeb who's going to tell us all how to live life safely while he's probably human trafficking or dealing with prostitution, because who else is going to fuck this loser? He's going to tell us all about what rights and abilities the corporations have that we don't have. And you fucking dumbed down slaves are never going to get the point that they don't get to tell you what to do. They just get to advise you if you accept and you comply until you put your law on record like the Native Americans and say, hey, we got a right under God to use whatever we want, put in our body as a sacrament, and you cannot interfere with that right legitimately, and we're not going to listen to you. Then you might have to gut up and be a fucking man or a woman once in your life. Imagine that. See, and then if you actually have anything left, they used to call a family and friends and community, you just all make a decision you're going down with the shit. Hey, we this is our liquor. We made it for thousands. I don't believe in liquor. I think it's garbage. I think you all should stop making it and using it. Whatever. I don't get to decide that. So I'm going to advocate for your right and show you how to stand on it. And then you just say, this is what we're all going to do around here. Like it or not. And if you don't like what we're doing, you could come and do more loss, injury, and harm and wrong to us. And we're going to keep doing what we're going to do till the end of time. And then eventually you get a seat at the table. And they say, how do we work with you to get you to do still whatever you want and do it in a way where we can feel comfortable about it? That's when you win. But you can't get to that point. And just see, I learned this early on in middle school when the parents and teachers kept telling me, Paulie, if you do this, we're going to take your toys and break them. Paulie, if you do this, we're going to put your loan away from everybody. I said, thank fucking God. Paulie, if you do this again, we're going to take your movies and your entertainment. Paulie, if you do this again, we're not going to eat at dinner. Didn't matter what, Paulie, we're going to whoop you. They did that a few times, handful of times, try to beat me and whoop me. At a certain point, when you just don't fucking comply and you just keep doing whatever you want to do, they just go, yeah, the punishments are for everyone else. Paulie boy doesn't listen. You can't train him. Just let him be. Just like that. All in one moment, they make the decision. It's not profitable and beneficial enough for them to keep wasting their time and energy trying to police you and control you when you're ungovernable. All it does is waste their time, energy, attention, and resources and show everybody else watching how powerless they are, and they can't stand that. See, you use their own perceived strengths that's actually a weakness against them. The narcissistic, selfish, control freak collectivists don't like to look illegitimate in front of others. So you just let them know, hey, respectfully, with this one, it's not going to work. You put me aside or I reveal your fraudulent power system to everybody looking on. Your choice. And they say, you know what, Paulie boy? Wink and a nod, we respect that. You go over here, we slave the rest of them. Because again, them slaving the rest of them relies on the fact that everybody has to believe they have all the answers and all the power. They don't want any interaction that makes it look like you're equalized on any level. I learned that in the fucking classroom. When the teacher tried to big daddy me a couple days in a row and I had to correct their spelling and grammar on the board, and they had to turn around and say, well, Paul's right about the spelling and the grammar, but he's not right about anything else. See, in that one moment, if you understand the dynamics of power and value, in that one moment, the whole class is now on my side. I got them. I don't care whatever. I don't care if you're doing comedy on a stage, whatever it is. It's power and value dynamics. You just said you're in a position of power and authority and you're supposed to know and I don't because I'm the child in the class. Well, then how come I could correct your mistakes you're not even aware of? Turn around and look at it. In that one moment, I got them. Your whole game is shown to be revealed for what it is. You use that against them. Now what they do is they create a dual jurisdiction. We figured that out of court. Paulie boy, when he comes to school, he's going to get this room and these areas with other people like him, and we're not going to put him out of his way, he'll be in his element. He gets to laugh and joke and still gets to take the test. And we're going to build a curriculum around him. We're going to start serving him now. See how that works? We're going to start serving him instead of us getting him to serve us. See how that works? Which is how it's supposed to be all along. I'm a boy with special needs after all, don't you know? I didn't have a mama. I need a little more attention and love. Nothing wrong with that. So they put Paulie Boy in special class. Guess what Paulie Boy got to do in special class? Didn't have to do mainstream garbage anymore. Listen to all your garbage. Got to sit and play on the computer all day, which is pretty much what I wanted to fucking do anyway. Didn't want to listen to any of your crap. And in my free time, in between talking shit and being on the computer and not having to do your information bell ringing prison program training, would research on the computer, look things up, learn things, and then take the tests, ace them all, and then go back to doing whatever I want to do. Because your curriculum is all bullshit. It's all bogus. It's like 80% of it's a fucking waste of time. And it's not meant to do anything other than convince everyone to be an order following, bell-to-bell slave who has no fucking belief in themselves and no voice. How appropriate. Does anyone out there see how that works? Now, you can tell me I'm supposed to be scared and embarrassed that I was in special ed class because Paulie had behavioral problems. I got everything I wanted and needed. I don't care what you call it. I didn't have to be around all the other slaves all day, every day, doing what they're doing the way they're doing it. I got a personalized curriculum for me. I got someone to serve me. I got a helper, an agent even, a helper to bring me the papers and go over it with me if I needed it. I never needed it. And I got to be in what they call special class. And that's good because I want to feel special. I don't want to feel like the rest of you genocided out, disempowered sheep slaves. I guess everything that I was supposed to be ashamed of and be running from that they were all trying to avoid is where I found a home. Talks about that in the Tao. The Tao is content with the low places where the others won't go. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me even now. Like, I'm still looking back, I go, where did I go wrong? Because I'm still going, I did everything right. I didn't have to do anything else the rest of them had to do or put up with any of their crap. I got to use all of my time at school on my own to be on the computer, to look up extra shit to learn for later in life and play games and have fun and just pass anyway because I take all the tests. And I get to talk shit and do whatever I want because the alternative is I'm in a class with people who like beat the teachers up and try to hang themselves in the middle of class. I go, I'm like the best you got here. See, now I'm like an overachiever in my field, in my area. Not only do I get to do, this is a lot like my broadcast. Not only do I get to do whatever I want or need, but in this venue now, I'm like celebrated. Teachers are like, Paulie Boy, we love you. You just sit on the computer, you talk your shit, you make kind of funny cracks about slavery from time to time, and you're pretty witty for a 14-year-old, 12-year-old. And then Tyrone, one of the other special kids with behavior problems, his name was actually Tyrone. I'm not making that up. It actually was a kid, Tyrone, would hit the teacher with a chair every so often. Oh, Rohan, that's, let me get it right. Cause then they'll say, and they should keep me honest. It wasn't Tyrone. It was even more black. It was even more fucking black and powerful. Warrior-like. I'm not even kidding at all. The black kid's name was Rohan. And he had a little bit of a behavioral problem as well. Not like me, where I would do broadcasts in the back of the classroom that weren't received well. He had a different behavioral problem where he would hit the teacher with a chair every so often. Good guy, though, otherwise. I'll do like they do with the politicians. Other than that, great guy. It's a good guy. Nice guy. Really got along together. So yeah, like me and Rohan would he would hit teachers with chairs. I would just laugh or be concerned, depending on how bad it was. I'm laughing or I'm kind of concerned. But he would do that. I would watch. We would draw dicks on the desk. You know, I guess trying to work out our sexuality or what sexuality is. I don't know. Does that side note, was that a thing for anyone else? Did anybody else sit in class and either regularly experience people drawing dicks on the table or start to even get into it yourself? I think part of it too is you're struggling for a way to express yourself and be seen and heard, and you know that that's a way to do it. There's a good chance if you draw a big phallus on the desk that you might get some attention some way somehow. Nope. Okay, he didn't do that. They didn't do that. Okay, they did do the 80085 thing. Turn it upside down with the calculator and you got boobs. Okay, that was a thing. I remember that. We're not really taking it back. It's really getting nostalgic around here. You know, and we'd snort our ADHD medication. Let me pick up where I left off. You know, we'd draw dicks on the desk, hit teachers with chairs, snort our ADHD medication, the usual shit. For our generation, all those were the good old days when kids would really be kids. Sorry, I'm potentially having a stroke or a heart attack. Let's continue. This guy's still got to tell me what I need to do.
Apply to other home hobbies, even small batch wine or beer. But that could change depending on the outcome of a federal case now before the 6th Circuit Court of Appeals, one that could decide how far Washington's reach goes into your home.
Whether you're baking bread or have a garden or repairing your car, there's almost nothing that would be beyond the regulatory scope of Congress. That just can't be correct under the Constitution.
Robert Alt is president of the Buckeye Institute and lead counsel in Ream versus U.S. Department of Treasury. His client, John Ream, an aerospace engineer from Ohio, wants the legal right to distill spirits at home for personal use. The case has the power to overturn a 1942 Supreme Court ruling, Wickard v. Filburn, which gave Congress broad authority to regulate even personal.
This is why I hate you. This is why I can't get through a clip either. I hate you. I don't hate you. I don't like what you do. But for the purposes of this rant, I hate you. You fucking pathetic slaves who keep citing these people in dresses opinions. Because every time you cite one, you bring up another one where they say the opposite. It makes no sense. Either something is founded in the spirit of the law and is correct and true, or it's not. We don't need other people who are special to make interpretations about that. You fucking died in the wool slaves. Even in your process and procedure, you affirm that you don't believe you have an ability to make a judgment. You got to go to daddy in a dress to decide what law is, presuming they know or have had the experience, right? Laughable. Another religious sorcery ceremony event, by the way, whether you want to believe it or not. They're going to stand in for God. Citing the papers, citing the Supreme Court decisions. Why is it we can't get any one of these men to talk like a man and just say right and wrong? Just say it was wrong. Just say it was unrighteous. Just say it was ungodly. Say it was bad faith. Say it was dishonorable. You don't know anything about a constitution. It doesn't apply to you. Doesn't fucking matter what somebody else ruled at court one day on the afternoon of the 5th in 1758. It doesn't matter if they did it 3 days ago or 3 weeks from now. Doesn't make it real and true or right. This is the cult, and it's everywhere at all times.
Non-commercial activity.
So many ideas come out of people tinkering in their garages.
Their
Why
story.
should we be stifling that?
The
Their
Bluegrass
game.
Institute brought this
Their
conversation
beliefs.
to Louisville, where a favorable ruling could open the door to home distilling licenses and new innovation in Kentucky's signature spirit.
Kentucky is the best place in the world to produce bourbon, and I would like to see that market innovate. I would like to see it grow.
Oral arguments were heard in December. A decision could come any time, and the stakes here go well beyond what's in the glass.
In a place like Kentucky, I'm sure you all agree, bourbon is freedom.
The Sixth Circuit's decision could also.
Oh, yeah, and I'm starting to wonder if that creepy kid who came here and was giving me large amounts of money, Ben, who's related to the Rothschilds, whose one of his 2 or 3 wives killed the baby and was on court TV, he came here at some point and was like alluding to like, I'm not going to be able to get other land and it's not going to work. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And more I'm starting to think he's involved in something. Cosmically, corporately, spiritually. I don't know how it all works. Again, I don't pay much attention to this shit till it becomes unable to be ignored. And he was, again, alluding to something and speaking something. And I kind of just ignored him because I didn't want him to have an effect on my subconscious mind. But literally every property we've been looking at that we decide to move forward with, they pull off the market. I've never seen anything like this. It's like we're going on 4 in a row now. Just last week, because Timmy's down there now, I'm seeing him. We settled on a property, even though it's POA. We're like, okay, we're gonna move forward with it. We'll sign an NA. It won't apply. So anything they have in the contract, if we go to court, it's not enforceable anyway. And we'll make up our own terms and conditions that are in alignment with right from wrong. Pulled it off the market. I go to the middle of Oregon. There's probably been up 6 months. I get there within 2 days to go to see it. Pulled off the market. The other one up in Young, Arizona. Same deal. So I don't know what that's about. Maybe this guy, maybe Ben, Rothschild family, creepy guy, you know, who somehow has a lot of money. Another guy alienated, by the way. Another guy doesn't like me who I alienated because for whatever reason. I mean, probably multiple reasons on both sides. But yeah, he may need to start a broadcast, and you may need to go over there because he seems to know something. He seems to be tapped into something that I guess is cosmically affecting me. Maybe it's some kind of weird, you know, either it's giving me what I need or trying to interfere with me getting what I need. In which case, is there even a way around that other than to just do more trust and faith and do the next right thing? I don't know the way. So the only way I could think of is I may have to send these people to go get land and do their own thing and then double back and be part of it if they still want me to. You have to I almost have to trick the God of this world to not show it or tell it what I'm going to do so it can't influence it. Like I start to go there, right? I start to have flashbacks of Ben Rothschild here creepily looking at me and going, you're not going to be able to get done what you're going to get done because things are going to happen. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? I'm like, get out of here. And he's like giving me like $500 at a time. Yeah, it's, you know, you want to fucking, you get born into this world, you get a ticket to a freak show. You want a front row seat, start a broadcast. All right, let's try to get through some more of this. We're going on 4 hours now. God bless me. We never got back to Jesse Waters either. Does it even really matter? I could cover all this shit and I'll just have a new stack of all the same ideas coming out of the same or different people a week from now. The wheel within the wheel. All right, we never finished Jesse.
Free clothes doesn't sound chic. We're all in government housing, going to government-run grocery stores. Oh, and your doctor, he's gone.
If you want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all.
We get a Medicare for all if we fight for it.
It's about taking on a system rigged against working people.
We're winning because we're stand for Medicare for all.
Dr. Siegel's my doctor. I don't want to trade him for Dr. Fauci. I love Siegel. I can get an appointment like that. But that's all going to change when everybody in Latin America shows up to the waiting room.
Do you really believe in open borders and not having deportations? That's just incredibly contrary to law enforcement and security.
America has a really long history of welcoming working class immigrants.
But we have criminal illegal aliens in the country. Don't they need to be removed?
We believe that demilitarizing the border, that violent oppression of working class immigrants who come here is not something that most Americans want.
When do we ever have the conversation about the parasitic predatory class that's driving United States deeper and deeper into debt to the tune of $40 trillion a year? To my estimates, it would take 40 to 80 years to get this country out of debt based on the current GDP of the nation. When is it time to watch what they're doing and get them the fuck out of here because they're destroying everything good and great and putting debt onto your family 3 generations out? Hello? Instead of worrying about Jorge flipping some fentanyl to your cousin who's already down and out and going to take some drugs anyway. I mean, hey, it's a sad fucking story. I know it because I lived it, but your policy and code ain't going to change it. I know it because I lived it. So obviously a distraction from what really matters. What? What's that? Yeah. Oh, man. I thought so. I didn't want it to be the case, but here comes them illegals and them Muslims over the hill again to take your rights and freedom in your lifestyle. Why we thought this was over with, right? As the Epstein files come out, right? As everybody's going, maybe statism's bad. Maybe both sides are complicit. Maybe they're the problem. Maybe we're the problem because we keep funding and complying with the problem. Nope. It's the illegales and the Muslims again. Wouldn't you know it? Aw, shucks.
So you can break into the country, rape and kill us, and stay.
Yeah, they're coming to rape and kill you. It's not your politicians. It's not Billy Gates and Fauci. They didn't lock you down, take your whole life, drive you into inflation, quadruple their net worth while they put you all out of business, stuck you with 15 shots. It was the illegals and the Muslims who did it. Hey, these are not the illegals and Muslims you're looking for. They're doing the whole Star Wars droid routine, right? These aren't the droids you're looking for.
Civilizations used to call war. But borders are just the start. Next up, police.
Imagine being such a pathetic loser, JFK person. You come here regularly and sit around and watch me and then have to inject your digs in the chat. Get the fuck out and stay out, loser. So tired of you parasitic cowards. Every aspect of my life.
They don't want to just to fund a few million here and there. They want to take the budget down to zero. No police. Because the criminals, they're not who we think they are.
Why is it so difficult to understand that in the future we might need less policing in the future? We actually would like our justice system to handle a real cause of crime in the country. People in the billionaire class are getting away with terrible crimes against many Americans because they're profiteering on things like healthcare.
Even the Soviet Union had police. It was kind of a police state. I like police. The police caught Jeffrey Dahmer. Is that a bad thing?
Now, okay, let's break that down. The levels of predatory gaslighting and manipulation, he just said, I'm going to try to quote this as best as possible. Even the Soviet Union had police. They were a police state. I love police. Police got Jeffrey Dahmer. Folks, it's just that easy. I sit here and make a joke out of it. You laugh. You go, this could never work. Oh, it's working. 80% of them are now going to repeat that talking point like it was a thing. Fascinating. Discredits the Soviet Union for being a police state. Pivot says I love police because they got Jeffrey Dahmer, even though we're in a police state right now. Where all your first 5 rights and those amendments have been criminalized by statute, policy, and code. He likes it. Like we didn't know that Fox Noise is the party of rampant statism and centralized authoritarianism and militarism and central banking. We could have never guessed how you're going to play both sides off against the middle, as always.
Maybe they just want us all dead. They haven't really thought through what comes after the revolution because it doesn't matter. All that matters is that they have all the power. And I mean all the power over everyone and everything. And they're telling us what they're going to do with it. They're going to, quote, eradicate Western civilization. The most successful civilization in the history of mankind. Well, we won't be able to say mankind. It'll be humankind. It's the very civilization that created the rights and the freedoms and the opportunity that they're now using to destroy us.
Wrong. More bullshit. More co-opting and spin. You didn't create that. People embodied that. Anyone can embody that anywhere. It's universal. You didn't stick to that, so you don't get to lay claim to that. More gaslighting, spin, and fraudulent salesman projection because this guy's a fucking salesman. You can see it a mile away. I guess if you're not completely brain dead, like 80% of the population.
And everything we built. You know, things like air conditioning, air travel,
You're an idiot.
phones, cars.
Should I tell this fucking moron? This is why I love you morons, because you make what I do so easy. Should I tell the moron? Should I bother letting the moron know that technically you could argue air conditioning was invented in the desert of Iran? You fucking moron. Do you want me to play you it couldn't get any sweeter, because you talk from your feelers and ignorance with arrogance, like you know, and it's usually the opposite of what you proclaim. We invented stuff like air conditioning. You didn't, because I got 3,000-year-old from the middle of the Iranian desert, the cradle of civilization, you fucknut. Accounts and diagrams and just beyond evidence, absolute proof of refrigeration and freezer systems. Yup, in the middle of the desert. Would you like me to pull it up? I got it up there. It's so great because I have that up there. I didn't even know why I have that up there. I've had that up there for months and I don't even know why I have it up there. The spirit in me said, this is kind of interesting. Take the invention of air conditioning that happened in the middle of the desert and put it up there. I never got to it for 3 months. This is why it's up there. I don't even need to go to it. You'll do the research or you won't. Should I go? Let's get it out of the way because this is the mind of a sovereign citizen, and that was just a way for me to get through all the stuff I had up there that I haven't been getting to. Now I got to go through. I have 50 tabs open. I might have actually taken it out of there because I said to myself, this has been up here for 3 months. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to this. Yeah, it looks like I did because at one point I reordered because my tabs were going off the screen, so I had to delete some, and I picked that one. See? Spirit somehow knows even when I know. I think I know when I don't. Or I just made it all up. There it is. There it is. But Jesse Waters and Rupert Slavemock don't have enough money and enough time to do the fucking research, or they're just out and out fucking lying frauds. Imagine that. They just overlooked this one. The 2,500-year-old genius design of ancient Persian Yakshal. Yakshal is Persian for frozen slave. Slave pop. 2,500-year-old freezers in the deserts of Iran. Would you like to cover that? You fucking lying swine. More Western civilization. These are the same people, because they're so divided in their consciousness in every aspect of their life. They don't understand the universe is holographic and reflective. You can't invent anything. All you did was replicate something that's already here. And for what's told to be inventions, the first, or what seems to be the first, they're received from somewhere or someone else. Ask an inventor. They don't invent anything. Yeah, try getting one of these fucking shallow worldly swine to understand a philosophical concept like that. It'll never happen. It'd be like, you have a better chance teaching your Labrador retriever how to write in cursive. I know, I've tried. By far. So, but Jesse's an expert. He's a paid liar. He gets 80,000 live views at a time and millions of bucks to lie. And just say things like that they can come here and repeat. Say, Paulie, you must be a libtard leftist. We're the most successful. No, you've been the most, I would say, profitable, but you're 40 trillion in debt. Champ. See, this is the world you live in, where a bunch of inauthentic corporate males are so deep in debt, they can never solve the debt issue. They're insolvent, but they're still telling you they're winning and they're more successful than ever. Me being in my trailer, debt-free, with any amount of gold and silver, guns and ammo, self-sufficient and sustainable, is doing better than United States corporation. I don't have any debt. You're 40 trill in. And it just doesn't occur to them that this is the revelation of who and what you all are and how you live. You're telling us all you're winning and more successful than ever, then you're deeper in debt than ever, and you couldn't get out of debt if we took the next 40 to 80 years of your yearly income. That's not success. That is utter failure. By the way, in case anyone was keeping score. But again, it's not meant, while they tell you it's winning and succeeding, we know it was never meant to succeed. It's only meant to sustain for a certain amount of time before it's imploded and then recreated. Because the people who run your and Jesse Waters' life work on 50, 100-year plans. And they're like not bashful about it. They're out in the open about it. It's just you can't talk about it because if you do, you're one of them. Conspiratards, right?
Penicillin, classical music. Tim Apple is a billionaire. He
Classical
created the
music.
phone that these communists are using to win.
Another retarded statement. Literally everything that you're taking credit for is another replication and reflection of everything that already went on to the east of here. That's what I never got to, by the way, that I started before saying I never even got to. Do I even need to research this fact right now? Because I feel like I don't need to. I feel like if I research, I know what I'm going to find. That's some genius Iranians, because brown people can't be like geniuses. They can't be good at anything, don't you know? Anyone from the East can't be an intellectual. They can't be spiritual. They can't be philosophical. They can't invent anything. They're just stupid brown. They're just stupid yellow chinks and brown niggers, right? That's essentially what this fucknut is saying, if you really want to distill it down. I guarantee you, if I go and I research, I'm going to find 2,000-year-old drums and violins and various string instruments and what it appears to be horns that are used by the Persians and other folks who were war masters, who were architectural masters, who were artists, philosophers, agriculturalists, and everything else that you lay claim to, that you act like you fucking invented and cornered the market on. All things, by the way, Jesse Waters cannot do and isn't good at. Another talker who's not a walker. Another empty suit. I'd bet anything on it. Zero talent, if I had to guess. But we know Jesse, America, United States, not even America, United States Corporation invented all of it. And then you go and research and you find out it's not only not what he says, it's the exact fucking opposite. And everything that they have is another reflection or replication of what the fuck was already here. Because a human experience is a human experience. Not to the divided, individuated, disconnected, disempowered, bigoted, racist, culturalist, colorist, whatever the ism is, it's all the same Luciferianism. It's all the same separation from truth, life, and way.
Elections. He's not a criminal. He's a genius. Abdul, who wants to be the first Muslim senator. You know, the guy running on free college, free healthcare, free housing. The guy who says he wants to choke us out. Well, he just banked close to $5 million last quarter. And guess who the Democrats sent in to stop him? Viewer warning.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of sick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
That's the best they've got. That's who the Democrats are sending in to stop the commies. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
For you folks who like to come here and project and set people up, you don't come in here and tell me that I'm like two people who kill people, because I never did that. That I'm aware of. So don't try to come in here and take a walk that I'm doing that is most likely necessary for all of us and try to turn it into me being a Luigi Mangione because you want to project that I'm a leftist onto me, as always, as you folks always do. See what you do with your bad faith, dishonor, bearing false witness against me, trying to get people to see me as somebody who's out here trying to have people killed. That's not good to do that. It doesn't matter if you do it behind a fake name and a fake profile. You're still a person doing that. And you and I both know that's not good to do that. That's not right. But that's okay. I don't mind it. It's part of the whole experience here. It's the internet, right? You get to do and be whatever you want to do and be without any consequences. So you think. So you hope. Slockin, this should send a chill down your spine. AI is lethal. Should we go to it? AI is lethal. Send a chill down your spine. Nurse Ratchet. Persians invented air movement. Right, we get it. They are your demigod. There you go with your projections. I'm not partial to any culture. I'm not like you. Stop projecting onto me what you're experiencing. You have a Western culturalist demigod. I don't. I'm not partial to any culture. The root word is cult. I will show reverence and accreditation toward aspects of each culture that are redeemable and beneficent and beneficial. That's called equity and fairness. That's called being based in truth. Stop projecting, or actually keep projecting onto me who and what you are. It's easier for us to know who and what you are because we all experience me here regularly and I don't do what you're claiming. So I will call each group of people and their culture out on their strong points and their shortcomings because that's fairness and equity and that's truth. That's what makes someone trustworthy, by the way. It's exactly the opposite of what you say it is. I try my best to have no allegiance and loyalty to any person, place, or thing, idea in order so that I could best serve the truth. See, that's back to the Tao again. With impartiality and detachment comes the ability to be present and aware for all things. This is why a lot of people don't like me and can't love me in my life because they think loyalty is akin to me tolerating and accepting their shortcomings and their garbage. It's not. I have no loyalty to you. I have a loyalty to the cause. As long as you remain loyal to that cause, we're going to get along swimmingly. The moment that you deviate is the moment I become your worst enemy because I will not. I'll do you one better. The moment I deviate from the cause, I will still affirm that I've deviated from the cause. The cause is still the cause. Whether I follow it or not doesn't change the program and nobody's above it or beyond it. Okay? So you couldn't be more incorrect, but thank you for the projection. Again, it reveals who and what you are. I bet anything you have partiality and bias when it comes to the culture you have grown up in and are a part of. See, I'm a lover at my core, despite how I come across here. So I love all cultures. I love the music, the food. I love the fact that it exists. God help us. I couldn't imagine being born in a reality that's not only as slaved out and mind controlled and statist as it is, but being surrounded by a monoculture. Be even more predictable, robotic, and uninteresting and uninspiring than it already is on some level. But that's one of the redeemable aspects of this experience, is the idea that I could look anywhere at any time to any group of people and find good food, good music, goodness and greatness moving through the people, and a reverence for God somewhere encoded in the scripture and the culture. Universal human experience and condition. That's you. You're talking to you again and you think it's me. You're shadow boxing again. It's Plato in his cave. See, you'll sit there and tell me about how United States Corporation and its military are the greatest military that ever existed. I'll tell you the facts. It doesn't matter what I like and don't like. I'll tell you the facts that they haven't won a war yet, technically. That the last couple of wars they fought, they better stop fighting wars if they want to be taken as serious or respectable, because they can't even whoop a few hundred or a few thousand Indians in sandals in caves with 50-year-old Russian weapons and no air support. Are you kidding? See, you're the love it or leave it kind of person. I'm the I'd rather leave it so it can get how it needs to get so I can love it better kind of person, right? Ask the last few women who've been dealing with me on both sides, because I tend to deal with people who reflect that. Do we care about the AI? What? Let's see.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ditlevson, I want to talk about some reports we had this week coming out of the Pentagon about the use of artificial intelligence. And you know, we all know, or many of us know, we're in a classified race against the Chinese on artificial intelligence. Reports came out this week that Secretary Hegseth was negotiating a contract with an AI company, and this AI company says, look, we just have two conditions. We're not going to allow our AI to be used to develop weapons that can kill without a human being in the kill chain. And then number two, we're not going to allow our AI to be used for mass surveillance of American citizens. And that Secretary Hegseth got very upset about those two conditions, that
I love that Tribe is in the chat now giving Arab facts, like how they invented chess, they invented algebra, excuse me. And like, this is we should do a bit like this one day where we just bring the magatards on like Jesse Waters and tell us all about all the things you and your culture invented. And we just go back 1,500 to 2,000 years before to where it's all right there. And then we just go, so now what are you going to found all of your bullshit on top of bullshit on top of bullshit on? Because that's all it is. It doesn't matter what you found it on. It's just more bullshit. Okay. And it's like it's not even relative to the conversation at hand. Like the relevant conversation that is also relative that needs to happen. It's not even anywhere on the table there, you know?
Fuse those conditions. And now I think this is, you know, if we were a healthier country politically right now, we would be putting up left and right limits around the use of AI. We have really no guidelines for you all, really no law. That's not your fault. That's on us on a bipartisan basis that we haven't done it. And I would argue we should be doing some of that for you all in this committee, setting up those left and right limits, because I think the average person does not think we should allow weapon systems to get into war and kill people without a human being overseeing that in some way. And I certainly don't think any American Democrat or Republican wants mass surveillance on the American people. So I guess my plea is for us as a committee to deal with this in the NDAA. But because you're up for the job on Homeland issues, I have to ask about this mass surveillance. Why wouldn't...
Remember when we all came out 15 years ago and said they're planning to do New World Order and they're going to use the NDAA and other bills and acts to get that done? And that was a conspiracy theory. And now they're openly claiming that they're doing NDAAs. And in the NDAA, by the way, we never covered it yesterday, but I did mention it. We need to get back to it. There's so much we need to get back to, and it's all the same theme over and over. Well, wouldn't you know it, Donnie's merging the military with Israel, because that's just a godly, patriotic thing to do. Don't you know? You think that's an accident, a coincidence? You think that's Donnie's agenda? This is so fucking childish and low level at this point that we even have to address these things and decode them, even though it's in everyone's face. And then the tards still can't get it. And you know what they do? They feed right into the next Luciferian psyop and they go, the Jews, the state of Israel's running America. No, dumbass, you still missed the point. The state of America is a creation of the intelligence agency, CIA, FBI. Who do you think runs them? This is Russian nesting dolls, I think they call them. Those Russian dolls that inside the other. It's always one inside the other. Person is texting me now, who I removed from chat. The best thing that you could do right now is just let me be. Thank you. What was I saying? Right. The fake ass neo-truther movement of supposed woke folks are running around now spreading this, what will be deemed as anti-Semitism, saying that the Jews in Israel are running America. It doesn't even matter what's going on at the highest level if you really want to be clear, but if you want to talk about it, let's fucking talk about it. Let's get it right, or at least truer enough. 1947, State of Israel created. 1946, CIA created. Not a coincidence. CIA, FBI, obviously, like everything else, not completely owned and run from inside. Again, just on the face of it, we have all the central bankers saying things like, he who creates the currency makes the laws and the rules. That's a quote from one of the Rothschilds. They openly in court tell you who and what they are and what they're doing, and you still don't fucking get it. The name of the game is banking and tokenization. With banking and tokenization, they get access to your soul, because the real name of the game physically is resource. The name of the game metaphysically is resource. They know that you're such a chimpanzee slave. If they can get to the resource here physically and get to it before they give it to you, they can get your soul. Okay? So stop talking about one fucking state of that's propped up as a front corporation for another corporation that's inhabited by a spirit, or at least led by it. That's from their own literature. They'll say, I made it all up. You can't even convince these slaves they've been fooled, and you can't even give them an expose that's not an expose. It's the direct words from the people running their lives, and they say, that's crazy, Playboy guy, I know. But that's what we're involved in here, and that's what it is. Makes the most sense out of anything. If you get away from, it makes the most sense out of everything if you start to reorder your perspective and realize that most things here are not what they seem. So stop running around, and this is why the algorithm is pushing you and promoting you, because they want you on record saying it's the Jews in Israel running America when it's not. What they don't want you is coming to the understanding and revelation it's principalities in high places. This is a spirit and a state of consciousness. And it only exists the way that it does, the extent it does, because you cease to exist on an equal, if not greater level, aka going with God, aka truth, life, and way, aka my Jeebus, my savior. All the same idea as far as I could tell. So yeah, you want the truth is oftentimes stranger than you can imagine. It's not only stranger than fiction, it's stranger than you can imagine. And it's straight from what these people believe. So the banking families intergenerationally are using nation states and either feigning to play them off against each other. They're feigning wars, or they're doing actual wars while the bankers are funding them. And what happens is they fight the wars, they get deeper in debt, and at a certain point, they got to go back to the bankers for more supply. And that's when the bankers get more and more control and hold over the nation, and therefore the people, because the people keep giving their power and their rights over to the politicians, and the politicians give their power and rights over to the bankers. The bankers give their power and rights over to the priest class. The priest class gives its power and its rights over to the thing that you see in the Vatican that's got all the lost souls. It's right there in your face. And at any one moment, the Luciferi will burn any of its assets, because just like me on the other side, it is not loyal to people, places, and things. It's loyal to its cause, and its cause is chaos, because through chaos, it creates order, or what seems to be order, which is really more control, what you call safety. And it creates less freedom and less rights, and therefore less life. Comes more mechanized, robotic, controllable, and predictable, and it's working perfectly. I see you folks all day, every day. I deal with you. You got to ask yourself, if I know what you're going to do before you do it, and I know why you do it when you don't, then imagine what these people are on about. Should we do a 2-hour broadcast again like we used to do when we first came into this, just breaking down all the Saturnalian symbolism and how it goes back to Satan, the synagogue of Satan, which is Satan, which goes back more than 2,000 years ago, which the Christed being was right there, facing, saying, "Woe unto you, lawyers and scribes and Pharisees and Sadducees, all being funded and run by the bankers again." Should we fast forward to the 15 and 1700s where all your supposed founding daddies all were having hits put on them because they were talking rights and freedoms by, you guessed it, the bankers? Should we go back to all the diaries from 2,000 years ago to the 1500s where the bankers themselves are in their diaries talking about communicating with a force and how it's telling them how to slave everybody, how to get everybody to comply with it and pay for it? Right. Is it maybe, do you think, why there's different versions of the Bible and there's original Old Testaments and New Testaments, and there seems to be a lot of disagreements about how the world and humanity is going to be run? Nobody ever asked these questions. That's that new covenant the religionist slaves talk about, that they have no idea what the fuck they're saying and why it applies, how it matters. Seems to me. Yeah, we're doing NDAA. I was up on Ruidoso because the force had to give me an up close look at it. 5 different levels of it. Went to the middle of mountain town, Ruidoso, New Mexico, middle of nowhere, beautiful town. I go, this is a beautiful town. Let's set up shop here. Go on another trip. Azra on a trip, flashes across my TV. Big fire, burning down hundreds of thousands of acres. Whole town around Ruidoso's on fire. I just, for whatever reason, go, this isn't natural. This isn't normal. This is just seems like another, why is this happening with me and where I am, right? Like more of my schizophrenia, synchronicity. Sure enough, lock the whole thing down, bring in a bunch of militarized federal troops, tell everybody to leave the town. Everyone complies as always. I don't comply. I go back, and what do I find? They're digging up all the sides of the road, putting fiber optic cable down. They're taking down the 4G because one of the reasons I set up shop there, because they didn't have 5G. Oh boy, how does this world work? Real time, live in a movie, holographic, reflective style. I don't need to go to the cinema. This is where I'm a set up, because paranoid Paulie boy, you know, with his conspiracy ideas, doesn't want to be around all the frequencies and signals, doesn't believe that it's good for his cellular mechanisms. Right? Sure enough, tower wasn't burned down, but 4G got destroyed in the fire, so we got to put up 5G and 6G, and we just happened to be, when we sent everybody out of town for the unsafe fires, digging up all the sides of the road to put down the fiber optic cable for it. Right. You know why? Because Rahm Emanuel will tell you, as he did openly, never let a crisis go to waste. So either they made it happen, or they let it happen, and while it was happening, they used the cover of everybody being gone to dig up all the roads in front of everybody's houses and put down fiber optic cable. So when everybody came back, they said, we got new 5G and 6G installed. We just happened to be doing it at the same time that everything was lit on fire, that they said someone lit on fire, and then doubled back and said, nah, it was natural. They couldn't even fucking get their story right. Why? Because karmically, they always got to tell you who and what they are, what they're doing, whether it's directly or indirectly, either by a mistake, an actual mistake, right? Because this is part of how this universe works. You have to get informed consent some way, somehow, whether it's through my fat ass mouth, whether it's through your own experience, or whether it's through these folks who are going to gaslight and lie to you after they admit the whole truth to you. And then, you know, because I didn't stop at the thing and went through, and there was a whole guardrail and military and whatever there, you know, later they tried to come to the house and you know, I couldn't prove it, but undercover, it seemed like, asking questions, pretending like they were supposed to rent a house in the area, you know. And it's like, what do you think? I'm going to sit around and be worried and afraid beyond a certain point? Like, you guys are going to do whatever you want to do. You want to take this whole place, bring it to hell, then fucking the devil bless you, I guess. I'm just kind of done complying with it, right? I'm done going along to get along. I'm done like doubting myself and my intuition and instincts because I'm so crazy. They're literally building a kingdom of Shaitan all around you constantly. And I'm crazy for fucking pointing at it and going, you think maybe we don't put the cancer machines on top of the school and then they put it there and then 8 kids get brain cancer in 1 month? You want me to pull up the article? So then they had to take it down. It's weird they had to take it down after the fact and somehow I could have known not to put it up to begin with. I wonder how that works. I'm not really that smart of a guy. Yeah, the wildfires on Ruidoso. And then, you know, you always have the funny things too, right? It's not funny, but it's funny how people respond to it. You get to talking to people around town. They go, the weirdest thing happened. And then they start to tell you what would be the truth if they could get to grips with it and cop to it, but they don't because they don't want to admit it to themselves. And they go, yeah, I had some problems with this guy and this guy. And then the weirdest thing happened, you know? The 2 businesses in town that were the biggest that they were trying to shut down with policies and codes because they couldn't compete with them and trying to suck them dry. Oh, they just happen to be part of the wildfire burning down. Don't you know? Guess they're going to have to move on out. You know, like they try to tell me and other people when we go there to buy land, like the woman on Oregon tried to tell me. You know, Klamath Falls just doesn't seem like the right type of place for you. Oh boy, she had no idea who she was. She got me real nice and started. And then, you know, I'm dealing with people who they kind of wonder, why do you even get into it? I can't help it at times. So I had to go off on her. I said, you know what? You might be right. If Klamath Falls is a place where the servants believe that tyranny and bureaucracy is what's supposed to reign on a land we call America, then it may not be a place for me. The problem is, once again, that Klamath Falls is on America and part of American fundamentalism. We don't take kindly to tyrants and bureaucrats interfering with our will and our rights. See, I'm not intimidated by you. I think you're a coward swine. And I'll tell you right to your face. Sitting there lighting shit on fire. Acting like you don't know what happens, burning shit down so you could bring in fiber optic cables so you could put up flock cameras and track and trace everybody, burning down wilderness so you could build more superhighways to connect continents because they need to do more commerce, they need to do more trafficking, human and otherwise.
Secretary Hegseth say, no problem. We're never going to use AI at the Pentagon to conduct mass surveillance of American citizens. You've been the number 2 over there. You're now gunning for the number 1 job, up for confirmation. To your knowledge, is the Assistant Secretary role of Homeland Security, do you have any programs currently going on involved in the mass surveillance of American citizens?
Senator, I can't speak to the specifics of that meeting with Secretary.
No, of course not. I'm not asking that. Just for you, you've been in the number 2 job. You're in the seat. Don't deflect. To your knowledge, is the purview of the position you're trying to get, is there any mass surveillance programs of the American people going on right now in that assistant secretaryship?
To my knowledge, Senator, not within that assistant secretaryship. We focus on policy
That's
writing.
fine. I want the answer to be no. I'm gunning for a no. I want you to say no. Are you aware, and can you confirm that it is illegal under U.S. law for the Department of Defense, particularly intelligence community assets, to surveil or target American citizens for their views?
Senator, I'm not intimately familiar with the exact language in different statutes. I would always defer to the Office of General Counsel to make sure any policy advice that we provide is lawful.
Okay, it is the law, right? Executive orders the National Security Act of 1947, and then everything that came out of Watergate. American citizens don't want to be surveilled by their government. You do criminal activity, go for it. You should be brought down. But mass surveillance, targeted surveillance of domestic terrorist organizations is a very sensitive subject that you're going to be in the hot seat for. So I would offer that instead of just deferring, you should get to know the law really quickly, because you're going to be asked at some point whether the actions of this government.
What do you want him to do, sweetie? What do you want him to do? Go back and be re-raised again as a fucking man? What is he supposed to do? Go back and study a bunch of statutes, policies, and codes that are supposed to teach you how to be an honorable, good faith man? This is laughable. You're all wasting your fucking time and energy and attention. I'm just here coping and mocking and revealing and inspiring and entertaining. That's all that is. You need to learn the law / codes really quick so you can what? Not operate from your spirit? If you operated from your spirit, you wouldn't need to learn the codes and the bullshit laws, the policies you call law. Same shit over and over again.
Are okay by you. And when it comes to targeting American citizens, using assets of the intelligence community, using AI to surveil American citizens, I want you to answer no. That you will uphold the values that I hope we all share, which is that the U.S. government should never target its own citizens. Department of Defense especially should be focused on foreign threats and the things that are coming at us from abroad.
She's now begging him to say what she wants him to say, which is the right answer, but he's not saying it because he's doing the opposite. And it doesn't matter because you all aren't going to have the balls to fulfill your obligations. And that's why this is going to hot war again. And we all know it. And all they're going to do is use it as a pretext to bring in centralized world government troops to kick the Luciferian simulation into the next stage. Because you all just won't, on the bottom or the top, stop complying, stop paying, and/or arrest your fucking colleagues for treasonous, traitorous sedition and overthrow of the law of the land with corporatism and fascism. And the reason you can't do it, not only because you're cowards, because your paycheck's tied into the fraud. And that's how the Luciferian gets everybody. You just can't do the right thing. Ask the content creators around here. You can't do the right thing and stand in what's true and what's right, because then your whole network of frauds is going to go away. And then all your revenue is going to go away. So I guess you can't, right? Because having a job is more important than being a good man or woman. That's why America's never going to be great again. Imagine this garbage. Imagine.
You should be focused on cyber threats, things that are important to protecting American citizens, not surveilling our own people. And I will just say, along the same lines of what you will be asked, Senator Sheehy was in Iraq. I was in Iraq too. Do you know of any credible threats of violence against U.S. polling locations that would ever require the National Guard to be deployed? Any actual credible threats, yes or no?
Senator, in this particular forum, I can't speak about any threats that may or may not exist and need to maintain operational security.
I think the idea that the President of the United States is saying that we should deploy National Guard and potentially others around polling locations when there is no credible threats. You should bring them up here if there are credible threats. We all have clearances, but the idea that we could be deploying law enforcement and National Guard around a polling location without a credible threat should send a shiver down your spine. And you are going to be in the hot seat to say, no, I'm sorry. That just fundamentally.
Yeah, we need new conspiracy theories, guys, because all the all once came true. Guess this lady didn't. Maybe this lady and others, we should oh, sorry, I can't advertise because they won't let me. Facebook, YouTube, others. If I try to pay them to advertise, they don't take me. If I try to do a billboard, they won't take it, right? But this lady desperately needs our broadcast because she could come here and then have the revelation that that guy she's talking to is part of a network who's part of a network that is undertaking a hundreds or thousands of years old plan, as crazy as that sounds. So you're sitting there going, why isn't this guy scared and having shivers down his spine? He wants to bring in National Guard and centralized troops. Yeah, because that's been the game this whole time. We've been saying it, and you just keep saying we're crazy and paranoid. Every step of the way with every issue, we're crazy, we're marginalized, we're paranoid, till it all comes true, and then you're all there wringing your hands going, who could have known? Who could have seen this coming? That old game. All right, we're making pretty decent progress here. We got to knock this out. It only took us 6 hours to get to 6 tabs. So I just can't help myself. Did we go over a turn? Right, all the folks who want to run around town calling themselves attorneys. One of the etymological definitions of attorney is to turn authority over. That makes sense. That's why when you go to court, they're so desperate to get you an attorney, boy. Oh, you don't have an attorney, Bolly boy? Man, you probably don't have much experience in court. You're going to need one of those. I'll get right on that for you. No, you won't, because the word attorney, one of the definitions is to attorn over your authority. And that makes sense, because the moment you get an attorney, he's representing you as what? Something other than a man under God with God-given rights. And that's when they get jurisdiction over you. It's called arraignment. Like you arraign in a slave, you know? You arraign in a horse or a piece of cattle. Tie it up, get it reined up and in. Show it who's a rein that it's under, right? Yeah, another one of those great benefits, privileges, and services that you get. One of those rights. Do you know your rights? Because I want to give them to you right now. You got a right to vote and a right to an attorney. Would you like to do those right now? You'd really like to engage in one of those right now, wouldn't you? Please, kinda, sorta. Come on, we really would like you to. No, I'm not going to attorn my authority over to some British parliamentary officer of the court. Go look up an attorney. They are officers of the court. They have a duty and obligation to the court equal to, if not more, to their client. This is why I laugh at you clowns when you tell me about you have a lawyer and he's going to give away all your authority just by him showing up. You already gave it away. And he has a duty and obligation to that court, and he's going to fulfill it. He's going to make you think he did a great job for you. You're going to cop out. They're going to keep their 97% conviction rating that they get to gloat about. And you think you got a great deal because you gave up your rights. They had a case they never could have tried under proper process and procedure, but you copped out anyway because you got a lesser charge. Look at you go. Who's a good boy? And the reality was all right there if you just didn't give all that up. But then they'll try to tell you, well, a man who acts as his own attorney has a fool for a client. I didn't say act as anything. Acting is what got us here. Acting like paying for the rich predatory class to keep us safe is what got us here. We need to get real with ourselves and each other. For ourselves and each other, right? It doesn't even matter whether you win or lose. What is winning or losing? When you look at what court is and who's there and who you have to interact with to be a part of it, even if you win at court, did you really win? You had to experience these people. That may be a me thing. Let's get beyond it. Right. Teen scientist did a school project. It sparked an FBI probe. Sorry, I almost... We may have to end this soon because I got caught up in a spiral there. I don't know if you saw it. I almost completely went unconscious. Sometimes when I start spiraling, my subconscious mind kicks in and I start thinking about trying to break my own neck. It gets scary. People get concerned for me. I think Paulie got caught in a loop right there. He tried to break his own neck. tried to separate his spinal cord so that silver liquid that's in there could be released. His spirit could be freed. I'm kidding. We don't want to do morbid jokes like that. Then they'll have me hang myself. They'll have me hang myself, except that they probably couldn't find a rope strong enough to support me. That's not true. They're not going to hang me. There's not nearly enough slaves doing what needs to be done to have an effect. So I'm not hang myself worthy yet. We got to do some more work to get there. All right, let's go teen scientist. Teen scientist. Experiment spark. FBI probe in Irvine.
It's a science experiment. That's what a 17-year-old whiz kid is saying after the FBI and hazmat squad searched his Irvine home. The feds say they were looking into suspicious chemicals at the home, but Malvin Fritz and his family's attorneys say it was all a big misunderstanding.
Sandra Mitchell is live in Irvine with the latest details and reaction from the young science genius himself. Sandy?
Cher, he really is. He was accepted into college when he was just 13 years old. So when the FBI surrounded his Irvine home searching for a possible nerve agent, Malvin Fritz says, yes, he was surprised.
In order to protect this reagent from light, it is wrapped in aluminum foil.
From his home chemistry setup, 17-year-old Malvin Fritz was doing experiments and posting them on YouTube.
We just about 20 minutes ago, we watched a team of 6 FBI agents dressed in full hazmat suits go into the garage.
Until last week, when the FBI and a state weapons of mass destruction support team raided his Irvine home.
Well, this is definitely a surprising situation. I don't think anybody expects to have the federal authorities knock on their door.
Tonight, speaking out for the first time, Fritz telling KTLA he was not doing anything dangerous or illegal.
I obtain all the chemicals that I work with through online sellers that anybody could obtain them through Amazon, eBay, and at the hardware store. Anything can be dangerous if not handled with a lot of care and patience and safety.
Fritz told us it was rubbing alcohol and other common chemicals that spurred the massive federal investigation.
Right.
And he says he and his family still have not been allowed to return to their home.
Like, I have to laugh at this just to avoid getting frustrated and annoyed, and that's okay, right? Like, it's okay for me to do that. How you people are not annoyed by this, or I guess you're laughing with me. We're all going out of our minds laughing together. Just the absolute insanity and ridiculousness. This little Indian kid, they're kicking his door down, searching his house for rubbing alcohol. While the people again, I can't say this enough. I think I said this at least once today, this broadcast, at least once today. The people you're voting for and paying for are fucking and eating children. Whoa, did I say that? I didn't say that. That was Paul Enslaved AI. Yeah, that's where we're at. This is why it's like it becomes, even though we have a survival instinct on us, like you get to a point of how do you even care anymore? Like, you're at the point now, they're kicking the Indian kid's door down for rubbing alcohol, and you're going to tell me you're going to keep complying because what? You're worried that what? Like, it's not going to come to your door at some point? You may as well get out ahead of it. You know, you get to a point in this, it's actually very freeing and empowering. You get to a point in this where you stop running from it in your life and you go out and get it. You know? You don't go looking for trouble, but like you pull up to the police station and go, hey, I'm giving my license and everything back, and I'm going to do whatever I want because you guys are out here kicking the little Indian kid's door in for rubbing alcohol and protecting human traffickers. And we think you're insane and ridiculous, and we're not going to go to war with you like we would in the past. We're just not going to listen to you anymore. You're not legitimate to us. Sorry. We had a great run, okay? We had a great run. Slavery and genocide, you know, but it's over now. I guess most people, like I got there pretty quick. Most people, not so much, but they're going to get there as well. You can only do so much of this before you finally just go, you know what? I'm kind of tired of running from this and hiding from it. I'm going to go meet it on its ground, on my terms, on life's terms.
I've been out of my home for almost 7 days now, and I really want to return home, and I truly believe that there was nothing dangerous.
Fritz has not been charged with any crime. He's working with an attorney, though, and calls what happened a big misunderstanding.
It's the funniest thing. I got to get Shively up here. Shively says he rides around because he has decent money now. I guess he was successful, whatever he does. God bless him. He says he rides around town with the national with the I forget what order he said. I think he's saying no plates, and now he's going to a national plate because they won't bother him. He's like, he's made a bunch of money. He has whatever money he needs to live the rest of his life. What else is there to do here, right? It's like he's at that point. So like he goes up to the cops and he's like, I'm going to ride around town with no license, registration, insurance, or plates. I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And they were literally like, this is what he tells me, because I get reports, and he goes, they were like, okay, Mr. Shively. Like, that's where we're at. We're now at the point where Shively is one of the people in the neighborhood who has $1 million. He's paying for you guys to live and exist. He's prosperous. He's successful. You don't tell him what to do. He tells you what he's going to do. And you say, yes, Mr. Shively. Like they used to do back when you tell him Jeeves wants around the park. Yes, Mr. Shively. Whatever you say, Mr. Shively. Yeah, Mr. Shively's a little weird. He's a little eccentric, but he's not doing any harm. He's not doing any wrong. And he's successful. And there's no reason for you to criminalize him. This is where we're at now. Regular, normal, well-to-do white folks who got money and would have just spent the rest of their years golfing in those little plaid shorts and the high white socks took a whole different turn now. And I like knowing that I'm a part of that. That makes me feel good. And I like knowing that these agents in these little towns across America just go, okay, Mr. Shively, that's kind of weird, but you know, and then he's thinking like this is supposed to get really bad, but it's like more and more we see, no, there's a way for trust, equity, and faith to exist here. We can embody that, and things aren't going to go really bad. They're going to go great for us. Now, your results may vary. Of course, you got to always give that proviso. Yeah, it's kind of just more evidence of it's not what you think it is here. And if you establish yourself in these communities as somebody who's honorable, good faith, trustworthy, righteous, somewhat well-to-do, it doesn't mean you got to have $1 million, but it means you're not a fucking loser, slacker, who sits around trying to steal and rob and lie and cheat all day. You know, a politician. Yeah, then there's a good chance that people are going to start to give you your way across any town USA. Because you're regular, normal, well-to-do white folks who just don't want to be fucking enslaved anymore. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's honorable and respectable. And the more of you there are, this is another reason why, and again, I don't want to do it because of this, but more as we go forward, if I'm feeling better and we get on the land, a lot of ifs, if everything keeps aligning and coming together, I want more folks in the general vicinity so that we can have more push with this program, in the sense of if there's 15 of us on 60 or 80 acres, whatever it is, I think there's like 10 folks right now, you know, it's like anything else. If we're strong individually, then we're stronger in a group. Presuming you can walk it alone, then you're definitely stronger in a group. The group is weaker if you got a bunch of individuals who can't walk it alone and want to group together. So if we got a group of individuals who will do it alone, then together we're stronger, because we're going to go to these towns. We're going to develop land, put something on them, do the work instead of paying people so we could flip it and get value, you know, and provide housing. And we're going to apply this understanding of the law along the way. And we're going to tell them, listen, we don't want to argue and fight with you and sue you and tie up the courts with all this, but we will if we have to. And we're telling you now there's 15 of us. So for every one of us that you arrest and kick back out, you're going to have to take in another one. And we're just going to keep doing that until you somewhat cooperate. Right. And people say, well, you know, it will happen. It already has happened. That's why I'm so faithful that it will happen, because I didn't believe it at one point and I already seen it happen. If we have faith and we know our own power, we show up for ourselves and each other a certain way, these motherfuckers will take notice, because there's no other option. As they used to say, you got to make them an offer they can't refuse. All right, we did that. Let's move along here and knock out some more of these. Law enforcement takes major action against influencers amid spring break chaos. Yeah, and then you're going to have moments like this. Perfect segue. You're going to have moments of example like this where they're going to come out in force, just like they do if you ever go to jail. You see all these power and value dynamics repeat on any scale, in every venue. Once a month, they got to come in, tear everything up, put people up against the wall. They punch a couple people. SRT team, right? You know, trying to establish some kind of dominance and submission. And it's like, okay, you want to show out and look whatever for the moment, we might let you do that. And then everything is right back to business as usual. See, the joke of all this is just like outside of prisons, a city within a city. If you go to any prison, the guards and the inmates will tell you the prisoners run the prison. It doesn't matter how many guards you have, how many weapons they have, all the rest of it. The prisoners still, in fact, run that prison. Right? That's why you can't stop people from getting hit there, even though you got cells and protections. People get stabbed and killed and hit all the time, assassinated. It's why you can't stop drug movements throughout the facility. It's why you can't stop guards from having sex with the inmates, because ultimately, at the beginning and the end of the day and everything in between, other than certain moments that look a certain way, the inmates run the asylum. So yeah, you're going to have moments like this where they criminalize. And again, this is great because they're calling you on the news influencers. There's nothing wrong with that. And they're admitting that they're doing militarized tyrannical tactics on you. That's great. You're getting them in judgment. The resolution is being televised, directly or indirectly. See, that's the service. That's the sacrifice. You may have to be willing to get locked up, beaten, or killed to put them on record for who and what they are, so they get in judgment and solidified, and then this whole thing turns around. That's a big part of what activism is.
The spring breakers are officially being put on notice in Daytona Beach, Florida, following a weekend of chaos. Authorities in Volusia County are working to become the first in the state to financially penalize social media users who are promoting large, unsanctioned events. These events have resulted in the arrest of over 100 spring.
Well, we got to mark it down. I can't even get through any one of these clips because I got to stop it to check the scoreboard. Your first 5 rights we verified that are natural, that are secured in the constitutional contract, you no longer have them by definition and technicality. You can also add on to their freedom to assemble. They've now criminalized your freedom to assemble. So if you're an influencer and you want to get together with groups of people, you can't do that anymore because the state, the police state Jesse Waters is so like hot and bothered for, wants to criminalize large gatherings. You know why? Because it's a threat to their control system and their matrix. You know what the answer is? That's cool, guys. We know your rap. We've seen it before. It's kind of lost all of its power. We're not going to like fight you and do wrong here. We're just not going to comply. So sit down, have a beer, grab a sandwich. If not, I guess hit the road or start arresting everyone here. All 5,000 of us. Oh, you can't because there's not enough room to hold all of us? I guess you got to go get fucked. It's just that simple.
Breakers, the investigation of 4 separate shootings, and the seizing of 6 weapons. Joining me now is Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Sheriff Chitwood, it sounds like you have a lot to deal with right now. So first of all, describe what is unfolding in Volusia County right now, and if you've ever seen a spring break quite like this before.
Carly, this is my 20th year here, either as police chief or the sheriff, and it ebbs and flows. But what we've seen recently is the social media impact. You have these influencers that get on board and online and they talk about let's do it.
I'm entertaining getting on board. I'm having pains in my sides, but not as bad as they were. As I start to get better, I have a lot of things on my list. One of them is like 20 people from California who like love me. They don't love me. They love the truth. And they think I have a way with words and what I do. And they're right. I'm not a very likable, lovable person. So they want to do events, and I'm like, I've been kind of revisiting that. Well, a few of them came here at certain points of the broadcast and invited me. I'm kind of thinking we do like an event when I'm feeling like, you know, I'm having faith that I'll be back to like relatively pain-free and inspired and energetic for me, as much as I can be. And we're going to do an influencer event, and we're going to invite whoever wants to come down to we'll do the Get Arrested event. How about that? Just where there's no, you can't say Paul and Slave made me do it. The event is what it says it is. We're going to come here and we're going to have the freedom to assemble, or we're going to get arrested. You're going to decide that. You guys are God, right? You guys want to be God and be in control of that. We're going to let you. So we're going to engage in a right, and you guys are going to play God. Now go ahead. What do you want done here? Let's go arrest everybody. Who gives a fuck? Like, I'm done. I'm past the point. I'm wondering why the rest of you folks aren't out there on the beaches. You know, going, hey, I'm done. Like the guy who came here and called me because we're doing an event. But he does do something like that because he was there with the police. They tried to shut him down. He said he's not going to comply and cooperate. So that'll just be part of what my routine will be every so often. I don't know if it'll be regular, but maybe every 6 months or a year or so, we take a trip to California because they need it more than anybody. They're a freak show over there. And we just start engaging in rights. Maybe we up the ante. Maybe everybody's got a gun on them too. Maybe we go all the way and we do everything that Castro said that we were going to do. That happened to him after he couldn't do shit. We just really give him all the ammunition. We really come to play. We really pay to play over here. We all meet on California at the beach and we all decide we're going to have rights 1 through 5 in your constitution, natural rights. And then we just dare these fucking swine to arrest us because who gives a fuck? It's not going to change what's true and what's right. It's not going to change the fact that we have those rights. You're a wrongdoer for that. And I'm going to come out and do the same fucking thing all over again. Wouldn't you know it? Now what? We just start to create the energy of here's the deal, here's how this is going to go. The same way they walk up to you that way, we start living our life that way. Here's the deal, here's how this is going to go. We're going to have the freedom to assemble and have the right to bear arms, and we're not doing wrong or criminality here. You guys all have guns and you're assembling and you're servants. So you're either going to allow us, you're going to uphold our rights here that you signed up to uphold, or we're all going to jail today. And we're all going to sue you too. And we're all going to make content out of it. And you're going to go viral because you're already a virus. So it makes sense that you go viral. And we just have the get arrested with a gun day. Because who really gives a fuck at this point? What are you really going to do?
Invasion. Let's do a takeover.
Invasion.
There's no events here. There's no kind of bank. There's nothing. You just get a surge of between 7,000 and 10,000 people come in. They take over the beach. They take over A1A. They bring no economic value to this place, and they bring chaos. As a matter of fact, they hold this economic hostage because businesses, restaurants, and hoteliers, they're losing business.
Why is this, Jeeps? You've been here long enough. You didn't hear me. You didn't see me. You don't know what this is. Did you forget where you were? This isn't De Castro fake crying at court. There is no on to us. I'm doing a live broadcast right now. The DHS interviewed me and told me they watched my broadcast. I'm not hiding. I'm not lying. I can't run from whatever they want to do to me. I've accepted that. I've embraced it. What do you mean, leave the phones home? They're going to be on to us. They need to leave their phones home. We're going to be on to them. We're not doing wrong. Be on to us all you want. I'm going to broadcast it from sea to shining sea. We're going to freedom to assemble and carry guns. Those are natural American rights. Fuck off if you don't like it. And again, if you don't have the willingness and the balls to die or go to jail for what you believe in, then you don't deserve that. And we'll put you all on record. How about that? This can be a simulation for everybody involved. Those are the best kind, aren't they? I'm creating a new genre here. It's like porn that you can join in on, right? Why should someone be able to fuck themselves when you can join in on it? One way or the other. Leave the phones home. They're going to be on to you. When I'm sitting on a broadcast on YouTube, they're monitoring, telling them, this is what I'm going to do if I decide to do it. I'm not saying, because I'm not going to say I'm going to do it if I'm not going to do it. I have a lot of ideas and inspirations. I don't do a lot of them. But obviously, this is territory that we've already broached. I contend successfully. I don't even know if there is a failure. I don't even know if it's possible to fail based on my criteria of just showing up for yourself and others and what's true and what's right. As long as I do it, I win. Doesn't even matter what happens. I want them to be onto it. I want everybody who shows up for it to show conviction and integrity and honor and good faith. I want them to show courage in what it looks and feels like. Maybe these fucking coward agents will learn something. That's part of the problem too. You want to enter into all this shit with a guilty mind and heart. There's nothing to be guilty about. We're not doing wrong. That's them. So what do I care if they're tracking and tracing and onto it? They should show up and be in solidarity. We're doing it for them. They're men first on this land. They want their families to grow up in a fascistic slave hole. Maybe a lot of them do. That's cool. We don't. And we're not going to stand for it. This isn't a conversation. That's the point. When you do this, it's not a conversation. It's not a negotiation. It's this is how it's going to go. Here's the deal. The same way they talk to you. Except this is right on everything good and great. Your shit's a bunch of lies and deceptions and beliefs.
Have to close or there's cancellations. So we're going to attack the promoters. Under the special events zone law, that gives me the ability to recoup the money for police, fire, EMS, and sanitation. We have a private attorney that we're working with. He's going to represent the business community, and the business community is going to start dropping lawsuits on top of these quote-unquote promoters.
Yeah, it sounds like you are very serious. You say you're going to sue these promoters civilly and come after every asset they have. Since you've announced these penalties, have you seen a decline on social media in these unsanctioned planned events?
We have.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if you had like 50 folks who showed up under the banner of unslaving and had all their property in trust, so you couldn't take anything from them because they own nothing and they're real happy about it. See how we use your own bullshit against you? Because you like to use corporatism and fascism as a weapon. Oh, someone engaged in their natural rights, so we're going to take your property and your rights using lawfare, right? Using a legal system because we're so fucking sophisticated and civilized. Well, I guess it's a good time to remind you guys that we don't own anything. All that property's in trust. So you can't lawfully take it. You can't seize it. And of course, you don't even have to do that because it's nonsense on the face of it. But it gives you, potentially, theoretically, it gives you another layer of protection if you're dealing with corruption, which oftentimes, as we know, you might be.
Not as of yet. They have not taken down like this weekend's event.
See what they do?
Oh boy.
But what we have.
By the way, see what they do? They get you to title everything something in their jurisdiction, and they get you to put everything in that all caps name, so then they can sue the name and take the property that's in your name. It's not yours. It's in your name. The name that's not yours that the government gave to you with a number attached. So that's why. See, all you'd have to do is look at who the masters are and what they do, or the wannabe masters and what they do, and then you realize what your options are. And they're never going to tell you. They'll show you, but they're not going to tell you. They're going to tell you the opposite while show you something different. See, people with real wealth who want to be exempt from frivolous lawsuits and lawfare, they don't hold property in that name that the government created for them to be in their legal system. They hold property in trust. You can't take that. And again, the only person who declares all that status, title, and standing is you, whether you know it or not.
Is using their critique of the event. These influencers are critiquing and how they're talking about they won't let you drink on the beach. They won't let you smoke weed. Cops are all over us. This is the worst spring break ever. So we're using their own words and their own videos to post out there that if you think you saw something last weekend, this weekend there's more in store. We have to restore order. This chaos and the shootings and the gunplay, it's got to end. It's got to end.
And finally here, what would you say to parents whose kids are asking to go to spring break and want to go to your area, Daytona Beach? What would you say to them? Is this safe?
That's a great question. We're out there making arrests and doing our job, but you had a 16-year-old or 17-year-old out on Saturday night just walking down the street, and she walks in the middle of crossfire and she gets hit. So the question is to parents, do you really want your kids, as you're showing this video, participating in this? And I want to just say this. The overwhelming majority of the arrests that we're making are not students from Volusia County.
Yeah.
They're from Georgia. North Carolina, South Carolina, Newport News, Alabama, and the west side of the state. In one of the shootings, it was clearly gang related, and the gangs were out of Gainesville, Florida.
Oh boy. Yeah, not in the area. And Sheriff, you're clear.
Gotta get everyone to sign on. We're in a panic and fear. People are getting with influencers. They're not doing what we want them to do. They might even have guns. We're going to lie about shootings. He didn't say any shootings in the beginning. Then he put shootings into it because he's a fucking liar and he wants to tug on your heartstrings to get you to sign on to criminalizing people engaging in their rights. Fuck you, and we're all going to do it more. What do you think of that? And they're going to use that energy, don't kid yourself, as a pretext, one way or the other, to bring in more stringent, centralized control under the guise of the people have just suddenly, for no reason at all, we have no idea why, are unruly and don't want to comply with a rich predator class. Wonder why. Wonder how that happened. And by the way, there's a good chance a lot of this, if it's not real and capitalized on, it's staged and capitalized on because they want to get out ahead of it. That's what Shaitan does. Get out ahead of it. Don't even think Pauly Boy and others of being an influencer and getting out here at groups and having gunplay. What the fuck is gunplay? Isn't that a rapper that gets knocked out all the time on tour? Gunplay? You just make shit up. And by the way, you know what's hilarious? In the news this week is like, I think 2 stories. I got one definitely, but I'm pretty sure there's 2. Officers actually engaged in gunplay, shooting each other by accident. Yeah, in uniform, on the job. Actual gunplay, they're showing the cameras where they're sitting there pointing guns at each other at the job, acting like it's a big joke because they're just beyond it at this point and actually accidentally shooting each other. Should we go to that? Tell us all about the safety in the gunplay. Every person I know has been stopped by the cops. They try to take their gun and then they got to go down and argue, including myself. If they get it back, they got to go down and fight and argue, go to court forever to get their guns back. Guns that weren't even used in crimes. We know that you're on a nationwide mandate to take guns wherever you see them and that you want to criminalize them. We know it. Of course we know it. Just literally every interaction they tack it onto. Everyone I've talked to, I talked to hundreds of thousands of people about legal, lawful affairs. Every interaction they tack on we're going to seize the gun and keep it for shit that has nothing to do with criminality involving guns or drugs or anything you could tie back to the gun because they're just under a generalized mandate. Take your fucking rights when they see them, when they find it. Because it represents a equalization to their false power structure, right? As we know. I got to get a new chair. I got a new chair, new recliner this week. I'm coming up in the world. The Castro, you better watch yourself. Soon, $1 million condo, Porsches, golden dildo I can fuck myself with. That's content. Okay. I can shove it up my ass and run around town and tell everyone how fucking alpha and masculine I am. It's a whole thing. I got a whole bit planned. You'll love it. Yeah, I got to get a new table. I'm so impermanent in my life. I'm so like on the fly and just basics, whatever I need, that I never establish permanence in anything. And like as I age and mature, I start to come under a new way of beingness. And it can be dangerous. Your comfort zone can kill you, right? But I say I spend so much time being obese in this chair that I may as well get a decent, comfortable chair. Why am I still sitting in a chair that's not comfortable? I spend so much time rolling like a pig in its sty in my bed. Why wouldn't I have a comfortable bed? Spend so little time, but such a painful time with my obese, swollen ankles in my shoes. Why wouldn't I have comfortable shoes, right? This is old cowboy wisdom. You spend most of your life in your bed, your chair, your shoes, or your vehicle. Make sure they're comfortable and of good quality, right? I'm starting to entertain that idea. That makes sense to me. You got 4 things. You use them every day. Why not invest in them, make them as comfortable as possible? Just spend so much time there. You know what? I can't argue with that. Yeah, my next thing is I got to get a real good table that's sturdy and stable and doesn't do this every time every time my engorged stomach taps into the table. Doesn't shake, rattle, and roll. Pardon me one moment. Right, this random person who's non-existing has a point. The spirit behind this non-existent person has a point. Invest in yourself. The darkness. That's what I'm going to call you. The darkness. The void comes forth and delivers a message. Invest in yourself. It's true. This is more and more a time of letting go. Part of a letting go practice and process is taking your money, non-money, and faithfully putting it into something that you know will fruit and flower. That's on this episode of the faith behind financials. That's part of a faith system. No, that's not necessarily an elaborate ploy to get you to what was the one? Let go of all. Where's Brandon? Let's get Brandon here. Let go of all your funding. My links are up top. The guy, the ball guy who I affectionately call Porky Pig. I'm not being hateful when I say that. It's the East Coast Irish Italian ribbing where we love each other. We're having fun. I call you Porky Pig. Porky Pig the other day was preaching and speaking in tongues, and he was like, part of the faith behind financials is you gotta learn to let go. Links are up top. It's like, wow, man. He don't miss a trick. Gotta respect it. You gotta love it. Yeah, that guy is broadcasting Mecca, right? I have to work to get where he's at. He's got a new segment, talking in tongues. He's got the two retarded boys in the wheelchair. I have nothing that even approaches that. I'm the closest thing that approaches that. Me in this chair. He's got the wife banging stuff and the cabinet bit. He's got, did I say talking in tongues? He's got spontaneous holy songs he breaks out into. He's got prophetic visions and dreams. And now I just missed the whole point of why I even started talking about him, because he has something that is magical, and now it just slipped my mind. And this is why I'm showing appreciation to him. Oftentimes content creators go unappreciated, and this is my version of appreciation. Right. And then he has a I guess it's not a bit, but like a segment of, you should give me stuff, because that's good for you. And you know what, I think there is something behind that. I'm not going to totally dismiss that, only because I'm holding out hope that that's true for me as well, and that whoever contributes here, good stuff happens back to them, and they're not like waking up one day going, I can't believe I gave Paul and Slave $20 that one night, and now I'm eating at Chipotle because of him, and now like they hate me. They're like wishing bad stuff on me because I'm a part. I don't want to be part of that experience. But yeah, he is masterful. He's Tanya Harding on the ice before the pipe to the knee incident. That was Tanya Harding, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give that guy his flowers. Porky Pig, the holy man over there. There's a reason why he gets 7,000 live viewers, and I can't even get 1/10 of that. That's okay. That's more inspiration for us to work harder here. Do more. He's got more bits too. I just can't call him to mind. 1-800-MY-SLAVE. That's right. 1-800-MY-SLAVE. Call now. You can sponsor a slave near you. You might even be the slave that gets sponsored. That's a hell of a call when I get to make it. I go, hey, are you part of the 1-800 My Slave project? Yeah, what did I finally get a slave sponsor? No, even better. You're the slave that's getting sponsored. And they go, yippee. They get really excited. It's a whole thing. I feel like we're doing good work there. You know, another thing these people mock. Do we have we used to have oh man, it was the glory days. It really was. Do we have because we could go to that right now and fulfill our obligations with that. It's been a while and it's a great program. And we need to spread more awareness about this program. Not a lot of people know about this program, and it's an amazing program. More people should know about it. So, and Timmy, you got the number wrong. Timmy, you're out. You're not a wartime public relations man. I love you. You just don't have what it takes. It's not 1-800 My Slave. It's the SPLS. It's 1-800-752-8379.
In the arms of the angel, fly away from here, through this dark cold of terror and the endlessness that you feel. You are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here. So tired of the straight.
Hi, I'm Paul Unslaved. Everyday slaves of all colors and creeds cycle and loop in their abject insanity and unawareness. And they're crying out for help. Will you be an angel to a looping slave today? Please call the number on your screen and join the Paul Unslaved SPLS with a monthly gift right now. For just $18 a month or 60 cents a day, you'll help rescue slaves from their looping. You'll provide them with things like food, shelter, and even psychological evaluations. But most importantly, love. Call or join online in the next 30 minutes, and you'll receive a free welcome kit with the photo of a slave in their dark hovel right now. One who's been given a second chance, thanks to you.
In the arms of the angel, fly away from here, through this dark cold of terror.
Right now, there's a slave who needs you. Your call means I'm here to help. Please call right now.
Call toll-free today at 1-800-752-8379. Again, that number is 1-800-752-8379 or 1-800-SLAVERY.
This is your chance to say, I refuse to sit by while a poor slave suffers. Don't let their pathetic cries go unheard. Please call and save a slave today.
You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here.
SPLS is a non-profit organization. Participation does not necessarily guarantee cessation of looping.
Gets me every time. Gets me choked up every time. SPLS, folks, and they say we're not out here doing good work. One of the chat creatures is writing down there that he misses every one of those morons. I don't, because they're not dead yet. One day all those people in the video will be dead, and that's when I will decide to entertain missing them. I might not even miss them then. I don't want any misunderstandings. I don't want to invoke them. I don't want them back here, right? So you're free to miss them. Even if I did miss them, I probably would admit to them because they're broadcasting kryptonite. I don't want them here. Don't need them here. Okay. That's very difficult to balance that and manage that, right? But we appreciate their contributions toward our endeavor, the SPLS. And of course, a lot of these looping chaotic slaves needed a home anyway and a better life. And we did that. Okay. Round of applause for us. We did that. Iran's leader resurfaces with ominous threat. It's almost like they went back to the warehouse and got out like the green screen and they go, okay, get him out. It's Khomeini, take 2. Ominous threats because we're doing peace deals, like 32 of them till we're not. By we, I mean them. By them, I mean all of you who keep paying, complying with us, voting for it. Yeah, we're supposed to be scared of that because at some point here, they're going to blow some shit up and blame it on Iran so they can tighten down on your rights and freedom. It's rather predictable, but it happens to work. So.
Fury, the head of U.S. Central Command, is set to go to the White House later today. He'll be meeting with President Trump and the national security team. Among the issues in the briefing, the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports. Brian Yanis, live in Tel Aviv with more. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Dana. Good morning. Well, Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei has released a new written statement today that was read aloud by a presenter on Iranian state TV. It calls the United States the Great Satan and vows to protect Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. The statement, also posted on X, says this about Americans, quote, "Those foreigners from thousands of kilometers away have no place here except at the bottom of its waters. Iran will put an end to the hostile enemy's exploitation of the Strait of Hormuz." Now, Khamenei went on to declare that the Strait of Hormuz is under Iran's new management and rules, reiterating Iran's intent to control the Strait.
I got a comment. Much in the stylings of Jesse Waters, I fashion myself to be over here. Okay, Iran, touche. United States Corporation is the Great Satan. I'll cop to it, because it is. This fucking world has never been more prosperous and successful since it's been run by the Great Satan. You can argue about that. I can send a text message of my penis instantly to the Philippines. What do you say about that? Right, I thought so. Levels of prosperity and success we never thought was possible. Okay? Now we're just working on how I can get the women from the Philippines back here legally with all the different pieces of paper that I need so that I can capitalize. That's part of capitalism. We're going into our next value system here. I'm sick of these people who are unthankful and ungrateful for all the great shit that the Great Satan, as they put it, has brought to this fucking world and this culture and society. How rude. Do you know what the Great Satan had to go through being kicked out of heaven, yada, yada, sent on a fall? And the whole time he really thinks he can do this thing better. No one will give him a chance.
And
never do anything right, this Great Satan, for these people.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Fox that this would be
Wait, they're wooing Satan in the chat? I'm getting word. The Nielsen ratings are, and they're wooing Satan, I'm being told.
Ahmed Bahidi is thought to actually be the one calling the shots in Iran. The Supreme Leader, who is said to be seriously wounded from Operation Theory, has not made one public appearance since he became the Ayatollah 2 months ago. But for now, President Trump has opted to extend the U.S.
The only thing that would be better than wooing Satan would be, you guessed it, starting a USA train.
Forcing them into a deal to end its nuclear weapons program.
We were able to grab about 350 million crypto assets, and then on top of another 100.
Right, we went over this already, so it's the same clip, similar clip. Okay, so they're like telling you openly, we're just taking over all these countries, we're stealing their gold and silver and crypto and everything else and gas, and fuck you if you don't like it, because democracy, safety, and oh yeah, they're terrorists. Wrap it up. Cut. Splice, edit. You want to do lunch? You guys want to do lunch? Thai or what? It's just that easy. Okay, the spring breakers, we got that. Influencers, people are having the balls to freedom of assemble and even have guns. Really scary stuff. Got to stop it. Iran's going to blow something up any minute now, we swear. Because they were just about to attack us. They were just about to attack us, and if it wasn't for us attacking them, it would have been really bad. Totally makes sense. Excuse me. My booster's is kicking in. It's closing up my throat. It's okay because I have a ventilator on standby to really put me out of my misery if it gets bad. Oh, yeah, no, the ventilator doesn't bring me back. It just completely puts me out of my misery, but that's good. I don't have to suffer. Death is part of life. It's the pain and suffering that gets you. House GOP defense bill includes unprecedented U.S.-Israel military merger. You don't say. Almost as if they're doing world, global government, new world order, centralized corporatism, fascism, and central banking, expansionism. I'm like gold dust in those old Howard Stern clips. House Republicans on the Armed Services Committee released their defense budget proposal this week for fiscal year 2027, which includes more than a $1.1 trillion in spending that you folks are going to be on the hook for, you stupid, filthy slaves. Sorry, I added that in. But buried, I like buried within the 500 plus page document is a provision that one foreign policy analyst warned Friday was unprecedented in quotes, could reshape the U.S. military indefinitely. The provision is titled United States Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. They're very imaginative nowadays with these names. Almost like renaming the Department of Defense to Department of War. I prefer that. I like my slavery up close, personal, direct, authentic slavery and genocide. That's just me. According to Ben Freeman, ironically named Freeman, a foreign policy analyst at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. That's a hell of a department. It would provide a higher level of military industrial integration with Israel than the U.S. has with any other country in the world. Writing a report published by Responsible Statecraft, Freeman noted that the United States and Israel already work together heavily on military operations and intelligence sharing. He also acknowledged that the United States has worked closely with its NATO partners militarily. The provision buried within the defense spending proposal, however, was a different beast entirely, Freeman warned. It basically goes on to talk about, well, here it is. It would fuse the U.S. and Israel defense sectors in multiple areas vital to battlefields of the future, like autonomous systems and cyber. So, openly using the politicians to integrate all these states in a worldwide web of tracking and tracing and control. What else is new? Once again, you can only track and trace and control the governable. So here's Alan Dershowitz, famous agent. You know, what is he? Bureaucrat, intelligentsia, bourgeoisie class? What would be the proper term? One of you experts, let me know. So Mr. Dershowitz, another honorable, good faith, of course, infallible member of the legal society, goes on record to say that if Jeffrey Epstein he would have got Jeffrey Epstein a good deal if Jeffrey Epstein would have just admitted to him. I'm taking this from memory. I don't want to. I'll just play it because I don't want to misquote it. But going from memory just to test myself. It's been a couple weeks since I put this up there. I believe the boy goes on to say that he would have got Jeffrey Epstein off if he would have just told him he was sex trafficking, and it would have been no big deal. They could have got it handled. But I might be like really out of the box with that one because that sounds crazy.
I was Epstein's lawyer. I tried desperately to get him a good deal when he was first arrested. I went to the prosecution with everything we had. I asked Epstein over and over again, what can you tell me? Did you work for the government? Did you do anything for the government? If he had done anything for the government, first person he would have told would be me. And I would have gone to the government and say, well, you can't prosecute this guy. You have to let him off the hook. He's worked for the government. There isn't one iota of proof or truth to the claim that he worked for the Israeli government. Jeffrey Epstein visited me in Israel when I was there as a visiting scholar. It was the first time he had ever been to Israel. He asked me to put together a group of smart people to have lunch. I included Aaron Barak, Yitzhak Zamir, a few people. He didn't know anybody.
You want to know what the problem with the world is that there's a profession where you could get paid big money to knowingly defend someone and get someone off who you knew did wrong. That's the problem in the world. That's not only the problem in the world, that's what you call civilized. Paulie boy is uncivilized. We're very civilized. We have a system where when you traffic women and children, if you just come to us and tell us you work with the people up top, we get you off scot-free. Why wouldn't you do that? That's silly. He admits it openly. Openly, they admit it. And then you say, oh, well, so what? We already kind of known this for the longest time. Yeah, well, what does that make you? You keep complying with it, paying them, going along with it. You won't declare something different and then that's you, and that's what you're a part of, and that's who speaks for you, and that's the system that you abide by. Right? That's what it always comes back to. Oh, don't tell them that, Paulie boy. Then they got to do responsibility and accountability, and then they're liable to not give you shit. They're liable to not buy all the shit you're not selling. They're liable to not post you and stream you on Facebook because you get a little wild sometimes and you're not in a big house. You know, your teeth and your hair and everything else aren't just like perfect the way they should be for a corporatist. Plus, if we share it on our timeline, then everyone else is going to have to take responsibility and accountability, and they're going to think I'm an asshole for trying to get him to do it. Yeah. No, we go hire. We support in this world, and we go hire the Alan Dershowitzes, so they can knowingly get off people who did wrong because of your associations. Right there, it is. You think Alan Dershowitz is any different than your average content creator on some level? No, they're not. That's why you live in the world you live in the way that it is. You just better hope that you ain't one of them. Go along to get along because of what's profitable or who we know, not what it is or what it should be. United States is a corporation based out of DC, law, contract, corporation, contracts, cops. These are all hashtags. United States is a corporation. We played one of this woman's videos the other day. This might be a more condensed version of it. She's a crazy sovereign citizen.
They created the District of Columbia. What they did was they put that corporation in the District of Columbia, and they said that the members of Congress were actually managers of that corporation, and they said the President of the United States was actually the president of that corporation. So we're not living in the country that we think we're living in. And what I've actually done is I have said that we are under something called state capture. And I have said that there is an interregnum. And if you look that word up, that means that we don't have a legitimate government. And when the founding fathers wrote this Constitution, they realized that the bankers were trying to pull a fast one on us and to try to take over our governance. And so they put in safety mechanism. And there's something called Article 5, which says that when 2/3 of the state legislatures request an amendment, that the Congress is required to convene a constitution to consider amendments. And the Congress was supposed to do that back in 1929. They've been in contempt of the American people. They haven't given us the opportunity to get our original Constitution back. They haven't even told us that we are not operating under our original Constitution.
Yeah, we got to cut that. Yeah. I don't know what that woman was just talking about, but it seemed really dangerous and unsafe and kind of crazy. So right now we need a public service announcement, please.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about troubling, irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Oh, that one with the hole where they all that gets me every time.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard, that's obviously a clip of like 50 different news stations from all the different states, all repeating the exact same lines word for word. Like, oh, it's so great. I want to just bask in that for a moment. What do you mean it's organized, controlled? What do you mean it's world government and centralized? What do you mean these people are all inhabited? They're not real people. What do you mean they're all just repeating shit, gaslighting and deceiving? And as they're doing what they're worrying you about, they're doing it. And they're all saying the same thing at the same time, trying to get you to stop looking at it and questioning it. It's fucking hilarious. This is where I like to tell myself stories that this is all for me. I like to liven things up. I go, Paul, you're so powerful with this truth that they had to get all those people together on all the states to cut that promo to sync it all up because you're so fucking dangerous to democracy. This truth that you're running with and this force is so dangerous to their lie of collectivism that they had to put in all that time, energy, attention, money. Think of all the money and time, energy that goes into that. Truth and facts and rights are really dangerous to democracy. I got to tell you, it's important for you to know that. Former IRS agent exposes 3 of them, I believe, if I have it correct. But fuck it, I'll go with the headline here because I didn't make it. Let them take the liability. Former IRS agent, only one of them. I think it's 3, but this guy says 1. Or it reads 1. Former IRS agent exposes the truth about your tax obligations, and you're not going to like it because, oh, by the way, newsflash. All you people on Facebook who keep posting the picture, I don't know who the guy is. You guys have all these wacky heroes who don't do shit. Some guy on Facebook, you keep posting him. He's got some shirt. He's chugging a beer. He's the typical desperate, pathetic American who can't put 2 words together in a sentence and has no idea how anything works. But you all like him for that. That's what makes you identify to him. He's relatable, right? And they're posting this all over Facebook, and he's wearing a shirt because you think this is cute and pretty, and it's not. It's what like undoes the whole movement. The shirt reads, "What's the big deal if I commit a little tax fraud while the elites human traffic? Go to the next level. Why would you declare yourself to be a fraud? Well, I'll tell you why. See, I ask and answer my own questions here. It's a great system. I cut out all the retarded nonsense. Why would you make up a shirt and declare yourself on social media to be a tax fraud when it's fraud to declare that you all owe taxes? Oh, right, because you don't know your rights and don't know the fucking law. That's the problem. That's my name. What's my name? My name is you showed up on Facebook and ruined a whole movement because you declared yourself a fraud when the fraud was the fact that you had to pay taxes. It's not true based on the law. That's my name. That's the shirt. Let me make my shirt now. The shirt is not another retarded, desperate, wannabe American who undoes myself by declaring myself to be like everything I complain about. It's not the best shirt. See, we got to rethink that. Too long. Not going to fit on the, will fit on my shirt because it's a 5X. Not going to fit on everyone else's. So sick of these people and their stupidity, and they think they're doing something. Look at us. We shared one. They don't share my stuff, which is about the law and rights and me actually doing it with others and getting results. No, that's wacky and crazy. Let's share the retard outside of an HOA in the backyard by a grill, chugging beers with messed up hair because he can't take it anymore. He's about to rebel with the guns he asked permission to buy. And he's wearing a shirt and they all love it. They think it's great, declaring themselves to be doing tax fraud. Maybe just learn your rights and the law and stop calling yourself a withholding agent and you won't have tax obligations. Let's go to the IRS guy because they'll say I made it up. Here he is. He's going to tell you exactly what it is.
And to pay an income tax that, in fact, when they do so voluntarily, most Americans. Mr. Bannister?
Yes, I would say that statement is absolutely true.
Mr. Turner?
Yes, I agree, and it was one of the major reasons that caused me to have to resign from IRS.
Mr. Beecraft?
Well, I'll give you a legal answer. The government says those who are required to file a return are those that are liable. The sections that we have covered today, previously, you read 6001, 6011, those are the general rules regarding the filing of returns. Those statutes use the word liable. And then if you engage in a search for who's liable for the income tax under Subtitle A, sections 1 through whatever the end is, 1473, it varies from year to year. The only section that you will find in reference to someone liable, using the words of the government, are the withholding agents at 1460.
What? What's that? Yeah, I needed Poindexter there to take an extra 30 fucking seconds out to waste our time to tell you so you could believe it what the fuck I already knew because I just went to the bottom of the paper. I'm such a magical, mysterious guru. Could you give me $500 for my packet? The packet is just a picture of my dick and balls photocopied over and over again, by the way. That's going to be my next thing I'm going to do. I'm going to go all the way like how these people do, but in a different direction. I'm going to do another mockery simulation where I'm going to promote here that I'm going to sell everyone a packet and I'm going to troll all of you with the packet. Because I already gave you what you need and it's already been there the whole fucking time and all you had to do was look to see. And the fact that you can't means you'll never get it if you can't get it. If you can't look and see, you'll never get it, and there's no point in us doing the dance that I can show you and teach you. People who see when shown, people who don't see. 3 types of people in the world. And then we could get into the other 3 types of people on the action side, right? Watch happen, wait for happen, make for something happen, right? Watch it happen, wait for it to happen, make something happen. Yeah, sign up. I got a $400 packet for everybody, and I'm going to sell it real good, and I'm going to show you how it works. In my troll, I even tell the truth when I lie. Even in my troll, you get better. I do what they do. Oh, this packet is something like you've never seen before. That's true. And you'll never be able to take me to court, say I lied about it. Within this packet is something you would never expect. You've never seen a packet like this before from any other legal guru. Within this packet, arguably, is everything that you're going to need in order to navigate the legal lawful system and all the perils of the courting endeavor that we undertake. And then it's just 50 pages of my dick and balls photocopied. And then on the last page, it's like 2 or 3 lines. Stop declaring yourself to be property of the state. Stop declaring your property to be property of the state. That's it. There's your fucking packet. I'm going to make up cards too. I'm going to make up a bunch of fucking cards that you can pull out and read. And on the cards, it's going to say, number 1, I'm not a fucking slave. I don't know. I got to figure out if I want the cards to be in the affirmative or the negative. But I'm going to do what the Castro and these other folks do. I'm going to have packets and cards and brochures and pamphlets. Yeah. They're going to be a little different though. Card number 1, stop cooperating and complying. Card number 2, stop acting like a bitch ass hoe slave. Card number 3, stop paying for your own slavery and genocide. Card 4, stop identifying as an aspect of the state or an agent. Stop imposing obligations on yourself and then crying about having to undertake them because you're so fucking ass backward. Bunch of morons on Facebook. Can't get them to look at the law and understand taxation's not theft because you filled out an application to pay them. First page of the tax code. Taxation is voluntary. Unless you have an obligation. The man just explained to you. The obliged parties, those that are liable, are those that are deemed a withholding agent. You only become a withholding agent when you sign the piece of paper that titles you that. The same game over and over again. Just like when me and Timmy were going to look for land. Same game again. We got a POA. The POA is a bunch of lawyers. They're here to represent the people who own the property. It's just to keep them safe. We got a title. You got to sign the title. The title turns it from land into real property. Once you turn it into real property, we can regulate it. Sign right here on the dotted line. Just do the unlawful conversion. It's lawful because you claim to understand, and that's a contract, a meeting of the minds, right? Just go ahead, sign the paper, and agree that this land is now real property, and that's within our legal jurisdiction. So now we can use legalese in our practice to regulate. They did that with your land, your car, your fucking child, and now your whole country. They did it. Now they're going to do it with the whole world. See the game? And I can't get them to understand something as simple as a fucking paper called a title is just that. If you sign it, then you're agreeing to call this thing something different. And the reason they want you to do that, because they can't regulate it in its original capacity. But they can once you call it something that's within their law that they spoke and made up. They make it up. They make up the word or take an already existing word, redefine it, and get you to agree to those terms and conditions. That's why every time you go everywhere on the internet, they get you to agree to terms and conditions and get you to click submit. You think it's a fucking coincidence? Every fucking word they could have used possible in the whole goddamn language. 50, 90, 200 fucking languages. And the one word that they use is the same meaning in every fucking language. You're a fucking slave. Not a coincidence. Then they get on Facebook, cry and complain. Then they want to go and watch Brandon Joe Williams and the Contract Killer course where we do fraud and dishonor throughout the whole thing. And then we say it works, so it must be great. If it works, it's because they don't want to deal with you. That's not honorable in good faith. That's you tying up the court system, hoping they're going to kick you out because you want to run them in circles. Because you want to go get a fucking car or a house from a bank that technically owns it or holds it in trust, and you don't want to have to pay for a discharge debt. You don't want to have to work toward getting anything here. You just want everything provided for you. See, this is what I mean. You want to talk rights and freedoms, but you want to do UBI. And then you wonder why Klaus Schwab's going to great reset your ass and give you everything you need and want as long as you sit under him and his people. You don't want to do the work to get what the fuck you deserve. You want to get all the shit you don't deserve without doing no work. That is dishonor and bad faith. And you know what? Once again, hundreds of thousands of subscribers. They love them. They pay thousands of dollars an hour to conference with him. And when I get him alone, he won't talk to me after 3 lines because I put him on notice. They don't care. And that's cool. That's why at the end of the day, I love when the sheep slaves get grifted on, enslaved, and genocided. Not because I like it, because they like it and love it. So I have to love it. You like it, I love it. They say, Paul, why are you hating again on Brandon Joe Williams? He's got a contract killer course. It allows us to terminate our mortgages and all the rest. Fuck not. He's an agent cosmically or corporately. He is being pushed like so many others because they want to engineer financial collapse. If you morons all get houses without completing the contract, you're going to be part of organized collapse of this system to bring in digitized tokenized currency. The fact that you can't look at these people and listen to them and tell that they're fraudulent and smarmy and slimy, there's no hope for you, is really what it comes down to. That's what always fascinates me, is I look at these people, I listen to them, and within 3 seconds, I get the upload and I go, this is a slimy con man skunk. This is a lowlife coward. This is a liar. I get him in private. I ask him 3 to 5 questions. They always confirm to me directly or indirectly, 8 out of 10 times. Then they go to stop talking. Then you try to expose these people and who and what they are because you have an instinct and an intuition, and you can pretty much confirm it just by taking their own words and playing them back. And the majority of the audience and the listeners don't want it. That's what you learn about this life. They don't want it. They say, shut up, Paulie boy. This is another hero that we got who's going to get us out of all of our obligations and responsibilities we got ourselves into without actually having to do any work. Gotcha, bitch. And you try to tell them that, listen, the federal organizations just put out a warning and a memorandum that if you do what this guy's doing, they're going to consider you a fraud and a combatant. And don't be surprised when many of you wind up at federal court. And please don't call me because he ain't going to answer unless you got $2,000 an hour. And when I asked him how he had the balls to charge $2,000 an hour, he said, well, he doesn't really charge that or want the money. He just does that so nobody calls him. Oh, yeah, he's totally a servant, got a servant's heart. He's totally in this for the right reasons. He really wants you to win and succeed. Vote for him. People are moronic. It's the reality of it. 85% of folks, it's like 80 to 85%. Whether that makes me hate it or not, I'm just going to talk straight reality more and more as time goes on. Just whatever the fuck I see and experience. Don't care if I take myself down to 0 viewers. Ask the guy how many times he's been to court. They tell me 0. Then they have the balls to tell me, well, we don't ever have to go to court. Right. Totally, guys. I meet so many people who like uphold the law and practice rights and freedom and don't want to comply and cooperate. They want their rights and freedoms and they never have to go to court. Yeah, totally. And you guys believe this garbage. Sitting there selling plates that look like the federal agency's plates that they can turn around and say at any time, you're fraudulently operating with a forged instrument. And you all sit there and buy this crap. And this is why people would come to me in an afterlife if I wind up in hell one day like Donnie. I don't think I'm going to make it to heaven for some reason. They're going to get me somewhere. They're going to come and say, Paulie boy, why did you even try? Why did you even? It made no sense. You saw us getting hundreds of thousands of views and likes and hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, lying to the people, which is what they want. They don't want the truth. If they wanted the truth, they'd have got it just like you got it, the long and the hard way. It's obvious by who and what they are and where they are, what they want and don't want. They want to be lied to. They want to be pimped on and played and gamed and macked. They want to be sold a dream and a product and a service, whether it works or not. They want to believe, Paulie boy. They just want some hope. Bifolds coming soon. Hats coming soon. Welcome mats coming soon. Coffee mugs coming soon as well. We got it all, folks. Not a slave card. I'll give you a card you can pull out. 1995, you can pull it out, read it. It'll remind you you're not a slave. You're not subject to anybody's beliefs and dictates here. Imagine that. We have a card for that. Like we have an app for that. What's in your wallet? My slave card. I pull it out when you get stopped by the police. Just get in. Well, I don't know what position you have to be in for this, but maybe still hike position, ready to give and receive. Bent over in hike position like the football player. Pull out your card and remind yourself you're not a slave and these people can't legitimately tell you who and what you are and what you're supposed to do. The only thing that stands between you and your freedom is your cowardice, your willingness to apply yourself. That's the card. You know what? That's actually too good of a card. I might actually be able to sell that for fucking $20 and it be worth more than the trifold. Imagine if he made cards like that where he wasn't lying and grifting and bullshitting and the card actually was inspiring wisdom where you go, let me get my slave cards, officer, 1 second. I need a little bit of inspiration right now. Where did I put them? Oh, here they are. The only thing that stands in the way of me and my freedom right now is my willingness to try and my cowardice. Right. I guess that precludes the need for a card to begin with, huh?
Withholding agents for non-resident aliens and foreign corporations. Those are the only ones that are specifically statutorily made.
What did he say? He's bad. They like to mumble and babble over the important parts because you can tell this guy's a legal beagle. He tried to give a fucking double talk answer, but still had to tell the truth.
Does that answer your question?
Where's the fucking
Internal
bar on
Revenue
this?
Code does not make most Americans liable to file a tax return and to pay an income tax that, in fact, when they do so voluntarily. Most Americans.
All right, I'm not going to go through it again. The bottom line is he said, withholding agents, corporations, and essentially corporate entities. He mumbled it. Look into it for yourself. For all the people out there who want to tell you don't know legality or know the law, and you could know both sides and even be more compliant with the code than they are because they don't know it and they know the spirit, which is be a safe little slave and do what you're told, even if what you're told is not in line with the legal code or the law. Christ almighty, huh? We did the Israel merger. We did Alan Dershowitz admitting he gets off predators and human traffickers if they just admit they work for the government. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. We got Ted Cruz. Stop attacking pedophiles. We can put that one to the side. That's evergreen. We use that many places. We need it. Pull it out when we need it. We got Brandon J. We got Brandon Biggs, I think, in the stack. I don't know if we're going to hit that right now. Chile Decon Artist is telling us in the chat that we have a 2-for-1 trifold sale going on right now. I don't know if your boy Decastrated is live. Maybe we stop in with him. I'm on a pretty decent roll. Feeling rather pain-free, so why not hang out? But within reason. After the 12 o'clock hour, we may have to get the hell out of here. I don't want to be asleep in bed too late. Oh, your boy's live. He's riding high too. He's doing record numbers lately. 1.5 thousand live viewers. He's got the juice, man. He's got the action. So going over to delete laws.
Chile taught me on delete laws. I
Oh,
gave
there?
my license, registration, proof of
Wait.
insurance. Step 2.
This is the same thing that happened the other day. I was scrolling through my thing. As soon as I come on to him, he's right into it. It doesn't matter what time you go to his broadcast. He is right in the middle of showing his ID and paperwork and going, you can, like, talking to everyone like they're children. You can get your little paperwork and you can show everyone what Chile taught you. What did Chile teach you? How to pull your license, registration, and all your paperwork out saying the state owns your property and comply and pay. While we keep going to jail and losing and paying hundreds of thousands to lose. Don't listen to Paul and Slade. He doesn't know the law. It doesn't matter when you tune in on this guy. He's right in the same rap, shilling and grifting products. He can't even use at his own court dates. This is why most of you who comply with all of this and fund this deserve everything you get. I have no sympathy for you, if you couldn't tell. You make it so easy for me to have zero sympathy for the slave amongst us because they can't get enough of it from all angles. Bang me harder. This is a great clip. If someone out there wants to hate on me, because there's someone out there going to do it, take this clip right now. This can be your new clip for your shitty panel. Bang me harder. Cut right there. Because that's what this is. Just one big fucking mass orgy hallucination cuck cult. Where everyone's grifting, everyone's frauding, everyone's fucking themselves and each other. Yeah, let's get down. Let's get down and dirty.
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Right there in the yellow. I invoke my fifth, right here at the top. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right. And then I shut the front door.
Shut the front door. This is a guy whose middle name is Maria. I'll just leave it at that.
Am I promoting somebody to not comply and to get shot by the police? I'm promoting the exact opposite. And the cops who all hate me, all the cops hate me. So
did anyone find it interesting, by the way? And I'm not saying that it is. I don't do the thing they do with me where the whole world revolves around me, but it starts to seem like it. Anybody find it funny and interesting that around the time that I started doing bits with the red glasses, that it was obvious who I was being, what I was doing, that your boy there changed his iconic red glasses. No, I'm not in the Illuminati. This is a bridging body language. This is a connective body language. This is evidence of me being honest. Just like when I do this, if you're a body language reader out there, you can tell who's being honest and who's not. If you can decode the body language, right? So, if you remember around this time, I should be doing that for them. If I remember around this time, I was doing the bit because Jennifer was around. She had this pair of red glasses that were very effeminate and showy. And I threw them on and I started doing some hardcore auditing. Shut the front door. Touchdown position, the whole deal, right? Shortly after that, your boy changed his iconic red glasses to black glasses. I don't know what gave him the inspiration to change those glasses he'd been wearing for years, he was known for, to like regular black glasses. Maybe it was the fact that I was pointing out how ridiculously effeminate and absurd it is for a grown man to run around calling himself Chile Maria de Castro and wearing bright red effeminate glasses and telling people, shut the front door. And I'm alpha male and masculine. And I've been in over 150 street fights. And I go, is this real? Is it this guy's the best actor ever? No? Is Ashton Kutcher coming out? Am I being punked? This is real? And then they tell me, no, Paul, this is real. He claims to be a constitutional legal scholar. I go, okay, show me him at court. Fake crying, cursing, looking like a fool, being embarrassed, attorney telling him shut up, him paying him $100,000, losing. No, what fucking world am I in? What is this? Quite frankly, I start entertaining maybe going back on heroin. Numb the pain, kill the pain again, but we're not going back. We don't stop. I always have that's the thing, right? With this new revelation, I don't have to go back on heroin anymore. I could just go ride around without license, registration, insurance, and plates. And if it all goes as worst as possible, all the pain and the numbness goes away. From the 21 Glock 19 bullets that are going to pierce my flesh and riddle my insides, attempting to try to uphold the right of traveling freely. We don't stop. And then I will bleed out there, dying behind the wheel. It'll go viral. I'll go viral one more time. And decastrated will point to it and say, see, that's why you get in touchdown position. You got to get in TD position. And you got to pull your cards and your paperwork out, and you got to beg the cop to not gun you down and tase you on the side of the road. This is where we're at. I'm not saying I'm such a big man. I'm so tough, and that because I will say the same thing in the sense of If you're going to do activism, don't get lippy with these people and get mouthy. I try to establish some bond or connection or touch their spirit so they don't kill me or tase me. But it's like, we're now at a point where your best activist who claims to be alpha male, who has the 1 million subscribers and is regularly bragging about being a playboy selling 25,000 trifolds, is encouraging everyone to just cooperate, comply, pay them, and not listen to me. Boy, how far we've come, huh? We went from Samuel Adams saying people like this should be treated with contempt to this is your new hero and this is what we're going to listen to, fund, and follow. Because I guess comfort and safety is the ultimate goal of a man who says he's going to secure our rights and freedoms. This is why you should be running for politics, Mr. DeCastro. You sound and look and seem a lot like them.
You may hate me, Copper, but you tell me this. Am I not sitting here teaching people to fully and completely comply? Yes, I am. Am I not sitting here asking you to fully and completely comply?
I can't even get through
it.
This is what I love so much about it. The courts and the cops respect me more than they respect you because I'm telling people not to comply, and they know that that's all organic and legitimate. They know I'm being honest with myself and others and trying to do what's right and what's real. You're lying to yourself and others to try to sell products and try to be seen as likable and relatable. You're pukey and pathetic. I love when this guy goes to, and they say, Paulie, you're on the same team. No, we're not. I love when DeCastro goes to court and they slave him. And then he and his people are sitting over there going, how the fuck does Paul enslaved of six court cases in 5 years and never gets slaved and pays anything, never hires an attorney? They can't they can't believe it. Because when I show up, they can believe it. That's the only big difference. They know you're a lying, grift, and fraud. I watch the court and the cops say to you, they don't say that to me. They say to you, oh, weren't you? You're the guy who sits on the camera and says you want to get arrested because you sell products and you want to grow your YouTube channel, right? And they laugh at you and they say, great, we're going to put you in jail now. This is great promotion for you, no? They call you on all your shit that they call you on all the checks you write that you can't get. I never say that. I say, I know in the future I'm getting arrested and going to jail again because I'm going to stand for rights and freedom because I don't have any other purpose here. I don't like that, but that's the way it's got to be. And there's no negotiation in that. Oh boy, do they feel that. Boy, do they respect that. They never question where's M. Davis? Is he down there? Because the Negroes on the ground, what they used to say is they never question my gangster is what they used to call it. They never question my energy and my spirit and what kind of time I'm on. They already know. With you, they tell you right to your, oh, you're the bitch ass motherfucker with 1 million views, piping up with a whole bunch of shit you don't really stand on. We get you alone in the back, you cry like a bitch. It's not even about, but Brooke writes, Paul, exactly. If you know actually who you are, you just know. It's not even about really completely knowing what you are. It's just about really knowing what's right or feeling what's right and trying to shoot for that and not making any excuses. It's called principles. The game is not run on principles. Just like when I played the rap music earlier, right? The guy's talking about back in the day, the game was on principles. We don't have that now. It's in everything. So again, the product doesn't work for you. You got to become the product. If you need the product because you ain't the product, it can't work for you. Once you become the product, you don't need the product because you being the product can work for you way better than the product you hold in your hand. He's not being that and he's not teaching that because you can't give away what you don't have. I'm giving it away because I've learned it and I understand that's where the whole power and value is, and they know it too. And that's why I get results and get other people results. And that's why he fails miserably while telling people he started that. He never should have opened his mouth about me. It's not going away. You will continually be in the book of someone who bore false witness and was bad faith and dishonorable on me because you wanted people to not roll with my energy because you could see and feel that people were going to ride with me and my energy on some level, and you want it all for yourself while you lie and grift. That's a bad combo. I don't mind you want it all for yourself because you're doing the right thing and other motherfuckers ain't. That's one thing. You want it all for yourself while you lie and grift. It ain't supposed to be about all for ourselves. It's supposed to be about all for all of us. Liberty and justice for all. See, that's the thing, man. Once we get down to the truth, life, and way, the grift goes away. And that's what the government, the fake content creators, all these people are all the same because they all abide by the same prerogative. Once the truth, life, and way comes out and it's known, the grift and all the deceptions fall away. It all goes away. Party's over. See, I've been living by that this whole time. They are going to get a taste of that at some point, if they haven't already.
Single way? Yes, I am. I'm telling you to comply to the point where you're already prepared to comply before the cop even walks up to your door. I teach you to completely comply in every way immediately.
Yep.
Without question.
Sure do.
Cop walks up, pulls you over. I don't care why he pulled me over. I don't teach you to
Oh,
ask
this is
him
the
why'd
new
you
thing,
pull me
by the
over.
way. Just winking and nod for you folks who act like we don't know and I don't see you. I'm not going to name you, but I'm just going to do the thing. You all come to my Telegram and other places to try to promote your shit constantly to get this audience over to where you are. But what you never do is invite me to the platform or promote me. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it's kind of odd. And when we go to your page, you don't even do anything or say anything. You just sit there. This is the new retard, activist, non-activist. You just sit there and point at other people's material and their life, and you just do this the whole video and make faces. I don't know who started this fucking thing, but it's the most retarded thing ever, and it doesn't surprise me. It's just another example of this whole they'll do anything to go viral except for just be the fucking the product and the energy, right? And show up. They'll do anything, including take other people's viral videos and sit in front of them on a green screen while they're behind them and go, I can't be the only one who's seen this garbage. And then they say, that's my channel. I went viral. I got 100,000 subscribers. And now what? And then what? And where does that go? And why are you sitting in my areas promoting your garbage and then not doing the opposite back the other way while you see me censored and shadow banned at times? So why I don't like you motherfuckers. Why I don't respect you. Why when you come around me, I get the way that I get. Possessive and competitive, it seems like. Because I know what you're about. You just want to clout chase. When I asked you to go on the murder ride and do the hit and put in the fucking time, energy, attention, you know where to be found. So I'm not into you claiming blood and crip. I'm doing an analogy here, right? I'm not into you claiming all the shit when you don't want to go put in the work. It's fucking embarrassing. And then I go, you see these motherfuckers on my neck because they desperately don't want people to question, especially during lockdowns. That's when they hit me harder than ever with all the lawfare and all the garbage in the system. You don't contribute and support. You don't back me in what we do here. You don't even do what we do here at times. But you want to lay claim to it so you can go viral and clout chase. And what do I give a fucking care? When it comes right back down to it, it's me and whoever's going to be doing what I'm doing in alignment with that and contributing and supporting. You're nowhere to be found. But I'm supposed to sit around and go, yeah, hang out around me, use me, grift off me, clout chase. And then dare I, because I never come to you motherfuckers and do it back. And I never ask you for nothing because I don't want to be needy and codependent. You'd think you'd take the fucking time, energy, and attention and effort to go, well, he just tolerated me sitting around here using and grifting this whole time. Maybe I'll pay it forward and give it back. No, because I don't fucking deserve that, right? We don't deserve that here. And they wonder why they're going to get slaved hard. They don't even understand it's not about me and them and the channel and everything else. It's about what you just put on record karmically. You're dishonorable, bad faith, needy, and wanton. You're a clout chaser, but you're not a co-creator. Laugh at content creation. All the discontent slaves want to do content creation and write in the word. They're discontent. They're not content, so they can't really be creators. So instead, what do? They put up the content. I love the words and terms. I love wordplay. They put up the con-tent. The content creators. Reached out to 5 of them this month. folks with an actual following. They claim to be about God and rights and freedom and all that shit. All bullshit. And I'm going to air them out too. I'm going to start reaching out to a whole bunch of names, known and otherwise, and we're going to air everybody. It's that season again. This is why you can't let me get better. Whoever did the voodoo on me, you better do the next round of it. And I'm the idiot once again. I'm the fool. Paul, you thought you were going to reach out to these people who claim all this shit and they were going to come on for anything less? They have the balls to tell me $5,000 and $10,000. I tell them eat shit. I wouldn't care if I had $1 billion fucking dollars. I'm going to pay you $5,000 or $10,000 to have a conversation with me about shit you talk about that I do that you don't do. You must have me fucked up, as they say on the ground. Jose Maria.
I don't care why he pulled you over, and neither do you. You just want to go home. So I teach you the moment the cop walks up, here you go, officer. Here's my license, my registration, my proof of insurance. This guy named Chili taught me to get my shit together. I got all my shit together. There you go, officer. Step 2, respectfully, officer, I invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent. And then you're just going to sit there and shut the fuck up. And you're going to sit there and you're going to film. I'm using my phone, obviously, so it's not my case, right? And then the cop says, get out of the car. And you say, no problem. I'll get out. Lock the door behind you. Get out. He wants to put you in torture cuffs. Okay, officer.
We're about to go viral, guys. All you got to do is take some other douchebag who isn't really about anything, but has a good spiel. And you just sit in front of it and point to it and make faces. We're going viral here. Any minute. I can feel it.
Problem. You have nothing more to say. I already invoked my 5th Amendment. There's nothing more to say. There's nothing more to say. I'm not going to say another fucking word. Not another fucking word. Not a single solitary word. I invoke the 5th. Those are the only words he's going to hear me say. Well, which way are you coming from? Don't ask me where I'm coming from. Don't ask me where I'm going. Don't ask me where I've been. Don't ask me if I have a gun. Don't ask me if I've been drinking.
Oh, your boy is fucking shook to go back to that jail, huh? See, system, I'm cucking now. The Chili taught me to just completely comply and cooperate and not listen to Paul Enslaved and get the audience to fund it. I'm totally not a grifter agent. Totally. He's unsafe. He's going to get somebody hurt. No, you got the 160 and the 180. This is what I love. I love it. I am so fucking thankful and grateful and blessed that God picked little old me, who had nothing and nobody on some level, nothing to do here, no prospects, and said, Paulie boy, we're going to wake you up and get you off your fat ass to be a part of some fucking cosmic play here. We got a script for you. It's just, it's baked into your beingness inherently, and you're going to put on and perform it. It's the best performance is not a performance. Just like the best legal scholar is not a lawyer or legal scholar. Just like the best doctor is never a doctor in a lab coat. We can go on and on and on with that one. Fascinating. It's miraculous. It's magical. And then somewhere in me goes, so you know what happens next at some point, right, Paulie boy? You got to go sit down and do the jail time, even though you're 6 for 6 right now at court. Somehow, some way, they can't believe it. Why is he free? Some point in the future, you may have to go sit down to show these people it wasn't about being free all the time and getting away with it or winning. Sometime it's about you got to be the sacrifice and get put on the cross. And it's about why you do that and how you do that and what you do after that defines you. Shit, that's pretty heavy, huh? I don't get to play all the other fucking games you all do with yourself and each other. I like it that way, though, right? God only gives those perspectives and those missions to those that can handle it. We see you're a bitch-ass lying motherfucker, so we know that ain't you. Might not be me either. Might be a challenge for me to get it done as well. I'm not saying it's easy. Jose Maria. Maria. Isn't that a... What's that one? We got to bring that one up. I need a little... Yeah. I need a little spring in my step. I'm guessing that song is called Maria. No, I looked it up. It's not. We got Santana, Maria. We got Brooks and Dunn, My Maria. Who would have thought that there would be more than one Maria song? All right, someone in the chat knows it. I'm not looking right now, but if I look down there, somebody's going to know it because they know everything. Chad is the oracle. Chad is undefeated. Chad has better... I'm going to go ahead and say it. It's going to take the wind out of a lot of folks' sails here. Chat has better percentages than even God of all media. It's true. I kind of like Maria, though, but they'll copyright me for that. I think. Slavery story. Grifting out in Spanish Harlem. You're living a lie just like a YouTube star. Yeah, we need a remix on that one. That's what that is. Delete Laws is live.
Use the address on my ID. Everything I have to give you by law is in the slip below. Right there's all the questions he's going to ask you. Oh, I'm going to run for office and I'm going to win. Step one, let's get you to get a trifold in your car so that you invoke your Fifth Amendment and tell a friend about it.
Okay.
And if you get one...
Step one, do what I say. What I say is comply implicitly with all authority. Step two, buy my shit. My shit tells you to comply with authority, even though I was fuck the pigs, I'm an alpha male. They're all tyrants. I don't know when that switched up, but I like that pivot.
Trifold, I'm going to give you 2 trifolds.
So
if you go to my website and you get one...
So if you buy one pamphlet that costs $5 to make, he's going to give you a second one. And of course, one just costs $25. So he's only making $15 or $20 on each pamphlet, right? You're getting the best of the bargain.
One of these, it's $25. I give you 2 of them. There's no shipping and handling charges. It's $25.
Wow.
You get one trifold. I give you 2. That's $12.50 a piece. You and a friend can split
Okay,
it.
so I'm wrong. It costs him an extra $1.50 to ship that in an envelope. So he's making $19 instead of $20 on every pamphlet.
You get one trifold.
By the way, this is like how in the corporate world you sell shit is by branding. Notice on everything is DL. Gotta have the branding. But in the branding is revealed the mind of the maker, and the maker is a dunce. Or as he puts it, a dunce cap. Why? You don't want to delete laws, dumbass. Law is what keeps everybody in alignment with what's true and what's right. I think what you meant is one-dimensional, shallow, worldly, materialistic jock swine, because that's what you are. They think I'm like you, that I'm one of you, because at times I talk dick and pussy and all that. I'm not. I've never related to you and this crowd of people. I don't know what that is, but I notice these people are in cliques and crowds. I've never related to any of them. He was the guy in middle school and high school I used to brag while I was tortured as a soul with the non-love of my mother and working through sexuality and courting and all the bad influences I got from the men around me. He was the douchebag in high school and middle school bragging about like drugging women or fucking all of them because he lies to them and gets them in bed and then switches up on them. He thinks that's cute and cuddly. I never bonded with that. I thought these people were grotesque. Even though I was one of the most animalistic, horny motherfuckers around, I thought the way they lived and how they acted and what they were proud of was grotesque on every level. Not much has changed. Right? But you fucking brand everything up for the cattle, and it sounds good, it looks good, it feels good till you realize that it's the opposite of everything true and right. Because again, what you mean is you don't know you mean this. Maybe you do, because again, you're a cosmic or corporate agent. We want law and order because law is universal. It's inherent in our beingness. What we don't want is thousands of policies and codes interfering with the law, which is our rights and freedom. Okay. There goes your trademark. There it all goes out the window. Oh, no, it doesn't go anywhere because you need awareness and understanding in order to see and know. And most people don't have that. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I give you 2. DeleteLaws.com with a Z. DeleteLaws.com with a Z.
With a
You get
Z.
one try,
Ooh.
I give you 2.
And that's how you know that we're cool and hip, by the way. See, everything is a gaslighting manipulation, even down to the fucking Z on the end of the word. This is how pathetic these people are. Every fucking thing on them, around them, and about them is an active attempt to manipulate. Delete laws with a Z on the end because we're cool and hip and youthful. These are the guys like Carlin, while he was on heroin, because that's like one of the spirit, like that's in me, is like, if you had to look at it that way, I have like the spirit of one of these like morbid comedians who like goes to the drugs to try to cope with what they're seeing and experiencing, and then goes and makes comedy out of it because they can't believe that this is real. You know? While he's doing the bit, like Carlin recovering from heroin or whatever his drug of choice is, he's mocking people like this, going, they sit around and they do branding meetings and they think everything's about a marketing scheme, and you try to talk something real to them and they go, ooh, that's good. The righteousness dollar. We can really make some money off that. And they're like, no, you scumbag. This isn't a business anymore. I'm a person. I'm talking about real values. And they go, ooh, the real values market. We can really cash in on that. And that's the whole bit. That's these people's whole life is a Carlin bit about a shallow, materialistic, corporatistic swine who's a coward at heart.
Do you follow what I'm saying to you? Mikey B, what's up, Playboy? What's up, Playboy? What is going on? Who can't run 5 feet without getting winded? I did a 15-minute wrestling match yesterday, bro. I don't think that's quite... I don't know if you're talking to me or not. I did a 15-minute wrestling match yesterday, so I'm in pretty good.
Okay, this is where what we used to do. We haven't done this in a while, and I'm not gonna tell people. It doesn't matter. The point is, this is where whoever's here, like 63 people, we just all go over into the chat right now and just start going, you won't have a conversation with Paul Enslaved. You're a fucking coward. Stop bragging about your wrestling bullshit. Whatever. You can whip all of us in the wrestling mat. Great. You fake cried at court, and you're nothing of what you say you are, right? And that's how we start reverse trolling during Operation Slave Mock, Operation Mocking Slave. We have operations like these inauthentic corporate males do. We have psychological operations too. And then we watch how fast they just block and ban everybody because they just don't want to face themselves in the reality. It's not like when people come here and hate on me by lying. I'm talking about truth they don't want to face. That's not trolling and hating. That's accountability, and they don't want it. And I love watching them squirm.
Shape. Oh, is that right, Chris? Thanks for coming by the chat, bro. I really appreciate that, dude.
Oh,
Chris, I'm so happy you came by.
we're so
Thank you much for
happy.
being here. You know,
We're so happy you're here.
the more comments, the better, Chris. So make sure you continue to drop as many
Totally.
comments as you can. Thanks for coming by, brother. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks. I appreciate you being here.
Right.
Mikey B, always good to see you.
Passive
brother.
aggressive,
Always
fake.
good to see you.
Hmm.
Always good to see you. Which case are you talking about? Chris Masters? Chris Wizard Masters. Hey, Chili, how is the Supreme Court case unconstitutional? Well, there's been several. There's been dozens. And what they do is they just...
Hey, ask them to actually tell you, like, all these morons. This is so easy, and you guys can't, like, it's not you guys here. When I say you guys, it's like the few people who aren't regulars who can see that watch this crap. Because I know that there's always crossover. You can't even figure out to ever ask one of these guru clowns what actually is in the Constitution they keep citing. And they're never going to tell you because they don't know. It's all a lie. It's all a ruse. It's all bullshit. Ask them. I dare 50, 60 of you in here right now, whether you like me, hate me, whatever the fuck in between, ask this lying, grifting fraud to tell you what's in the Constitution, or do a 2-hour broadcast on what's in it. I bet you he doesn't fucking know. He doesn't need to know. He knows Constitution's a dog whistle for all the desperate Americans who want to buy their way out of their cowardly slavery they created. That's all he needs to know.
They change. The Supreme Court case doesn't change until those justices die and new justices come in, and then they're deemed unconstitutional. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good to see you, Caleb. Cabell Rodeo Los Gatos. Los Gatos.
Once
Thank
again,
you.
can't get
Thank
a
you.
man
Appreciate
around
you,
here
bro.
to just admit to right
I
and wrong. They
appreciate
got to
you
keep
being
using the phrase
Secret Asian
unconstitutional. They're
man's
so
in the chat. What's
indoctrinated.
going on, Richard? I love what you did in Ironton. Way to go. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, man. Commander Alpha Turkey. I appreciate that, Commander Alpha Turkey. Got you. Got you. Yep. Oh, you've been arrested 100 times? I know what that's like, dude. I've been arrested so many times I can't count them all. I don't know why my algorithm lost sight of you, but I love your content. Glad I found you again. Yeah, Courtney.
Hey, if you're going to be in the chat, I'm going to do what this guy that you're going to defend indirectly now doesn't do. I give an open line to the whole audience. This clown coward won't let me or anybody else call in and address him directly because he wants to insulate himself so he can grip. So I blocked you from the chat because you can shove it up your ass. You got a line to call here. I'm going to throw it down there. You can call in. Tell me all about how I'm a bad guy because I spend some broadcasts and some time focusing on other content creators and their active criminality and their ongoing grifts and frauds while they claim to be legal scholars. This is borderline, if not direct criminality, and you want to tell me to sit around and not address it or talk about it. Why not? I have direct experiences with these scum and these slaves. They've talked about me in the past. They've tried to demean and devalue what I actually do that they can't and won't do yet. That they sell tickets to do, by the way. That's a problem. Why would you have any problem with me doing that at all? And again, if you think that I'm not aware that I'm looping just like they're looping, I say it many times. This whole creation is a loop, dude. Where have you been? Sun goes up, it goes down. We go to sleep, we wake up. We eat 3 meals, we take a shit. That's called a loop. Okay? You can't escape the loop. It's a product of this creational simulation. So you had a second part to that. Don't even fucking care. It blocked you. Not going to read it. You're not going to clog up my chat. You want to address me. Again, I do and give you what the rest of them don't. An active 2 ways to contact me and have your voice heard and be able to rebut what I'm saying and provide a claim. If you can't do that, you can fuck right off. Go back and suck this guy's feet and pay for him to get a new $1 million condo while he sells you fake ass products and you beg for it. I have contempt for you fucking slaves who suck boots and praise grifters and frauds. Simple as that. I'm going to mock the shit out of you. I'm going to use it as content, and I'm going to reveal dynamics for other people in themselves and in their life and in their home of what's honorable and righteous and what's not, what to go with and what to not be a part of. And I'm going to remind myself to do the same thing over and fucking over again on repeat till it gets cemented in my subconscious mind so it becomes second nature to me and it's already happened and been working. You're so fucking stupid you don't even realize part of this broadcast is retraining my subconscious mind to do and be from a position where I don't even have to think and feel about it. You don't want to do that in your life? Cool. I do. Your masters have already done it to you. I'm undoing it for me and everybody else who wants to be a part of it. Suck me in public. I already have my process, program, plan, and procedure. And it's worked far beyond what I ever thought was possible. And I'm sure there's more to come. Sit there and listen to the likes of some chat liking, some moss creature, some hanger-oner. Ask them to show up for themselves and each other in any venue. They'll never fucking do it. What do I care what you think and feel? How do you think I got to the position of feeling like I didn't need anybody? Because anytime I needed them there for the right reasons, they weren't fucking there by and large, 8 out of 10 times. How do you think I got to this position and this countenance? Because of scum like you and this clown. I'm not even really ashamed about it or down on it. I think it's all part of a refinement process, a reformation and a refinement process. Chili likes to roll around with man on the ground and brag about it and do no holds barred. I do the same thing verbally, okay? Why don't you go over there and tell him something about bragging every other day about going to the gym and rolling around with other men? I submitted a man on the mat. Yeah, and you submitted at court, but you're the legal scholar. You're not a wrestler. You're here for a legal scholar. Act like it. Be it. So I'm going to continue to verbally put motherfuckers in chokeholds and figure fours and leg locks and make them tap the fuck out. And I'm going to drive you supporters and folks in denial absolutely crazy. Actually, I'm going to drive you sane because you'd have to be crazy to support and buy into all this shit and defend it. And again, the only reason I speak about these folks is I have direct experience with them and they are reflective of a societal condition at this point. All holographic and reflective. We got to get the hell out of here soon. I just looked. We're 30 minutes over the 12-hour mark. Although Jose Maria is up late. He is live and we're live. So, you know, maybe this is a all-night watch party. All-night watch party.
If you don't go through and watch like 3 or 4 of my videos and let them play all the way from beginning to end, they will not promote my channel to you. They have shadow banned me since I got out of jail July 11th, 2024.
Totally.
The moment I got out of jail,
Totally.
the algorithm dropped. So someone went in there and typed.
He had 1.5 thousand live viewers last night. And, you know, again, this is what they all do. They tell my story over and over again as theirs when there's no evidence there that adds up. 1,000 likes, 1.5 thousand live viewers, but he's being censored and shadow banned, right? While he's lying and grifting. Totally.
In there, put a filter right over the account. It's never been the same. It's never
450,000 views per stream. Person in chat is talking, but he's censored in chat. This is what I mean. They won't support me when it's actually happened, but they'll take the story and tell it as their own when it's not happening to get more support, more money, and more everything. You can't trust these people as far as you could throw them, and they will not be there when you need them, and that's why it's better to just not need them. You know? That's when you discover the way, I guess, if you want to call it a godly experience.
We got a series coming out called the James Sheets series. It's a 10-part series. So we have a series coming out. If you guys need a free trifold and you can't afford the $25, go to deletelaws.com/free trifold. Deletelaws with a Z.com/free trifold. I'm not going to read any names tonight because I don't have another computer with me to be able to look at it. Both of my phones are on the thing. Both of my phones, I don't have another phone, so I can't look at free trifolds. But I gave away 130 last month. So I'm sure I'm going to give away at least 100 or more this month. I'm just doing a fire sale because I got to raise money for this attorney, as you guys know. And so the best way to do that is I got to GoFundMe. If
the legal constitutional scholar who's practicing law has to keep grifting on his audience to keep hiring attorneys at 100,000 a clip. You guys, this is really a thing. You guys are okay with this? You support this? Yes, you do. Yes, they do. Deserve everything you get, right? It's weird because 6 times 5 years, facing years at a time, never had to get $1. I appreciate, I'm thankful and grateful for the contributions God has worked through the people to bless me. There's no denying that. It's not a prerequisite to do what I do. And if I said it was, I'd be lying to try to get more from the people. You ain't a good man for that. You're a piece of garbage. And that's why you and others don't want me around, because I'm a constant reminder of who and what you are and what you ain't. And it's fucking grotesque. While they project onto me that I'm the problem. Been dealing with this all my motherfucking life.
Flush, go to the GoFundMe. If you're rolling in cash and you're like, I can use $100, then just go to that GoFundMe. But if you want to get a product for your car, then go to deletelaws.com. And if you get 1, I'll give you 2. Go to deletelaws.com. If you get 1, I'll give you 2. Russell Scarborough's in the chat. If you get 1, I'll give you 2. And by the way, all products are shipped now. All products are shipped. So if you were waiting on a trifold or a plaque, all products are now shipped. So if you would, please go to deletelaws.com with a Z. Go to deletelaws.com with a Z and get a trifold. Get a trifold. Go get a trifold. Go get one of these bad chickens. Deletelaws.com with a Z. You get 1, I'll give you 2. 1 for you, 1 for a friend. 1 for you, 1 for a friend. I've talked to Lacey. I talked to Eric Brandt on the phone. We haven't got to have a phone conversation yet. We just text back and forth. So hopefully I get to talk to him again. But all of his communications are being monitored right now by the feds. So Eric's unfortunately one of those guys. If you talk to him right now, you're going to be on the feds' radar. So just me texting with him the other day, I'm going to be on the feds' radar.
Why are you?
He's out, Rap Boy Ninja. Eric Brandt.
Why are you afraid to be on the feds' radar? I called the feds and told them who and what I was before I ever started doing it. Why are you scared they're going to know of a man doing the right thing? Are you scared they're going to find out about you because you got a guilty conscience and you're a coward in your heart? Don't text each other or anybody because we're on a feds watch. They're going to find out about us not doing wrong. The fuck are you saying? You sound like a bitch ass guilty hoe. This is why you all get treated like slaves. Why they don't respect you.
is now out. So Lacey, that's a great username, but I think you should go to Lacey Eric is free. He's free now. But
he doesn't know the law.
Still some strict ass.
That's the point, Sarah. There's some new folks here just joining us. This is a person who I dealt with along with many others when I went viral, and I had a video that was seen millions of times because I did the opposite of what everyone does here. I had no license, registration, insurance, and plates, and I got a favorable outcome with the cops, and I was arrested 5 times, 6 times after that, and never had to get an attorney, never copped out, never pled, didn't go to half of them, and the other half went away. One of them, I think there's 2 of them that officially are dismissed because I went and carried them all the way through. So I pretty much wanted to prove to myself that no matter how I tackled the courting situation, I could get my way and the way, and I didn't have to do anything anyone else told me. And that was effective. That was a humongous success. It's all that I wanted to prove, that I just didn't have to do what they said and I could do whatever I wanted to do, some shape, form, or fashion. So that's a 6 for 6 on that. Okay. He doesn't know the law. He thinks he knows legal process. Legal process is not the law. The law is the philosophy that gives way to legal process, and legal process is not followed oftentimes at the courts. And if you submit to their jurisdiction and their rule, they're going to run you all over the place and call it legitimate. Because you don't know who and what you are. And a maxim in law is a man who does not exercise his rights ceases to have them. If you don't know right from wrong and you don't know what your rights are and you don't invoke them, then you will not get them. They're going to tell you who and what you are, what you're going to do and be, and you're going to follow suit. So that is the law. Everything I just laid down to you and described is universal law here, and it's the foundations of all of what you call legality that folks call law. I call it legality. You call it law. Policy, statute, and code, right? So it's only given the force of law to the consent of the governed. That's Declaration of Independence. Now, where do you consent? It's in the unspoken social contract. All the papers that you get for benefits and privileges, all the voting that you do, all the genuflection to the public body politic, the political public body politic, as they call it. There's all these different words for these different aspects of our reality, but the more you draw from that well and engage with that, the more that you become of and like that and subject to the dictates of that. So the whole law here is the same thing. Essentially, you could argue what the Jesus creature in the Bible came to show us and speak to us, which is that the law is above and beyond man's rules, statutes, policies, and codes. It comes from God, and the ultimate judgment is by God. And that all the rest of this courting that goes on here, especially if there's no victim, is fraudulent. You're trying to interfere with the rights and property of man and woman to get them to submit to your dictates without there being a victim or a crime involved. Right? So the law just really boils down to a quest. It's like every movie you've ever watched, The Matrix, Lord of the Rings, Wizard of Oz. We can go on and on here. It's all the same story over and over again, arguably. So the journey to conscious and awareness and the revelation that one is a slave here willingly by choice, and that the way out of the slavery is to choose to not be a slave in your mind and heart and your beingness. Right? So it's essentially a crucifixion redemption story. You have to kill off the old that isn't serving the Most High, and you have to give way for the new. De Castro doesn't want to walk that path of actually embodying the law because it would require him having to become an actual man. He wants to still act like a little boy everywhere in his life instead of become a man. That's the story of the majority of folks who are involved in the corporatist system in the modern day world, all the inauthentic corporate males. They don't want to grow up and become honorable, good faith men and just be simple again, like Leonard Skinner used to say, be a simple man and just use common sense and stand on it. Be willing to stand on it and sacrifice your life for it. That's the law. That's all. That's every movie. That's every book, every story about greatness and great men and women throughout history. The same story, the same dynamics over and over again. That's the law. Show up to court with that. They might just take notice of you. They might respect you. Show up to court dressed like them, acting like them, talking their double talk, pimp code language, and they're going to laugh at you and mock you and drag you around the room because they know it's all bullshit. And if you claim to understand it and repeat it, then you must be dishonorable and bad faith. How could you understand something we don't understand? You know how many times they've told me, we don't even know what the code reads. Let's pull it out and look at it and have a laugh. It's not about the code. It's about the code. See? Act like a bitch and a slave and a child, you get treated like one. Act like a man and a woman, maybe you get treated like one. We're so far down the line here, you gave everything over that you'll be lucky if you get that. You'll be blessed if you get that. That's the reality of it. Worked with me. I didn't need to know legal process to show up at court as an honorable man under God with God-given rights and stand on that and develop credibility with the courts, because one of the maxims in law is, one of my more recent ones we've been repeating here. Every so often I latch on to certain phrases and ideas and we repeat them and wear them out and we go on to the next one. So a man's credibility is proportional to his sacrifice. That's a maxim at court in law. That means when Paulie Boy shows up in the room with all the rest of you, most of you, he has credibility off the bat because he's willing to sacrifice all day, every time. He doesn't hire the attorney. He doesn't double talk. He doesn't try to play power games. He doesn't run. Okay? So it doesn't matter all of everything of what goes on before and during and after that. I've already established myself in credibility he's yet to establish yet thus far, because he was not willing to sacrifice and give everything up to be given everything back. You don't think they see that and know that? They're men and women first and foremost. This is the fallacy you all have, that these aren't men and women taking on positions at a job or this courting endeavor. They are men and women first and foremost. They do have a soul or a conscience to some extent. They do have a spirit. It can be touched and activated. I've seen it and done it. Because you're in a universe here, it's holographic and reflective, and the law applies to everyone, and you can't escape yourself and what's attached to yourself. So when I start invoking these certain words and terms and energies and symbols of power, it has to be felt and received. There's no other option, because it's part of the code of the matrix here. Universally, it's part of the quantum field. It's part of who and what I and everyone else in the experience are at a core fundamental genetic level. That's true power and value. It's not the suit. It's not the attorney. It's I'm accessing your epigenetic code in real time. Pulling out that program, right? I'm facilitating, invoking, and pulling out that epigenetic program straight from the core of your beingness that God put there before you ever laid eyes on me. You knew I am that am. They're going to get it at some point. It's going to get really ugly here if they don't, because it needs to. You would have think after 160, 180 days in jail, Jose Maria de Castro would have got the point. Maybe he would have started to question his reality and start to see a different perspective. See, that's one of the problems when you surround yourself with all these beta male clowns and yes men. It makes it that much harder for you to reflect on who and what you are and do the next right thing, because you got so many fake ass, bitch ass motherfuckers around you who keep telling you, nah, you're good. You don't have to worry about it. That's why I say oftentimes the circle is so small. It's me and God. It's got to be that way for me to do the next right thing. Because if I start letting people around me who love me so much and want to suck my feet and get me to do what they do because they see power and value and talent in me and all the rest of it, we know where that goes. That's the whole modality on their mind, how to win without faith. And I keep trying to tell them the whole process here is how to lose with grace. Because if one wants to learn how to win, one must first learn how to lose. This is ancient wisdom. Means you got to go into court as a man and put yourself on record and take the risk that you're going to lose and be embarrassed, but stay true to yourself. Once you learn how to lose, you can start to learn how to win. You haven't your cart before the horse. You can't win at court without faith, just like you can't win in God's court. You can't win at court without good faith, because they're going to deem you to be dishonorable and bad faith, and they're going to strike your testimony. Then what's going to happen is your attorney who you hired, first of all, you're already dishonorable and bad faith because you let another man talk for you. Where in life do you show up as a man in front of another man or a group of men with a code of honor and let another man talk for you and get received well and be respected? I don't, you'd have to tell me. I don't know. Where in life do you have somebody show up and talk for you who's part of the legal system and think they're not going to treat you however your representative showed up to talk? So like if we go to a meeting of Bloods and Crips and I'm not a Blood and Crip and my greatest power is admitting I'm not a Blood and Crip because then they can't impose their sanctions on me, instead of me proclaiming I'm not a Blood and Crip because I don't want to be embarrassed, I bring a Crip with me or a Blood with me to talk for me. Guess what they're going to do? Paulie boy, you weren't a Blood or a Crip, right? Nah, we couldn't have done nothing to you before. You were a civilian, but you brought this guy to speak for you. Well, he is one. And since he's speaking for you, then you're going to bear the liability of however we're going to treat him. We're going to treat you the same way because he's talking for you. You're so stupid. This is why many of you have never scammed and you've never been scammed enough. Or you scam so much and you've been scammed so much and never learned the lesson and never got right that you just think it's a lifelong party. See, you've never really been put, when you went back there and did that 180, they didn't put you in the proper position. They should have for you to get the message while you were crying about them gang members back there. What they were supposed to do is play prison games with you and put you in a position where you have to really face who and what you are and go to the next level or perish. Not wishing that on me or anybody else, but that's typically just how it goes. So you all think, I'm going to a Blood and Crip meeting, or I'm going to a meeting of the Crips right now. They're an organization. I'm not part of them, but they got their policies and procedure. This is their jurisdiction. They're going to impose sanctions. I'm not a Crip. I could have just showed up and said, hey, guys, I'm here to be part of this event, but I'm not a Crip. And by saying that, hey, you may get laughed at and mocked because you ain't a Crip. You ain't a big, bad, tough guy, but we can't do to you what we do to the rest of the Crips because you ain't one. You got to be one of us for us to do to you what we would do to the rest when we impose sanctions. So what do? Instead of understanding your power is in every place that you think you lost it, while every place you go to get your power is where you lose it, you do the opposite. You bring a Crip with you and say, go ahead, Mr. Crip, talk for me. And then he tries to beg the other Crips to not put it up your ass. And by the end of it, you guys all settle. Well, we're going to put it halfway up your ass and we're going to beat you while we do it. Okay, well, it could have been worse. They could have put it all the way up your ass and beat you twice. Great. You really got over. It's literally the same analogy. You brought somebody with you to speak for you who's a part of the society. By virtue of that, any code of honor, by the way, but this is mafia code. Does anyone know that? Go back to the code of Omerta and the code of the mafiosi. That's line number 1 for you dunces who can't figure it out. We're talking code again and honor again. We're talking a fascista, mafiosi again, all the same idea. Another court, mafia has a court in the courtyard. What is the rule in the mafia? Can't be made if we can't trace your lineage. It's called chain of title back to the old country. What's the second rule? Can't be made if you're not from our area or organization unless somebody brings you in. Okay? So if that somebody brings you in, then now both of you bear the obligations and the liability of that interaction and that transaction. So if the guy from the outfit across the street thinks you're a civilian and calls you in for a meeting and you show up as a civilian, you have way more of a chance of leaving alive. You show up with another made man and claim to be part of the association some way, somehow, you're both going to get it if it goes bad. Some way, somehow. But see, they want to live in a world where, well, if I'm a civilian and I show up with a mob member to speak for me, if it all goes bad, it's off with his head. I don't have to worry, right? That's not honorable. That's not brave and courageous. That's not free. That's not respectable. That's some bitch ass shit. And that's why you brag about beating up hundreds of people. I tell stories about being on the city bus, being surrounded by Crips, one story, okay? And telling them, while you like to front and all this extra shit, I give you the real and the true and the caring and what matters. And I tell them, just being real. I'm not none of that. I'm not a part of that. I'm not going to disrespect you guys, but if you want to, we can have and we wound up doing that, by the way, having a conversation about how the organization needs to do something different because it's bad for everybody. This is what I'm here to do, right? Because they were going to rob me and teach me a lesson about wearing certain colors and certain outfits around town. Okay. So my power is in understanding that I'm going to claim trust, equity, and faith in God in front of any court that I'm in, whether it's the Crips court, the legal court, the corporatist court, whether I'm courting with a woman. It's all the same idea. That's where my power and value is. Don't forget that. Right? So you tell the Crips, listen, man, I dress like this, whatever. It might be a misunderstanding, you know. I'm here to do these certain things with rights and freedom and the law. And then, oh, well, what do you do? How does that apply? Well, people don't follow codes and they wind up at court, and I try to get them to be dismissed from the court if they're not creating a victim, right? Then they really didn't do a crime. Oh, really? That's interesting. Guess what? Now they love me. We went from, who is this guy? Why is he dressed like that? He's dressed like an enemy, I'm guessing, or I'm dressed like one of them, whatever. They want to check it out. But they're probably going to rob me and teach me a lesson too. I watched gangsters get a fucking tear in their eye and tell me, if you ever need anything, then we got you. That's the faith and the moving mountains, right? That's the true power and value. So I already knew, by virtue of the fact that I could move the Crips court with trust, equity, and faith, true care, what you call love, I already knew that I could move the court of the legalist. Because again, no matter which court that you go to, it's men and women that make up that court, and it's a spirit or a constitution. That's what constitution is, what constitutes the being. That's your original constitution. Fuck the paperwork. I'm going straight to your spirit. We're going to the resource. You don't have that, to Castro. I'll tell you right now, if the Crips surround you and you get to talking, they're going to wind up whooping your ass and taking your sneakers. Because you want to front and pop shit, or you want to fake cry. Everything but the middle way, right? Everything but the weight of the way.
Provisions and stuff. I'm not assuming anything, Jorge, but you want to follow the steps. You want to follow the steps. On the Fifth Amendment plaque or on the Fifth Amendment trifold, you want to follow the steps. Go to deletelaws.com, get a trifold or get a plaque or get cop cards, but go to deletelaws.com. Good to see you, Shiny. Nice to see you, Shiny, right there. Get a pair of cop cards right there or get a plaque. Yeah, unfortunately, listen, I would love to do other things. But I was telling my internal team, I got a text message team of a dozen or more people, and I was telling my internal team today, unfortunately, what I have to do, instead of promoting a GoFundMe, I have to promote my products like in Wildman until we sell enough products to pay for this attorney. And that attorney is due by August 4th. And we're or follow me here. It's gonna be real tough. I got a guy in the back too. I gotta let him in. He's been there back there a while. That's my being rude or whatever. Faithfully, you're not gonna just now he leaves. That's great. I tell him I'm gonna get to him, and now he leaves after sitting back there like literally an hour or more. Or follow me here. You don't have to grift a bunch of fake ass products if you just learn your rights and learn the law and get enough balls on you to go stand on it. Whenever you're ready, I'm right here, by the way. Whenever you're ready. You know what? Let's do Brandon Biggs right now. Let's pray. Dear Lord, I pray that you give Paul Enslaved the inspiration. That's me, by the way. It's me again, checking in. Your old friend. Your sunny boy here. We pray for Paul Enslaved that he be healed and have recovery and be ultimately even more inspired so that he can get back to standing on rights and freedoms and show all the rest of these legal gurus and frauds what it means to be the real thing and do the real thing and what that looks and feels and sounds like and cut the games. And if he goes to jail and has to sit in jail, then that's the fucking price you got to pay for exercising rights and upholding the law here. There's no easy way around this and out of this. Give me the healing strength and ability to take on the task once again for the 7th time
get arrested, get my property taken, stand on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, come out the other side better than ever, no matter what happens to me in between, because it's got to happen. Make me a vessel of that process. See, while you sit there and this is what my prayers sound like, by the way, when I read back to like fucking 16, 18 years old at one point. This is what I realized later when the universe woke up and started playing with me in my life. When I didn't realize how real this shit was, and I started calling out to the thing and say, I'm going to kill myself here. I don't have any other purpose to live here. Make me a vessel for you to do something redeemable here, because if not, it's all gone anyway. Right? That's how you go to God and the universe and the force, and that's what you ask for. You don't pray that you can grift and fucking slime ball on the whole audience. You pray that you can stand more and more obligation and responsibility for this thing to put on you, for you to walk a path and a purpose that's largely going to be unappreciated. Doesn't have to be either. You pray that you can do the fucking job and the mission and do it well and not fucking ask for anything else other than to be good at what you do and be a good person.
We're about $9,000 of the way there, of 15,000. So that means I have to just sell more products. I got to sell more products. Does it make sense to you? I have a product to sell that there's thousands and thousands of people that watch my channel. If I sell enough products, I have enough money for the attorney. So then I don't have to beg people to put money in my GoFundMe. I'm selling them a product. They're getting a value for their dollar. So people will come in the chat and they'll say, oh, you're a grifter, or you're a scammer. I sell you a product for a fair price, for fair education, and then I deliver the product. So that's not a grift or a scam. That's someone who runs a business. Now, in this particular case, I'm running my business to be able to hire my attorney.
And here's the difference. It doesn't matter how long I did today, because we ain't on the clock and this ain't by the hour and there's no guarantees, but I got to thank somebody. I'm thankful and grateful that God gave me a revelation and experience and enough power and value to come here regularly and reap the rewards and blessings while serving the people and entertaining them and not having to sell and grift a motherfucking thing. Thank you, Pedro Castillo, for your contribution and support. He writes, thank you. This is the funny part about this when you get down to it. I don't want to see, because it's a slippery slope. I don't want to get down to it, but you know what the real story is here is a lot of these guys ain't doing that much better than some other people around here, and they ain't got to suck dick and lie to get it. That's the unspoken tale around here that people don't want to look at either and don't want to know about, is that God is good. Whoever, whatever that is, it's good to some extent. It's good when you're good. Says, now, Paulie boy, you may not get quite as much as them, but you're going to have to do way less as far as lying, cheating, and stealing in order to get it. You're just going to have to focus on doing the actual work, which is testing and challenging enough. Let the people do the rest. I'll work through them. You'll get everything you need and then some. That's another reason I come off the way that I come off. Because this thing works through the people so often to bring blessings and value and power in different forms in front of me that reminds me of the glory and the grace. Reminds me of why I don't have to grift and lie and sell products. Oh, that's a beautiful place to be. You don't know that place. I want that place for you, but you don't know that place. You don't want to know that place. You know why? Because part of being in that place is sometimes you may have to do it less. You may have to do with $1,000 or you may have to do with $800 or $1,000 apartment a month instead of the $2,000 apartment a month. Small price to pay to keep your soul intact, keep your integrity, respect yourself, how other people respect you, and not generate shitty karma for yourself and others, and not lead a whole generation down a path of fucking pimped out slavery. Imagine that. I don't mind it. Here's another clue. You may have to go get a fucking full-time or part-time job and then do ministry on the side, because this was never supposed to be a full-time financial affair. Hey, you're blessed. If you could come here 5 years in a row like I can, run your fat mouth and inspire people and bring power and value regularly and not have to work, fuck yeah, you're blessed. Great. But guess what? That's more liability and obligation, because now you just racked up a bunch of credit that you got to perform on. You got to make do on. So every price has a final cost. With every gift comes an obligation to an extent, you could argue, if you have any kind of integrity. So, yeah. For the folks out there who really want to walk the path and understand truth, life, way, and true power and value, please understand, and it's not always going to be this way, but don't let them convince you got to do like them and be like them to get power and value. That's not true. You may not get as much false power in the world as them. You get power in the other worldly, which is power in the world indirectly, by the way. Another paradox. But you may get less value than them, but you get to keep the true value, which is who and what you are and what God has you formed to become and be, which is priceless. It's cliche for a reason, because it's true. And again, how do we know that? I'll give you the same example I gave you before. De Castro has to grift a bunch of fake products. Not only does he give up his honor and his integrity, not only does he get ruled dishonorable and bad faith by people like me and others who see it, every time he goes to court, they're going to whip him again and he's going to lose. See, I don't mind giving up the 15 to 30 extra grand he's going to get, because people are already going to bless me anyway, know when I bring power and value to their life and that I serve. And every time I show up in court, I get to cash out on the credit that I established. Because when they go and they watch me, like they tell me, Paulie boy, we see you're not monetized. Paulie boy, we see you don't do any business deals. You don't take advertisers or any of the rest of this garbage. You don't push products. We believe you. We respect you. We think you're in this for the right reasons. We're not going to whip you and slave you. You're so stupid, you don't even realize, and your audience doesn't realize, that the quick money you're getting for fraud on the front end costs you double and triple on the back end. You're already in for $200,000 and $300,000 for court fees in 2 and 3 cases. I've done 6 already. I would have to lie and grift like you on a whole bunch of stupid people to bring in enough money to pay the other liars and grifters to show up and talk for me if I didn't know the law and didn't have any integrity. Because I do. I saved 600,000. I saved 10 people out there 600,000. You don't think they're going to pencil me in for Christmas time and Memorial Day and Valentine's Day, as the black folks say? Not all of them, some of them. I don't want to be. I get flippant sometimes, and I get generally racist, and then M. Davis doesn't come around here for a couple days. That's a me problem. That's my fault. My old East Coast Irish Italian roots kicking in again. Yeah, this is like simple reverse dynamics math that you can't do because you're so fucking desperate and worldly, and you're so under the gun with all the debt you got yourself in, just like U.S. corporation. You can't be clear and work from integrity because you're like these guys who, when you get women, you're so desperate to prove yourself. This is how you fuck, and you blow your load in 30 seconds, and nobody's better off for it. Sorry, it was a family. This is Unslaved After Dark now. It's Unslaved After Dark. I went there. It's an appropriate analogy. Sometimes you got to slow down, not try to prove you're so manly by banging it out, and really like settle into the work so we can have a climax here. You get where I'm going? Family show. If not, technically, you're the only one who gets a good fucking out of this. You fucked yourself. Yeah, like maybe take the next 3 years off, actually learn the law, downsize, sell your $1 million condo, get a $10,000 or $15,000 trailer, be debt free, live within your means, free up your day, spend the rest of your day searching yourself in order to learn the law. And then you could take that energy and that understanding to court with you, and then you can win every time by getting dismissals, and then you can save you and everybody else out there hundreds of thousands, and then you could get value that way. You see how you work through trust, equity, and faith? Again, you gotta trust that you have the goods. If you do, you don't, so you won't. But if you did, you would. You trust that you got the goods. You tell it, you don't sell it. You change people's lives. And then by virtue of you changing their lives, they save money or they get more power and value somewhere in their life. And they give that back to you because you gave them what you expect to get back or what you deserve to get back. That's equity. You got to teach a little boy about trust, equity, and faith. Oh, and by the way, you got to have enough faith to show up, do your fucking work, serve, and walk the fuck away with no guarantees. And you got to do it every fucking time. You see the difference? Go ask M. Davis's cousin about starting from zero every day. Waking up, I could have $1 million in the bank account. Doesn't fucking matter, because the moment I get complacent is the moment that I get controlled, is the moment I lose my power and my true value, is the moment that I'm owned and my comfort zone killed me. Every day is hustling and grinding from zero, metaphorically. Or not. That's the other side of it too, right? Then you have your period of rest and your pullback period, and you got to give yourself a freedom to do that, because sometimes you got to step back to survey the field. Sometimes you got to give the playing field enough time for the smoke to clear so you could plot your next move, so to speak. You can't do that if you're fucking desperate and dead and under the gun. It's more and more and more. It's never enough, right? This is, again, why people from the beginning of time who want to walk a path of spirituality, you don't want to do that. You want to walk a path of, as you just said, what did he say? His own words. This is a business. Thank you. Thank you. He said it. I didn't. This is why from the beginning of time, folks who want to walk a path of spirituality to more conscious and awareness had to renounce certain things. And they had to practice voluntary poverty. Because if not, this isn't some cult or some fucking pimp game. This is real shit. This is mind science. If you don't practice, it doesn't mean give all your shit to me. That's the con. He's doing that. I'm saying practice voluntary poverty. That means I got $1 million in the bank. I could afford the big fucking house on the hill, but I don't need it, because the more comfortable I get, the more that house is going to own me. And I'm going to be scared to live by rights and freedom, because the box don't feel like the big house. The big house don't feel like the big house. There it is. See? That's why your boy is so scared to go to jail. They come here, they mock me, they make fun of me. Paulie, you lived in a tent. A tent is smaller than a cell, bitch-ass motherfucker. When I go to the cell, I feel like I'm in paradise. See how you game the system? You motherfuckers just never learn how to game the system, including your own consciousness and awareness, how to reprogram your own mind and your heart and your beingness, while your masters program every aspect of who and what you are. You practice voluntary poverty, which means you could have, like I did, 50 grand, 30 grand in the bank when I first went to the tent, 50 grand a year in. It didn't change anything about my situation, because I wasn't there to be comfortable and safe. I was there to let go so I could let God. So I could work in God's purpose and meaning and value and principles and not be held back by any strings. Somehow they're going to get it a different way, though, right?
As I stood up for our rights and got arrested for filming a cop. So there's a purpose behind what I'm doing. But I don't mind one bit selling my...
Parkway, come back, man. I told you I'd go to you. As soon as I said I'd go to you, you left. You know, I'm not going to... If you join and I'm in the middle of my looping rant, then I'm going to just continue and I let you in at my leisure, right? I make no guarantees on that. Most of the time I put you folks to the front of the line. It's late. We're like 7.5 hours in. I'm on a jag because it's been months and years really since I felt at all relatively pain-free. Quite the opposite. I've been rather gripped with pain and you know, I've talked about it, but not as much as it's affected me. But since I've been feeling a bit better, you know me, Mr. Extremist, right? So I got to be right out of the box and off the charts. Another potential lesson that I don't learn or, want to believe doesn't apply to these certain things. My foolishness, potentially. We shall see. But yeah, man, if you want to get into it, I keep saying we got to get the hell out of here. But at some point, we definitely do. I guess that's every time, right? At some point, I guess we do have to leave, right? But yeah, click the link, call in if you want to interact. We could do that briefly. But I should have really been out of here already. I'm really just up and inspired because your boy DeCastro's live and he's grifting like never before. And he's bullshitting the people, and there's nothing that inspires me more than a good fucking people fucking themselves, fucking each other. I'm very voyeuristic. I'm very rude, crude, lewd, and voyeuristic. I love to watch it and do the breakdown. And it's a reminder, man, I need it, right? Like I say oftentimes when I come here, this shit is a pep talk, an inspiration, a reminder to me not to fold and give up on myself in the programming process. Because there are times in life, if you don't get worldly validation, you can second guess yourself and why you're doing what you're doing. That's fucked up. Especially with all you've been shown, right? You would think that would never be the case with all you've been shown. But it is. That's why it's a practice. It's not a position. If it is a position, then you have to maintain it. Right? It's like the addict who comes back to NA to talk about his sobriety and what that looks and feels like and what he needs to do. He's telling a bunch of people who aren't sober. He needs that just as much as they need that. Wacky as that is. All right. We have one of our African Americans on the line. I'm going to call you my African American, like Donald Trump said to the one black guy he had at his rally. My African American, are you there?
Yeah, man, I'm here. What's up with you?
All right. What's up, Lamar? What's going on, man? I'm just busting your chops.
No, I get you. Yeah, man.
Try to get close, man. You're real low on my end. Is he low on you guys' end?
What about now?
That seems a bit better,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just appreciate your show, man. Appreciate your ideas and everything you put out there. Just want to tell you real quick, man, not too long ago, well, I guess it was about a year or so ago,
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What were you? Did you pause
for whatever
there?
reason, I started hearing like a whole nother show or some shit. I don't know, but anyway, like I was saying, man,
you're tapping into the broadcast in my head. That happens sometimes. It's like an osmosis thing where people get on the line here and they start. You have any mercury fillings? Sometimes the broadcast in my head can be transmitted through heavy metals.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
right, well,
it's a whole thing here. That's another thing we do here. No one else does, but I can't get anyone to take notice of it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Does it really matter? If they took notice, would I really care? That's the other part of the dynamic. Okay, let's go, Lamar. I could sit here and ramble all night about me.
Yeah, no, so just tell you a story real quick, man. One time I talked to the, the Texas Rangers, not the baseball team or whatever, but the actual law enforcement.
Right.
So, I went to the headquarters and I said, well, I just want to speak to somebody, man. And it was just like a fortress. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Wait, are you hearing other people right now?
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's
I'm not saying anything. There's no one here. Is it George Soros? Is he tapping into your earpiece? Do you still have it in? Are you part of the Black Lives Matter rally?
No, I ain't definitely not part of Black Lives Matter. I'll try to call back. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, that's bizarre. All right, yeah. Call back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch that, man. You join one of these rallies out here, they give you an earpiece, and next thing you know, George is in your ear like, burn it down for black people. And next thing you know, if you're really black and caught up in the moment, you start burning shit down, and then you're in like federal prison. You don't know how you got there. It happens quick, people. I've seen it. It's like January. I seen it. It's like January 6th, except for black folks. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't know why anybody comes here and listens to this. It's a mystery to many folks, including Artie's Corporate Fiction, many others. I'm included in that to some extent. All right, Lamar's going to call back. In the meantime, we're going to put our IRS clip aside because that's evergreen. If any new slaves come in, we can always pop that on them. Just release that on them. Ha! IRS panel says there's no law to pay taxes. Now what collective estate? I still have some other excuse, of course. We know that. But it's always fun to try. Jose Maria, are we still on that? We got the Declaration of Covenants, Conditions and Restrictions. I want to go over. It's an HOA contract because I want to break down the sorcery and the legal lawful differences and how they use words and terms to create a matrix, a web to get you trapped in, to take your rights, which is ultimately your power. When I say take your power, that's an aspect of it. We got to do that at some point because it is grand. It is grand in its holographic reflectivity. Safety inspections for New Hampshire vehicles no longer required after January 2026 because the party's over, folks. It's all over. I've decided that. You could call me arrogant and egotistical. At a certain point, I decided to tap into the 100th monkey epigenetic quantum field matrix, and I decided to activate I am that I am, and I made a declaration that to whatever level I am is able to, these games are over. For those that want the games over for them. For everyone else, you can have games to your heart content. I would never stop your games for you. You're just going to stop playing it with me and everyone else who wants out. So one by one, these policies and codes will be rebuked. One by one, they will be set aside. One by one, the rights will be restored and recognized at court. And we're going to stop complying until that happens. And you guys don't have any choice but to comply because there's way more of us than there are of you. And you can't write us up as criminals and report it to the rest of the slaves and make it stick. So that's that. Now we just have to play that out, right? Now comes the more difficult part, playing that out. So let's go to that. Let's get it out of here because they say that nothing's happening. It's not working. We're not having an effect. No, it absolutely is. And later this week, I'm going to play the 2 or 3 prosecutors who say they're no longer going to prosecute you if you didn't cause loss, injury, and harm. Wonder how that happened. Wonder where that came out of. This is an idea whose time has come. I'm going to show you the videos of the folks who turned themselves in on warrants and then they got to the jail and the jail said, oh, you could leave. We're not going to take you. What? Yeah, it's all over. Now, with that, at some point, it's going to be a very dangerous best and worst of times because what you're going to have is certain people who are organically and corporately going to seize on that, and they're going to start doing wild, wacky shit, and they're going to start creating the reason to double and triple down. Potentially, none of us ever know. I'm just, we're just laying out potential possibilities so you'll know it if you ever get there. If you never get there, you won't know it. It won't matter. But they'll start the campaign. Well, now we're seeing the bottom up grassroots movements of people who are not complying and don't want to pay anymore. So we got to stop. And now we're going to have to create a reason to substantiate our existence. That's the most dangerous time. The most dangerous time is when the hoes are all agreeing together. They're going to leave the pimp because they can go off and start an OnlyFans. They never needed him to begin with. And of course, I'm being allegorical. That's when shit gets really dangerous, is the moment when you decide you're about to leave and everybody knows it. Because now the pimp has to decide, is he going to let everybody walk and give up his cash? Or is he going to beat shit out of everybody in front of everybody to try to keep his hose on the stroll? You go either way.
He started working with his dad at Ron's Toy Shop in 1991.
I don't know much of a life outside of cars, so it's my life is 100% based on cars, and I make a whole living and career out of this. That's how I support my family.
Part of the family business is safety inspections, which every New Hampshire vehicle needed. Drivers could only get them at state licensed inspectors or authorized dealers. A repeal included in the new state budget gets rid of the requirement. That worries some.
I mean, what happens if people get in accidents and they go, oh my God.
There you go.
No.
We went to the average indoctrinated, fear-based, ungodly, anti-Christo slave for their commentary. And what is it always? I'm afraid of my own shadow. What are we going to do if the people are free and brave and they're not controlled and dominated on constantly? Yeah, we got it, Grandma. It's time for you to lay down and die, is the bottom line. Okay? You're a product of a bygone era. That's the reality of it. We're doing Great Reset. It's New World Order, and it's not the New World Order of Klaus. It's New World Order of the return of the Christo Spirito. Okay? If we have the way of I am that am, at least for a time. Doesn't require any of your fear and presumption, assumption, and projection. We're done with that. That's what got us here. Okay? Oh my God, what are we going to do if we don't pay the government to keep us safe? We're going to be free and brave.
Safety first, safety second, safety third.
While others are indifferent.
Probably can be like that. It doesn't have to be like forced to do, I guess. Fixed income. I'm retired, so this you know, I can deal with that.
Brad doesn't see business changing in the long term. Mechanics may see a drop in business for a while after the law ends, but everyone needs repairs, no matter what the law says.
At any given time, you know, things can happen. One pothole, and you could have a bad. One pothole, you could have a bad ball joint right down in there.
See what they just try to do there? They just try to gaslight you, all you communist collectivists, that if you do away with their safety programs and domination, you're all going to take a hit in the pocket. We need slavery and genocide here. It's one of our biggest markets. Always the same crony capitalistic, toxified spirit that bleeds through these people. But if we do what's true and what's right and we live by the code and the law of the land, we may have to give up some of our profits. Yeah. Imagine that. Go tell Jose Maria de Castro about it too when you get done trying to fucking figure out what it means to be a man or a woman. God forbid they have to give up a few extra dollars, a few extra pieces of dirty money, non-money to do the right fucking thing and live there and live what they speak when they pledge allegiance every day and talk about free and brave. Free and brave, but we're scared of the Toyota. And we need a safety inspection every 5 seconds. And we need 15 pieces of paper to move it around. Free and brave. Got that out of here. We're making progress. Right. This is evergreen. We're going to play it again. We're going to keep it to the side. You're going to get this looped in your face multiple times over the next months and years if I'm alive to even fucking do it. When I expire and leave this body and go off to my next body or experience, whoever's left here to do the next broadcast, you can play these two clips. Here's your congressman and your government officials admitting United States is a fucking corporation. I'm sick of you telling me I'm making shit up.
And Admiral Peter Vasely, who were the commanding officers on the ground during the Abbey Gate disaster. To both of you, to General Milley, do you think that these documents should be turned over to the United States Congress? And do you think that both General Donahue and Admiral Vasely should testify before Congress?
Sure, I absolutely do. I believe transparency. You're the board of directors for this corporation called the American government, and I believe.
You are the board of directors for this corporation we call American government, which is United States, defined in the U.S. Code as a corporation. The citizen is defined as a business. He seems to know that this is a board of directors for a corporation called the American government. Why don't you? Why, when I try to tell you, do you say I'm making it up? Why would your government officials and head of the military phrase it that way? By the way, a lot of these people are either ex-attorneys or ex-court personnel, or they're very familiar with courting processes because they're in court regularly. So they get very good with their linguistics. The words they choose are not an accident. Okay? Time to get our head out of our ass.
Believe that you're entitled to those within the bounds of classification.
I wonder who the shareholders are of this corporation called the American government that the Congress is board of directors for. But here's another great question. I wonder what the product is. Who or what is the product for this government corporation, this corporation you call the American government, that the Congress is the board of directors for? I wonder what the product is of this corporation called the American government is exactly. Take a guess. Who or what it is.
Absolutely. So whatever documents are out there should be turned over to the appropriate committees of jurisdiction and oversight, and whatever witnesses are needed to establish truth and transparency within the bounds of classification should absolutely happen. Absolutely. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. General Chris Donahue.
Right. That goes to the side because we need that for forever, like Sandlot. Forever. We need that clip. For every slave who's going to come in here, we need the 3 U.S. codes pointing out the citizens in the United States are a corporation and business. By the way, run it over to High Impact Flicks and Chile Maria de Castro, because they didn't seem to get the memo yet, even though they talked to me directly multiple times in private as well. They either didn't get it or they don't want to get it for some weird reason. Guess it's not popular and profitable to have to bring your audience a revelation that they're all corporatist, fascistic, collectivist, traitorous slaves, huh? Yeah, we'll let Paulie do that, make an enemy out of himself. We'll let him do the real fucking work again. That's what I am. I'm sanitation for this place. All these beta males sit around all day, every day. They fucking eat, drink, be merry, fuck each other, play orgy games. And they just keep stuffing their trash to the side, putting it out back, putting it out front. I got to keep coming around and gathering it up and collecting it and turning it into some compost to fertilize the rest of this garden. That's all I am around here. I'm a glorified metaversal trash man. And I'm thankful and grateful to have the position. It was that, or I guess, I don't know what, sell feet pictures on ilovefeet.com, because I do have pretty decent feet. If I may say so myself, I might let you in on that one day, audience. What was I saying? We're now at the point, we're almost 8 hours in, where I don't know where I am and what's happening. I have no idea what I just said. Someone remind me, or I'll do the thing where I'll go back and replay myself so I can remember what I was saying. That's a trip. Try that one day. Do a broadcast that's obviously recorded, and then in the middle of it, forget what you're saying, watch yourself back, and then pick the thought up where you left it. I literally time traveled on this broadcast, and these people don't appreciate it. I never once bought my I'm a slave cop cards or my bifold. Was anyone down there paying attention to what I was saying that can even remind me, or who even cares? Where was I? Right. This is a fun game. Okay, you know what? Let's play this game, actually. I don't even care anymore what I was saying, but let's play it anyway. Everyone down there guess what the fuck I was just saying. Tell me what I was just saying in the chat right now, so I can pick up where I left off. This is great because this is where you get a bunch of right answers and a bunch of purposely wrong answers. And then we have to figure out which is which. Getting to the tunnels. Nah, I didn't say that. I wasn't. You're lying. Use a fruck, bro. It explains everything if you are knowledgeable. All right. Slavery was never abolished in the USA. It was expanded to all skin colors and the slave owners. Using other people's property. I don't know. Something about my feet. That's true, but I meant before that. You're mentally unstable. I'm going to go with yes, and I'm mentally unstable, but this leads to stability. Now follow me here. I have my own looping predictability. I have a very predictable loop. It's about slavery and genocide. I go off, I rant, and I rave, but that's what you can expect of me. So in my unpredictability, as mentally unstable as I am, we find stability in that instability. Okay. And I could argue that it's not really me being mentally unstable. I think I have to be pretty damn stable in order to experience people and myself the way that we do here and just life in general, and continue to have a good sense of humor about it and try to process it into something other than do heroin again. So I've been at a point in my life where I've been very mentally and emotionally unstable. This isn't it, okay? I mean, if you're like asking and want to know, I've been there. This isn't it. And I presume that if I ever get back there, I'll know it and I'll let you in on it. This is definitely not it. Trust me, you wouldn't want to. There wouldn't be a broadcast when I was mentally unstable. Couldn't happen. So, but thank you for checking in on me. I'm sure that you care, and you were asking a question like, am I mentally unstable and maybe do I need some help? No, I think I'm good. It's been a lot worse. This is as good as I got, so it probably is mentally unstable, but not really for me on my scale, for what I'm used to in the past. It could get way worse than all this. Let's not even get into it. Something about forced dick pics. See, you're trying to get me. I know you guys. I know you. I know what you're up to. Can we finish with Jose Maria? Right. No. Paul, talking to myself now. That's a great broadcast is one where you can be free to talk to yourself and feel good about it. That's what makes this guy think I'm mentally unstable. He doesn't understand. The art of an amazing broadcast is getting really comfortable at having a full-on conversation with yourself. In any other venue, that is complete mental illness. Here, I'm a genius. That's a beautiful thing. We got to go to Congressman Allen West because we already went to the head of the military, and he says that there's a corporation that he calls the American government. That damn sovereign citizen, why I oughta. Here's Congressman Allen West. He talks about the United States has been a corporation since 1789.
West, is it time for the government to be shut down if the White House and Congress can't agree in order to force the president's hand and compel him to do what we hired him to do, which is run the government within the confines of the Constitution and only with the money he collects from taxes and other fees?
Well, you're absolutely right, Judge. You know, what we have to look at is the president is the chief executive officer of this corporation called the United States of America. Look, he told the vice president that he would be part of this this budget process, but now the vice president has left the country. So I don't think you see any seriousness coming out of the White House. The bottom line is this: we have a situation that we have to deal with. And I think that the American people, if we continue down the road of subsequent 2-week CRs, there's just more uncertainty, unpredictability that we are creating out there. And when you have blah, then you're also creating a lack.
We got to the main point, and I fucking deleted the other. I X'd out the other clip. So now I got to pull that up because it's got to sit there. I need it there. It needs to live. The other clip with the corporation and the general needs to live in my browser continually. I need to know that it's there. That's what gives me. Oh no, there it is. I still have it. I need to know that I can go to that at any time. That is my Bette Midler, wind beneath my wings. It's that. All right, we need a palate cleanser. If you got your passports and you got your shots, then you can come with me to the new land of Unslavia. This is a new campaign we're going to be doing in honor of R. Kelly's original campaign, and this is why if you're wondering, I'll let you in on. Okay, let's break the fourth wall for a second. Sometimes I mock slavery and genocide here and how open air it is and how ridiculous the whole thing is. That's pretty much the whole premise of the broadcast. To be clear, if you didn't know. This is now, I don't really need much intro for this, but I want to preface the clip. This is now, we're going to a clip of R. Kelly on stage in front of millions of people being broadcast, singing a song about people in another country, children potentially, coming home with him to live with him and presumably get urinated on, and sex is probably going to happen. And that went on for who knows how long, and it wasn't an issue or a problem with anybody. And this is why I'm now saying transition. What's the big fucking deal with Diddy and everything else going on here with the Epstein list? Why are we focused on Democratic hoaxes? I'm going to play you the clip of Ted Cruz where he advises us stop attacking pedophiles. I agree. Who else is going to run these corporations and these societies? The pedophiles have been running them this whole time, and they seem to be going well. So, like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But yeah, I'm going to now start mirroring certain things here for safety, I guess, and love. Yeah. For love and safety. And I'm going to start singing to the audience at various times because I want to draw in legal age people in general. I won't even specify gender, to just be a part of my group, to make love to me, to just share all that is me and the magic that is me.
I got it. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America?
To enslave you. You don't have a passport. You don't need a shot. Girl, do you want to come back with Paul to enslave you? Enslave you.
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America?
God, that feels good. And again, it's like, if we can openly for decades just go to like Africa and other continents and just sing to like the young people in the audience and tell them, do you want to come home with me and get urinated on and make sex tapes? I start to play the game of like, what won't these people accept? I go down that dark road because I'm a comedian at heart. I'm like Brian O'Shea. I'm a comedian. I learned that from him. Everything can be solved. Everything can be solved with another person. Any misunderstanding, if you just reveal to them you're a comedian. The dark jester like comedian inside of me, I start wondering what other wicked, crazy, wild things could we spring upon the public slaves and get them to support and pay for. I'm a lot like Chile de Castro, and I'm a lot like your average content creator, quite frankly, if I may say so. But yeah, when I say like government slavery and genocide and this is all mind control here, and they go, that's wild and crazy. How could that ever happen? You know how many people be in on it? I just cue that clip. Rob, aka R. Kelly, on stage in front of the whole world, singing to entice people to be part of his sex ring. And again, not only do people like then go, oh, I think he's recruiting for his cult sex ring. Let's stay out of that. Let's get away from that. They purposely go there for it. That gives me hope that there's purpose for me in this life. That gives me hope that I too can start a cult one day and get laid with regularity, legal or illegal, with people who I've enticed to be a part of whatever I consider to be love and care. That is beautiful. That's the American dream. What? R. Kelly's in jail now for that whole thing. All right. Yeah. All right. I just got word that apparently some other events have transpired. I'm going to walk that back. I'm going to walk all that back. Well, some of that, most of that. It's show business stuff, producer stuff. Yeah, I always forget. See, like I get caught up in the glory days and the golden era of like R. Kelly on stage singing to entice young women, legal or not, to be a part of his sex cult, to enjoy, not only get urinated on, but like want it, need it, enjoy it. You know what? You know how like fucking empowering and inspiring that is when someone not only, I got a call every time. You know, without fail around here, I can't bring up urine or defecation without these people calling in. 606.
Howdy, stranger.
How are you? I'm sure it was the golden shower that enticed you, huh?
I want to ask you a bunch of questions. And I want to have them answered immediately. Who is your daddy?
And what does he do? Well,
and what does he do?
All right. Is this... That's great, too. I know the line. That's why I did the line. Is this a famous presidential candidate? Never actually became president, but I think ran at one point. Is this the acclaimed movie actor Arnold Schwarzenegger? Known for...
This is me, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It is Arnold Schwarzenegger. Well, it's good to hear from you, sir. It's been a while. It's been a while since you called in. Is there anything specifically that I could do for you, Arnold? By the way, I loved you in the Terminator thing. Here to protect John Connor. Was it Connor? I'm Detective John Kimball. Yeah, great stuff. Anything that we can do for you here, or questions, comments, concerns, ideas?
I need to speak to my wife.
You want me to talk to your wife?
So could you get her on the phone, please?
Can I do what now?
I need to speak to my wife. Now!
Whoa. You need to speak to your wife?
She's pregnant.
She's pregnant? What makes you
found out that she's pregnant?
What makes you think that I have her around here?
My wife.
Yeah, no, I got that. Your wife, but I'm saying, like, you're asking me to put her on the phone. I don't know where this broad is at. Are you saying you need my help with that, or?
I know you don't know who I am.
Have you been drinking tonight, Arnold?
What a horrible thing to say.
You've been drinking. I know you. I mean, it's been a while, but I know you. We know each other. I know when you've been drinking. This is what you do. You call me at almost 2 a.m. and you start yelling, my wife. Give her the phone. And I go, I think she's been dead for a while, or you're divorced or something. I don't even know how to handle that.
Shut up.
Okay, all right.
Leave me alone.
Arnold, I mean, you're calling me. This is what a lot of you do, right? Guys, this is what I mean. This isn't just a cage thing. Sometime Arnold Schwarzenegger calls me and he does this weird codependent parasitic thing. I don't know how to really handle it.
Police officer.
You're a police officer, and
I'm a cop, you idiot.
Yeah, I know. We all saw the movie, man. I'm working here, Don. Not Don. I thought I
was in charge.
Sorry, I don't mean to insult you. That's like when you're with one lover and you yell out the name of another lover. I was secretly thinking of Donald Trump. I wished he had called in, but I'll take what I can get.
The investigation is over. This is an arrest.
All right, then. I guess I'll put my hands behind my back. This is probably going to come with a search, too, isn't it, Arnold?
You're under arrest.
Yeah. You love that searching part. I'm not down on it either. It's been a while since I've had some human contact. Sometimes Arnold, this is why I don't like when you call me too, because you're very selfish. It's all about you. You just yak and yak and yak, and I never get a word in edgewise.
Stop whining.
All right.
Stop being such a pussy.
All right, I think I'm going to let you go, Arnold. I'm sure you're busy. You got other things to do.
You drunk fuck. Fuck you.
Right. Thank you for being here. Arnold Schwarzenegger, everybody. Long time listener, associate. Right. Judge ends disaster Zoom court with a sovereign citizen, or do we save that? Save that for next time. Wait, is this somebody who comes here? I think this is somebody who actually has been here multiple times. Jose Maria still alive. Let's check up. Let's see.
Products for fair price. For
right,
fair
we're
value,
still grifting products.
and you
All right,
product
we don't
for the
stop.
money that you spent. and that doesn't bother
Let's keep
me one
money
bit at all
spending
whatsoever, because
products.
I've been doing that for 6 years.
Gotta buy
So
a
instead of
lawyer
just
so they can
promoting my
lose, and then
GoFundMe,
I can say
I'm now
scholar.
promoting just, hey,
Scholar,
go buy a
scholar,
trifold or go buy a
Constitution.
plaque. This will help you, and this will help me at the
Right,
same time.
totally, guys.
So I'm not going to stop. Am I
Oh, we know.
$6,000 short on my lawyer? Yes, I
We
am.
know.
I am.
Just to be clear, in case you didn't know, he's not going to stop. Okay, you're not going to stop him from lying and grifting and fraud. No, you ain't. Cough it up.
And I need your help. I need your help. I can't do it alone. There's a GoFundMe if you're rich.
Right.
If you got an extra 50 or 100, there's a GoFundMe pinned. Do it. Do it.
He's now begging rich people while he's potentially rich in the eyes of the average person. He has $1 million property. Guy with $1 million properties is asking other rich people to give him 50 or 100 grand at a clip. Talk about a spoiled, entitled, suburbanite brat who wants to claim once again all the glory for what he doesn't live. And when the time comes to walk it, someone's got to bail him out. Daddy Warbucks has got to bail him out. How fucking embarrassing and pathetic.
But if you can only spend 20 or 30 bucks, then go get a trifold, go get a plaque, go get a pair of cop cards. Go get a pair of cop cards. You know, you help yourself out by having the trifold in your car. You help yourself out by having the cop cards in your wallet.
I'm going to drink my own urine right now on this broadcast to promote health and safety, because the white people keep convincing me it's a thing, and I'm starting to buy in. I'm getting like all the way to the other side. I used to be like every other caveman from the East Coast. I'm now on the complete other side where I'm actually entertaining, and I've even tried it. I drank some of my own urine. Okay, I admitted it. There, it's out there. They got me. They got me to do it. I was deathly sick and in pain, and they tried to tell me stem cells and other stuff. I said, what the hell? I feel like drinking my own urine on this broadcast is way more powerful, inspiring, and valuable than whatever the fuck this guy's talking about and his bullshit product.
You help yourself out by having
one in the chat. I'm going to do what he did. One in the chat. If me drinking my own urine is more interesting, entertaining, and inspiring than whatever the fuck this guy's doing, because there's at least a 1% chance I'm going to activate something in me, including a stem cell or something. Some retarded autistic stem cell is going to get activated and start chugging along and change my fucking life. One stem cell at a time.
these in your wallet. These go right by your driver's license. You have these in your fucking wallet. They go by your driver's license. They're $20. You get 2 pair. 1 pair for you, 1 pair for a friend. It says 1 pair. I give you 2. I always give free products with my stuff. Always. No matter what you order from me, you will get free products with your order. Do you guys know that? Put a 1 in the chat if you already know it. Put a 1 in the chat if you already know it. If you know for a fact, if you order products from me, you will get free products with your order. That's a fact. And there's tons of people in here. I'm going to do the hats. I actually got to talk to Lou from Rising Tides. He's got a hat manufacturer. I'm going to do hats this next week, Secret Asian Man. I'm going to do hats. It's just, so think about it, Secret Asian Man. I got to put out the money for the hats. I got to pay that lawyer by August 4th. Can I sell the hats in time to be able to pay that lawyer by August 4th? That's the conundrum I'm kind of in right now. Because I've got products that I can sell, and thousands of people subscribe to my channels. Millions across all my channels. It's millions. So I have a way to raise the money for the attorney if I just sell more products. So go to my website and get a trifold. Go to deletelaws.com and get.
Just stop buying his products so that he can actually go and learn the law. The more you buy his products, he's admitting to you, you're enabling him to not do what he's claiming that he is. And he can't actually help himself or help you. The best way to help him, help himself, and help you is stop enabling him. This is a cash addict. This is a power addict. This is a grift addict. The best way to help him, help himself, and help you is cut him off from his supply. Stop enabling him. Then he'll have to go learn the law and stand on it, or shut the fuck up and go off and wash dishes and cut the games.
A trifold. I give you 2 trifolds for the price of 1.
By the way, he's showing you right now why his trifold doesn't matter, because when you go to court, it's all about honor and good faith. He's lying to you right now about the trifold. I give you free products. No, the product prices are worked into the cost of each product. if the pamphlet, I did the math, dude. You're not grifting this guy. You're not frauding me. I'm going to expose you and everyone like you. I don't care if they don't like that I do it. The pamphlet cost $5 to make. You're charging $25 a piece. That means for every one someone buys, they paid for 4 more to be created. That means if you buy 3 and he gives away 3, he still doubled and tripled his money. You didn't get a free product. He worked the extra product into the final cost of the initial purchase, just like a corporate mail salesman scammer fraud would do. Just like if you were at a fucking car salesman showroom. Yeah, I'm going to throw you some free rust proofing and some mats and extra tinting and ooh, I'm such a great guy. I hooked you up so hard, playboy. No, you worked an extra 10 grand in to the sticker price to triple fuck me and then lie to me about giving me a good deal. Cut the games. And if your audience had half a brain and any balls on them, they wouldn't not only buy all this crap and enable him, they'd show up in his chat and not put 1 in the chat, put the fucking truth in the chat. You're not, I don't know that you're giving free products. I know that you worked in a 5-for-1 deal so you can give away 2 and look magnanimous and still double and triple your money. Fuck off. Hate these people. I can't wait till this economy collapses so scum like this can go back to the middle of nowhere with nothing to do and say and have to get it out the mud the real way. Tired of it. Whole corporate civilization of beta male lying cowards who aren't worth a damn.
Yeah, if you buy a plaque, Chad, I give you a pair of cop cards for free. So if you buy the plaque is by the way, the plaque is badass. Just it in itself is a badass plaque. But then what I also give you, Chad, is I give you a pair of cop cards with your plaque for free. Chad, if you want a trifold instead of the plaques, let me know. I'll give you, Chad, you tell me what you want. If you want cop cards, I'll give you cop cards. If you want trifolds, I'll give you trifolds.
Okay, so our new fucking advertising is we're not going to grift. We're just going to talk truth and put it in their face and keep some accountability going. So you folks just regularly, and you know what to do it already, but I'm going to inspire you and encourage you. Make sure you hit up the Cash Show whenever he's live and remind him I'm his fucking daddy. He won't talk to me. He won't provide a way for us to contact him, and he won't keep it real. Okay? And we just keep reminding him, hey, I'm over here when you're ready. Hey, when you want to do legal lawful, we're here. Hey, if not, we're going to call you out for who and what you are. And we're going to use your channel and your shitty fucking audience to do advertising indirectly for this fucking channel. Because we got the goods here. Because we talk to the people here. Because we are real people here. Because we really put it down with the people here. Okay? We're going guerrilla advertising again, like we used to do. We're going to keep it very simple and straightforward. Product sells itself. All we got to do is spread awareness. We're going to do an awareness campaign.
But if you order a plaque, I'm going to give you extra cop cards no matter what, unless you tell me that you want.
By the way, this is beyond pathetic and embarrassing. He's been begging and grifting for like an hour straight. He's so fucking desperate and needy and cracked out. I love it. I don't like it. They like it, so I gotta love it because I don't hate the player or the game, and I know me, so I know him, and it's fucking hilarious to watch. This is Paulie's prison games. We're back on the block now. I'm doing life here, so I don't give a fuck. There's nothing you could do to me anyway. And I'm watching a short timer get played from top to bottom and play himself and get ran ragged. And I try to tell him how to do time, and he wants to do it his own way. And they're going to pimp and pander on him and run him from all sides of the room. What can I do about it? He doesn't want to listen to me. I can't step up and fight his battles for him. I wouldn't if I could, because that's not how this shit runs. We're back again.
How far do you have to stand when filming an incident? Stay at least 10 feet away. Stay about 10 feet away. Stay at least 10 feet away. I'm in California right now, Namer. I'm in California right now. I'll be in Nevada next week for my arraignment. I get arraigned next week.
You know what's funny too? He's got 1 million subscribers on that channel. We had 23,000 before they demonetized and shadow banned us. We came over here. We took 10 with us. Actually, less than that. We built it up from 5. They censor and shadow ban to some extent over here. The difference in credibility based on sacrifice and real world results and action and service. When I said, when Wizard came up here and said, he needs support and contribution, 24 hours, 5,000 right there. He said he had to shut it down because they would have kept flooding in. This is what I mean. It doesn't matter if you got 1 million subscribers, but you got so little credibility that when your ass is against the wall and you need it, they ain't got it because they don't believe you. What does it matter anyway? You know, that's that whole allegory of the 300 Spartans versus the 1.5 million NPCs. You know, you having to sit here for an hour, fucking beg, grift, all this shit. All we had to do was put open a link and say, this guy needs this. If you think that it's right, then do it. We went on with our business and boom, was all right there because that's how this shit works. I need to fucking lie and grift and scam and pull on people's heartstrings and all the rest of this shit. You should be very worried, DeCastro. You really should. You should be very worried. If you got 1 million subscribers and you can't come up with 10K after weeks and weeks of begging and grifting and shilling, and it's coming to an end, bro. At some point.
Yeah, I get arraignment on August 4th. You need women's tank tops? I have them, Star Print. I got them. I got women's shirts in stock.
That's what's sad and pathetic too is I got him. He's opened up a flea market. What's sad and pathetic too is this guy gives every other auditor potentially a bad name, and he makes us I'm not an auditor, but they say that because I've done some of that. This scumbag makes it so that when me and everybody else who's actually in this for the right reasons and really cares and wants to make a change, when we go to talk to cops and go to courts, we got to have a 30-minute conversation with them and show them who we are so they don't believe we're like this fucking bozo. This asswipe creates more work and more time and energy for us with his fucking lying and grifting and desperation. It's a shame that I can't align with you and people like you. We can't fucking do this walk and this work together. I got to call you out because you ain't shit. Because if not, I get lumped in with you.
I just don't have them on my website. But yeah, I got women's shirts in stock. Now that I have a new webmaster, I may put the women's t-shirts I have on my website. I got women's t-shirts in stock.
He's selling women's t-shirts.
I'm sorry. Star Print, I've just had this really tight team DLZ.
What are you going to make
really
of t-shirts and all the rest?
My brand on Facebook.
Like Ace, he comes here, he goes, I'm going to make you t-shirts to contribute and whatever. And then like the first time around, I'm like, okay, if you contribute X amount, you get a shirt, like indirectly. It was an indirect agreement, whatever. And then every time, I'm like, you know what? Make the fucking shirts. You want to pay for them and contribute and give back? I'm giving them away. Because it's indirect advertising and whatever. People have been contributing and supporting this whole time. I don't have to grift and beg. They deserve it anyway. Give back sometime, right? He can't do that. That's a shitty position to be in.
And on Instagram, but I have this year. So now I have a new audience from Facebook.
Like DeCastro, what are you really gonna make from t-shirts, right? Like I sat there, like you probably have so much cash that you waste that run through your hands. You're probably fairly well better off than I am if you had it on paper and you looked at the whole thing. You're gonna give up your fucking self-respect and your credibility or any of your time and energy to like hawk women's t-shirts? What's the markup on that? Like even if you sell what are you gonna sell? 500, 1,000? I mean, what is your integrity, your self-respect, and the rest of your career, as you call it, your business, really worth? To be such a cheap hoe and a sellout. Because I did the math at one point. People asking me to do all this shit, and I go, when I take each situation, I go, what am I really looking at here? What do I stand to gain? And is it worth the price for the final cost? I'm going to give $5,000, $10,000, and then what? And what do I got to do and be to get it, right? It's just not worth it to me. These aren't even like big scams and hits where these are going to set you for life. These are quick addict hits that you like are excited about if you're a low life on the street and you ain't got shit. You're like, oh, I got $5,000 or $10,000, and then you got to keep going, on who and what you are and the rest of this. Is it really? I mean, is it really going to change your life? Is it really worth it? Don't you think you should figure out a different way to get it a different way to where you don't got to do all this?
Instagram and X. So now I have to put my products on my cop cards. Are 6 steps that you follow when you get pulled over by the police. So these are the 6 steps that you follow when you get pulled over by the police. So let me show you. I don't know if you'll be able to read it or not. I'll try to read it to you. A GI Bill.
This person said, don't give it any energy. You're depleting my energy.
John,
I just did 7.5 hours of broadcasting. If anything, he inspired me. We should thank him for that.
Oh, it's a hellhole, Tempe. So here's the 6 steps you follow when you get pulled over by the police. Step 1, start filming. Step 2, hands at touchdown position. Step 3, invoke your 5th Amendment right. It's a 6-step process of what you do when you get pulled over. This is the driver card. This is the non-driver card, the yellow one. So the blue one is the driver card, like a blue line on the map, and then the yellow card is the non-driver card. Oh, I'm not sure what you're asking, Brian. I can try to answer, but no, I'm just pitching my products because I'm just trying to raise enough money to hire this attorney. I was arrested July 3rd in Las Vegas for filming a cop. The attorney's 15 grand. So I'm just trying to sell as many products as I can because the products are good for you and good for me, but then I could pay my attorney. That's really what I'm doing. I don't usually sit here and just sell my products all day. That's not usually what I do.
No,
I usually cover videos, teach case law, things like that. But unfortunately, I have to stop and raise funds. I have to stop and raise funds. I have a GoFundMe pinned in the chat. If you're flush and you got $100, do it. Right. But at the same time, a lot of people want to get a bang for their buck. And so if I just sell my products, then I'll raise enough money to pay for the attorney because literally millions of people follow me. So I just have to be willing to sit here and sell my products. You know what I'm saying? I just have to be willing to just be like, hey, look, you need one of these in your car and it'll help you. And it will help you. 100% it will help you. Nice to see you, RV. What's going on, man? I'm with you there, Mitch. Oh, yeah. The Graham factors, you're talking about Graham versus Connor? Oh, yeah, comply all the way. Secret Asian Man says, when he tells us to comply with the cops. Oh, yeah, listen, my methodology is not to fight the cops at all. My methodology is to comply all the way. Comply all the way, all the way, all the way to where you have your license, registration, proof of insurance ready to go at the beginning of the stop. Sovereign citizen BS, people like you get people in trouble. So I saw what you wrote there, Chaco. Don't kick him out. He's just a moron. So Chaco, sovereign citizen stuff is where you tell people not to have a driver's license, right? That's not what I do at all. No, Chaco.
Right. So me and DeCastro, they say, Paul, why are you so mean? You guys are on the same side, but we're not, because now he's going to do his segment how I'm a sovereign citizen and I'm the bad guy. Because I have this crazy notion that we don't need to ask our servants for permission to use our own fucking property, whether it's our children with the birth certificate and all the benefits and privileges and obligations, having to send them to public school and all the rest of it. You know the drill. To move our car around, to go to work without taking 15 fucking back shots, you know, to have the freedom to assemble, the right to own a gun. I got this weird, crazy notion that the spirit of God and the founders and the law of this land is we're supposed to be free and brave. And that doesn't mean at all asking servants for permission and paying them to use all of our property and to maintain our children and our women. I think that's pimped out slavery. That doesn't make me a sovereign citizen. That makes me a man. You are a sovereign citizen, ironically, because you have all the documentations and contracts and bear all the liability of following the obligations of United States Corporation because you just comply and pay. And then you want to say, I'm the sovereign citizen? No, I'm a man under God with God-given rights. You're a citizen contracted to the corporation with applications, benefits, privileges, and obligations. They're doing it again. And what are they doing? With the old that's you shuffle. Everything they say about other people is true for them. What they say is true for them is really someone else's story. Every fucking time. How do you know they're lying? Their mouth is moving. If it wasn't for someone like me sitting here stopping it every 5 seconds and doing the breakdown and the decode, you all would be grifted on and lied and not even know what fucking planet you're on. Not the folks who come here, of course. That's for the few folks who stay in areas like this and wind up over here. They stay in areas like the Castros and they cross over from time to time, and then they have to get the game. I have to give them the game to unpimp them, unslave them from their pimping, pimp unslaved, right? So, yeah. You keep going to the same places and the same ideologies where you lose your power because you think there's power there. No matter how many times I show you, not tell you, show you by going to court myself that there is no sovereignty without God and God's law. And there is no God's law with citizenry because you cannot serve two masters. I either have obligations to myself, my family, and God, or I have obligations to United States Corporation and a legal society. Okay? This is back by religious claim. Who was it? Who was it that he has to quote somebody every time? John Locke once said, and then but he can't tell me what it means and how it feels and what it looks like and show us what it is. That's the problem. See, guys like, he's doing it again also. Guys like Paul Unslave, he's not going to name me because that would be publicity for me indirectly. They don't want that. The best way to deal with me is act like I don't exist and don't talk to me or anybody that comes from over here. I get it. You know, people who say don't keep asking your servants for permission to use all your property and upkeep and maintain your women and children, they're the sovereign citizens. No, that's you. Just keep telling them. Just keep reminding them. You're in inversion land again. You're lying and you may not even know it. He might really believe what the fuck he's saying. That's the bigger trip here. A lot of these people, most of them, they really believe what they're saying. They're just completely wrong by definition. Technically, by definition, wrong. I don't subscribe to the United States Corporation or the legal society, so I'm not ascribed those obligations that come with that. I don't speak legalese. I'm a man under God with God-given rights. I'll say it 1,000 fucking times. You hire attorneys and get men to represent you who are officers of the court. You are fed. You are a pig. You are a redcoat. You are a traitor. You're a coward. You're a beta male. You're inauthentic. There's only so many different ways I could say it. You have a different set of obligations because everyone in your life thinks you're a fucking hoe. Just like if we were to date a woman, that we could date the same woman and she's going to have different requirements and obligations from you than she's going to have for me. Because she's going to deem me on some level to be bona fides and she's going to look at you and say, you're a bitch. So she's going to run you all over the place and have all these types of expectations for you that she's not even going to dare bring to me because she's already going to know where it's going to go. That's courting again. That's what they call it. When men and women date, it's called courting. Courting is courting because the power and value dynamics are the same, if not similar. You're the sovereign citizen who doesn't want to invoke your rights, so you ain't got any, who won't sacrifice, so you don't got credibility. You want me to go down to all the maxims of law? That's just 2 of them. We can go down 10 of them, and I'll show you how you're none of them. And I'll show you how I've shown that I embody all of them certain places at certain times, especially when we're in these venues. That's the only thing that stands between the difference of your results, which are failure every time, and my results, which are batting 1,000 on the defensive side. On the other side, I can't get them to hear a matter because they reject my claims for not stylizing in a legalistic fashion. We're going to get around that too. Don't worry. Like everything, when I decide to get back to it, when I really put myself back on the trail here.
Oh, Chaco, you got kicked out. I mean, you're an asshole, but that's okay, Chaco.
Right, this sovereign citizen idea, because I forgot for a second, I had to jog my memory. The sovereign citizen idea, we need to really correct this record and get this on record over and over again in all these venues and these places. We need to stop these people from lying and projecting and gaslighting. We need to correct the record. That's just what I'm seeing. I got a throat itch. I gotta do the old. This is how we throat scratch. I don't know how many people. This is another skill, by the way. You get this here, you don't get this anywhere else. That's the sounds of actual throat vibrations. Almost like a mating call of a frog. It's my post-nasal slave drip. No such thing as a sovereign citizen. Exactly. Why is Fed Boy using terms and words that come out of presumably the intelligentsia corners where they want to demean and devalue men and women who are actual Americans? That's psyop shit. When you start running around calling free Americans sovereign citizens because that's what your corporation told you to call them all, I start wondering how much of a fucking Fed plant you are. Directly or indirectly, you don't have to be corporate. You could just be cosmic. I know you're cosmic because you got a Luciferian spirit. See you and feel you, smell you a mile away. I didn't renounce my citizenship either. I re-announced it on record that I have a citizenship, but I'm not a citizen. What do you think of that? I have a citizenship, and I'll use it to sail on the waters of commerce when I need benefits and privileges. Haven't used it yet because I don't want benefits and privileges from the state. See, while Castro is begging and grifting for money, I was turning down benefits from the state, stimuluses and all the rest of it that I qualify for. Because that's what you got to sacrifice to stand true on your principles. That's how that works. Not all money is good money. Not all people is good people. Good money from bad people is not good money. Good money to do bad things is not good money. So yeah, I have a citizenship. I am not a citizen. And as long as I'm on the land, I'm under God. So when I'm not in that citizenship, navigating those waters of commerce, I'm on the land and I'm under God, and I retain and reserve my natural rights. That's why in U.S. code, you fucking moron, I've told you 1,000 times, and you don't care to know the truth, and that's okay, because like 5 people out of 5,000 from your audience are going to get this, and they're going to help change the world. That's what we're banking on here. That's what matters. I've already seen it. People who are done with you and your garbage and your grift, who've already ran all the hoops with you, just like the women I get once they're in their 40s and 50s. Once they're done with your lies and your grift and running everybody in circles, and they really start to see who and what you are, they start entertaining my side of town. And we're back to that whole way less stringent qualifications for obligations, where I don't have to be nice, kind, polite, none of that. I just got to be real and true. That's all a bitch wants once she gets to her 40s and 50s. She's tired of getting lied on and scammed on. Just try to fucking keep it real with us, Paulie boy. Maybe we can go somewhere. All right. Great practice for all of us. So yeah, you and your 1.5 thousand live viewers can go fuck themselves, yourselves and each other, because you're going to anyway. And the 5 or like 50, the 10%, right, or less, the 5%, they're going to get wind of who and what you and others really are over time, and they're going to come fuck with me, and they're going to get involved in the real shit, and they're going to do real things and make real change, while the rest of you continue to circle jerk and play games all day, every day. That's how that's going to go. Okay? We just got to wait for this moment. We don't have to wait. We just have to, accept that the universal momentum has to catch up here. More and more people are going to go over there, remind him he's grifting. He'll just block and ban. He'll get less and less money. At a certain point, he'll have to go off to a different scam and grift, because he can't lie to himself and the people anymore.
I understand you're a dumb asshole, but let me explain it to you.
That's
dumb
you.
asshole. Listen, I teach people not sovereign.
By the way, that's the real him. See, notice how he went from, oh, nice, kind and polite, nice to see you, everything's great, to, listen, dumb asshole, and we still didn't get all the way the real him, right? This is another reason I don't like or respect these motherfuckers, because they just can't level with you like I do from time to time, and even go the other way with it, right? Just abandon all polites. Even jump out the window. Take some fucking risks here from time to time. Say some shit you're thinking and feeling, whether it's all the way real even or not. Might just be a fleeting thought or feeling. Let's mix it up. So now we start to get a little bit more of the real him. Listen, dumb asshole, blah, blah, blah. You're worthless because you're not going to come here and pay me to grift. You're actually questioning me on my lies. You're exposing me, right? while he calls me and other people actually doing the work pejorative terms to try to demean and devalue us. He doesn't think that's defamatory and that's an issue or a problem. Laughable. The levels of entitlement and hypocrisy.
And stuff at all. I teach them to have their license on them and a photocopy.
Right, we get that. He's totally right.
You see, Chaco? I'm sorry.
See, this is why he's mad right now, because he's now having to explain to another slave who won't even listen to what he's telling you and saying that he's a dyed-in-the-wool slave, LARPing as a legal scholar, who just cooperates and complies and keeps paying and doesn't ever intend to stand on anything, right? Even when he tells you and shows you, you guys still don't believe. That's what drives him wild and turns him on, and that it does the same for me. Even if it doesn't go in my favor, it does. It turns me on in a weird masochistic way, and it drives me wild, as you can see. He's having the same response. He goes, dumbass, I just told you, I'm a slaved out, order following complier. I talk a bunch of shit for clips, but I don't stand on nothing. And I need you to buy my shitty products so I can keep the grift afloat and get me out of the trouble I've created for myself. You won't even listen to him and believe him when he tells you exactly who and what he is. Like when Donald turned to the 8-year-old and said, I'm going to be fucking her in 10 years. And everyone was like, oh, that's so cute. He's like a throwback to when like guys were really men, you know, really masculine.
Kicked out, but there's morons like you that are unhelpable anyway. Right? I mean, put a 1 in the chat if I'm wrong.
He's right. No,
this asshole that you can never.
1 in the chat if he's wrong. No, so I guess what do we put in the chat if you're right? He doesn't even know what he's saying. I think he meant 1 in the chat if he's right. Everyone put right. He's finally right. He's been right for the first time in the last hour and a half. That the majority of fucking slaves are so embarrassing and pathetic. Even when you tell them you're a dyed-in-the-wool slave, they still won't accept it and believe it and repeat something else that they believe in it.
Help. No matter what, if you want anybody to stand up for their rights, they're going to call you a sovereign citizen. And that's what that dumb asshole right there just did, right? So it's like, I'm the exact opposite of what a sovereign citizen says. As a matter of fact, a lot of sovereign citizens hate my guts. Literally, I get hate emails from sovereign citizens who say, Chili, why are you teaching people to have a driver's license? Because if I teach you not to have a driver's license, I'll cover your video where they're breaking your window and taking you to a dungeon. That's why. I don't agree with the driver's license scam. I know it's a scam. I know it is. But if I teach you not to have it, then you're going to get window broken out and you're going to go to a
Yeah, you might have to do some real activism. You might have to stand on the shoulders of great people who died for your rights. Yeah. That's the whole fucking point. He admits it right there. I know it's a scam. I know it's slavery, but I just comply and pay, and I encourage everyone else to, because if not, we might actually have to get our ass in the game. Put up or shut up. Right. That's been my whole point this whole time. Thank you for admitting it. And that's why us sovereign citizens don't like you. We don't respect you. We think you're the biggest coward, bitch, hypocrite ever. You complain about the police and the system, but you reflect them and you promote them and you are them and you comply with them. So why do you deserve anything other than what you get? This is how crazy this world is now. I'm having to side with Shaitan because he's in alignment with the dark force, reflecting that while claiming to be the light. I have to support the dark force based in truth regarding him in this matter. That's the cosmic law. It's crazy. I can't be a representative with and for him. This is why your government can't represent you. Even if they wanted to do right, they can't karmically because of who and what you are and what you reflect. You have to get what you deserve. That's one of the laws. You don't know what you're serving. And you won't cop to it, or you do, but you make excuses, and then you think you deserve something different than what you serve. The word is de-serve. I'm going to encourage everyone to start looking at language a different way. Look at the word. De means of in Latin, and in Spanish, de is of. Serve, it's right there. Of, serve. So based on what you are of service to dictates what you deserve and what you get, either by sacrificing or becoming the sacrifice. That's overworld, underworld. That's God. That's the Lucifera. It's all right there. So you won't sacrifice your pretty shit and your comfort to do the right thing. You sacrificed what's right for your comfort. That's the Luciferian sacrifice. You don't deserve rights and freedoms. You deserve bondage, and that's what you're going to get, and that's what they put on you. Because you won't embody the light. You embody the false light. Or you embody the dark side of the force. Now, granted, The dark side of the force, like Darth Vader told Luke Skywalker, is your father. It's going to make a man out of you. It is your daddy. That's why I show up here in my black robe of sorts, because I got to play the evil bad guy villain here. In truth, I got to support the dark side of the force, slaving all you cowards till it makes a man out of you. I don't have any other choice here. You put me in that position, just like you do at court. The man acting as an administrator would love to rule in your favor if you would show up as a man. You haven't yet, so he's got to go with the Saturn alien fraternal order and the dark side of the force, because that is the grounding, ruling force in and of this world. That is the God of this world. It has to be, because you won't go with God. So you need to be ruled, because you are of your father, the devil. If you don't know right from wrong and won't do right from wrong, even if you're paid to do it, you'll never do it. So you gotta be ruled and governed, and you're going to be governed by your like and kind, who and what reflects you. Stop complaining about your shadow engulfing you. Just cast more darkness out and project more light, and everything will take care of itself. That's what living by the lie out of a spirit of fear and cowardice will do for you. And it's right in the biblical scripture. We give you by God the spirit of faith, not the spirit of fear. The spirit of fear is of the devil. And you just said the main core of the energy you act from everywhere in your legal, lawful ministry is fear. That's how you establish who and what somebody is, based on power, value, dynamics at the core energetics of it. This is pure physics and metaphysics at this point. This is another reason that you folks are not fit to lead, because you can't trust a leader who would move from fear. Doesn't mean you don't feel fear. It means you don't make your decisions from the place of fear. You could never be a leader of yourself or other men who want goodness and greatness, because you operate from a core of fear. There are no great leaders and war masters in history that operate from a core of fear. They couldn't, because they would be manipulatable. If you can make someone feel fear, you could dictate what they will do and not do. That is manipulation. That is how you win a war without fighting. That is how you get conquered without ever firing a shot. You're not a fucking leader. You're not a war master. You're not an alpha male like you claimed in that clip. You're an absolute punk fucking coward, spoiled brat who's been enabled too much in their life, so you don't have to face yourself and the truth and do better and be better for yourself and everyone around you. And we can fucking see it and smell it a mile away. Why? Because I know me, motherfucker. I'd have been exactly the same thing. And on some level, I am exactly the same thing without this fucking thing that I'm talking about and riding with. You ain't kidding nobody.
Dungeon. That's what's going to happen to you. That's what's going to happen to you. And I don't want to watch that happen to you. So the dumb asshole came in my chat and said, this sovereign citizen is going to get you in trouble. I'm the opposite of a sovereign citizen. I teach the rule of law. Right on, Dice God. Right on. Dice God, I got you. Dice God, do you...
Let's do some audience engagement. I want to cook up a slave. How do you guys want it? Rare? Medium rare? Chad Bailey, call the number, click the link. I'm on almost 8.5 hours. It's 2:30 in the morning. And I'm inspired still, somehow, somewhere. A little bit of pain. Not too bad. Work doable. Go ahead, call and click the link. Tell me all about, because this is what you all do. You all, you know, folks like you, let's say you all, because then everyone here thinks I'm talking about them, but it might be all of us till we see something different. But you look out externally and that's all that there is for you, right? It's all that there is what you think you see and understand. Without strong borders, any country will be taken over. Hey, I got a question for you. What happens when you build a bunch of strong borders to surround the people on the land? But the people on the land, inside of that proverbial cage, I guess, or metaphorical cage, if they're not grounded in something honorable and good faith, then Is it really a border? Or are you just imprisoned with a bunch of dishonorable, bad faith status clowns? See, what happens when the people who you're trying to keep out are the constituency of those you just walled in? Then what do we do? Genius. Folks are so predictable and one-dimensional, shallow, so low level. Well, without a strong cage and wall around us, you can't have a strong nation. And if you build a strong wall and cage around a bunch of weak, cowardly, stupid motherfuckers, it's precisely that, a prison for the weak, cowardly, and stupid. Then what happens when it's time to leave and you can't get out? Maybe you should focus on producing good, great, strong, inspiring, co-creative people who can bring prosperity to the world abroad, not just their land, instead of worrying about how you're going to wall the place up. Because, you know, what game we have going on here is really just the only game in town. It's the greatest and the only one, don't you know? Beyond delusion and denial. You're six stages down from addressing the actual problems that need solutions, focusing on predictably what your masters gave you. That's how I know you're non-credible from the gate. We just did courting again. How do I know you're a moron and would bet the house on it? By the first thing you said. I know where you got that talking point from, and I know your consciousness now in one phrase. The illegals and the borders. Yeah, you don't care about not being able to own private property or own guns, or not have to take a vaccine to work, or get locked down by a police state, or fund endless wars, or genuflect and vote for the rich predators who vacation on the islands and traffic children. How many times we got to loop this? You don't care about any of that. You somehow, some way, that all escaped you. That doesn't matter. What matters is the illegals and the border. Yeah, I know who and what you are. I know where you came from, and I know who runs your fucking mind and heart. Just that easy. It's another branded cattle slave. Another cattle slave came wandering through the unslavian lands here and started mooing, and I took a quick look and said, oh, there's the branding of the patriotard slave farm. I know exactly what farm he came off of. Bless his heart. Would you like some water in your travels, little slave cattle cow? I don't know how you lost your way and got all the way over here to enslave you, but it's unsafe over here. You might want to wander back. The ironic part is over here, we don't eat meat. Over there, where you feel safe and comfortable, is where they're fattening you up to slaughter you one day. But, you know, I'm not going to, burst your bubble, right? Why don't you ask Europe about weak borders overrun by third world? Well, ironically, interestingly enough, Europe's main problem isn't all the migrants coming in. It's all the bureaucrats and politicos and cowardly slaves who occupy the place. Don't you get it? See, you don't like nature. Nature abhors a vacuum. When you get vacuous and shallow and empty and bitched out, pimped out and cowardly, something's got to replace you. Don't you get that? What don't you understand? See, I know you're not going to like this, but this is truth and reality. This is adaptation and evolution. You are a coward. You are a slave. You don't assert yourself anywhere in life. You don't have a claim to anything, including your body, your property, your woman, your child, nothing. You are not fit to inherit the rights and the property and this land and everything that comes with that. You are slated to be replaced either by a migrant animal who's going to be taught to be the next generation of slave placeholder, or an AI robot. That's your lot in life. You did that. I didn't do that. I'm over here hours a day, thousands a day straight at one point, begging you to get up off your knees and stop bootlicking and sucking dick and come into your own. You don't want to do it. It's not for you. So don't complain to me when predictably nature does what it does. It adapts and evolves, and it fills the void of all you vacuous, empty, voided, heartbroken, soul-sucked slave avatars who don't want to embody the creative force. You get fucking replaced. And I don't give a fuck about it because it's based in cause and effect. And I didn't make this universe, and I'm not going to go try to alter it or cope about it any other way than try to understand it and do something different to get a different result. He's now looping and coping and projecting. So, okay, so I'm going to help you out. I don't need to, you're not willing to look at it. You're not willing to listen. This is why your masters have slated you for genocide, because even when they tell you in the music and the movies, and they sent representatives out to tell you in front of everybody, hey, this is what we're doing. This is how your life's going to look. You could have this, but you chose this. Keep doing it because we love it and we're going to give you more of it. And we're going to make a whole bunch of money doing it. Even when they tell you and show you, you continue to do what you just did in my chat. So have it. Have at it. Just keep whining and complaining like a bitch, because me and your masters, we get off on it on some level. We get off on watching a lying, pathetic, cowardly slave who won't get real with themselves and others and do right in this life get tortured until they find God. That's the Catholic Church. You don't remember that? You don't remember? This is the same theme over and over again. It's a great simulation. You keep lying to yourself and everyone else, calling each other patriots, acting like you're real Americans and Englishmen and all the rest of it. You're a bunch of pathetic, soul-suck slaves. When based on who and what you are, because as within, so without, as above, so below, you generate a reality for yourself. You don't like it, but instead of changing who and what you are to generate a new reality, you blame somebody else again. That's dishonor and bad faith. You deserve to get slaved. There's no other way around the equation. What makes you think that you have a right to claim that land when you won't stand for rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and your property and your fellow man and woman? You don't. And I don't give a fuck when they bring in a bunch of migrants who are going to rape the shit out of you and take everything that you own. That's what you called in. You wanted it. You begged for it in every which way possible. It's like you cut your arm open and stuck it in the ocean, and then when a shark comes along predictably and bites it off, I'm supposed to feel some way about it. I'm entertained. Yous all gutted yourselves and jumped in the water. I told you what was going to happen. You didn't care, and you're still coping and making excuses about it. I'm just going to get far enough away to when the feeding frenzy happens, I don't have to witness the carnage up close and personal. I'll witness it from afar. And I'll continue swimming toward the other side of the island, right? That's where I'm at. I'm in the water with you. I'm swimming to the other island across the shore there. You have some wild idea that if you just vote for these sharks, they're going to save us from what we got ourselves into. And the way you're going to do it is by cutting yourself open and putting yourself in the water. Great. Have fun with that. Sure, it's going to work out. I'm supposed to sit there and go, I'm supposed to say anything other than, man, that was bizarre. There's a clear path to the other side where there's an island and we could probably get along here and even make a great go of this. I'm seeing a bunch of opportunities just from afar on the island. We can really make a go of this. And they're like, no, we just got a pamphlet here. It just floated by from some content creator. We opened it up and it said, cut yourself open and bleed yourself into the ocean and everything will get safer. And then the sharks show up to have a feeding frenzy. And I go, that really seems like it's working out. As I just keep paddling toward the island where I see some level of opportunity of fruiting and flourishing, or at least sustenance, sustainability. I don't know what to tell you. I told you what was going to happen. It was obvious what was going to happen. You keep buying a bunch of nonsensical ideas and information. I've shown you, because I've done this before, by the way. This isn't my first time on these waters. There's a clear path to the island. We could probably make a go of it there. I'm going to wind up there and I'm going to make a go of it. You do whatever you're going to do. I really can't feel any way about it. It's your choice. But don't be surprised when cutting yourself open to bleed in the ocean attracts a bunch of predators to have a free feeding frenzy. That's the law of nature. This moron says the way out of this is the way we got here. Just keep cooperating, complying, and paying. No, that gets you pimped and hoed. The only language a predator understands is predatorial language. It's just, these are folks who have no instincts and intuition is really the bottom line, right? When you get right down to it, no common sense. Oh, the pack of bears is going to run up to you, you know? So like, what do they all say to do? And they say this shit too, shit like this. They say, lay down and play dead. They say, you can't say I'm making this up because people say this shit. And this is like conventional wisdom. Oh, when the bear comes running up to you or a bunch of bears, you just lay down and play dead. And everything's going to go great. You know what really happens? Everyone repeats this garbage and they might try it. You know what really happens when you lay down and play dead and a bear's hungry and after you? He's going to start taking little bites out of you. And you're going to move. And he's going to take bigger bites and you're going to move. And you're going to howl. And he's going to get a taste for blood. And next thing you know, you're not going to exist anymore. And he's going to run off with your property like Yogi the Bear in a picnic basket. Do you get where I'm going with this? So I don't know. Again, even in the bear world, we have a bunch of morons running around saying, I know shit. When the bear comes at you, just lay down and play dead. No, that's the opposite of what you do. You get real big and loud and you start banging shit and you make the bear think twice about fucking with you over and over again, right? And at some point, you're scared. The bear's scared. You're banking on the bear being more scared of you than you are of it, even though you probably are more scared of the bear than it is of you. And it works. And at a certain point, the bear goes, this guy's kind of big. He's loud. He seems a little wild and crazy. I don't think he's going to stop. We don't stop. And it just becomes too much energy and work for them to get a piece of you, right? They want the easiest and quickest meal possible. They don't want something that's going to struggle and fight and resist or just not cooperate and comply.
Want cop cards or do you want trifolds? Dice, thanks, Dice. I appreciate you purchasing something from me. I appreciate it. Do you want the cop cards or do you want the trifold? I'm going to give you one extra. Yeah, Aaron, you can fuck off with that kind of talk, bro. I appreciate you coming, Aaron. But listen, shut your fucking mouth about saying how driving is a privilege. Right? Are you a pig? Because if you're not a pig, then don't say shit like that, bro. You can say what you want. I mean, but I just think you're a dumb shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so now he's admitting that he doesn't believe driving's a privilege. He thinks it's a right, but he's willing to give up his rights to be kept safe. Your founders that you quote all the time say, if you trade your liberty and freedom for safety, then you deserve neither. Why do you quote your founders when it's convenient to sell products, but you don't quote them when it's an indictment and a condemnation against what you're doing and not doing? Beyond laughable. We could just sit here and do this all day.
You're a dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
we did sit here and do this all day.
You're a dumb shit. There's nothing I can do about that. But I teach you to have a driver's license because if you don't, they're going to put you in jail. And I don't want to see you go to jail. So that's the exact opposite of a sovereign citizen. That's the opposite.
No, that is a sovereign citizen.
That is the opposite, right?
That is a sovereign citizen. He's wrong. Can someone help him out? Let him know. Go there, tell him I'm correcting him. That's the opposite. I'm going to now take on the banner. Let's start the movement. I don't care. I'll own all of it. Because Paul and Slave made him do it anyway, the guy on the side of the road. I want everybody to go to jail. That's the only way out of this. You're going to have to make them really look at you twice. They're going to have to really think that they're putting a bunch of good people in jail for standing on their rights who aren't going to go away. He's full of shit. He wants your money and your time and attention. He doesn't give a fuck about you. So I'll go all the other way and I'll be the enemy and I'll be the bad guy. Oh, I'm the same way. I care about the cause. I don't give a fuck about you. You want rights and freedom? I want it. We know we need it. That's cool. Do what the fuck you need to do to get in the conversation. Stop cooperating, complying. Stop paying them to slave you. Simple. Doesn't matter where it goes. Acting like he's your daddy or your mommy. He cares about you. He doesn't want to see you arrested. He just did a 180 in jail, right? So full of shit. He's just there to keep everybody safe and comfortable, right? That's not the answer. So I'll own it. I do want you guys to stop cooperating and complying and go to jail because you might find yourself there, separated from all the distractions and all the bullshit. You might find real purpose and meaning there, oddly enough. You might find real connection with it, with a deeper aspect of self. You might start to generate more discernment and discipline for yourself in your walk in your life. You may need it. Jail isn't as bad. Jailing isn't as bad as some people make it out to be. It has its redeemable aspects. You could argue that all the greatest poets, songwriters, philosophers did some of their best work either in or coming out of incarceration.
Yo.
Hello, hello.
So, what do you mean when you say?
I need you to get real loud for me. You're real low on my end. I need you to get close to that thing.
How easy is it to sit back and say, I want people to go to jail, but that just seems like not really attainable. Doesn't seem like the real option.
What doesn't seem like a real option?
Saying that you want everybody to start going to jail.
I don't understand. I'm telling you what I've done. You don't want to do what I've done?
I'm saying that usually that time and energy can really disrupt, a regular person's life.
Regular person? Describe to me a regular person and then tell me what I am after that. Please. Help us out.
Saying more like just like you're saying, just like I'm kind of thinking that you're saying like just average Joe.
You mean somebody whose property they don't own, but it owns them? You mean somebody who doesn't have an occupation, they have an occupied mind and heart, they can't do what they need to do because they got to make fiat currency notes to exist here?
Yeah.
Not an option for you. You're already a slave. You already accepted your slavery on multiple levels. So why would you come to me and ask me about what I do? You getting money that's backed by nothing, that's all going away at some point during a digital technocratic reset here economically on the back of a greater depression 2.0. That's just my belief. I can't prove that. They're scheduling for that is my belief, right? And I could show you all the reasons why I believe that. It doesn't really matter. It'll either happen or it won't. So again, you are a person who has the spirit of what I'm talking about. You want to call it regular people. I call it a Babylonian. You think that you going to work to get your pieces of paper so you can trade it for the things you have in this world somehow offsets your pursuit of becoming good or great. It doesn't. You just traded one for the other. So if you don't want to be good or great in this life and you want to be a dyed-in-the-wool corporatist, fascist, infidel slave, you absolutely can do that. I'm not expecting, nor do I want you or anyone else who has that spirit to be a part of anything I'm doing. Let's be very clear on that. So if that's what you call regular people, don't even watch me or listen to me. Get back to your office. Get back to your office, pay more tax, follow all the codes, register all your property, and come in an hour early to your corporatist job on Monday, please.
Do you think you're part of like a cog in the wheel, just being on this stream and participating on these platforms?
Explain.
I'm asking you.
What's the difference, what I think and believe about me and what I'm doing here? You're the guest. You have questions, comments, concerns. You have a presentment, your beliefs. I'm a cog in the wheel that is the universe. The wheel. Okay, I don't know where I guess that wasn't an answer that he expected. I guess I was supposed to answer a rhetorical question so that he can better establish how he wants to approach me. And maybe, I guess, reveal something or have a gotcha point. So I'm a cog in the wheel within the wheel. That is the universal experience, like we all are, if you want to look at it that way. As far as Google and YouTube, I know you want to go down. I'm guessing. I don't know. But I've done this enough to it's like playing chess. You play against 1,000 people. When you see them move this one and this one, the third and the fourth and fifth move. So I'm guessing he was going to go down the road of, well, you're a part of YouTube and Google, so you're like in and a part of slavery. So why not just cuck to it and comply with it and pay for it because there's no complete way out of it? That's the road of justification you're going to go down. That's why I asked you to explain it, because I knew you had a point. You asked me a rhetorical question, hoping I'd make your point for you. Just make your fucking point, and I'll rebut it or not. This isn't my first rodeo. So I'm involved with Google and YouTube as far as a platform and a presenter, right? They have a venue here, a public commons that I use to present who and what I am. I'm not in any contract with them. I have no agreements and obligations to them. I put them on notice regularly that if they interfere with me beyond a certain point and I have some extra time and energy on my hands, I'm going to sue them. because we're going to go to court and we're going to get discovery and we're going to decide how YouTube's algorithms and systems work. So I can just get an answer if nothing else. This way I'll just know one way or the other. So again, I'm guessing that's where you were going. I'd rather you just shoot straight. Let's get to it. I can rebut or not because you may have a point, right? But again, I don't see how it's gonna wash. I don't see how it's gonna relate. If anything, I gave up my monetization in my original channel because they were ragdolling it and playing games, and I decided to start over here. And I remain demonetized here because, again, when somebody pays you, with every gift is an obligation to some extent, indirectly or directly, by the giver or the receiver. So when I was in business with them and they were allowing me on their platform to receive compensation, they started deciding who and what I was going to be and what I was going to do. So I said I would rather trade that cash, and then later they demonetized me, by the way. After I went to the second channel and stopped posting to my first one, they went through all my videos and took videos that were in private, claimed that they were a violation even though they weren't accessible, and demonetized me after I already left and decided to leave it. So I already made that decision that I wasn't going to continue to post on the monetized channel because I made the decision that, big surprise, when it comes to dynamics of pimping and hoeing, once they allow you to get money with them and from them, they're going to have obligations for you. And if you don't handle those obligations, they're going to start tapping your pockets. And since I can't be bought and sold, I just fucking drop it and leave. I'll cut you off at the pass. I'll do it for you. I demonetize myself. Okay. So no, sir, I'm not a cog in the wheel because I come to YouTube and Google's Commons and use their space to present this understanding that is going to reveal their undoing in dishonor and bad faith. No, I'm not. If anything, I'm the grease in between the cog and the wheel. How about that, if you want to make that analogy? And again, there really is no issue or problem with that. I'll meet you in the middle because a lot of you folks, you got a hard time with how I come at this. So I'll meet you where you're at. I got no problems with corporations, systems, and circumstances where everybody upholds the same code, which is based on common sense. If I'm not causing loss, injury, and harm, then I'm not doing wrong. You need to leave me alone and you need to uphold my rights. Stop fucking with me and interfering with me and trying to take my money or my property. Stop trying to tell me what the fuck to do and be. Simple. And if you can't get on board with that, then you ain't people at all, let alone my kind of people. And you got no business interacting with me because you're a bad person. You can't understand that anything that's not a wrong is a right. Because there's no victim and there's no threat. There's no coercion. There's no duress. There is coercion, duress, threat, and loss when you try to tell me I'm going to give up who and what I am and my beliefs to fit into your asylum and feudal system. Okay? A regular person. Just listen to the shit you say and then ask yourself what the fuck you mean. You don't think I was a regular person? By the way, I was never a regular person if you want to define that by voting and buying into this shit and taking vaccines and acting like it's all great. I saw it through all of it from day one. If that's what you mean by not a regular person, I had a job. I worked. I did pretty decent as well. I excelled at my job at one point. Was making decent money, not money. Then they told me I had to wear a mask every day and I was going to take shots to work. And I told them, go fuck yourself. And I said, and by the way, I was the one telling them 2 years before this where it was all going to go. They said I was crazy till they showed up with all of it one day. And I said, now what? Now I told everybody on the line 4 a.m. Now who the fuck's crazy? Just like that. Just like we were in jail again. Now who the fuck's crazy and wild? Didn't I tell you all? And they said, wow, we didn't really think. Yeah, you didn't think. I said, well, I'll see you guys later. Where are you going? I ain't doing this. I ain't being a part of none of this. I'm out. I already didn't want to be here, not because I couldn't hack the job or do anything else, because I see the representation here of what caused all of what's coming. And once it showed up more and more, I said, I'm out. I'm done. I'm going to a tent into the wilderness. I'm going to rediscover aspects of myself. I'm going to do a broadcast and I'm going to practice civil disobedience. And I'm probably going to wind up dead or in a fucking box above or below ground. And the rest is history. So when you say regular people, I'm thinking dumbed down slaves with no intuition and no instincts who are too cowardly to take a calculated risk because it's just that time and that time has come. You're right. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be a part of that and around that. And I left that long ago and I haven't looked back, and I'm way better off for it. I'd like to take a few of these regular people with me to my land of unsafety. You as regular as they come, I may be. In the eyes of God and truth, life, and way, I'm as normal and basic and regular as they come. In the eyes of a corrupt, reprobate, collectivist slave, I'm a rarity and an oddity. So again, it's all perspective. I'm a thorn in the side. We need more DeCastro. That's what we need. We don't stop. You guys need.
Aaron, I only block dumbasses. See, you're still in here, but you're a dumbass, but you're not blocked. You see that? Because you're not. I mean, you're just one of these people that says shit that you hear and you repeat it. Like, let me tell you the kind of guy you are. You're the kind of guy that says the Supreme Court said this, but you're a moron and you don't realize that the Supreme Court is appointed by the most elite people who are part of the Epstein class that rule against us constantly. But you'll be the first one to be like, Pennsylvania versus Mims says you got to get out of the car. Yes, I teach people to get out of the car. I don't agree with the unconstitutional holding, though. You see, there's a difference between you and I. I actually think. Yeah, I mean, listen, you're still in the chat, bro. You're still in there.
There's a difference between you and I. I'm a cucked out statist who's a little bit clever about like where I draw the line on how much freedom I'm going to engage in and not, because I don't want to be unsafe and uncomfortable. There's totally a difference between us, right? This is more lesser of two evils. Vote for me garbage, right?
Your gums and no one's kicked you out.
By the way, the person down there is telling me I could go live off grid and whatever else. And it's like, do I even want to, does anyone want to tell them? Or like, you just going to keep projecting onto me and presuming and assuming? Then you're saying I'm a coward because I'm hiding behind the screen. What are you doing right now in my chat? The number's down there. The link is down there. If you want to talk to me, great. You know, I would do the whole, but the last time we did this, some clown came around and we reconciled since, so I don't want to call him a clown. But he did the whole LARPing, like he was going to show up and do something to me. He asked for my address, and then I told him where I was going to be, and then he backpedaled, and they told me I had to come to him 2 states away. Like, I'm not playing this fucking game with you. I'm just going to remove you from the chat. Not because I'm afraid of the truth, like DeCastro, where I insulate myself, because you have a direct line to me. And if you're going to claim I'm hiding behind a screen, you could at least get on the phone, telephone tough guy. Talk to me directly. Then at some point, I guess if I want to throw away the rest of my life gambling with you to chase a thrill, to prove something to you, which is always a possibility. But if I'm in my right mind and having good sense, I'm probably always going to opt out of that because I have other ways to chase thrills and get my highs and risk my life and my freedom and my future, oddly enough. This is what I find funny. You guys come here, you say I'm a coward hiding behind a screen when I'm only known for facing my fears over and over again. Facing death and imprisonment. You haven't done that yet, but we're supposed to believe when you come here, you're going to risk your life rolling around with me when you won't even risk your life for your own rights and freedom and property. Not only is that bullshit, that's stupid. Doesn't make any sense. So not only do I not believe you, if I was to believe you, I'd have to render you to be non-compos mentis, some kind of sick, disturbed person, in which case I probably wouldn't want to meet you and fight with you. I don't want to fight with anybody anyway. And if I tell you where I am and you show up in your sick, dysfunctional way, I'm going to have to put you down like a rabid animal. Or try to run off because I don't want to deal with the karma, right? I really don't want to have to get involved in all that. So again, I'm the coward hiding behind the screen who every time you've seen me on this screen out and about was facing my death and imprisonment, going to court and coming out the other side. If you could just do that once and show up here, we might believe you. We might listen to you, but you're not gonna. So why should we believe you and listen to you that you're going to risk your life rolling around me when I'm telling you I won't fight you? I will pepper spray you, shoot you, or I will run. I got 3 options. Can't call the cops because I just don't believe in that. And ultimately, whatever's going to be done and over by the time they get there anyway. So, you know, and again, there's really no point. I engage you guys and I wind up having to loop it again. That's the nature of a live stream. But, you know, the move is always on you. You figure out where I am. I've told the general location. You come get me and do whatever you want to do to me. Till then, you're wasting up space in the chat and you're just giving me more content to mock you, humiliate you. You're on a live stream thinking you're flying while riding on the shoulders of giants. Would you like to call in and talk about it? We're still waiting. Now we're doing the whole, I have to leave the USA. You won't go anywhere because the USA is the only place you can survive talking. I've been to other countries. You now just presumed and projected that I love these engagements. This is just to show everybody how frequent, how widespread the lying and the liars are. You know, again, you got like, it's the same thing with all of you. You got one or two more messages and then you're gone. And then I guess go get an alternate account, whatever else. Been out of the country multiple times. Still was me everywhere that I went. Run my fucking mouth like the day is long. Okay? Been being told all my life that my fat mouth was going to get me killed or in trouble. I'm still here doing it. Don't know what your point is. Was popping fucking Xanax bars, talking to the cartel in Mexico, drinking cerveza while they're trying to sell me kilos. Blow me, please. Will one of you trolls who follows me around constantly to be up my ass, get out of my ass and blow me? I just did an 8-9 hour broadcast. I need some release. You would think this would be my release, but this just gets me more fired up. I'm like Tyson in those crack matches where he hits the crack pipe and knocks somebody out in 30 seconds, but it's 9 hours here. And then I need more after. I need something after that. I need a woman. I need to beat a woman and then have her blow me so I can really settle in for the rest of my night, okay? Like, stop telling me who and what I am and what my life is and acting like that means anything. Like, who even cares? I never even told that story, I don't think. And who cares? Because ultimately, at that time, I was a broken, lost soul. I might still be and just not want to admit it, but I was definitely one then. No purpose and meaning and value in life, risking my life regularly, running around with a bunch of people I had no business around and having a great fucking time doing it. While everyone kept telling me, Paulie boy, stop. It's unsafe. You're going to get hurt. You're going to get somebody hurt. I got it. I got it. These are men too in my life, by the way. Men in my lives talking to me like this. Like the mama I never had talking to me. All right. So now you're going to loop and repeat. You ain't risking nothing. Okay. Check out the channel. 6 arrests in 5 years. You're lying and projecting. You're probably a DeCastro slave cuck. Because, you know, this is what happens. Once we cover these liars and grifters and slaves, their cucks come out to start projecting onto people and doing the same thing back like it means the same thing. It doesn't. You come back and you try to mirror back what we're saying over there, and it's not the same thing because the record, you got to check the scoreboard in the record, right? But great job. More dishonor and bad faith. Blow that stack. This is gold. You cooking these claims. This is another day, man. This is just regular stuff here, right? Day in and day out. We already know what it is. I'm not even quite sure what his point was as far as like leaving the USA to do what? Why would I? What does it even matter? Yeah, very bizarre.
But you say moronic shit. I'm gonna point out the moronic shit. You can say shit to me. I can say shit to you. So I'm the opposite of a sovereign citizen. I teach you guys to have a copy of your driver's license. Have a copy of a photocopy of your license ready to go. A copy of your license ready to go.
But you want rights and freedoms, though. But you're a citizen.
Copy of your proof of your insurance. Copy of your registration. Okay. John, get my board game off my website. John, get my flashcard. So John Man Official, Go get all of the Supreme Court
Get
case
everything.
law cards off my website. They're $10. And they go on your phone.
Guys, go to the website. We got pink. He actually said pink sports tops for women, panties, boxers, welcome mats, mugs. We got hats. We got a board fucking game. We got cop cards. We got a trifold. Okay. We got it all except for what really matters. This is the average modern day and authentic corporate beta mail. It's another swap meet. We just opened up another beta
You
shop.
sit there and swipe back and forth and learn them. There's 320 case law.
We have a gold-plated dildo on the delete laws.
On my website. They're the
online
cards.
stores.
They're
You can
$10.
fuck
There's
yourself.
104 cards in the article cards. 320 case law cards.
Case
There's
law.
27 amendments. I think that's 140
Case law is
cards
not
27.
law. Case law is a record. That's why it's called case records. And in the case records, people in dresses made determinations. That's not law. That's them interpreting the law. You're an idiot. Buy my card. My card says when you pull it out, you're probably an idiot. My cards are way better than yours. They won't buy them though. I don't know why. Mine are half price. Yours are 25 for the thing. Mine is 12. 12 for my pamphlet. When you pull it out, it says you're probably a coward, slave, idiot. And don't even know it. Very simple, short pamphlet. Very effective though, if you let it be. Case law. I sit around teaching people how to repeat the words and convictions and sentiments of other men interpreting the law because I don't know the law and I believe I can't interpret it because there's some special priest class here who's the all-interpreting oracle of law. Go fuck yourself. That's me. You're talking about me. See the game we're going to play now? I'm God of all media. Welcome. I'm the judge here. Okay? If a bunch of vaxxed out, taxed and lax slaves can put on a black dress and pretend to be a judge, well, I can use judgment and discernment equally, if not better than they can. That's me.
Amendments because I break down every single bit.
Case law. Just step back from the shit you're saying one day and really think about it. Go off in the woods for 100 days by yourself with no interference. Seriously. Go off in the tent with no interference. Sit with yourself and nature and these ideas and just let the fucking world unfold in front of you. The reality of what it really is. That you sat somewhere today and try to sell a product saying you teach somebody else's words and beliefs in a dress and call that law and wonder why you keep getting what the fuck you keep getting. I love it. I laugh at you because I have to, because you won't take the truth, especially from me. You wouldn't even take it from the rich and powerful who got everything you lust after and fashion yourself to be. That's fascinating to me.
Of it, so you can learn how the Constitution was formed.
Some people you just can't fucking help here.
Yeah.
So you got to cook them up.
What's that? Oh, I guess you got booted, huh? You guys got to be careful, man. Listen, I mean, come on, guys, be cool. I mean, you can be cool. You can be cool. Or you'll just get kicked out, man. And it's like, I don't want you to be kicked out.
Because you know what happened? We're about an hour behind because I've been rattling off and we're now coming to the point where we started, where everyone from here started going over there. Go fuck yourself. I love it. I used to do this. We used to do this 4 hours a day. This they used to burn up too. The slaves would come in and go, why don't you get a job as they're giving me $200 and $300 and $400 at a time to cook these fucking coward slaves with the truth? Believe this, paying me $200, $300, $400 at a clip to cook a slave with truth, something I would have been doing back on the block anyway. To some extent. That's the American dream right there. As long as I walk my walk when the time comes when I need to. Right. And that little piece too, right? That little tiny part. That makes or breaks the whole thing, obviously, right?
I want you to have free speech. You know, I unblock everybody from my website all the time. So this one says, sovereign citizen doesn't work, sat in jail 10 days and had to pay $250 in fines, lost $20,000 in coins I had in a safe, and they impounded my car and refused to let me get any of my personal property. Yeah.
It doesn't work because you're a victim consciousness slave. I could tell by the way you type. Even as he reads it, I could tell the energy coming off you. You want me to pull up the emails when the Colorado State Court took an AK, AR-15, 12-gauge shotgun, 5 pistols, 2,000 rounds of ammo, body armor, and every fucking else thing that wasn't nailed down, and try to put a felony on me too. Would you like to go over the dozens and hundreds of emails? Would you like to go over the trust, property, and documents that I used? Would you like to go over the fact that he eventually said, quote, stop emailing and calling us, just come get your shit. We don't want to deal with you anymore. You punk fucking coward loser. Where's Donnie when we fucking need him? He knows about the art of the steal.
Tremendous loser.
Right. You're just a fucking, some people are born to lose in this life. That's what you need to get. Some people in this life are born to fucking lose. Because when you put the same situation, if not worse, in front of two different people, the way you respond will dictate the results you get. I can tell by how you wrote that letter, you belong right over there with the Castro, because you're just like him, a punk coward victim. You didn't have the fucking balls and the wherewithal to get on the fucking horn and write a goddamn email all day, every day to everybody and their brother till they finally give you your fucking way. I'm gonna put blessings out to my father right now, who a lot of the time I don't like, I don't respect, and I don't trust for a lot of the shit he's done in my upbringing that was abusive and completely dysfunctional, and he won't cop to it, so I can't get closure and make peace with him. But whatever, I'm gonna give him some credit right now. My father was one of the first people in my life who taught me the art of the deal, if you want to call it that. My father, if one thing that he could do is go into anywhere, get his money back for some shit he bought that he didn't get what he was supposed to. He was known for it. People would come to him for that. Hey, we bought something. They won't give us our money back. We need our money back. I got to give it to him. If nothing else, that motherfucker would do it every time. Why? Because he's not leaving. I'm not going away. You're going to have to see me. This is back to the Goodfellas culture, right? Because he's full Italian. I'm half Italian. When Tommy shows up, he shows up with the pen. You beat him, he shows up with the knife. You beat him with the knife, he shows up with the gun, and you better kill him, because if not, somebody's got to go. That's the culture. That's the energy and the spirit you need. I'm not talking mafiosi. I'm talking for what's true and what's right. You ain't got that. You're a punk bitch victim. You ain't a victor. If you had victor consciousness, if you had faith and you did the next right thing and you wanted to win, you would have. And you'd be sitting here telling a different story. That's me. Because I didn't take no for an answer. Same way you all chase money and pussy and drugs and all the rest of the shit you chase, you need to chase truth and rights and freedom. Don't fucking take no for an answer. Nah, you ain't got the heart and the balls, and you ain't got the mouthpiece either, because you don't want to work with yourself for thousands of hours to get there. That's why you don't deserve what I and others have got as far as results on different level. You want to go over to Chili DeCastro and trauma bond with him and others. Oh, they took all my shit and I didn't do a motherfucking thing to get it back, and it went predictably how we thought it would. Right. And I got me and 5 other stories and 10 other stories of other people who didn't do that and went a different way and got the fucking results. And you know what else too? They told me they weren't going to give me all them guns and body armor back till I went to court. They said, we're definitely not. They said, you ain't getting this shit back because it's evidence. We're going to destroy it. You definitely ain't getting it back till you go to court. I said, wrong. I'm not going to court, and you will be restoring that trust property to the trustee today. Like Robert De Niro told the guy in the movie when he put the fucking phone cord around his neck. Maury, today, Maury. They never saw and heard anything like that before. Okay? Very simple idea, art, science, practice. Very simple, goes a long way. Try it sometime. Didn't go to court, not even one time on that case. Never showed up for anything. Didn't sign nothing. All that property restored back to my trustee. Moved on with my life. Never heard anything about it again. That was back when I was on Colorado. We've been 2 or 3 states since. Here we go with the apologist. If you get raped, and here we go with the ifism, the whataboutism. If you get raped and beat and they find the creep with the plates, you would be grateful. What are the odds? What are the odds in my normal course of life and day-to-day affairs as me being a 6'3", 280-pound individual, I'm going to get beaten and raped? Who's going to do it? You? Oh, you're right. Sorry. What was I thinking? We should totally give up 1 through 5th supposed protected amendment that are natural rights from God, because what if somebody who's 7 feet tall, what if Chile de Castro, who's 5'8" but knows wrestling, gets me in an arm bar, rapes me and beats me, and I got to call the police to make me feel better? Great point, dude. I never thought of that.
Tremendous loser.
He's right. Not saying you now. Okay, now we're moving the goalpost again like those. Not saying you, your wife or your daughter. Why is my wife or my daughter in a position to be just raped and beaten in the regular course of action and affairs? What makes you so sure that if my wife or my child or whoever was beaten or raped in the regular course of affairs, that my only response would be the state has to do something to them? This is my point. You don't even know my story. You don't even know my background. You have no idea what I've experienced. As far as you know, I've already experienced that, and it hasn't gone anywhere. For all you know, I've had people in my life beaten and raped, and when we went to the cops, they were the ones a part of doing the beating and the raping. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't even know who and what I am and what my story is. You're laughable. You're embarrassing. Maybe teach your wife or your daughter to arm themselves with pepper spray and a gun like I do. Maybe teach them to defend themselves with martial arts. Maybe teach them to be situationally aware and not put themselves in positions where they could be preyed upon as much as possible. Maybe they should be encouraged to have strong men in their life when they're out and about, much as possible. So if anything goes wrong, they have a backup. They have an equalizer. You ever think of that, genius? I got a question for you. How many of the 80 million people who got incarcerated this year in this country, or we got the statistic last time. It's 80 million. How many of the 80 million people who were locked up do you think got put in a box and their women were left outside while they were in a box to be beaten or raped? Fuckface. You want to go over those statistics? No, because they don't exist. Why? Because no one will report on it, because no one gives a fuck, because it doesn't matter for bootlicker status like you. How many folks like me had a wife and a child, got taken from their wife and a child, put in a box, daughter, wife gets raped because the husband ain't around to protect them when he never created a victim? Now a victim's been created, but you want to be an apologist for it, right? That's the best way to get a woman or a child raped. Take the fucking man out of the home. Yeah, you don't want to talk about that. You live in fear. How ironic. You're out of here now. You're done. I don't know why I engage you slaves anyway. You're not worth my fucking time. I really just engage you to make an expose of you, to prove a point, to entertain myself and these folks. I get off on it. This is my form of gluttony. I feed on troll slaves. I'm a giant red-beard creature, god of all media, and I feed on the little troll slaves who try to nip at my heels. Comes here and tells me, what if, then has the nerve to turn around and tell me I'm the one living in fear. Hashtag that's you. Apologizing for a predatory system that human traffics and kills and blows up women and children because what if my women and children get hurt and I might need them one day? Great logic. Cucked out slave. Then turns around and says I'm living in fear because I don't want it, need it, and don't use it. But I might one day if they hurt my women and children that don't exist at this point. You're an idiot. You know how many fucking women and children are raped right now by your bureaucracy and its agents? Moron. Oh, that doesn't exist in your world, right? Even though we now got a ton of dash cams about it. You know how many times the police are raping women or doing shit they wouldn't have been doing because of the power they have, and you want to talk about we may need them one day to protect the weakest among us? They don't protect the weakest among us. They exploit the weakest among us. Fucking world are you in? So gullible and naive and cucked out you are.
Jesse Cannon,
You belong
I do
over
not
there.
teach sovereign
That's
citizen
where you
stuff
belong.
here. I do not teach you to be a sovereign citizen. Listen, do I believe that citizens are sovereign? Yes, I do. Do I think that you don't have to get a driver's license? No, I don't. I do not believe that you don't have to get a driver's license. I think you absolutely have to have a driver's license. If you don't have a driver's license, you're going to get fucked. You're going to get fucked if you don't have a driver's license. If you don't have a fucking driver's license, you're going to get. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand it. If you don't have a driver's license, you're going to fucking jail.
Yeah, DeCastro, I get it. And when you get to jail and you get to the jail within the jail, they're going to tell you the same thing. But on the other side of the bars, hold my pocket or we're going to fuck you. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to become somebody's bitch. And it ain't about bravado and ego. You act like you're teaching us something. Do we understand? Yeah, we know what a bitch and a hoe looks and sounds like. What the fucker? What are you saying? Everybody gets this proposition at some point. I've had 2 guns put in my face at a certain point, and I told them, now I guess you got to use it. What do you want me to do and say? You pulled a gun on me like you're going to take my life over whatever we got going on here. So let's go get to it. At some point in a man's life, he's going to get that offer. You be ultimately you and stand on what you're standing on, or else. Every time you get the or else, you suck dick and you comply. And you bend the knee. That's the difference. That's why you will never be in a conversation about goodness and greatness. Let's be clear. You're a great entertainer. You make these people believe, you sell them dreams like a good drug dealer. You got them all addicted and in bondage. But you ain't going to be like later on and with the people who matter, a conversation about greatness. You're a punk bitch. You already sold yourself out. Your career's done and over. Now you just got to wait for everything to catch up. The momentum, right?
Jail. Do we understand that?
Does everyone understand in chat what a bitch and a hoe looks and sounds like? You got rights. He admits that. You can't engage in them because there's a corporate takeover here. You got to do what the corporate takeover says because there's a threat of violence. Yeah, that's called pimped and hoe. Close the book, put it away, stop talking, end the broadcast. We know where you all stand and where you're at. Exactly what got us here. You think you got points for that? You think you made a fucking point? That's why he was fucking on the phone to Brian every day back there. All these gang members back here, Brian, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he was so fucking deathly afraid they were going to pick up on the bitch and the hoe in you and start extorting your ass. I was waiting for that. You couldn't have been anywhere where it really mattered because they know to put your ass in PC after all that shit you talk. I'm surprised they didn't throw you to the wolves in there after all the shit you talk. You should have been in there. You should have been in there, really, if you want to get down to it, sucking CO dick. Because any one of them could have made a call to classification and had you moved and really threw you to the wolves. And you'd have been on that phone to Brian, not trying to sell board games. You'd have been looking for green dots more than you already were to try to pay them boys back there to get off your back. You're going to pay them for protection back there, just like you pay the cops and comply with them. They're going to say, oh, really? Oh, you sat out there and talked shit on Paul on Slade who's willing to die or go to a box for this shit when he don't have to? You want to comply with this and pay them for protection? Well, now you're back here with us, big boy. You don't get to comply and pay them for protection back here. Who the fuck are you going to pay back here for protection? You're going to be M. Davis's down there's cousin's bitch, not him, his cousin. He's probably got a big black cousin somewhere and he's incarcerated and you're going to be his fucking bitch. And all that money you're getting for board games and all the rest of it with Brian is going to go half at least right to him and his commissary. Because at some point in this life, you're going to have to stand for yourself as yourself somewhere, sometime. Or you resign yourself to be somebody's property and somebody's slave for the rest of your time here. That's your choice. It's a choice you all get, but don't try to fucking hold it up like it's some kind of banner to rally behind. It's embarrassing.
So some moron comes in my chat and says, you're teaching sovereign citizen stuff. I'm teaching you to have a driver's license, which is not sovereign citizen stuff. They wouldn't have me in their movement. They'll kick me out. As soon as I taught everybody to have a driver's license, they'd kick me out of their movement. Sovereign citizens believe you don't have to have a driver's license. I teach people to have a driver's license. I teach people to have a copy of the license front, a copy of the back, copy of insurance and registration. Then I teach people to have 3 copies of this. One in your visor, one in the back seat, one in the trunk of your car. So that you always have a copy of your license on you. So you're not taken to jail for simply not having a driver's license. That is not a sovereign citizen.
You know how many fucking black people are sitting back there in jail who, if they found out what this guy was up to and how much money he made lying on the people, would be like, oh my, he has no idea. If they got, he's so lucky. He should be like praying to God. If he ever goes back, he should be begging them COs. Because if they ever get the report about how much money he's getting to lie on these people, to get people to supposedly stand for something and maybe wind up in jail while these people are back there doing years, while they just, all they know is that just doing time, right? And you show, this clown shows up with his whining and crying and all his money and network and on the phone, oh, it's over. It's so over. They don't even know. That's the thing. And they'll say, I'm sitting here talking shit and doing content hate. No, I'm really trying to tell you something that if you don't listen to me and you wind up back there one day, you're going to realize what the fuck I'm saying.
I'm sorry for those of you who hate me, but that is not a sovereign citizen. That is not what people who are sovereign citizens believe. Sovereign citizens believe that you don't have to have a driver's license, that you're free to travel, and I will be free to cover your video when they smash your window and take you to jail.
And then what?
There's a guy on Instagram. Right? I like the guy on Instagram. He and I DM back and forth. He made a video the other day. He said, hey, y'all, I want you to know I got rid of my driver's license a few months ago. I DM'd him. I said, here's my cell phone number. Here's how you memorize it. Call me from jail. I'll get you out. Yeah. There's a guy on Instagram. I'm friends with him. I love the guy. He's great. He decided he's not going to have a license anymore. And he said, cops don't fuck with him anymore. And I said, they're going to put your plate into a flock camera or into an Axon camera. So just, they're replacing flock with Axon. Do you guys know that? So you guys hear flock camera.
So Chili's already told you guys over and over again, don't look for him for courage and leadership. Look for him for compliance and apologism. Because if it ever gets really bad and gets really hot, he's going to be on the side of just do whatever they say because you're a troublemaker if you don't, right? Already telling you he's a Fed and an agent, and this movement with him is going nowhere. Guys, be scared of the flock camera and the momentum because they're going to plug you in and it's going to get tough and challenging. Right, you're going to have to become a man here one way or the other. Sorry. And I get it. There's a fine line there, right? And the fine line for me would be like the other day. We played the videos of people. I may even know people. You don't know. Who knows? But I can't promote and support destruction of property when it comes to flock cameras and other shit, right? What I can support is non-compliance and disobedience. If you didn't comply to begin with, if you all would have stopped with the license and the registration and the plates and took them off, you'd have all got these counties to do what they did where my video was seen 10 million times on Denver. They said we're done with traffic enforcement. Coincidence? Maybe. They laugh at me and mock me when I say that I was a big part, I believe, my video in getting other people to take their plates off and flooding those courts to the point where they said, we're done enforcing traffic code. They make excuses. They say it was COVID that did that. They like to take all of anything you do away because they have no value for themselves. They don't believe in themselves and their cause. So you're not allowed to either, right? But weirdly enough, on Denver, one of the few places that decided we're no longer going to enforce traffic code was where that video that I did that was seen millions of times. And I watched over the course of months after, I started to see, one after the other folks without plates. And I go, this is wild. It's a wild experience. I really believe that on some level, that more people started taking their plates off because of that. And because that happened, they stopped enforcing it. Then your flock camera doesn't matter anymore. Don't you see? The deeper you enter in, the farther it goes. If you come out of hurt my people, then the rest of the plan can't be executed. If you didn't comply with the license, registration, insurance, and plates, they can't track you and trace you. This guy's telling you to go deeper in because if you just keep cooperating and complying, one day the predators are going to stop preying on you. It's all going to get better. Just keep voting and paying. Just keep complying. It'll get better. Yeah, I don't think that's how this is going to happen.
Flock cameras. They're replacing Flock with Axon. Yeah, because Flock has become a brand that everybody hates now. They're replacing Flock with Axon. The exact same system, new company. Okay? Tell your friends. All right? Man, you guys got to be careful, dude. I think it's AXON segregation, man. I think it's OXON.
And what? You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna opt out.
No,
You're going along to get along.
No, but no. In America, we all have the right to travel. If you were driving a horse and buggy, you didn't need a license to operate a machine. In America, you need a license to operate a vehicle. That's right. That's right, Dice. That's right, Dice God. That's exactly correct, dude. I don't like it, Dice God. So Dice God over.
Okay, so now can we ask him, because he won't actually explain, how did he determine that? Oh, well, because he ascribes as a U.S. citizen, and you're now a congressional citizen. Congress is the board of directors for this corporation. You're the product or the shareholders. They get to set policy, and then you have to comply with that policy or uphold that. That's your unspoken social contract or duty and obligation. Well, consent to the governed is a thing in the Declaration of Independence. And if I would withdraw my consent to be subscribed to United States Corporation as a legal society, I have my own society, my own code, therefore my own law. And it's the foundation of law for your legal system, right? Happens to be, oddly enough, because again, you can't escape yourself or the universe and its law. So he's just sitting there. This is why you don't listen to a legal scholar. The best person with law is not a legal scholar. He's only taught and memorizes and repeats the shit they feed him. He can't expand his mind in logic, morals, or ethics or philosophy outside the box he's been indoctrinated in. He's a danger to himself and others because of that reason. He's not competent and capable. So again, it's not law. It's statute, policy, and code only given the force of law to the consent of the governed. That's the first line of the Declaration that leads to the Bill of Rights. Congress can't sit around as a board of directors for a corporation and make policies and codes that are obligatory for man and woman under God with God-given rights. They can regulate citizens, congressional citizens of the corporation, and folks who are a direct threat to the supposed public, okay? This is all your legal stuff, by the way. If you go into your legal, the foundations of your legal society and legalism, you're going to find everything I'm talking about on the lawful side, because it is the foundation. They don't even know that and understand that. I don't like it. Shouldn't be that way, but that's the way that it is. It's that way because you all keep paying for it, complying with it, and accepting it, and you won't put the law and your law on record and stand on it. This is just that simple. And when we do, we get results. When we don't, it all gets worse. This isn't that hard. Literally everything you now do that's legal or lawful at one point was illegal or unlawful, or vice versa, and it could change at any time. I'll give you an example. Used to be you would go to jail for a seed of marijuana in your glove compartment or in your fucking ashtray. Now you can have pounds of it, and it's not only lawful, it's also legal. Why? Because people were never going to stop using it, and it didn't matter. Didn't matter what they said and did. We're still going to keep doing it. All that wound up happening was you all looked bad because you had to put some people in jail that eventually wound up getting exonerated or pardoned down the road anyway. Or not. And hey, guess what? That's the price you pay for like the animating contest of liberty, right? Sorry, I didn't make those rules. Though that's the law and those are the rules of the simulation. It would be nice if the Castro, like me and others, had a line we could call in or panel on, but he insulates himself for some reason. So we can't ask him why, with all his legal scholarly rap and his 350 court cases from case law or case record, we can't get him to comment on the first line of Declaration of Independence, that this whole thing exists with the consent of the governed, and that if you don't consent, they can't legitimately govern you. That's all you need. That and a claimant on the other side are your two keys to freedom based on their system and their outline. Cornell University affirms that. We went over it here one day. We can do another hour on it at some point. This is Harvard and Cornell and other accredited universities affirming that the philosophy of consent to the governed does not mean 60% vote 40%, and it means each and every man and woman must consent. If every man and woman must consent, then every man and woman can opt out and doesn't have to consent. And that is another philosophical foundation of what made America exceptional and great, was voluntarism. It's all encoded in your Constitution. Anything that goes against the aims and the original spirit and intent of this Constitution is null and void. You can not only ignore it with impunity, you can kill a motherfucker who tries to put it on you. Ooh, yeah, that's what Founding Daddy say. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm telling you what Founding Daddy said. That part of the Constitution they leave out because it's scary and unsafe. They put it in there for a reason because they knew everyone was going to become, like they already had, a bunch of weak, cowardly, bitch-ass motherfuckers like you.
We're on YouTube. You exactly got it. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I agree with the sovereign citizens. I agree with them. I do. I just so you know, let me be on the record here and now. I agree with the sovereign citizens. I agree with power inherent to the people. I agree with the prophet on Instagram. I agree. The driver's license is a scam. Now, as my student and me being your teacher and you being my pupil, get a driver's license. Get a driver's license. Keep a photocopy of it in your car. Keep a photocopy of the front and the back. Keep a photocopy of the driver's license in your car. Keep 3 copies of it in case you get pulled over by the cops. If you don't have it, they're going to impound your car, take you to the dungeon, and steal your money. Okay? So one said...
He's even lying on Cameron. This is the point. You're dishonorable bad faith again. Because I got my own issues and gripes with Cameron, whatever. It's not even personal. It's about the material and the way. So long as he doesn't take that personal and get reactive, we're never really going to have a big issue and problem. You're fucking lying on him too, you skunk, because you know that let's just call it what it is, right? This is what, because I like to just put it all out there. And you could say that I'm weird and gay or whatever else. Cameron is an attractive man. I'm not saying I want to, Cameron, let me level with you. I don't just mean like necessarily physically. I just mean on multiple levels. He's an attractive man. He could be interesting more. I'm big on that with people where most people don't interest me. So that's a me thing. He could be interesting and entertaining and passionate and co-creative and all those things. He can be. And he has room to move into that. I'm sure the more he gets comfortable with this venue. You don't like the fact that he's going to surpass you and eclipse you. Because he's going to beat these same people in the system with their system and already is and has. And he's going to prove your whole fucking journey to be a waste of time. Okay? So, again, like, that may be less views and money for me too, or like, whatever. It doesn't change the reality of it. You just don't want to cop to the truth and call it for what it is. Oh, you know, he's not a sovereign citizen. What the fuck are you even saying? My argument with him is he's doing all legal civil procedure and process. He's using their process and procedure to whoop them and get compensated. And he's reproducing the result over and over again. Now, if we can just get him to go to the next level and we can do this shit by the law rather than legal process, we're really going to be home running this. But hey, one piece at a time, like Johnny Cash. You haven't done any of that. And I'm not going to sit here and lie on another motherfucker because he's going to cut in on my action and be the hero of the day to some extent. That's cool. Everybody needs to get their light and their action for doing the right thing. And then we all need to go to the next level. Because again, liberty and justice for all ain't Cameron spending $400 to file a case for redress of government. That's a right. No fee. Needs to go away. I don't care if he wins 1,000 times and I get $1 billion. Needs to go away. Having to stylize a claim like the legal society with legalese in order to have a wrongdoing heard in front of a court needs to stop and go away. Don't care if I get $1 billion and 1 billion views. That's not liberty and justice for all. So it doesn't matter if he wins 1 million times and gets $1 million. We have more work to do here, and he's going to figure it out at some point if he hasn't already, that after he gets done doing whatever he's doing there, this is going to be the next move because it has to be for us and everyone else. You're 3 steps down the line here. You're riding the middle. You're getting fucked from all sides. You can't even find a side. You don't want to be on the side with men under God with rights and freedoms. You don't even want to be on the side of legalism and representing yourself and acting as your own. I don't know what the fuck you are where you stand. Another fence riding lukewarm coward is all I'm seeing in here. Threatening to beat everybody up. And let me go to the next level now, because I got to do what they won't do for me, for other people, even if it's not good for me, or I'd rather it be a different way, because it's real and true. They're censoring and shadow banning Cameron. because you could tell by what he's doing and the amount of work he's putting in and the action he's got and the energy going on over there. He's not even pulling 30 or 40 live viewers at a time. And it's absolutely bullshit. Okay? You're over there with 1.5 thousand live viewers, haven't put up anything yet. This motherfucker's over there grinding dismissal one after another. Meeting with people hours at a time to do fucking counseling. To try to get people together and have them somewhat prepared. You're not doing any of that while you're begging for money hand over fist. Absolutely pathetic and embarrassing. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're sitting around fucking figuring out how you're going to hate on that motherfucker because you know he's going to eclipse you. I'm sitting around figuring out how we're going to get together and really go to the next level and pimp like a motherfucker. Proper instruction motivates people. I'm not talking about selling body parts. That's the people you vote for and pay tax to. I'm over here going, after this motherfucker makes a big boatload and plays all these legal games and whoops them with their own game, we're really going to make some change here and get liberty and justice for all with common core beingness and language for the everyday man who doesn't have to learn and know any of this shit because right is right, wrong is wrong. And if you ain't going to court based on that, you ain't worth a damn anyway, and we're not going to talk to you. We're not even going to deal with you. That's going to be the next layer of this. Get all these fucking administrators and all. You want to play this game and be involved in this world, just get all of them thrown the fuck out. One after the next. Claims, grievances, suits, make it so hot for them they can't live and do their business. They got to go. One after the till you finally get a crew in there that could do what the fuck they signed up to do. But that's down the road because I see the game and how this works. I do everything backward and then other people do it front ways. And then we got to meet in the middle at some point. So I'll have faith that that's going to come about and that I can see the vision and it's going to take place if I don't self-sabotage and jump out the window on me and on camera. Because I got a way of doing that. I go, hurry up, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying is true. You tell me how inspiring it is. Now let's get with it. What are we doing here? And then they go, Paulie boy, you're kind of an asshole and you're overbearing and we don't want to deal with you and work with you anymore. All right, whatever. We got Dave Jones back there.
What up, big dog?
What's up, Ace? We in witness protection?
Yeah, once again, man. So check it out. The one slave, one fold, right?
The one fold, yeah.
Yeah.
Cut all the other folds out.
Yeah.
See,
one
look
slave,
at you.
One fold.
Look at
now
you.
Watch this. Now watch this. You know how that guy Chili, whatever his name is. You know how he explains it. You know, you got to position yourself here. So check this out.
Show me your position. Yeah.
Okay, watch. Check this out. So what you do, people, when you get your one slave, one fold, okay, you open it, but see, there's a thumb there. Right. That's where you put your thumb.
Right.
Yeah. So follow the directions, put your thumb right there, and you show it to the police like this. Now, if the police keeps on talking shit, then you just hold it once, turn it around, and you tell you, quiet.
Yeah, but that's too complicated and too scary, right?
Yeah.
You just really scared the shit out of everybody because now you're like, you got some card out. I mean, I like the thumb part because that's user friendly. Slave will know how to do that. Like, put your thumb where the thumb is. I don't know. All right, he's gone. Yeah, I don't know. We can't. I thank you, Ace. I'm usually with it. That I gotta nix that idea. I like your I like your moxie though. You know, A for effort. Because that will confuse a cop. That'll scare a slave. That's not what we want. We don't need that. We don't need a more confused cop who doesn't know the law but is enforcing policy. Well, who knows? Scared slave now, jittering. Their finger is moving off the outline where it's supposed to be. It's not good for anyone. Okay. Touchdown position, folks. This guy's not like all the rest. He doesn't tell you to be free and get your rights going. He says he doesn't like it, but just cooperate and comply. Because what we've learned is the more we cooperate and comply with the predators, the more they take it easy on us. I've learned that. I learned that a long time ago when I did some jail time. If I just, they're going to ask me, every so often they're going to ask me, Paulie boy, bend over and grab your ankles. Grab your ankles and poke your butt out. And really take it. Really take it. And listen, you can fight. You can resist. You can say Tyrone and Rohan. I'm now in jail with Rohan. Remember the little black child who used to hit the teachers with chairs back in special school? Well, he's in jail with me now. We've met again. He doesn't like me. He says I was mocking him on my broadcast about the chair hitting. And he says, Paul Enslaved, I need you to assume the position. Please bend over and be willing to receive me. You can fight. You can tussle. You can even wrestle. I know a lot about wrestling. I'm constantly rolling around with men. But there's no point. Because eventually Rohan, he gets you in his grips. His long, black, muscle-bound grippers. He gets you in his grips and he's going to have his way with you. So there's no point in fighting and resisting. There's no point in trying to reason with Rohan. You just assume the position. That's a difference. There's touchdown position and then there's receiving position. There's hike snap position. Ace just came back and he left. So I was in the middle of hike snap position. Didn't want to intrude. Thank you, Ace. Can only imagine if somebody were to do surveillance on me in this trailer for 9 hours, what they would fucking think is going on in here. Boss, I'm pretty sure I just heard Paul Enslaved say that he's being raped by a man now that he knew in his childhood named Rohan. And he says there's no point in trying to resist Rohan's advances. Just take him deep. Just satisfy Rohan, take him deep until he explodes inside of you with love. Very powerful, domineering love. He just wants to keep everyone safe. Shh, just be safe. And then it's all over. After the love explodes and the safety is present and the smoke clears, everyone is safe and calm and it's safe and sound. Nobody's hurt. We all get to live another day. Let's not get into what my rectum looks and feels like. That doesn't matter. We get to live another day, folks.
Either one, the plaque or the tough paper. The plaque is thick. Yeah. So yeah, let it shine. That's exactly correct. So this is
Rob. It's not what it looks like. Rob, I swear, it's not what it looks like. I was doing a bit. All right. I swear it was a bit. Can't even fucking do bits around here. I start to do the bit. Rob Cleveland walks in and he gives me the AO. Like, all right, whatever. It's not what it looks like. Maybe it is. You're gonna judge me now? It's me. Hello, me, Paul Enslaved. You're gonna judge me. I can't take Rohan deep like once, twice, maybe 10, 15 times during a bid. I can't take him deep inside of me to comply and cooperate, to create an air of safety on the block. I want to tell you, Rob Cleveland, okay, fine. It's not a bit. All right, there. You have it. I was on the cell block in the prison with the gang members. Rohan was there. And my block was the safest. Why? Because I created safety. I facilitated the safety by allowing Rohan and all of his friends deep inside of me so they could satiate themselves. And the more they were satiated, the safer we get. And I won't have it any other way. You know, there were some people from other cell blocks who said, don't take Rohan and his friends deep inside of you, his love. You're not going to create safety. You're going to create the HIV. You're going to get some kind of virus, some kind of bug. They're going to tear your rectum. Well, one of them was true, okay? I have a torn rectum. I don't have the HIV, not that I know of. I don't think HIV, I don't think obese people have HIV. I don't think that's a thing. Again, we're off the mark here. You guys always get me off of what matters. Let's get back to what matters. Safety was present. I was the reason for safety. The reason I was the reason for safety is because I cooperate and fucking comply, and I don't do what other people on other blocks say. Stab Rohan, tell him you're not going to take him deep, get him all aggravated and agitated. Who needs that kind of trouble? Again, Rohan has friends. Are you getting one in the chat if you're getting this and understand? I feel like we're learning. I feel like we're teaching stuff here. You guys are my pupil.
The Fifth Amendment on it, and it has all the case law. Don't ask me where I'm coming from. Don't ask me where I've been. Don't ask me where I'm going. Don't ask me if I have a gun. I'll take no tests. I'll use the address on my ID. All that. That's made out of polypropylene paper.
Don't ask me if I've taken Rohan deep either on that. I added one.
Go right back to
I added one to my single
It'll
phone.
melt
Don't
in
ask
the
no tell
visor
about
in
that.
Arizona or in South Texas. So you got to be careful, right? But the plaque is made out of acrylic. See, you see the shine on that? This is made out of like acrylic. The same thing they put on the banks to stop the bulletproof glass. That's what that's at. It's made out of acrylic. It's badass. It is the best invention I've done so far, as far as having something that you can hold in your hand that you can squeeze. You see that? I mean, this is a solid.
DeCastro's now. Oh, I can't claim that an actual video is seen 10 million times, and then months later, seemingly every other person on Denver took their plates off. I can't claim that I saved Denver. He can claim he invented plastic and business cards and shit. What is this? What just happened? Is this even happen? Is this real? I'm starting to doubt my own I'm 10 hours into this. I'm starting to doubt all this reality and my own sensibilities. I'm starting to think that this is, again, where's Ashton Kutcher? I'm being punked. He invented plastic and business cards. This is his greatest invention ever. You believe this shit?
Piece. And if you get one of these, I'll give you the cop cards for free. I'll give you the cop cards for free.
Because everything's
free. Go to my
free.
website, deletelaws.com. Deletelaws.com.
If you just pay 5 times what it costs for me to make this, I'll give you one free. Okay, go now.
A Z. This is a fire sale. I'm raising money for an attorney, so I'm giving free products. I'm giving free products with your order. That's what's happening. Mikey B.
All right, I'm going to stop this because now Jeeps is trying to get my goat. All right, let me have you know, okay? This guy claiming to invent plastic and business cards, he didn't invent that. He's lying. I invent shit. And let's remind the people here, one of my inventions is the Patriot Prophylactic. This is a patriotic device that could be used to put over the phallus of one of these beta males to stop them from giving birth ever again. So we can slow and stop the spread. Stay 6 feet away. That's the best form of abstinence. If not, if you're going to penetrate, please wear protection so we can slow and or stop the spread of this beta male virus. Get your Patriot Prophylactic now. I'mAslave.com. And it's brave. It's heroic. It's patriotic. And of course, that's spelled PAYTAR or TRIOT. Excuse me. Make America great again. That's how we're going to make America great again, by slowing and stopping the spread of pregnancies by beta males and females. If only Mr. DeCastro would have wore one of those. Do I even need to go on right now? I feel like I don't. I don't even have the rest of my products up here. You know, the lawn chair. I invented that. The Patriot towel, I think. I've invented so much. I've forgotten more about what I've invented than most of these people have actually invented. We invented some electrolyte drink that was really Brian O'Shea's urine, but we didn't tell everybody that till a certain point. And then we kind of started hinting at it because part of marketing and products, as we know on America, is you poison them or you put weird ingredients in them and then you slowly let the people know that that's what they're fucking consuming. It was great. You didn't do any of that. Again, I could go on, man. I forgot. Like, the amount of fucking service I do here, I'm way underpaid, as in I don't charge anything, and that's craziness for all of what I do and give here. I'm pretty much like one of the Teslas. I think didn't he have brothers? I may not be Nikolai, but I'm the brother Mike. I'm not Nikolai Tesla. I'm Mike Tesla. I invented. I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about at this point. I don't even know where I am. I invented the electric socks. Never took off. There's socks that you charge and they stay warm or cool throughout the day. It's never took off. I don't know why. I still use them. People I know close to me still use them. This guy cracks himself up. You're absolutely right. I do. And that's the best place you could be in life, when you break yourself up and have fun doing what you love to do that other people say you're good at, that they pay you to do. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for the compliment. Good to meet you, Ornidro. I'm Mike Tesla. Wait, what was in the electrolyte drink? Well, it's not what it was in it. It's what it basically, the base was. The base was Brian O'Shea's urine. And it was I forget what we call, I think it was, well, we had a holiday version, Piznog, with a whole branding around holiday season time. And, you know, the whole, I don't remember it. It was so long ago. This is golden era of Unslavia. I did so much at that point. I really don't want to think about it because I'll start getting bitter. How much I've done and given to these people, and really how little they've like appreciated me and given back. You know, I'm like Donald Trump pretty much. But whatever. I continue on. I continue to serve and be heroic and shit. It's just what I do. You know? Yeah, there was a whole rap. It was like Piznog, you know, Christmas tree, ornaments. Are you lacking the Christmas spirit this year? Something about this environment of slavery and genocide making you feel off this Christmas? Well, you can refresh and revitalize this holiday holy spirit within you with a little glass of Piznog. Cut to Brian O'Shea. He holds the Piznog. Behind him are very attractive women dressed up as elves. It was a whole thing. Okay. No one really bought it. And I think it might be because, again, the base was Brian O'Shea's urine. But great idea, great execution and presentation. The people loved it. It was great. We were great. It didn't sell much. It was like Donnie's $30 pretzels at the Freedom Fair. It just didn't sell many. I don't remember. I think Moose actually wound up drinking all the Piznog because we left him in charge of it back in the warehouse, and he got into it one day. He didn't know what it was. He started drinking the Piznog, and he fucking loved it. And he wound up finishing it. And then he came to me on the broadcast. I said, "Where's all the Piznog back here? We've been keeping back here. We've been storing it. I'm thinking about making another move." And he said, "Oh, that? I didn't know you guys were moving that. I drank all that." And then I had to let him know that was Brian O'Shea's urine, and he didn't really seem too bothered by it. So whatever. Moose, of course, you'll know him for going on to have an illustrious career as Jack Talcott's right-hand man. And by that, I mean he was there to wipe his ass and pleasure him. So that was good. That went well.
For filming a cop. It's the third time in 4 years I've been arrested for filming a cop. Third time in 4 years. If you're flush, I got to go fund me, pinned in both chats. Awesome. If not, go to my website, deletelaws.com, and get a plaque or get a trifold. Get a plaque or get a trifold. I don't think you're going to stick around here very long. Oh, Greg.
Ooh, sorry.
Greg, I try to warn you, man. I try to warn you guys, man. Don't be assholes.
Come on, Greg.
Like my family members. I mean, like, we've had a team over here for like 5+ years. So if you come in here and you personally insult me, dude, you're just going to get booted. I don't understand why you do it, but it's cool, dude. I get it. You're angry. He's angry. The man was very angry. So there it is.
Totally.
But listen, the plaque is badass. I mean, look, I'll be honest.
Greg, there's something wrong with you. You're frustrated that I'm lying and grifting and that, you know, I just don't stop lying and grifting. And yeah, you're a really bad person. You're really angry. You need to work on that, you know?
If you're flush, that's $35. It's badass. All right.
He's been doing this for literally an hour and a half straight.
And when it's in your car, it looks dope. Like,
looks great.
The plaque is just another level. I mean, take a look at that.
Yeah,
thing.
Totally.
Like, that thing is nice. That is a nice piece of equipment in your car. You know what I mean? It looks good. It's badass. That is badass. The plaque is nice. I mean, it's just this level of where, like, if you have it in your car, I mean, don't get me wrong. The trifold's dope. It's made out of polypropylene. You can have one of these for years and years.
That's $60 a product right there, Timmy. The pamphlet trifold that costs $5 to make, and the piece of plastic with the writing on it. All together, this is a special, one of a kind, just right now, flash sale for all you great people out there. Just a low price of $60 plus shipping and handling. You get yourself a plastic card and the pamphlet. And you wonder why I say that biblically, spiritually, based in conscience, karmically, it all has to go. It's great reset time. He didn't just say this and do this. He's been doing this for an hour and a half straight.
These colors don't run. It's badass. But the plaque is just fucking sweet. It is just sweet. It really is. I mean, it is nice. You know what I'm saying? This
is so great because in his desperation to grift for money, he's revealing there's nothing he won't say and do and pretend about in order to get whatever he wants. He's like trying to sell us on a plaque looking great in your car. Anyone buying that? Anyone? Is it really that easy to get, you guys? Because I might try that one day. I got to tell you. Just to do it. Like, hey, I might just try to sell you a blank piece of paper just to see what happens and try to get it done. I don't know. That kind of turns me on in a way, kind of thinking about it. I guess I am a Luciferian just like him and all the people who run this place. He's like, yeah, man, hold up. Let me move the camera. Look at my plastic piece in my visor. This is so fucking cool and hip. Don't you feel cool and hip with this? Look at this. And someone out there just bought one. Someone who voted for a predator run their life just bought one based off that pit. He just got another $35 for that.
It's like, so like you have to have car insurance, right? You have to buy at least 5 gallons of gas. If you can afford 5 gallons of gas or pay for insurance, you can get a plaque or you can get a trifold. You can get a plaque or you can get a trifold. And I'm going to hook you up on your order because I have to translate whatever I have in product into cash to pay an attorney to defend me for my last arrest that happened on July 3rd. I got to go fund me, but I'm sick of fucking e-begging. Just buy my product. Buy my product. Then you get the product that's top notch and I make a little bit of money to pay my attorney. And I don't have to sit here.
Guys, I'm totally sick of e-begging in my entitlement because I won't do what I signed up to tell everyone I'm going to do and be that. So buy my shitty product that doesn't work so I can get what I want, right? I'm trying here. Like, I swear I need to do this bit. Oh my God, I have so much I need to do. Or that just entertains me. Like the guy said, this guy's cracking himself up. That's the best broadcast. Dummy. Another idiot. Doesn't realize how anything works. Thank God I never listened to any of you morons. God bless me. I need to do this bit at some point over the next week or two. Where my first hour is just going to be like yelling at you and telling you that I love you and you need to give me shit. And then the second half, the next half hour after the first hour is, all right, fine. I'm sick of e-begging, guys. I really want to do something good here. So I'm going to sell you a product. Now you got to take that. And I just try to sell something lying around here. Like I try to sell this empty pistachio bag that's in my makeshift garbage bag, garbage, non-garbage, next to my enclosure area. Because I'm just so disgusting and obese that I can't even, I'm so American that I can't even get up and walk half a foot across the room right there to right there. I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing to throw this away. No, that's too far for me. I'm a lot like DeCastro. I couldn't do all that. I had to put a Walmart plastic bag, not even a real garbage bag, a fucking plastic Walmart bag I stole from Walmart. I pretended like I was going to put shit in it and I just took it. Now it's my makeshift garbage bag next to my enclosure area because I can't even walk right there. I don't even know where I was going with that. I'm oversharing. The point is, I'm going to try to sell you guys. I'm going to see if I can sell you guys this fucking empty pistachio bag. And this will even be like, everything is content. This is like Jordan Belfort, right? Now watch how I watch. See, this is why I'm a genius. This is like one of those episodes of Jordan Belfort where he teaches you how to be a master salesman and you're bound to make millions of dollars and go on to be ultimately successful forever. If I can sell this audience this empty, filthy, torn open, probably somewhat smelly, it's been there a few days. I don't empty this enclosure garbage because it's not real garbage to me. There's barely any little pieces still in there. If I can sell this empty pistachio plastic bag to this audience, I am bound for success. There's no way that I can fail in this life. So we're going to get Kimmy. Timmy, you're part of my team. You've been here for 5 years. We have a team here also. I want you to get right the fuck on that. Okay? I got to get the rest. Where's Brian O'Shea? Is he awake? Is he alive? He's part of my team. Get on that immediately. Where we don't stop over the next week, we are gonna figure out how to sell every fucking thing in this trailer that has almost zero value. And if we could do that, we gotta be successful. And you're a piece of shit if you don't support that. What do you think of that? All you lazy and possibly broke. I don't want to say that. I don't want to believe that. But if you don't support this, you're probably broke. You did that. All you lazy, cowardly, pathetic, broke people out there who think you're going to try to teach me a lesson by not buying this empty and valueless pistachio bag, you don't get it. If someone doesn't buy this fucking bag, I'm a failure. You know how much of a loser failure you are, and everybody you look up to is. You better hope I sell this fucking bag. You better do like you did at work with the Girl Scout cookies. Call one of your friends or family. Have an inside person. Get them to buy this fucking your future. Everything good and great and everything that you are hinges on this empty pistachio bag being purchased. Someone just bought the bag right now, I'm pretty sure. Okay, no, they didn't yet. All right, well, that's fine. I don't care. This is your future right here. This is an omen, a reflection of your future. I, Paul Enslaved, the God of all media, can't sell this useless bag after all I've done and been. What does that say for you and everyone else? What does that say for grandma, huh? With her diabetic neuropathy. You think anybody's going to care about her and look out for her? She doesn't give a fuck about rights and freedom. She doesn't even know where she is. She's got the Zymers at this point. She's 15 shots in. She did 6 months in a plexiglass box. She's got the 1,000-yard COVID stare, and she's halfway through a Zymers fit. It's over. Telling you, I just almost I'm thinking about buying this bag for myself just to prove that we're all going to succeed and win here. Because if not, we're all fucked. I got someone in the back now. All right, Cage. What can I do for you? Are you going to buy this fucking bag or what, loser?
Yeah, what do you need?
Not what I need. It's what you need. And you and everyone else needs to buy this fucking useless plastic bag right now, not because you need the bag, because of what it represents. You get me? He doesn't fucking get it. Cage, I'm gonna let you go. I'm listening. No, you're not getting it. And I hate coming on here and e-begging. I'm selling something now. You get the point?
Let me support it.
Well, that's better. That's a little bit better. Support your success and your future. I would hope so.
Buddy, you have everything in your hand right now.
No, I threw it across the room. I'm sick and tired of you and everyone else here forcing me to e-beg when I hold a key to your future in my hands, metaphorically.
Not really, but yeah, I hear it.
I'm going to put you in the back to really think about what the fuck I'm saying and what's going on here. You're just not getting it. This is why I have a team here. I didn't just do that. My team did that. I don't get my hands dirty here. I let the little people, I let my team do that because I don't want the liability of any of this. I don't want any liability anywhere in my fucking life. I spent a whole life avoiding liability, responsibility, and accountability. We're not going to start now. All right. I'm just going to go ahead. I got it again. I threw it across, but I got it again. It's right here. I'm just going to put it down now. Just going to put it down. And I want you guys to see different things that you can do with the bag. Like this right here. You guys see that? Yeah, this was a black microphone and a black stand. It was very boring and bland. Wasn't really respectable. Nobody took a second look at it. I put the fucking, what you say, what many of you will say, is a useless, empty pistachio packet up on the boom mic. And bam, it brought it to life. And I know you guys see that. One in the chat right now. One in the chat right now, if you see that. Cage is now seizing. He's leaving and coming back at a rapid rate. He's leaving, coming back. I don't know what that is. He's in shock, I guess. He didn't know you could do that with the fucking bag. I got more things if you want with it. I think people are starting to come around. Let's check. I still got nothing on my side. That's okay. I don't need to sell this bag. You need to buy this bag. If I have to do the next hour and a half of this, I will do it for you because I care. Don't want to see you guys missing out on your future and all things good and great. Did we get a shot of the bag? Did we get? Yeah. Yeah, we got the bag. All right. I want to even say, I think. I don't even want to get into it because I just opened the bag and put my hand in there and I just fucking rejoiced. I don't know if you saw me. I got really happy. I started laughing. I'm actually thinking about maybe even keeping the bag for myself because I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know. I'm always putting my hand in there when there's food in there, but I never actually put my hand in there when there was nothing in there. And I got really excited and happy and joyous. Now I'm wondering if I even want to sell the bag because if I can just at any time. Yeah, it does work. If I could at any time just put my hand in the bag and be that excited and joyful, like, what else do I really need in life? Talk about a mind fuck there. I thought that you guys needed the bag and I was trying to sell it to you for your own good. Turns out I needed the fucking bag the whole time. Didn't even know it. I guess the bag also not only does that whole thing where it makes me really happy when I put my hand in it.
I finished some food.
Yeah. Well, yeah, go ahead. That's great.
All right, what kind of food do you want?
What?
What kind of food would you like?
What kind of food would I like?
Yeah.
Hey, what kind of... This is great, by the way. Is this that new setup you got?
No.
No?
That's what I do. I send people food back.
Yeah, this is great, though.
Okay. You're hungry. Are you hungry? I'm thinking, okay, since you ordered the drug, you have to spam the gap. What kind of food should I order right now?
All right, maybe we can work this in, because I like selling stuff. I mean, I don't like scripts in it. No, keep it on.
Yeah, keep it on. Jesus salad? Or no?
Yeah, like I could stop this right now. I could stop that noise, but... maybe I don't. No. Just sit there. You got a noise going, and it's working. Just let the noise go. No. See, he can't even listen to me. This is incredible. I can't get it.
I'll let it go.
Yeah, hang out. Just let the noise go. So, like for audience members right now, I could stop that noise right now. That noise is insanely annoying. I'm annoyed by it. I don't like it. No. Just let the noise go. You see, this is your passive aggressive way of showing me that you hate me. And you want everything I do. I'm trying to do the bit. I'm trying to work it out on the fly, and you won't let me. You won't even let me. You hate me. You hate comedy. You hate me, and whatever I'm trying to do is comedy. It may not be comedy. It's my attempt. You hate it. You hate America.
I love it.
Buy this bag right now. Seriously, buy the bag. You need this bag.
I love it. That's my favorite nut, pistachios.
Right.
Salted or unsalted?
This is good too because if you get stopped by a cop and you put your hand in the bag, you get happy all at once. And then yeah, you can like distract. You can distract your master with this, and I love that. That's gonna be. You know what? Hold on. Stay right there. Don't change anything. I want to. This is gonna be my outro. So like normally I do music as the outro. Today's outro is going to be Cage is static.
Yeah, my bad. I mean, pistachio.
No. I don't want you to say anything. You keep ruining it.
Yeah, I'll go even closer.
These people are not. They're just not gods of all media. There's no other way to say it. He doesn't have the timing. He doesn't have the sense of. He's not going to be able to get this done. And it's so easy. I asked for one thing. I need you to just do nothing right now. You need to do absolutely nothing. Just allow the static to play. That's going to be my outro. All right, so come back. Can you come back when I'm going to leave?
Yeah.
Let's practice now. All right, let's practice now. Just keep everything the same. So like we're gonna just don't get confused because that's gonna sound like I'm ending. But just no, don't mute. You muted.
Okay, here.
Yeah. All right. Good. All right, guys. This was a great broadcast. We sold the bag. We sold at least one of the bags. Okay. It's great. We know that. We're gonna be back tomorrow. We're gonna sell more bags for you guys. And I'm out of here. Let's go to the outro. No. I don't know what that was. I heard some mumbling and some talking there. I don't want that. You got someone hanging out there? Yeah, tell that person they got to be quiet when we're broadcasting. I can't. All right, let's try it again. Do you have someone there with you? Hello? The person's in chat asking if we have tri bags. We'll work on that. I could get a trifold thing going with this, I think. Yeah, I got one going right now. Trifold. Bam. Will you just practice the outro at me one more time, please?
Okay, here. 3, 2.
No. You go back there, and I'm going to bring you in. But you can't talk. No one can talk. I just need complete outro status. I like that, too. Whatever that noise is. Can you keep that noise? What's that? You got your head out the window? That's good. I like that. We can market that. All right, keep that. Keep your head out the window. Keep the static. Let's try again from the top. All right, guys, this was great. We sold like some shit that we had lying around here. It's good because I get to hire other people to talk for me, even though I say I'm supposed to be the guy talking. Don't ask me why that's happening. Everything's going to work out. Don't even worry about that. We're out of here. We're back next time. Cage, hit him with the outro. Fucking perfect, man. You got it on that one. That was great. All right, come back with that. We're gonna sign off with that. There was energy there, man. You even held the audience. I think one extra person even came in. Usually the outro, people start leaving because they sense that like, oh, the energy's waning. There's other stuff to do. Pretty sure Blueface just fucked another cam whore somewhere and got her pregnant. We're gonna go watch that live stream. We're gonna go watch them beat the children and abuse them because it's entertaining. That didn't happen. The people were locked in. So that's a good sign. You're back already. You left and you're back. What happened?
Welcome back.
What the these people in chat want this guy want Flash. This guy's new around here too. He's getting way too comfortable. We're gonna have a problem here. He says he wants.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it, buddy. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna ask you not to talk like at all. So, yeah, he's asking me for commissions already on money that we didn't even make because we didn't sell the bag. I don't know what your problem is. Buy the bag, get the bag sold, and then we'll have a conversation. They're probably not going to get anything, but we can't have that conversation until you sell the bag. Get with it. Are you going to hang?
Pistachio, I need 30% off that pistachio every time.
All right, hang out, come back. We're going to do the outro thing. That's what that's your responsibility now. I'm giving that to you. I don't normally do this. I'm trusting you. You have one job and one role. If you can complete this job and this role, there'll be way more responsibilities for you down the line. Way more opportunities for you. Are you going to be able to get this done, Cage?
Pistachios are available. Yes, I can get it done.
He's not going to be able to get this done. All right. I think we're going to bang the whole 12 out here, huh? I really need to find a hobby. Crocheting or something. What else do I have in my stack up here? How about some Jew stuff, huh? We're late in the night here. It's just you and I. We can get a little wild and crazy. We can get a little antiseptic. We can do we can get antiseptic and then turn around and do a Jewish sorcery ritual all in one fucking night, in one moment, right? We do it all.
The instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that will be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Right.
Now, I'm telling you, unless the American people wake up and stop it, starting in about 1996, the Battle of Armageddon will become a reality. Babylon is in Iraq. Read the book of Revelations, whether you believe in the book or not. Read it, because the men who are bringing this about are using it as their script.
Well, the UN did indeed charter Israel as a sovereign nation. They were the ones who created this state.
That is correct. It was really created by Great Britain and the United States, with the United States being the major instigant.
Okay.
Israel.
Wow. So once again, the Maggotard, even the Maggotard truthers who've escaped the Maggotard cult can't understand that simple idea that the bankers took over United States or America as United States Corporation and then used the corporation to front run a whole bunch of front groups. One of them is the State of Israel. Don't tell me the State of Israel is using the United States. You got it backward. As always, you got it backward. The United States facilitated the creation of the State of Israel based on who corporately and spiritually works through it, not the other way around. And of course, that tracks back to where we come from, because this is all a parliamentary UK legalistic corporatistic endeavor, right? So the sun is never setting on the British Empire. You just got sucked into this idea called democracy, where you're convinced you have control and choice. You do if you actually take that and govern yourself. You don't if you do collectivism. It's another paradoxical inversion. He was wrongly jailed for 10 years, then became a lawyer and brought his judge to justice. I previewed that many times, but we never got to it. I think I'm going to do it again. I'm going to save it again. Danger is real. Oh, you guys didn't hear that. I'm getting ads over here. Even the ads are about lack of safety. So that's William Cooper's revelation and breakdown on what this all is. And that makes more sense than anything else I've heard and seen. And we know what happened to him. They whacked him and acted like he was the problem. So the story goes. All right, we sold the bag. I'm waiting. This guy says, I don't believe him because, I want to love this guy and believe him, but a lot of you are asshole pieces of shit who come here. Okay? Just going to say it. I'm checking. There's nothing here. You better not be lying to me. I got a team. Oh, there is something. Casanova Drywall. He bought like 5 bags, I think. It was $10 a bag. He's got 5 bags. I don't even have enough bags. This guy, you fucking idiots who don't even know anything about life and bags. You said that the bag had no value and that it wouldn't work. I sold 4 bags I didn't even have yet. That's how valuable and powerful it is. And now I have to cut a commercial for this guy because it's Casanova Drywall. And he's a great American. He deserves that. All right, let's try something new here. It brings up pure moods. It's good infomercial music. Pretty decent infomercial music, I would think. All right, let's try this out. Oh, I didn't see you there. How are you? Do you really need someone who can get it up and keep it up? No, not that. I'm talking drywall. You know, your average drywaller, when they go to get it up, they can't keep it up. They put that stuff up, it falls right back down. Here at Casanova Drywall, like I said, we get it up and keep it up. So call us now. Insert the number here. We'll edit that in later. And cut it. We got it. We got the shout out to Slave State, wherever he is. See, he inspired me. The man was a drywaller. He couldn't get it up and keep it up. They say when he would put his drywall up, it would fall down the next day. Again, one man's loss, another man's gain. His utter failure leads to my best promo ever. This guy just got another client for his drywall business. By the way, you can actually email me or text me if you want to give me the number to Casanova Drywall. I will put the number out here if somebody wants to fucking buy your drywall. Just don't come back to me and say someone made you do it. Like I made you do something or went bad because of me. Yeah, that wasn't the best take either. We could probably nail it in a second take, but I'm way overworked here. You know, you're lucky you got that. I mean, I gave you the fucking, you know, the infomercial promo. You bought the bag or the bags. That was, see, I'm always giving out free shit here. Let's just remind everyone of that in case they missed that. He sent me the $50 for the fucking bag because why wouldn't he? His whole life and future rests on the sale of this bag. He'd be a fool not to buy the bag. Unless he doesn't want to invest in himself and his future, in which case he deserves whatever he gets. Now, his conscience is clear. Okay? So I sold the bag and even 4 more that I got to go now. This is the work I do. Watch this. I have to go to Slave Mart now and buy 4 more bags of pistachios, eat them all because I eat like a pound in one day because I'm grotesque. That's okay. Don't worry about that. Here's the magic. I have to go sacrifice and eat another 4 pounds of pistachios, one in a day, even though they say the serving size is 1/4 of a cup and there's 12 servings. I eat all 12 servings at once. That's my problem, maybe. Maybe that's my solution. I have to now go and eat 4 more so I can send him the 4 bags that he just bought to secure his life and future. And you guys say I'm not working here. And I gave him the promo for free. That was at least another $50 to $100 value at least. I got people who regularly hit me up and say, if you will just, and we never get anywhere because I go, I'm not signing up for anything. I'm not giving you any information. I'm not doing anything for you. If you want me to promote your shitty product, I don't say shitty. I say, if you want me to promote your product, you will send it to me. I will use it. If it's good, I will talk about it. They never take me up on that, but they have all these offers for me. Paulie boy, we see you got a channel and people respond to it. We want you to try out our electric dirt bike. Promote it to everyone, but you got to fill out this sheet and give us your fucking, you know, whatever. I don't even get into it, so I wouldn't know. You know, no one can do business anymore, like just straightforward and simple. And it's like, and then they don't trust me. They're hitting me up and then they go, just tell us, make sure you confirm with us who you are before we send it. I'm like, you know what? Forget it. Like now you want to like verify I'm me when you're asking me to promote your garbage that I have to now try out and promote. Fuck all that. Is the Pauly diet plan for sale? Well, not really. I mean, it might be. I mean, I don't know. Like, what are you guys willing to fucking cough up for that? You know? I guess there's a price to everything. I mean, you should probably take it slow, you know? Start off with a bag or two. Start off with an empty pistachio bag. We'll go from there. Guys, I don't want to do this. I really don't. I don't like doing it, you know, but I got to sell something because if not, I'm going to be e-bagging here, and that's just unsightly. I have more dignity than that. Fuck, it's 4:30 in the morning. This wasn't supposed to happen. This is not good. It's not okay. This is turning into a marathon. This is affecting my next day now, potentially. I can't stop. I can't stop. I won't stop.
My GoFundMe. Instead, just buy my fucking product.
For real.
Then you have a badass product in your van or car, and you have a trifold. You get the cop cards. Then you have my products, and then it's a win-win-win for both of us. I got pulled over, and they thought.
All right, we got to stop you. I got to stop you, DeCastro, because we're doing more business here. They're asking me, will I sign the bag? I'll do that, potentially, maybe. Excuse me. I mean, that might be a little extra, though. I might just throw that in for free. I mean, you bought the bag and like 4 more. So, yeah, you know, maybe I throw in a signature for free. I'm feeling that magnanimous.
They saw flashing tire lights and threatened to get arrested you. Uncle alert. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah. Mikey, sorry, man. I unblocked a bunch of trolls. Oh, sorry to hear that, Scott. I guess, and Scott, so someone in my chat just said that they're not going to buy my product. Hey, Scott, your 20 or 30 bucks is not going to make or break me, bro.
I love that.
The comments,
no, that's so great. You've been on there for an hour and a half begging and desperate for every dollar you could get. And then when people are like, I'm not buying your product, like, fuck you. I don't need your pittance anyway. He's really doing the bit that everyone... For a year and a half, they couldn't figure out that I was doing God of all media bit where I was way overplaying my value and worth because it's funny to me to mock these guys because he's really doing it. And the audience knows what I'm doing. And people who don't come here regularly don't know what I'm doing and they get caught up in the bit. The bit is inspired by what he's actually doing right now. Like, you broke ass bitch. I don't need your $30. I'm here to grift, you know? Like, wait, what? I thought you were desperate and needed it to pay your legal fees to get out of jail for shit you started that you can't stand on. Now he's insulting and demeaning the audience and calling them poor, saying he doesn't need any of them. DeCastro, you got to pick a lane and stick in it. He's really bad at this. You got to pick a lane and stick in it. You want to do me and do God of all media as an actual non-bit, and you're revealing yourself and what this all is. This is fascinating. This is why God brought me to this today, obviously. I got 8 hours out of this clip and we're not even close to done with it. And I could turn this into 14 hours. Every other word is a fucking indictment and a confession and an expose.
Thank you. Your 30 bucks is not going to make or break me. I do appreciate it, man, for sure. For sure.
Totally.
I really do appreciate it. Thank you if you buy my products, but it's not going to make or break me. But you know who it'll make or break? It'll make or break you. If you don't have my trifold on you and you get pulled over and you fuck up a single step, the chances of you going to jail or in cuffs are so high. They are so high. You're more likely to be detained in torture cuffs.
Okay.
On the side.
I just did the bit and didn't know he was going to do this. And the bit I just did about the useless bag, he's actually doing it now. He's going, I don't care if you buy the useless bag. You need I just did the bit not even knowing what he was going to do and say, because I know how these scum are. And the bit I just did, he's now honestly doing as a real person. I can't believe it. Scott, I don't need the money, even though I need the money. You need the fucking useless bag. Because if not, Scott, you see this bag? If not, you're going to jail in a concentration camp and don't stand on rights either. And fuck Paul Enslaved and all the other sovereign citizens. Buy my shit. You need it. Because I'm a God of all media, right? And then you're like a fucking, and then the non-bit with me is I'm playing it up, but I actually have become aware of the God within me that is like moving mountains in certain ways in my life and therefore yours. And then I'm not showing up the way you are. And you don't even have the thing. You don't even have the goods. It's beyond fucking comedic. Just new levels of comedic irony on all sides. So now salesman 101, he's doing the takeaway like I did. Maybe we don't want to sell you the bag. Maybe you don't realize you're the one who needs the bag. I don't need your money, brokey. This bag is going to save you and the rest of your life. They're going to buy into it. They'll buy into it. Stupid, gullible, naive, desperate, cowardly slaves like him who are attracted to him energetically, they'll fucking buy it.
Of the road here in America
better than nothing.
Than you are if you were in Iran, North Korea, Mexico, and Russia combined on any one given night. That's a fact. You're more likely to go to jail.
Oh, they're looking for him. I should have did that. I'm not good enough at what I do. My culting and my flying monkeying, my narcissism, like they claim. This whole time we've been doing 8 hours. They don't even know where to go to tell this guy he's a coward and a clown. It's delete laws. At delete laws. It's pretty simple. And it's laws with a Z because we're cool and hip. We're trendy.
Here in these United States, land of the free, home of the brave, than you are in Russia, Iran, North Korea, and Mexico combined. Every night, more people get arrested in these United States than in those 4 countries combined. So your 20 or 30 bucks, it's not going to make or break me, Scott. It'll make or break you though, bro. It'll make or break you. You not having my plaque on you is the difference between you answering, do you know where I'm coming from? Do you know where I'm going? Those 2 questions are loaded. There's a whole Supreme Court case called Sokolow versus United States, 1989, that says if you tell the cop where you're coming from and where you're going to, he can label you a drug courier, Scott. And when he said,
I'm going to quote Paul Unslaved versus himself, 2024. At Suck My Nut. And that's it. That's the whole thing. It's, I don't know what he says, suck a lot, whatever. Suck a lot. Yeah, I'm quoting that too. I don't have to answer your questions and do whatever you want me to do. This is very simple. We're back to that again. Do I need to put it on a card? Oh, but that's unsafe. If you don't have the card and you don't suck up while you do it a certain way, then they might take more of your rights than you're already going to give up.
Says to you, where are you coming from? Where are you going to? And you say, respectfully, officer, I'm just going to invoke my 5th Amendment right to remain silent. He's going to say, why are you invoking the 5th? You don't have to answer him, Scott. You can just point right to your plaque. It says right here that if I tell you where I'm coming from or where I'm going to, you can call me a drug courier. Did you tell me that when you asked me where I was going to, officer? Then you can haze him. You can own his ass, but you can't own his ass unless you have it written down on a plaque or on a piece of paper right here.
How does this make any sense? What are you being stopped for? And if you're complying and giving everything over, he's going to write you your summons and you're going to leave. Where's the activism come in here? What do they need the pamphlet for? This is absolutely, I can't get over this. He's selling a pamphlet and a card so you can own the officer about something you're not doing. Am I missing something here? You have your license, registration, insurance, and plates. You're riding down the road. He stops you for an infraction. You give him all your shit. Why do you even need to know any of this stuff anymore at this point? You've already bought in. You're going to comply and cooperate. You're an order follower. You're going to own the officer by quoting Suck My Nut versus Mims 1980. You look like an absolute fucking clown loser. And you make me want to become a cop just so I can stop you and tell you to fuck off and then leave and quit. Literally. Guys like you who are supposed to be on the same side as me make me want to go get a job as a cop. They won't take me because I have an IQ and morals. And I have no license, of course. Can't drive the cruiser around. I want to go get a job just so I can stop you and go, are you going to comply and cooperate with everything? And you go, yeah. And I go, great. Oh, is that your trifold? Here, give that to me. And I just fucking wipe my ass with it in the middle of the highway and throw it on the ground. And then I give myself a ticket for littering and I laugh maniacally and I just walk off. I give you a ticket and myself a ticket and I walk off and then I quit. And my day, my life just got that much better. What the fuck are you even saying? It makes no sense. We're really going to, it's like when the Republicans go, we're giving all our rights and freedom away to Elon Musk and his tech group corporation. We're really owning the libs. And I go, I don't think you understand what owning the libs it means, or America or anything else. Just hand them all your paperwork, and then you can pull out your fucking handy dandy trifold and own the cop while he's writing you a summons and walking away. There's nothing to talk about at that point, idiot. Cop's gonna look at you like, oh, you're one of these douchebags, huh? You were dumb enough to pay $25 for a pamphlet from DeCastro that you're not even going to get to use because you didn't invoke your rights? Oh, great. You don't want to tell me where you're coming from and where you're going. I'll just put you into my computer and look up everything about your whole life. I'll just presume and assume because you claim to be a citizen and part of the Social Security system, and you now put yourself beneath me and my discretion. So I'm just going to say you did a whole bunch of shit, and we'll figure it out at court, dumbass. And you're going to have a lot of standing at court, as you can tell, because when you go in there, they say, shut up and sit down and go get your lawyer, dummy. It's weird. They don't address me like that and deal with me like that at court, talk to me like that. Really weird. And see the spirit behind them too? Oh, you're really going to own the cops now while not invoking your rights. Who are you kidding? You're not owning anything, and owning people wasn't supposed to be what we're in this for. You're acting like a little middle school child again. We're going to own the cops by quoting case records of people who interpreted law while we're complying and cooperating. Everyone just imagine how that goes and what that looks and feels like. By the way, once you cop to being the citizen and you don't want to answer questions and think you're going to invoke an amendment, he's just going to say that he believed he was in danger, and when we invoke emergency, I got a clause for every clause. I'm Santa Claus of clauses, just like they are. I got something in the knapsack for every day of the week and every game you want to play. Oh, I'm invoking emergency clause on the legalese side. That means now I can dictate to you, and all your natural rights that you forfeited for civil rights go on standby, dummy. You think you're getting power and value. They just go to the next clause up in their legal system to undo all your power and value. Now you're sitting there with a $25 piece of paper that doesn't mean anything because you already gave up your status and standing based on your title and how you move. I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment. No, you're not, because I'm in the course of my duty, and I'm going to now say you're endangering the public and that you're failing to answer questions. And I'm going to invoke 2 and 3 other clauses that make it so that you have an obligation to answer me and do what I say. And if you want to quote amendments like those are securities of your natural rights, when you're a security for the Social Security system, you're a fucking clown joke, and they're not going to listen to you for 3 seconds. You're not going to own anyone. They're going to rip you the fuck out of the car, and they're going to take you to go do another 180. And they're going to run you through a fucking kangaroo court where you're not even going to get to talk. And you're going to fake cry again because your attorney's going to get up and beg for you. Mr. DeCastro, sorry. Mr. DeCastro didn't know anything. Mr. DeCastro's a lying punk bitch who just wanted to run a fraudulent business online. He didn't really know what the fuck he was dealing with, even though Paul Enslaved told him privately years before this ever happened. He didn't know.
Cop asks you where you're coming from and where you're going to. Right here, Sokolow versus United States says the cop can call you a drug courier.
Suck my nuts versus United States. Flock of Sheep versus 2026 is now going to say that you got flock on your ass all day, every day because you comply. We don't have to ask you where you're coming from and going anymore, douchebag. We already have it all because you all keep cooperating and complying. We don't need to ask you anymore. We already know.
Right there, Scott. The cop can call you a drug courier. It says right there, Sokolow versus United States. You tell him where you're coming from or where you're going to. He can decide you're a drug courier, put you in torture cuffs, Scott. Did you know that, Scott? But again, Scott, your one sale is not going to hurt. It's not going to kill me. So if I lost your...
No, but when everybody else gets a load of you and what your energy really is, and I double and triple down on that with the facts, you're going to start seeing less and less value and revenue coming in. You're going to have to figure out what your next lie and grift is going to be. Because that's how that works. M. Davis talks about he just received a notice from Collections City of Dallas trying to collect on a driving without a license ticket. Well, we can go over it if you want to go over it at some point, obviously. You are one of the few African Americans here, our African Americans, that we value greatly. So we are at your service. Yeah, this is another thing. When people start fucking with me and what I do, they don't realize that the energy is so strong with this thing. It's palpable and it's connected universally. And if you start talking about this and listening to me, you're going to start having this shit show up at your door like that. That's part of the thing. Cage didn't understand today when I was saying that you're getting yourself in a web, whether you know it or not. You start talking about this and focusing on it, the energy flows where your attention goes. So don't come around here. Don't watch this and listen to this. Don't start vibing with me and what I'm doing unless you want to get tickets in the mail that you got to address, because that's what that is. That's where you will. That's the game. Hello, it's you again. It's you again from across the room again. So yeah, it's like you're going to get an opportunity to practice. That's beyond laughable. You don't even have an officer at the scene, and like we could just go right down the list of all the ways you defeat that. Who's the officer making the claim? Where's the claimant? Give me the charging instrument. That's a what, not a who. What makes you believe that was me? I mean, we got to get to all the facts. Did they have you? Did they get you physically at one point? Did they arrest you? Are they sending it now after they got you on camera and physically? Is this presumption and assumption? Is this after the fact? You know, because a lot of these cases they like to do now through the mail with automation and whatever. That's really easy to defeat. And again, that's just on their side, on the legal side. If you want to undo them with their own stuff, I don't even care. I say charge up 50 things. Ultimately, I did all that and then some. I didn't cause any loss, injury, and harm. I didn't do wrong. So I don't owe you or anybody else anything, and I'm not giving you anything. So now what? I require dismissal unless you could bring forth a man or woman with a valid verified claim. Now what? I'm not even going to argue. It's so easy to defeat their codes based on the fact that the law is expressed, not implied. And anything that could be left open for interpretation is subject to interpretation and therefore can be invalidated some way, somehow. That's why the whole practice of this legal system is a joke. A man who understands linguistics, I'll give you an example like Bill Clinton, who was like an attorney at one point, or his wife was, I forget, sat there and kept him there for 4 hours at the deposition arguing of what the term is, what it means. You know, if you get into logic, morals, ethics, philosophy, words and terms, how they apply, you keep these people here forever trying to litigate to just get through one word because there's so many perspectives and implications, right? And if it's not expressed directly and it's implied, it's not good law. That's why I know DeCastro's a dumbass and I know his attorney ain't worth shit. You guys are so... I guess it's not that you're lucky. Some people are so unlucky, including me, I guess, and my father, that I don't go and do the bar exam and take the test and be like the rest of these clowns because all I do is win at that point. Because it's just the whole thing is predicated upon a fraud on many levels. And if you know that, then you can, it's just like, you know, just surgically taking a piece right out of the, you know, like the Jenga board. The rest of it collapses. That's all you need. $100,000 for the clown to come in there in his fucking Doc Marten shoes and goofy blue outfit, trying to look cute and pretty. You can't even figure out how to take a code and take one or two words out of it and question it and make it so that the whole court has to agree that the code is not even expressed. It's implied somewhere, somehow, or it has a dualistic application. You could do it with anything. This is how lazy and stupid they are. This is how unwilling they are to make a fool out of themselves. Because again, see, Bill Clinton, he didn't give a fuck. I didn't have sex with Monica Lewinsky. She blew me. See, that's a player. And you all love it. People love Bill Clinton. He was the best ever, right? Got blown in the White House, came on and said to everybody in their face, he didn't have sex with Monica Lewinsky. She blew him. He even tells the truth when he lies. Sit there in deposition and say, well, what does is mean? Why don't you define it for me so we can get down to what you mean and I can tell you what I mean? 9 out of 10 times, if you do that, you take that perspective with language and linguistics and words and terms, you're going to look silly to the average person. They cannot convict you or rein you in. But everyone's so worried about looking some kind of way to everybody else instead of getting their way or the way. I go, to Castro, one day when you get over your pride and your ego, you come over here and daddy will show you how you defeat the legal code by taking 50 words, picking out 2 words, and mirroring it back to them. This is like that. By the way, that's the story behind Eminem at the shelter. Remember that? Eminem at the shelter won the whole shelter and the whole rap battle. Why? Because he got really good at taking their shit that they threw out and putting it back on them. That was his rap. I identify with that movie when it came out because I would rap as well at that time, and I had a similar idea, and I just took that to what we do here. See, the skills are the skills no matter where you bring them. It's the same power and value system. But no, you're just too fucking stupid. You just want to like do what everyone else does so you can be validated. You're just too not philosophical and logical to be able to look at the situation from 5 different perspectives and deduce the system's dynamics and then see where it's weak. You fashion yourself a player and a war master and all the rest of this crap, and you're none of that. Because if you were that, you simply look at their code, that's their weapon system they put forth, and you study the weapon system and you see where its weak points are and you get it to defeat itself by exploiting its weak points. No, you can't even, this is what I'm saying. It's like I may as well be someone from a different planet dealing with these slaves. I am a constitutional legal scholar. You can't talk for yourself at court, and you can't even get the guy you pay $100,000 to defeat the code when all you have to do is understand the mind of the code writer and detect the weakness and exploit the weakness. Which anyone with a criminal mind should or would know, which is you, but you can't even get that done. I got to even tell you how to use your criminal mind to a point where it can do good for you and everybody else. But I shouldn't, because if you ever figure that out, you're going to go around breaking codes and being a complete dick and then trying to defeat the code by taking 2 or 3 pieces out of the dynamic and exploiting the weakness. You can't be trusted with that type of knowledge. I really shouldn't. That's why if there are certain secret societies and folks who watch this and listen to me, they would be pissed off at me trying to tell you slaves how to operate on a level they know how to operate on. That they already know is not meant for you. And they don't tell you because it's not meant for you, because you'd be dangerous with it. You're on a need to know basis. The folks who can know this and use it or usually don't have to be told it. They say, Paulie boy, why do you go giving the occulted secrets of power and value dynamics to a bunch of greedy, selfish, worldly slaves who have no purpose and meaning outside of their wantonness? You're right. You're right. And they may make me pay for that at some point. Because I really do. I may have no business doing that. If it was meant for them, they'd have got it the same way I and everybody else got it, by going on the walk and opening their ears to the lips of the universe. They don't do that. That's studying for these people. Memorization of all the buzzwords and the names. I'm an expert because I studied to memorize, to repeat. That's not the thing. These morons never even watched 1 episode of Columbo. He doesn't need that. He doesn't do that. His specialized skill is not a specialized skill. It's his ability to look at the situation and deduce what's happening and exploit the weaknesses to bring everybody into doubt so we can bring another perspective of what it might be. That's how you win.
Sale. Someone else will buy one, dude. Someone will. Somebody will.
You hope.
No, I don't. Yeah. Just looking up questions. Yeah. So then Gravy says, let them call us a drug courier. So then the guy in the chat says, well, let him call me a drug courier. That's not how it works, bro. As soon as you tell the cop where you're going to and where you're coming from, if he decides that you're a drug courier, then he has you get out of the car, and then you get put in torture cuffs, and then you get put on your belly, and then you get put in the back of the caged car. And you haven't been arrested yet. You've only been detained.
And then you go to fucking court, and then you get a dismissal like me and Cameron, and then you file federal charges, and then we play the ghetto lottery. And I just fucking leveled up because I went past my fears, and you can't touch me. What are you going to do to me now, tough guy? Like he tells him in Casino, right? What is it, good for? What do you got to tell me now, tough guy? You got nothing left. I took all the tools out of your arsenal by removing my fear. That's the goal. That's the journey. You don't want to take that. You don't want to. He doesn't want to do a coming of age story.
You've only been detained. Yeah. So it's not that simple of...
See, some of the people from over here went over there because we're way behind. He's now probably not live anymore. They went over there and started bringing the heat to him. I love that. Then he gets to expose. He starts defending himself and exposes himself more. See, this is how you draw somebody out of their position to expose their weak position. And then, like I just said before, you capitalize off their weakness. It's exactly what's going on here. Present the bait, draw him out, and then point out his position and the position he just left. We know that. We know they could do whatever they want to do, and it could go ugly for us. That's the whole point. How many times do we got to say it?
Well, just let him call me a drug courier. No. Once you tell him where you're coming from and where you're going to, once he's determined in his heart that you're a drug courier, you get pulled out of the car and get put in torture cuffs. That's the next step. So it's not that simple of, oh, well, let him call me a drug courier. No. Let him call me a drug courier and you go to the dungeon.
Dude, you already did a 160 or 180 following all your own advice. You suck. Why are you saying we're going to get what you already got by doing what you do? We're not going to get it if we do what you do, even though that's what you got doing it.
Oh, we lost another person? Oh, man, that's a bummer. That's a bummer.
Yeah, you're going to have to block a lot of folks.
Yeah, you're trolling, bro.
That's not trolling.
You're trolling, bro. Thanks for coming by.
Trolling is when they come here in other places and project onto me and lie. Try to manipulate and bait me with fake shit. And then project onto me with lies when I come out in the open to engage it. That's not trolling. You're getting exposed and you don't like it. I love it.
The chat though. I appreciate you coming. Thanks, dude. You're trolling. You are trolling, brother. You are trolling. You were trolling. Go troll somebody else, bro. Go troll somebody else. Go to my website, John, and you want to just go to my website, deletelaws.com, get the case law cards, get the Constitution, get the amendments, and get the articles. Those 3 decks right there. You don't need the whole board game because they're just flashcards right now that you put on your phone. You need the articles, you need the amendments, and you need the 320 case law. If you learn all 3 of those, then you and I can have a conversation about our rights. Right now, if you don't have,
this gets better and better. If you learn the 320 case rulings and all the rest of this crap, then we can start to have, once you buy all my crap and memorize this garbage that I and others don't need to know to get results while he gets jailed every time, then we can start to have a conversation about your rights. It doesn't get any lower and worse than this. It's the exact opposite is the truth. And you know that because I'm not selling you anything. And it makes sense. If I have to buy all your crap to have a conversation about rights, we're in trouble. That's like the lowest, deepest level of lie and grift. I can't believe he's doing the pistachio bag bit seriously now. He holds the key to your future. Even though he can't use his stuff for himself at his own court date.
Have at least the articles, the amendments, and the case law down, you and I couldn't sit and have an intelligent conversation because you don't.
We totally can. It's real simple. Anything that's not a wrong is a right. Because this is called inverse axiomatic logic. Okay? There's other ways to put it. So anything that's not a wrongdoing is a right by default. That's called default judgment also. The only way you find out if something's wrong is if you have a victim or a claimant. They never have that. Okay? So that means everything that's criminalized, that's called illegal, that doesn't generate a victim or therefore a crime, is a right, whether it's illegal or not, because it's not a wrongdoing. It doesn't create a victim. You have a right to do anything you want in this life that isn't a wrongdoing, and a wrongdoing is something that endangers someone or creates a victim or causes a loss, right? You take out a debt, you don't pay it. Like these scum who study over there to go take out loans at banks and then don't pay them when you know what they wanted from you and what you agreed to. You deserve everything you're going to bring on this place as well. So yeah. I don't need 350 fucking case rulings from dunces in black dresses to have a fucking intelligent conversation and a very simple conversation about our rights. You don't want that. Because if we do that, your grift is gone. And I don't have a grift, so I'm free to say and do whatever the fuck I want. Matter of fact, here's a clue. I get more value you begging than me not begging because people respect me and what I'm saying makes sense and means something. Imagine that. Low life loser. Now I got to put it in his face a little bit. Even though we did 10 hours here today. I did more numbers, maybe on both sides, just sitting here rapping and pointing out your fraud than you did begging this whole fucking time. Dummy. And I get to keep my respect and integrity and credibility.
Know enough. And I'm not making fun of you. I've been doing this 24 years. 24 years I've been reading the 7 articles of the Constitution, the 27 amendments.
And you're still a fucking loser who doesn't know the law. This is what I love. I started doing this 5 years ago, all full time. I'd been studying for a while, but again, didn't use most of what I studied about. I just threw myself all in 4 or 5 years ago. Already completely surpassed the Castro and all of his team and his nonsense and bullshit. 24 years you've been jacking off with you and your team over there, and you can't fucking win on the defense or of offensive side yet, while you sell a bunch of bullshit products.
The 320 case law. Every single case law in my board game I've memorized. So that's yeah. So it's ACAB. Dark says not all cops are bad. So not all cops. So it's ACAB. All cops are bastards, but not all cops are bad people. Because when a cop comes around you, I appreciate the comment, bro. Thank you for being respectful with it. We can disagree on this. I don't trust a single cop. Never trust a cop.
He's about to be wrong again, and he's going to be wrong again and do it with a smile because he's going to pander to hopefully be likable and relatable because he thinks that's what gets you more power and value in life. He's the opposite of me. I say it's the opposite. The more real I am, the more power and value I generate for myself and others. I don't give a fuck about the rest of it if you couldn't tell. He's about to pander again, and he's going to be wrong, and I feel it coming, and I'm going to have to correct him again. Watch it happen in real time.
Never. Treat a cop like a loaded gun that's pointing at you. You have to be very careful. Always. That gun is loaded, could go off at any moment. Who knows what's
Shut up and get to it.
You always treat a cop like a loaded gun. Always. Oklahoma Cop Watch is in the chat. You bet I am. You bet I am.
Okay, so he made a statement. He got distracted conveniently because he doesn't want to go deeper into it. We'll circle back for what we remember. He said, all cops are bastards. Not all cops are bad people. Wrong. They are all bad people. Why? Based on common sense and definition. If you're willing to take a paycheck to follow orders and create loss, injury, and harm and not arrest yourself and your buddies, you're a fucking wrongdoer because you're not using conscience to determine next right action. So you are by definition a bad person. I don't care if you don't like that or not. That's the reality of it. A man or a woman who fails to use their conscience to make a determination of right from wrong, who does what everyone else does and what they're told to do because it's profitable and doesn't stop wrongdoing around them, is a fucking wrongdoer themselves. Asswipe. You can't make sense if your fucking life depended on it. Every time you talk, you lie and you pander. You know what I love too? Knowing that bitch ass motherfucker had someone go over there and text him and tell him I just did 8 hours on him, and he's going to sit there and watch it and act like he's not here or hasn't been watching at all. I love that game too. I get to talk right to him without talking to him. Doesn't matter. We don't need to personalize this. You just need to get the message and the point. So you could do and be better. That's it. That's how much I love you. False. That's how much I love the truth. This is the opportunity I give you to love yourself with the truth. No one else is going to do it. None of these other content creators around here are willing to make a fool of themselves and go on a fucking tear in any form or fashion to put everybody's ass and feet to the fire. So whatever. I'll play the part that I'm formed for. Think we don't know that, DeCastro? That you got people around you in your team who watch me and others regularly, and they got a network, and people inform them, and then they get the word, oh, he's over there doing 6 to 8 hours on you, breaking down your video, and you pretend like you didn't see it and experience it. Cut the games.
But right now, I'm doing a fire sale.
Let me see if I can get you to change the next piece of your wardrobe like I did with your glasses, doing bits about you with them effeminate red glasses that all of a sudden changed right after I did the bit. You didn't have to come here and talk to me and face me for me to know the shot in the game. I love it.
Fire sale. I'm doing, you buy
fire
one
sale.
I'll give you 2. Go to deletelaws.com. Go to deletelaws.com. Yeah, the cops will, I'm sorry, I can't see your question, 813. Did you ask a question, 813? I can't see what your question is. What was it? Do I have to show up to court for protective order? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have to show up. Sure, the sun shines on a dog's ass once in a while, Miss Tessa. Thanks for coming by the chat. I appreciate that.
Know what they just said in chat? I bet anything on it. Someone in chat just said some other person like me, may not be me, did XYZ, and he wanted to mean and devalue it. Say the sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while. That's the grift. That's the deflection and the demeaning, devaluing. I know what the fuck was in that chat without knowing. You want to demean and devalue other people who get results while you get nothing for 24 years, and you've been through hundreds and thousands of dollars in cash openly. Brags about it. Came here when I called him on and said, do the math on 2,000 trifolds Playboy. What was it? 1,000 of them? Yeah, he's bragging about making 25 grand grifting and frauding. Now what?
Yeah, there's no upsale on this. I'm actually giving more away.
Right.
I'm
totally.
actually giving more away than I am selling. But I appreciate that. Thanks for the comment. I appreciate that. Go to my website, deletelaws.com, and get a trifold. Go to deletelaws.com.
This is why, by the way, women get sick and tired of beta males like you when they get in their 40s and 50s, because literally they just listen to you talk and ask you the next question and you undo the last answer you gave. You kept saying you need the money to pay your legal bills. Then when they tell you, why are you grifting and frauding, you say, I'm not actually making money. I'm giving more shit away than I'm making. Will you pick a story and stick to it? This shit is an insult to everybody's intelligence. It's beyond embarrassing.
Invoke your
Can you come over here so I can teach you to fucking lie better, so I can do less content about you? I'll even go that far with you. If you're going to lie and hustle and grift, could you come over here so I could give you some better ways to lie and hustle and grift so you don't trigger me to have to talk about how you insult everybody's intelligence? Just get better, man. Get better at the law. Get better at broadcasting. Get better at fucking lying and grifting. Fucking get better at something, man. Master something in this life. Other than telling us all about how you beat everybody up on the mat. We hear about that. We never see that, but hey, what does that even matter?
Get the amendment right and then follow it. Do I ever have to touch what they're... I don't know what the question is, brother. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. I'm an independent. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's going on, Zig? Oh, thanks for coming by, brother. You're probably just on the wrong channel, dude. Let me send you another channel, bro. There you go, dude. Now, Sig, now you're free to go to another channel because you can participate over there on other channels, but not on this one anymore. But thank you for coming by, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming by.
Right, because if I had a bet, this was at the point where I told people to go over, and now they're asking him about his grift. He's blocking them. Now they're talking about other channels. Can't prove it, but I'm guessing mine or someone else's. He doesn't like that. The dog's ass is over there. We don't talk about that. We don't know about that. Oh, I love these. I love these. Now, even if it's not me, I'm fantasizing that it is. That this was the point in the broadcast when we were live before, when I told everyone to go over. Well, you know, these people from other channels, and sometimes people get it right, but you know, they're just loser lowlives, not like me. You know, you can go back to those other channels.
Oh, thanks for coming by, Thomas. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for coming by.
I started a jihad on you, De Castro, and I know you hear me or see me, or your people are going to hear me and see me, and you're going to find out about this. So you should know this. You knew I wasn't done with you and many others. I had to take a step back to nurse my wounds, to recover. I had to recover so I could come out of the box more wildy and fiery than ever. More inspired than ever, some might say. Some have said.
Thanks for coming by the channel. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you coming by. Anybody else? Trifolds are $25, but you get 2 for $25, Dark Sisters. So I have to sell more products to cover my attorney's fee, and the product will help you. I got a GoFundMe pinned in the chat, but oh, I'm sure, dude. As a Marine veteran, I've been treated unfairly by the law every step of the way. Love your content. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Chimney Guy. Oh yeah, dude. If you're a veteran, yeah, they hate you, dude. You know, there's a reason why they don't take care of veterans. There's a reason why they leave veterans in the poorhouse unorganized, because they don't want the veterans to come together and say this country should be ran how I fought for it. They don't want veterans to be able to.
Wrong. They don't like you and respect you subconsciously for the same archetypal reason I don't. Because they know that you're wicked, traitorous turncoats who will take a check to kill your own people or other innocent people for the banksters and politicians. I wouldn't want you anywhere near me. What you fought for, what you believed you fought for, wanted to believe wasn't what it was. Does it matter what you believed it was? We all know what it is. There he goes pandering again. He just doesn't want to have enough balls to talk straight to anybody, to any group of people, because it's going to cost him, he's so afraid of. Tell it like it really is. None of us respect these troops who fight wars for politicians and central bankers and don't upkeep and uphold our rights and protections here domestically. We don't like them. We don't respect them. They're destroying the good name of America worldwide for their pedo buddies who go on Epstein Island trips. You're a fucking pathetic embarrassment. How about that for a little drill instructor attention? Paulie the drill instructor. Listen up, you fucking coward maggot. You can do 50 or 500 push-ups. You can take life and give your life, but you can't even question your fake-ass authorities about what you're doing it all for. You are beyond embarrassing and pathetic. They're worried about you mounting a resistance to take over to run this shit the way you fought for. What? A coward clown who won't face yourself and the truth? They're not worried about your bitch ass. You guys don't even lift a finger or raise your voice to question your masters, ever. You don't ever deny unlawful orders or civilly disobey and not comply. They're not fucking worried about you. And quite frankly, here's another clue. The day you ever all decide to mount a resistance, they already merged this military with the Israelis. They'll bring in Israeli troops so fucking quick to ice your ass. And they don't give a fuck about you. You think the troops don't give a fuck about themselves and each other, which they don't, because they'll even give their own bodies over to experiments for the military. That's all on record. That's my name. Yeah, they're going to merge your cowardly, fucking pathetic military with the Israelis. So you ever even think about mounting a resistance on this U.S. cooperation? They're going to bring in the Israeli wing to mop you up. And they would love to kill some American swine scum. Don't kid yourself. You're going to mount a resistance. Why don't you start with not being a complete dyed-in-the-wool kept pet slave everywhere in your life? Let's start there. All the pirates of the Caribbean. Why don't you start with denying the 15 vax shots and not locking down? Oh, wait, I didn't see hide nor hair of you when I was going to jail every 6 months during that time. Where are all the big bad troops at who had my back to mount a fucking resistance? Nowhere to be found. sitting at home with their grandma on a plastic box, collecting benefits. What do you think of that? Yeah, they don't like that, but it's true. That wasn't politically correct. They're not going to like me for that and want to suck my feet and pay my bills because I didn't lie to them and bullshit them.
Unite and come together.
Come together. Oh, we're going to come together.
Over an hour long, for sure. An hour and 20 minutes. Is that how long we've been on? We're an hour and 20 minutes now. Thanks, Oklahoma Cop Watch. Appreciate that, brother. Good to see you, man. Is that right? That's funny. So then Miss Tessa, who says that someone helped her, then Miss Tessa, you see what I'm saying? Miss Tessa, listen, you're a prime example. You're a prime example. Do some cops do good things? Some cops do. But Miss Tessa, the truth is that cops are hiding on the side of the road to try to find reasons to arrest us. And if you fail the Simon Says interview with the cop, there's a very good chance that you go to jail. You tell the cop where you're coming from and where you're going to, there's a good chance. Hey, Dark Side, make sure you put your username in there. When I see it's you, I'm going to hook up your order, okay? I give a ton of products away for free, a ton. So Dark Side, make sure you put your social media in there. Dark Citrus 6003. I got you in my memory now. I'll check the order list and I'll hook you up, dude. Whatever you order, I'll hook you up. I'll hook up everybody tonight who orders anything because I know it, Vance JD. I know it. JD Vance, VD.
This was every kid in Sayville when we used to go across town at the parties they would throw when the white kids from the suburbs who fashioned themselves drug dealers would go around bragging that they were hooking everybody up. And we get word of that and we go over there and we just listen to them rap and let them lie and bullshit and tell you how they're going to sell you 0.8 for 20 and they're really hooking you up. And then at some point they just somehow things just go missing. It's the craziest thing ever, right? That's what that's all about. I didn't do too much of that, but I was around some folks who loved doing that. And I thought it was barbaric, but I kind of got a kick out of it in a way. Because they later I realized, like what they explained to me. That they were big on respect and they didn't like the fact that these people would lie to their face when they're LARPing in something they live every day. They know the 0.8's not $20. You just picked up from them. They're your supplier. They're the friends of your supplier, and you're going to lie to them and play games and act like a drug dealer and all the rest of it. They just robbed the shit out of you and then laughed for the rest of the night. And they get a next 20-year story about how they robbed the shit out of you and took videos and pictures of it and how you weren't about shit and you lied and talked all this garbage. And now we got all your shit and you don't have nothing. And now you can't go get more because you're on that list. I used to think it was barbaric. I didn't understand why the black and brown folks that I was around used to do these things. Now I fucking get it. And they would say stuff to me like, you know what, Paulie boy, you're all right. You're not one of them. And I go, what does that mean? You're like one of us. I go, what, a nigger? What they all keep calling me? A white nigger? They go, yeah, pretty much. I go, all right. Solidarity in that then. You know? But yeah, it was like the weirdest reality. They're like, no, you're not really white like these people. And I go, what do you mean? I'm Irish and Italian. That guy's Irish. And they're like, no, because watch them. And then I watch and I listen and it's this guy. Hey guys, everyone, I'm like out here dealing. We're really doing it. We don't stop. I'm hooking everybody up. 0.8s for 20. And then they look at me, they go, you see what I mean? Do you get it now? And I go, I don't know, maybe. And then 5-10 minutes in, I go, I think I see where you're going with this. I see why you don't like this, why you don't respect it, and why you're now going to flip the script on the whole situation. Because it's beyond laughable and insulting of everybody's intelligence. And then you go, so what are you supposed to do? Just not bullshit and lie. Just close your mouth. Do whatever the fuck you're doing and get really good at it and stop with all the bullshit and the extra shit. Because you're drawing in people who like to deal with people who lie and grift so they can flip the script. Because then they get to do what they're really good at it, that they get a kick out of, and they get a justification to do it as well. So they don't have to deal with the guilt. So it's like either you just shut up and stop the lying and all the bullshit, or when certain people and things show up, you just give it. You just go, here, I'm not even going to try to tell you it's 0.8 for 20. How much do you want? And it's all in the house. Because you don't really have an option. Now you just take that whole principle and that whole idea and that scene that I just laid out and you apply it spiritually to God and this whole dynamic. And then you start to realize more about what this all is. We got a dark blade person. That sounds very ominous. Oh, look, even the name is Omen. See, I was right. Dark Blade Omen. Dark Blade, is that you?
I have a question. How can you generalize our entire military, call them like cowards and shit, when there are some good military vets?
The same way that I can I stop you? The same way I could listen to you for half a second and tell that you're a coward. And just energetically, you are the antithesis of everything good and great and courageous and American. It like oozes from you. Since you're asking.
Well, I was gonna say, like, for example, my uncle served in the Vietnam War. He fucking killed himself over drinking himself to death over seeing the shit he saw in active combat. Okay,
right.
Like,
That's pretty sad that he would give himself over to a system that cared so little about him. They would use him to be embroiled in foreign policy that we didn't have to be involved in. There was no reason for us to be in Vietnam.
Yeah, they threw him away in the trailer park. Like he lived in a trailer park.
You think that I want your family to have harm done to them? I'm sitting here passionately doing 12-hour broadcasts, begging you and everyone else to stop sucking feet and getting used. And you're like defending it. What are you saying?
Because it's a need. You can't just like, for example,
I just did. I'm telling you, your grandfather and everyone else doesn't have to die in suicide and have a ruined life if they would just stop giving themselves over to rich predators to fight wars we have no business in. What don't you get about that?
Yes, I understand. No wars like that whole Middle East shit. We shouldn't even fucking be over there, right?
Hello.
I don't even care what happens to
There
Israel.
we go. Someone else's grandpappy just shot themselves because they got exposed to a fucking war and a bunch of hell that we had no business being a part of because we know 9/11 wasn't done by them people. There's more to the story. We know they're not looking for our rights and freedom and our lifestyle. That's the people here who are supposed to protect us, criminalizing us and taking our rights and property. It's not the Muslims. It's not the illegals. When are we going to get a clue? When are you going to save your grandfather by stop defending his and everyone else's actions that didn't have to take place and didn't lead to anything productive? All for a bunch of cabal members.
He didn't have a choice.
Even worse. Your president right now dodged the draft, just like the last three presidents. They opted out of war because they have flat feet and all these other issues while they send your grandfather off and you want to defend it. Even worse. Involuntarily supposed servitude, just like a North Korea. Sorry, that's my fascism. That's my old world Italian fascistic accent. Sorry. This is the land of the free and the brave. Tony?
I was going to say that there are some people in situations they sign themselves up for the military because they have because of the benefits you get from being in the military economically.
I need to stop you again. This is so great. You're now revealing your all of your distorted ways of thinking while defending it. This is so great. So many people give themselves over to do murder for hire because they don't have a lot of money or benefits. And that means what exactly?
What it means
Right, I thought so. The silence speaks volumes. It means that you're a bunch of paid for hitmen and criminals. You're bad faith and dishonorable. You should not be honored. You should be spat upon just like they were when they came back from Vietnam because we're not interested in destroying everything good or great about this land for the bankers and the politicians. We're not interested in ruining countless lives fighting wars that never end with a bunch of money you can't afford because you're deeper in debt than ever as a corporation. 40 trill. And it's no sign of it slowing down anytime soon. So I'm confused. Are we defending the murderous actions that destroyed your grandfather's life and impacted you and so many others? Or are we going to set everyone free from that because it didn't serve any purpose anyway? It was wrong from the get-go all the way around. Everyone was sold a lie and a dream. As usual. Pimping game.
Is that they defend our country.
They don't defend our country. They don't defend our country. They defend United States corporation. Did you not listen? The bankers and the politicians. If they were defending you and I, they'd be arresting all the people who keep criminalizing our rights. You're lying. You're severely distorted about the reality. You're telling me what they tell you and what you want it to be, not what it is. I've never once been protected by any troops. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No one's ever invaded this place.
So wait, so you never once been protected by any troops?
No,
say like the troops never protected America?
No, sir.
America?
No, sir.
So Pearl Harbor, right? That was
Pearl Harbor. You want me to play you Clausen's video? You want me to bring up the documents where they admit they knew the attack was coming and let it happen because they wanted to go to war anyway? You want me to bring it all up and put it in your face? Guy who's going to come here and tell me about it doesn't know any history.
So you're saying that America should never got involved in the World War II against Hitler?
World War II, yeah, they never should have got involved. The part you don't know about, where they first got involved by funding the Nazi Germans, Ford Motor Company, and Prescott Bush. You want me to go on? The same people who claim the people are the enemies that your grandfather's going to have to go and fight are the same people they're funding to do what the fuck they're doing. Why do you think when the Nazi Reich went down, thousands of scientists got dispersed all across the land, including to this country? Why do you think when I lived on Patchogue, New York, next to Bellport, I knew a von Braun? Because all the Nazis were relocated. One of the main hubs they went to on New York was Patchogue. Those are most likely relations to Werner von Braun. And that's why when he was a kid, he said he felt cursed and he had a Luger under his bed. We never got the whole story, but I suspect that's the case. I did some more research into it. You don't know anything about the Nazi Party, the Holocaust, who funded it, why it happened, what it was meant to create, which is eugenicism, and how it was adopted by all the other nation states like America you live in right now. Your politicians and all the rest of them and their medical system are on board with eugenicism 10 ways to Sunday. They adopted the Homeland Security model. Do you know that before they called it Homeland Security here, it was named something else? They adopted the model of Homeland Security from Nazi Germany.
I'm sorry, but if America never got involved in World War II, Europe would have been taken over.
What does Europe being taken over have anything to do with America, sir?
I'm sorry, if you see a power-hungry fucking guy like that, you don't think he'll eventually set his sights on America? Like,
there you go again. We're supposed to be afraid of how they're going to take over the world, so we're going to take them over, even though they were funded by the same people claiming to be threatened. You're making no sense. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't wash. You're desperate. You're coming from a place of fear.
I'm just baffled. I've never seen like a Democrat advocate for Hitler to be alive.
Democrat. You projected again. You're projecting again. I'm not a Democrat. Where'd you get that from, dunce? You just pulled that out of your ass now? You just keep lying and projecting. It's fascinating.
Well, you talk like a Democrat. Like,
I know I'm not
democratic values.
Like a Democrat. What makes me a Democrat? Because I don't want to do fascism and centralized authoritarianism. That's your founders, buddy. You want to pull up all the quotes from your founding fathers who said we were never supposed to have a central military. It's supposed to be a well-regulated militia. You didn't listen to that. You're the opposite. You are an anti-Republican, anti-American. You just don't know it. You're the leftist collectivist here. I'm the true Republican conservative. That's the irony in this.
So you think Hitler should have been left alone
It's not about
over
what
there?
I think. You're so stupid and low level. You think one retarded artist who was on methamphetamine took over a whole country. That's how retarded you are and simple you are. You believe fairy tale stories like this. What's next? Jesus is going to come back on a cloud and save you from what you all did to him? Keep it coming, bud, because I love it. So does this audience, and I'm on a 12-hour jag.
Well, if you want to talk about Jesus thing, I don't believe in that shit.
We can get to that. You're a fool in all areas of your life. I'll bet anything on it. We'll just cover one at a time.
No, I don't believe in that shit. I believe he was rude. There's no way
Nobody's
God
invading this land. By the way, you want to talk Pearl Harbor. You know what Hirohito said? The guy who was behind Pearl Harbor? We could never invade America because we'd be defeated. Why? Because there's a gun behind every blade of grass. What keeps us safe on America is our Second Amendment protected natural rights to own guns. That's the reason. That's my name. That's the reason that foreign countries are never going to invade this land, because we got more guns than we got people. Not because
no, instead, foreign countries are now adopting the way of sending people in this country to fucking get in office of our political powers and then fucking fuck over our legislation and then send money to their countries.
Our legislation. Do you realize how ridiculous and pathetic and embarrassing and cowardly you sound? Seriously, I'm asking you.
I mean, what do you think all those fucking people in Minnesota sending money from after fucking having these daycare centers send money to their countries in Somalia?
I want more of it. I want more of it. You slaves keep submitting to sign up as a withholding agent on the W-9 and subjecting yourself to tax obligations you wouldn't have to if you claimed to be an American. That's you and your misunderstanding of the law. And once you sign up for those obligations and voluntarily pay tax, they're going to give it to whoever they want. Go suck feet. If you want to keep the product of your labor, learn the law and apply yourself and get results.
You're not understanding. They were frauding people. There was no daycare centers. They were lying about housing children.
You know whose money they didn't get? Me, because I didn't report any income, because by definition, I don't have any. So I'm not paying any tax and they're not getting my money. You're the stupid fucking slave who goes to work every day to pay.
You don't think they're gonna fucking make the people flip the bill in Minnesota and make them pay for that fucking fraud?
Wait a second.
By increasing the taxes on their fucking food products, your day-to-day living items.
Let me get this straight. You're worried about a few million to some Muslims in Michigan when your fucking Congress and your supposed legislator is in debt to the tune of 40 trillion. Do you know how ridiculous and stupid and slaved out you sound?
Okay, the debt thing. There was once a fucking president that got rid of all the debt. And guess what? The banks crashed, everything crashed. You need debt.
We need debt now. Now he says we need everyone in debt.
No, the country
we need
deficit
everyone in
debt. I'm
solvent.
talking about that. The country deficit. You need that because there was
Right.
a president in history who eliminated all debt.
We need a country that's self-described as a corporation that hasn't been solvent yet and couldn't be solvent based on the GDP if it pocketed its next 40 to 80 years of profit. Could not be solvent.
Did you not read up on what happened when our country got rid of all of its debt once after the World War II?
Tell me all about it. What happened?
The banks started crashing, everything started crashing and fucking fumbling, and we got up debt again because you need debt in order for fucking society to function.
So let me get this straight. Because you cleared all your debt and you couldn't continue to live on credit with a Ponzi scheme from the banks and the banks shut down, that affects you and whoever, how, and what. Where's the rest of that story?
Because the way society is structured, you need to fucking have good credit in order to fucking get a house or even to just get an apartment. You have to have good credit or a line of credit to your name. And when the bank shut down, guess what? Everything goes to shit.
Guess what? You know, it's not everything goes to shit. You go back to accountability and responsibility. Whatever you can afford, you get. What you can't, you fucking deal with. Imagine that, princess. Yeah, speechless. The silence is deafening. Every time we get to one of these points,
one country without a bank.
Every time we get to this point with you where I have to talk to you like your daddy you never had should have talked to you, the silence is deafening.
Can you name me one country without a bank?
Again, another goalpost move. This is what all of you republitards and libtards do. You can't make a fucking point. You don't make any sense. I counterpoint all your nonsensical arguments.
No, I'm making the point. There is no country that functions without a bank.
You were the one who brought up the whole banking thing and you claimed that the banks all collapsed after whatever. Well, then how are they still here and how is it all happening? I don't know what
because
you're
they're giving bailouts. The fucking president gave them a bailout and then that's what puts back in fucking.
And where's the bailout come from?
Our treasury.
And where's that come from?
Is what we had in the treasury before the banks collapsed.
And where's that come from?
The banks where they collapsed.
Where does it come from? How do they get money, non-money into their treasury? The answer is your slave tax. You're paying a middleman to redistribute back who you're borrowing from that you're going to borrow from and pay back in interest. You don't see how that's inherently insane and illogical?
I'm sorry, so you don't think there should be taxes?
Oh my God. It's not about what I think. You keep saying think. You don't think. I'm not thinking. I'm citing and sourcing the facts. You're trying to think your way out of explaining away the facts that you can't understand. Tax does not apply to Americans. Americans have no obligation to pay tax. The system is voluntary. When you sign up as a withholding agent, you now get that obligation. It's not that I believe in it or not. It's that there's dual jurisdiction. This is a voluntary endeavor. If not, it's coercion and duress. You all want to sign up to pay tax so you can give it to the Muslims in Michigan. Have at it. I get the right to opt out. I don't have children. I don't use the public fool system. I don't use public transportation. I don't have a power company. Should I go on? What the fuck would I pay tax for? To do endless wars? I don't use any of your services and I don't collect benefits. And I don't call you when I need to be kept safe. I live or die. Simple.
you do understand, like, not everyone's like, everyone has different backgrounds of
Sir,
situations.
you're not teaching me anything. Yes, I do understand most people are cowards who can't understand anything, pretty much, and that they're not willing to learn and do and be better. Not only do I understand that, it's been the reason and the impetus for this whole broadcast, among other things. Thank you for pointing that out to me.
If what you said was so easy, then why is there such a fucking wage gap in annual salary?
It's not so easy. It's very difficult. It's not so easy. It's difficult for folks like you and others to become accountable, responsible, courageous, good faith, honorable, to work hard, to save, to reinvest, to sacrifice in between, and maybe do without because you can't afford. It's not easy. It's difficult. That's what makes a man or a woman out of you. You and your mommy and daddy wouldn't know nothing about it, and that's why I'm your online daddy. We'll get to know about it here. If you give me long enough and you look into what I'm saying, you will see and feel a different perspective. I would bet on that. I would have faith in that. Not easy. All the things we're doing, in this life are challenging. All the things we're doing in this life are testing and challenging and require you to take risks and go outside the box.
I'm sorry, but I feel like you're just delusional if you think like it's simple.
I'm sorry, but I've been to court. I'm sorry, but I've been to court 6 times in 5 years, and they don't seem to think I'm delusional. It's weird. I really don't care what the fuck you think. You've already proven yourself to be nonsensical and non-credible. What do I care what you think and feel? The people who matter, who make decisions around here, I seem to have their attention in their ear. They don't seem to conclude that I'm as foolish and in denial and delusional as the rest of you very intelligent, learned people do.
Do you have like some sort of like mental illness or psychosis?
There it is. There's the presumption and projection. There's the demeaning and devaluing, right? Oh, I'd have to have a mental illness and psychosis. Why is that exactly? Can you explain how you picked up on that?
You think like you some nobody who has like a not even like 100 viewer fucking podcast that has the ear of like politicians.
I didn't say that. You said that. I said I've been to court 6 times in 5 years, and they don't seem to deem me irrational, delusional, or in denial. And I think it's interesting how all of you intelligent and learned people come to that conclusion when so many of these professionals and experts who are there to make a judgment and discernment about me, my countenance, and my character and track record, they don't seem to think so, oddly enough. So who do you think that I care a little bit more about how I'm received? You, a dunce who knows nothing about life and history, banking, or anything really? Politics, mind control, none of it. You don't know anything. Or somebody who has spent a whole life making judgments and decisions and discernments. Somebody who potentially holds my fate to a degree in their hands. Who do you think that I'm going to genuflect toward? Who do you think that I'm going to defer to?
I'm sorry, mind control?
I'm sorry, mind control? Yeah, like all the declassified documents that your corporation called government released just this month, admitting they were doing mind control experiments for decades on people who didn't know they were having them done. Yeah, weird, huh? Crazy, weird, wild stuff. You know nothing about it. Hey, let's go over a list of all the things you don't know about. I'll do another 12-hour broadcast. I'll do a 12-day broadcast, and we can go over all the things you don't know exist. So it may as well not exist because you're not aware of it, right? And you're such a big brain genius. You've done so much work and so much study. That's obvious by the way you speak. It's good to be seen here, right? It's good to have someone who really sees you and knows you.
You seem like you approach everything with such animosity.
No, not everything. See, when you say seems like, it's good because that's what it seems like to you, but that's not what it is. I approach every inauthentic corporate beta male who wants to lie and gaslight other people about lies and deceptions with hostility because I don't like you and respect you. You're not likable and you're not respectable because you're not trustworthy and honorable. You're a liability. You lie to yourself and everyone regularly. You just did it here 5 or 10 times in a 30-minute period. So don't make this about everybody and everything else. There's plenty of people who receive me in a completely different manner because they're willing to respond to the truth in a completely different manner, okay? Talk about you and what you feel and what you're experiencing. Don't talk about what it seems like because we've already established you regularly get things wrong. What you seem to think it is regularly wrong, and I can prove that in like 20 minutes, 10 different areas of your life. It's just that easy. You're just a 1 out of 1,000 folks who I do this with, and you are literally beyond predictable. It's like whack-a-mole. It's not even whack-a-mole. It's like put the golf ball on the tee, hit it, and do it again. Ask the people who come here.
You're coming at this like it's like I'm trying to like some debate like fucking thing. I'm not a debater. All I'm saying is a lot of your views are very skewed to only be about yourself, not about how like you assume.
Here's another clue for you. Here's another clue for you.
The general public, if they're fucking coming on hard times, it must be because they're not accountable or this and that. How about someone who, I don't know, both their parents died and they're orphans and they fucking have nothing to their name.
How did they die?
Fucking, you know what I mean?
How did both their parents die at the same time?
It could be a car crash. I'm just giving you one of scenarios that fucking do happen.
We're living in your hypothetical fear realm again instead of addressing what is. You love to live there, don't you? Your hypothetical.
No, I'm giving you fucking hypothetical shit that does happen. Like parents die in car crashes and the fucking children's left alive. Like that stuff does happen, right? And they have nothing.
What's your point?
The point is just saying, oh, it's because they're not accountable if they fucking end up struggling in life when they're an adult.
I don't understand where this is going. So what do you want me to like confirm that I know that there's an existence of people who fall on hard times? What is your point?
The point is that you can't just fucking generalize like as the reason why they're struggling, right? And they're at hard times because they're not accountable of their fucking finances or this and that.
You literally just this is why you will never, and I'm not saying I will either. That's a whole other conversation. Let's be clear. You will definitely never be able to sustain a functional relationship because you can't stick to one subject and play it out. You just keep moving the goalpost. We first started out talking about you.
I'm married, by the way.
What was that?
I'm married.
You're married. Okay, that's great. So you first started off talking about you and your grandfather. That's where the story of accountability, responsibility came in, and it was apropos. Your grandfather was not responsible and accountable, and that's why he got used and abused, because he didn't want to neglect unlawful orders, probably because he was caught up in a fury of false patriotism, believing we had to go get the zipper heads in Vietnam. If he'd have just, I don't know, been conscious and aware, or did some research, or looked into it, or questioned anyone or anything at any time, he'd have gone on a journey of revelation.
You know, back then, the internet wasn't like a vast thing. You know that, right?
Sure, you do understand that conscious and awareness has been a thing that's been here from the beginning of time. It's literally the story of Jesus and every prophet. It's guys like me going, this is obvious common sense. How are you not getting this? And everyone else going, I think we should throw our babies in the pit so the sun comes up tomorrow. And I just wring my hands and I go off to my cave.
No, what I'm saying is back then, like you're saying, you should have done his research. What research? Like the internet and the interwebs wasn't as like a fucking... Back in the age when you had fucking
there's this wild thing called logic, morals, ethics, values, principles. It's this wild thing that you do that you go, what am I being told to do? What am I being asked to do? Why am I being asked to do it? What did these people do to me? Why do I want to be involved in this? How is this going to make anything better? You answer all those questions and realize it's all bullshit. And then you go, I'm not going to be part of this. And then you deal with it. That's responsibility, honorability, and accountability. Not going along to get along, killing people, destroying your life, crying about it, and playing the victim later. And then leaving a bunch of trauma to your family members. Not accountable, not responsible, duped and used, and collateral damage across the board. That's what I'm trying to stop and prevent. You are somehow angry at me that I want to stop and prevent this. This is the most bizarre Stockholm syndrome.
Angry. I'm just, you know, wondering why
you're in Stockholm syndrome. You can't let go of it. You can't let go of it. You're that mind controlled. By the way, you asked me inquisitively before about mind control. By the way, I want you to know you're an example of it, because I'm literally the biggest advocate for your grandfather and him living a normal life and being able to love you. And you are defending him being sent off to supposedly protect us fighting in Vietnam somewhere we had no business being. You're defending that cult and that idea that destroyed your grandfather while I'm trying to free you. You are literally in mind and heart control right now. You're displaying the symptoms of someone who's in Stockholm syndrome.
There's nothing you could do. All right, unless you're rich and powerful.
There's nothing you could do. Get my Timmy the Jew person now. I got to bring him up here. We're going to have to give the next 12 hours to him. He loves when you guys say, but there's nothing we could do. You could die. You ever think of that? You ever think of dying for what you fucking believe in?
Unless you lead the country like the people doing fucking Russia, right? That are getting drafted.
There we go. The whataboutism, lesser of evil game.
No, I'm
Well,
making
what
an
about
analogy.
Russia?
I'm making an analogy. And what
There's
people
no
think about that
analogy.
draft.
You and your I was right from the beginning. I'm never wrong here. 8 out of 10 times at least. I'm never wrong 8 out of 10 times. Okay? You and your grandfather are irresponsible, unaccountable cowards. So much so you went to kill and give your life for a lie and won't face it and turn from it. You're literally carrying on the generational trauma right now. You will not say, with the honest truth, that the military and U.S. corporation used your family to do their dirty work. By the way, they got caught in the Vietnam War running guns and drugs again, like they always do. So your grandfather destroyed his life to run drugs and guns, whether he knew it or not, and do new world order diplomacy, like they always do. And instead of you saying it's fucked up, it never should have happened, it shouldn't happen again, we're going to turn from it and make sure it doesn't happen again by calling it out. You want to tell me to shut up. I'm a loser, nobody on my barely existing channel. By the way, we had 23,000 subscribers on the first channel, censored and shadow banned, demonetized. You don't give a fuck about rights and freedom and what's right. You sit here and demean and devalue me. You don't even know who I speak to and who I know what I've been involved with behind the scenes. You happen to be incorrect because there are people who come here who talk rights and freedoms and live it and uphold the law, and they are involved with people in an extended capacity in various positions. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about or what you're doing here and who you're with on any level. So let's just get it right all the way across the board whenever you're ready. Stop your Stockholm Syndrome defending your oppressors and abusers and just admit to yourself and everyone else, this has always been fucked. It needs to stop. We can be honest with ourselves and each other now because it's worse than ever.
There's a big difference when you're drafted compared to when you're going up there to do the fight in those wars. Like, you know,
sure, the founding fathers who established this country that you now are living in, a corporation, one of their founding principles was you weren't supposed to have centralized authorities and militaries. So I don't know.
The founding fathers are dead. They're not in control anymore. Okay.
There we go. They're not in control. There, you just revealed yourself again that this is all about power and control instead of what's right. They're talking about what's right. You don't care about what's right because you defer to control because you got a slave mind. That's all that's your whole value system.
I'm not a politician. Like one politician go up there and change the whole system. I'm sorry. I don't have that viewpoint.
I don't have that viewpoint either, nor is it necessary, nor can it actually work. The answer is to stop engaging with it, stop complying, and stop paying it to rule your life. Just start living great. Just start, yes, sir, and maybe get arrested. They are your founding fathers, who you don't give a fuck about, had to kill and die so you can be here like the bitch that you are and poo-poo them, just like you do my broadcast and my life's work and all the sacrifices I've made, right? Because you're such a big man and you're so accomplished.
And the reason, are you calling me like I won't join the military? Or do the shit like
no, I can't even have a conversation with you. You're so off in left field and in your own mind. And you think your mind is filled with facts that matter, and it actually undoes you, just like the Tao talks about. The average man grows in size, not in wisdom. He is like an ox. Knowledge or information only cleaves his head. You can't even listen to me.